Di Zhang's recover, 1. Xiaoqin. Bai Yan could tell it was her precious boy outside the courtyard with just one glance. Right now the little kid's face was clean and handsome, only marred by the tattered clothes he wore due to not having a replacement. Even so, it won't stop the steam bun from calling out, "Mother!" He loses his angry face and dons the most brilliant and shining smile he has. It's his usual demeanor when facing the woman of his life. Di Zhang's gaze also turned to the little boy in question, but instead of the happy reunion that's supposed to be between father and son, the Demon King only had a doubtful expression. Xia. Xiaoqin. Bai Xiaoqin. The name appeared involuntarily in his mind, and that changed the initial confusion to a dazed softness. Mother, did father go stupid? Why is he looking at me with those eyes? This behavior was something never before shown to the steam bun from his old man, for that, it made Bai Xiaoqin jerk backward and look towards Bai Yan for help. You're my son, are you not? Di Zhang seemed to have forgotten about the war happening around himself and slowly walked towards the boy. Bai Xiaoqin became even more confused. Mother, really went stupid. He doesn't even know who I am. Bai Yan pursed her lips and said nothing, holding on to the pill to come before her husband. I've finished refining the medicine. Take this. It will heal your injuries. Her words fluttered into the Demon King's ear, causing the man to melt away in a creamy fashion. Okay. Di Zhang smiles and happily reaches over to take the pill off the wife's hand. This wasn't good, not good at all for Willow. The monarch frantically ran forward in haste. Don't take the pill. Due to the nervousness of what's to come, her voice was shaky and unstable. It couldn't be helped. It was extremely hard for the woman to harm the Demon King to begin with. If Di Zhang regained his strength, then she stood no chance with his guard up. Mo Axian Yan didn't react like her Shifu though, despite being restrained. Her sight had locked onto the steam bun and his face, which she promptly compared it to the man. It's then that a surge of cold frost swept up from her feet and into the lady's heart. This man has married and with children. And the son is already so big. Mo Axian Yan's heart shuddered at the irony she brought upon herself. But that emotion soon transformed into a bitter rage that wanted to suffocate her entire existence. If this is what it means to love someone, then I never want to fall in love in the first place. That way, I wouldn't be in so much pain. Boom! In the instant that Willow rushed towards Di Zhang, the man who had originally turned his back on her swung around and released a wild storm. Their powers collided violently in the air, throwing everything in their vicinity away like scraps in the wind. Di Zhang's recover, too. Willow got forcibly repelled back several steps from that exchange. When she looked up again to meet that seductive and handsome face, her own complexion had already gone pale. He recovered. This man, he's fully recovered. How am I going to handle this now? The others didn't miss the panting breath from the monarch's chest, but their focus couldn't leave the steambun's figure due to his appearance. This little boy looks so similar to that Sir Di Zhang, it's impossible to say they're not father and son. Ha! Suddenly, Willow bursts into a wild laugh. It's filled with self-ridicule and sarcasm, like someone being shamed. For a while, the whole courtyard had fallen quiet. Di Zhang. Her white dress fluttered gently with the wind as sadness surged forward on her expression. You are so cruel, what on earth can't I compare to her? Even if he loses his memory, this woman is the only one in his heart. Willow's gaze finally turned to Bai Yan to take a serious look for once. This woman is indeed very beautiful, so beautiful that even I am moved by her contour. It's just like back then. Di Zhang and this woman fought, over and over again. Yet, no matter when or where, she's always the most glorious and shining existence. Di Zhang will only have her in his eyes. The old grudge once again flashed before Willow's eyes like a film, which only made her all the sadder. I thought I could have him as long as I become more like her, but in the end, I'm only fooling myself. When did it start? I used to be so kind and gentle, like all my peers who dreams of finding love and a husband. Since when did I get so absorbed in becoming like her just to win this man's heart? Am I still myself anymore? Bad woman, you can't compare to my mother, not ever. Bai Shuchen's small body got in front of Bai Yan and acted like a shield, his aura strong and unyielding. You don't deserve to be compared to her. Willow's fist clenched violently over that statement as her gaze shifted over from Deetsong's and onto the steam buns. She was sad before, but now it's all about rage and the desire to murder this runt. Are you Deetsong's son? She sneered and seethed with disdain. Bai Shuchen did not reply to her question, but instead swinged around to act all cute and innocent before Bai Yan. Mother, is this bad woman stupid? Didn't she hear me call father already? What's the point of asking me that rhetorical question? Willow almost wanted to explode there as her chest huffed and puffed from annoyance. It's bad enough she's losing face, now she's being insulted by a runt. Deetsong's recover. 3. Deetsong, I'm asking you again, are you really unwilling to marry me? Not even as a concubine. When she finally spoke, her voice weakened with a hint of pleading. Hiss. Everyone that heard this gasped in a cold shudder. They're all staring at the monarch in disbelief due to those words. In the domain, they all knew Willow as a lady who hated men with multiple wives. For that, she earned the respect of both genders for many years. But now it's come to the truth that it's false. That she's willing to become someone's concubine, a mistress. Shifu. Mo Axian Yan's eyes widened in surprise, her body trembling as the color drained from that face. Why? Why is the Shifu who wouldn't allow me to be the man's concubine pleading to become one? My Shifu shouldn't be like this, she should have used every means to snatch Deetsong over. Shifu is so powerful. What in the world is there that she can't do? Mo Axian Yan bit her lip until it was bleeding as the idol and source of her own pride collapsed from within. It's upheaving her ideology and crushing it. Deetsong's voice was cold as he replied, in this life, I will only have one wife, no concubines. In this life, I will only have one wife, no concubines. Willow's body nearly collapsed as those words echoed in her head, causing those weeping tears to flow forward and memories of old to resurface 10,000 years ago. Her father also went to the palace to propose a marriage for herself. Naturally it wasn't for the position of the queen, but a consort or ladyship title, but what did they get? The same speech from that dominating king whom entranced her at first sight. In this life, I will only marry one wife, and if I don't meet a woman who can make me put down my pride, then I will have no other, nor will there be a concubine by my side. Then later, that woman appeared. A woman who was able to make the great demon king toss away his pride and grovel like a regular man. Unfortunately, this woman never realized the love she got from the man, only taking Deetsong as an adversary that needs to be fought off. But never, ever, in Willow's wildest dream would she expect this pair who fought day and night for years to be reborn anew and form a family. And have a child together. This irony, it's too much for the monarch to endure. Deetsong, your memory has been restored. Bai Yan heard her husband's declaration and shifted away from her son's and onto the man's handsome face. Yan heir, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have forgotten you. Deetsong met her gaze, those eyes giving all the answers she needed. Bai Yan narrowed her eyes before continuing, Deetsong. Tell me, did she hurt you? I found the means to remove the bead from our daughter's body, but before I managed to leave, I inadvertently fell into the trap she set. As for the rest, I'll explain later for you. The Demon King wraps his arm around the woman's shoulder before cooing into her ear. I promise you, I will never let this sort of thing happen again in the future. Deetsong's recover. 4. There's something Deetsong didn't say. The reason why he fell into the trap was that he saw an unexpected scene. Specifically, a woman got attacked by several enemies. Even though their faces were different, but it only took the Demon King one glance to know that the woman was none other than his wife. Disheveled in her hair, Willow's appearance was a mess by this point as she rattled her head due to the sanity leaving her mind. She's unable to accept this reality and turned red in the eye with veins popping. Di-tsang, since you are so heartless towards me, then don't blame me for being unjust. No one is allowed to leave the Monarch Manor today, ha ha ha. Willow laughed wildly and caused those who heard it to shudder in cold chill. This fear was especially true for those invited to attend this wedding ceremony. They've never expected Willow to behave this way, nor for her to have this crazy side. I think the Monarch Manor's a bit turbulent today. I will bid my farewell first. A youngster who was scared out of his wits spoke first and attempted to run. This caused a chain reaction among the guests because they all felt the same way. Unfortunately, the door slammed shut with a loud bang the second they tried to move towards the exit. As I said, no one is allowed to leave the estate today. Despite the weather being a hot summer day, the guests back were shivering like they got thrust into an ice mountain. Monarch, what are you doing? We are only here to attend your marriage ceremony. When has it become a norm for the guests not to leave? Since the marriage is off, it's only proper that we made our departure. Willow sneered over that comment, her eyes pricking up in irony. In the hearts of the people, I am everyone's goddess, their faith. Why would I let any of you go after knowing so much? Whatever vileness hiding underneath was now open for everyone to see. She's a venomous snake full of jealousy that only cares about her own reputation. She may not be like this at birth, but the long years of living in seclusion within this domain had twisted her into a dark creature. No. The young man who initially wanted to leave could not stand the atmosphere anymore and cried out horror. In his panic, he smashed the door with a powerful palm strike. I'm leaving this place. I don't want to die yet. However, the door remained motionless under his assault. It's obvious the material used for the building wasn't normal. Let me out, let me out. Battle, 1, bang. Suddenly, a force impacted the young man's back and pierced through his body. First going stiff with eyes popping in shock, the lad glances down at his chest where a giant hole was showing with blood continuously gushing out. He couldn't believe this, but belief didn't matter as the life gradually left this mortal body that went limp in the next. Everyone in attendance became horrified, but more importantly, stunned by this picture. They knew the monarch was behaving out of character compared to their expectation, but they didn't expect her to start killing everyone who came to celebrate her supposed good day. Annoying. Willow snickers disdainfully at the target of her wrath before scanning the crowd staring over with the same kind of ridiculing faces from way past. If anyone dares say another word, your ending will be just like him. Unable to speak due to the unshakable fear, the crowd surrounding the now lifeless corpse split apart to scatter. There's no longer any sort of admiration in their eyes when facing the monarch, only boundless panic. Sure. Fu. Mo Axian Yen was also frightened by Willow's method, so she couldn't stop stuttering when trying to complete a sentence. You shut up too. Willow's fierce gaze instantly shuts the girl's mouth up, her murderous intent radiating across the air. I will have you taste the consequences of betraying me later. Mo Axian Yan's body froze, her legs unable to find the strength of standing up. In her eye, this woman was no longer the same powerful and peerless teacher, but an evil and sinister being that brought fear to those who watched. Yenner, you and Xiaochen wait here for me. Di-tsang slowly loosened the arm around his wife's shoulder and warily looked over to the monarch. The two are having a standoff. Before the playing field was uneven, but now, it's settled and the true fight was about to begin. It's suffocating for those watching like they're inside a hurricane. Mo Axian Yen knew this was the only chance she had to flee. Before anyone noticed it, the girl had crawled away and disappeared into the back end of the estate. Di-tsang, you're the one who forced me to do this. The corners of her mouth curved into a sneer as Willow's killing intent spread across the surroundings. "Father, do you need me to help you?" Baishuchin slowly stepped forward and took his spot beside the Demon King. He may be small and young, but he's already well on his way to inheriting his old man's character. "Just make sure to protect your mother." Di Tsang smiled indifferently and turned down the offer from his son. "Don't worry, father, as long as I'm here then no one can touch mother. I won't let a single finger touch her dress." The steambun pats his chest like a big man. The Demon King didn't say more, only faintly smiling as he focused on dealing with the monarch who had already rushed towards their family. Battle 2. Meanwhile in the backyard, Mo Axian Yen was sprinting away after getting out of everyone's view when a familiar voice up ahead caught her attention. "Sister Axian Yen." Speaking this was a young girl dressed in rags hiding behind a tree. "She's only showing a part of her head with those curious eyes poking out. What are you doing here?" Mo Axian Yen grew angry upon recognizing it was the dumb girl of the Monarch Manor. Heart shrunk her head a little further behind the tree and sounded all wrong by the poor reception. "I heard the fighting sound in the front yard. I wanted to go see what's happening. But I know mother wouldn't like it, so I'm just wondering what's going on." Mo Axian Yan's complexion got paler at the reminder. Her mood was already terrible, but the thought of the consequences only made it worse. Biting those lips in annoyance, how am I supposed to know what happened? "If you want to know, you can go see for yourself." "But..." Heart lowered her head. "If I show myself before the public, mother will be outraged at me. I must have done something awful for mother and father not to come to see me for so many years. I don't want to make it worse by being unruly. But I should be good. Only by behaving will mother not be angry." Heart lifted her little head and showed the innocence in those eyes that didn't understand the outside world. Naturally this didn't escape Mo Axian Yen's sharp-wittedness. It's driving her crazy at the pure nature of this mentally damaged girl. But more than that, she's very envious of Heart who managed to get adopted and such by sacrificing nothing. Narrowing her eyes and with a burning annoyance, "Heart, do you know why Shifu hates you?" The mentally damaged Heart tilts her head in confusion. "Why? I've been behaving myself, why does mother hate me so much?" "Because..." Mo Axian Yen sneered and ticked her lips into a contemptuous smirk. "Who told you to be so dumb? Shifu likes smart people, you are stupid and slow. Not only are you a stain on Shifu's reputation, no one in the world likes you, you are the most disgusting person under the heavens. Shifu doesn't even want to look at you because your very presence makes her want to strangle you." She hated Heart from the first time they met, not for any special reason, merely for the privilege given to this mentally damaged girl. Under Mo Axian Yan's humiliating tone and words, Heart's expression naturally grew more miserable. She's slow in the head due to the long years in that time stasis, but she's by no means incapable of understanding anything. Those words hurt, and it hurts a lot coming from those whom she's supposed to call family. "I am this much of an annoyance." Heart lowered her head further as the tears slowly soaked that dirt under her feet. Battle 3, that's right. Mo Axian Yen sneered, "Shifu told me she hates you so much that if you can die then it would be perfect. If I can't escape from the Monarch Manor today then Shifu will definitely kill me. Since the person next to Shifu can no longer be me, I won't let Heart have a peace of mind either. This will cause a rift between them, and they can never be the same again." Smirking at the dreadful face shown by Heart after her lies, Mo Axian Yen leans in closer and whispers more cruel words. "You must remember, the one Shifu hates the most in this life is you. She only adopted you to torture you in the future. You're so stupid, she will never like you. You're so stupid, she will never like you." Bang. Those hurtful words exploded in Heart's head, causing her already tiny and malnourished body to stagger backwards in pain. She's crying tears that are so emotional that it hurts to watch. "Heart, you are really too stupid. Do you think Shifu adopted you because of love? If she did, would she have allowed those servants to bully you? It's so funny watching you hoping for Shifu to look at you, ha ha ha. It's so ridiculous. In this place, your status is lower than a slave, it's below that of a dog. Due to how absorbed she was in her insults, Mo Axayan Yen had omitted the strange appearance slowly forming on Heart's figure. Ah! A cry of sorrow shook the entire sky and ground. It's the manifestation of anger, pain and despair. Jolting backwards out of reflex from the shockwave, Mo Axayan Yen nearly fell backwards while popping her eyes out in shock. There's a violent surge of power flowing out of Heart's body, and it's continuing to grow bigger and bigger by the second like a vortex trying to swallow its surrounding. Heart, what's wrong with you? She didn't dare to get any closer and believed the other girl had gone crazy like her Shifu. You don't think that's enough to scare me? But the unstable girl did not respond, only showing an emotionless face that was covered in tears. It's unsettling for the other side who was the cause of this. Out of panic and fear of drawing further attention over on this side, Mo Axayan Yen swiftly ignored the abnormal girl and rushed for the back exit where it's unlikely to be guarded. Front yard. The crowd also heard the earth-shattering cry from the back end. This includes Willow and Di Tsang who were in fierce combat above the ground. But since this voice belonged to Heart, the monarch only took a brief pause before recovering her composure. Together till death, a blanket of gloom has come over this battlefield at some point. Like a heavy downpour, it's making the atmosphere extremely heavy and suffocating for those underneath the clouds. Willow's face gradually darkened under this stress as well, and her grief towards Di Tsang has completely changed from the earlier grief to that of hatred and anger. That said, the mighty woman didn't just stare and stand there, she mustered this emotion in her body and charged at the Demon King. In a flash, she was already behind Di Tsang with the blade making an upward swing. Bang! Boom! Swish blow after blow, the two went back and forth with no visible advantage with either taking the win. Ho ho! Abruptly, Willow's cynical laugh cuts in after a pause. Di Tsang, it seems it will be difficult to distinguish who is stronger today, so I will settle this at another date. In an instant, the entire earth started to quake at her signal, shaking and rumbling until cracks fissured out from all directions. Di Tsang could no longer care about the monarch at this sudden change in event. Hurrying over to his wife's side, the Demon King pulls Bai Yen into his arms and then grabs the steam bun by the collar to protect them both with his aura. Such a warm-sided sight deeply stung Willow's eyes, making her full of resentment. She's red in the eyes and began to laugh wildly until her voice became deafening. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter how deeply you love today, your love will only bring you more pain in the future. At this moment, Willow had fallen into madness, her smile crazy and fanatical. Those who came to celebrate today didn't even dare to breathe under this atmosphere. They only want to get away from the mad monarch by this point. Yet, before they could catch their breath, the ground cracked entirely and revealed the chasm underneath. It's a mouth of darkness, devouring all the unaware who didn't escape in time. In the Hell Realm, I am the goddess. Willow narrowed her eyes and made her usual cold face at Bai Yen, so, I will make sure you disappear for good under my watch, ha ha ha. For any cultivator who breaks through to the Divine Lord level, they are able to create their own mini-realm, effectively making them a god in this domain. That's to say, Willow gets to control everything within this world. Even if that meant the destruction of this world, it's at her disposal, just like how that chasm devoured the attendees today. On cue, the sky as well began to warp into a wind tunnel. Whatever trees or greenery were sucked into this wormhole, and the poor animals in the endless forest were massacred without ever knowing their own fate. Worst of all, the phenomena was increasing in size and expanding across the landscape at incredible speed. Together till death, too, what is happening? How did the endless forest become like this? It's like the world is coming to an end, it's over, this time our whole domain is over. Everyone who didn't get devoured by the chasm in the ground was trembling in fright. Many of them somehow found safety in a corner or clinging to a small foothold on the side, but none were faring so well if nothing changed. Endless Forest, Monarch Manor. Yenner, you and Xiachen leave first. Di Zhang's brows grew grim as he leaned down to kiss his wife's rosy lips. I'll be back soon. Go home. Bai Yan was stunned, and when she looked up, Di Zhang had already placed a blue stone in her palm. The bead in Linger's body is called the Demon Flame Bead. It's an object that has its own will and unlikely willing to be taken out. This here is the Divine Water Stone, only it can restrain the power of the Flame Bead. In addition, the existence of the Demon Flame Bead being inside our daughter's body mustn't leak to anyone, otherwise, disaster will befall her from every angle. Di Zhang's tone was very heavy and grim. Thankfully the wind around them was strong so no one could hear their words due to how close he whispered the instruction. However, the scene nevertheless brought a sting to Willow's eye due to the intimate contact the couple shared. She's burning with jealousy in the eye and started to froth in the mouth. You two are still talking about love after reaching this point. Since I control the Hell Realm, I will send the both of you to different places, never to meet one another in this lifetime. Willow sneers derisively, her momentum growing more intense by the second. Even the clouds were swirling around her body due to the power, throwing rocks and bricks into the air into the forming hurricane. Meanwhile on the back end of the manor, Mo Axian Yen who originally wanted to sneak away from the battlefield using the opening was suddenly thrust into a bind. There's currently a vast gaping chasm blocking her way. If she didn't stop in the nick of time, she too would have fallen into this giant hole like all the rest. Shifu has gone crazy. She's really gone crazy. How can she do this to her own work? She created everything here, how can she destroy all that she worked for? Mother. Heart, the mentally damaged girl, raised her head in a daze at this moment, catching fleeting a glance at the monarch standing in the epicenter of this hurricane. She's so hurt from the lies that the child couldn't hold back the sorrow. Ha ha ha. For Willow, she's lost all control of her body. In her mind, there's only the stinging picture of that family of three. Di Zhang. Bai Yan's hand tightly held her husband's, ignoring the wave of murderous intent from the monarch. The fact that I came to find you means I won't go back alone. If we leave then we are leaving together, not one less. In this life, she will not leave him again and go alone. Yenner. Di Zhang counter-grabbed Bai Yan's hand and frowned slightly. You don't have to worry about me, I will go back to you soon. Bai Yan smiled and shook her head. Do you remember what I said about my father on Earth? He's timid and a coward. When my mother's side of the family got slaughtered before his very eyes, he did nothing and watched from the side. So, I wasn't able to trust another man again after that, until I met you again. Together till death, for Uncle Mo Li Shang, Bai Xiachen looks over to the guy. If I can't go back this time, you help take care Sister Dragoni and Sister Linger. Also, tell Jean Tian not to be so gluttonous in the future. He is a man so he needs to look after the family's girls. Auntie also needs his protection. Mo Li Shang's hand trembled at the steambun's almost will-like message. He wanted to say something but found his throat choking. After a moment of pause, he stared at the blue stone in his hand and knew what he must do. I can't act like this. I promised Yen to bring this back to the demon realm, so get your act together, you idiot. Okay. Mo Li Shang finally decides to move, but not before giving one last glance at the mother and son that he must leave behind. Then in a ray of light, he shoots out into the distance using the mysterious power he wielded. Willow did not care about the departure of this young man. In her mind, no one could leave the Hell Domain without her permission. They would all die once the world collapsed, and all she needed to do was wait. Ha, how whimsical of you to think he can leave the domain. Without my permission, none of you can leave. Willow smiled sarcastically but then changed to an entranced look when landing on Deetsong's figure. No matter how cold her heart becomes, this woman somehow always manages to be swayed by the Demon King's existence after her original outburst. Deetsong, if you want, I can let you live, really. Deetsong lets go of Bai Yan's hand and slowly walks towards Willow through the air, which causes the monarch to be overjoyed inside because this gave her hope he might change his mind. Deetsong. I know your strength is very strong, but this is the Hell Domain, my world. As long as I will it, everyone here will inevitably disappear. She cracks a fanatical laugh like she's got him on the rope. Except for me, no one can live unless I help them. Shifu. Mo Axian Yen, who's been huddling in the corner of the estate, trembled inside after hearing that ruthless statement. Not many know this, but this disciple of Willow's understood it would be impossible for her teacher to create another domain after this one. The Hell Domain was the embodiment of the Creator, an extension of their power. If this world collapses into oblivion, Willow would become severely traumatized and lose a vast portion of her cultivation. Deetsong had already stopped before the monarch using this short time frame. He didn't utter a word but raised an arm and lashed out. PFFF. Due to how obsessed she was behaving, Willow never had the time to notice the Demon King strike against her shoulder, thus allowing the man to puncture a hole right through that flesh and bone. Blood instantly stained her white dress as a result. If it was the previous Willow, she might not be so easily injured even if her attention did get divided. However, initiating the destruction of the Hell Domain cost her enormously, both physically and mentally. Stumbling back several steps due to the impact, her cheeks had gotten paler due to the excessive blood loss. The answer saddens the monarch, but more than that, she's outraged at the Demon King's repeated denial and stubbornness. Deetsong. She bit her lip until it bled before bursting into a wild cackle. You all deserve to die, all of you deserve to die. Endless darkness. 1. This is only the interest for now. After not killing Willow in one move, Deetsong didn't idle and swiftly returned to his wife's side. Taking her by his arm, he stares down at the crazy-looking monarch with condescending eyes, and whatever you owe us, I will settle the accounts on another day. Once this statement came ahead, the endless forest gradually disappeared from view, leaving only a shroud of darkness as far as the eye can see. The destructive sequence in this area was nearing completion, leaving only portions of the manor floating atop a black mouth. Mo Axian Yen happened to be one of the lucky ones after taking refuge atop a crumbling slab of a wall. She's frightened and mortified, unable to believe the emptiness that now surrounds herself. As for the leftover survivors, they weren't faring so well either. Many had urinated their pants, and some were barely clinging to an object with a finger to live. Regardless though, it won't be long until they too perish into the darkness. Deetsong didn't care about strangers, of course. With his wife and son in each hand, the Demon King doesn't resist the gravitational force pulling them downwards. He's powerful, but he had no means to break apart reality to escape either. Before long, only silence filled the family's ear until the pull disappeared and only Weightless remained. Mother. Where is this place? Bai Shuchen's childish voice sounded in the darkness. Bai Yan did not answer for some reason. It's strange, but that's not an issue because the lady's aura remains next to them. Mother, why aren't you talking? Bai Shuchen's tone sounded dejected. If we die, or can't go out, what will happen to Ling Yan and Jean Tian who's back home? Also, Sister Dragony only has us as her family. What will she do if we don't show up again? She will definitely be saddened by our departure. At the thought of his two sisters' sobbing cry, the steambun's heart would promptly become uncomfortable. It's as if something was rubbing him in the wrong way with no way to stop it. The boy could confront death, but he couldn't confront the fear of making the girls in his family cry. Oh, right, there's also Auntie Xiao Wan after she lost state teacher. If she loses all of us too, I can't even begin to imagine how she will live. At the end, Bai Xiaoqin's voice began to choke due to the strong emotion swelling forward. Out of reflex, he hugged Bai Yan's waist for comfort. Mother. I am scared. Scared of them crying and never being able to meet us again in the future. In this place of endless darkness, the boy had no means to see his mother's face or expression right now, only recognizing her presence through the aura. Father, what's happening with Mother? Why isn't she answering my question? Bai Xiaoqin tugged at Di Zong's sleeve and asked with a pitiful voice. Di Zong's hand tightened around his wife's waist as well. Since he's not getting a good feeling about this either, we should find a way out of here first. But, Bai Xiaoqin looks downward to where his feet should be. There's no way for them to climb upwards, nor a way to fall down again. They're only floating in this dark space. Xiaoqin, trust me, I will have a way to leave. Endless darkness, too. Bai Yan did not know how long she had been floating in the darkness. The only thing this demon queen wanted to do was open her eyes in desperation. Sadly, she couldn't. In fact, the lady couldn't even open her mouth to make a squeak. No. I must not give up. I can't let Di Zong and Xiaoqin worry about me like this. Thinking of this, Bai Yan clenched her hands into a ball until the pain gradually cleared her muddled state. She still couldn't speak or see, but having a clearer mind was better than nothing. Yenner, can you hear us? A man's muffled voice drifts over. Yes. I can hear you clearly. Bai Yan tried to shout out several times, but the voice only resonated in her heart and not outward. Yenner, whether you can hear us or not, me and Xiaoqin will be by your side, so don't worry. I will find a way to leave this darkness. No one can trap us. Di Zong hugged her again, embracing that body so the woman wouldn't have the faintest chance of slipping away into the darkness. With a flutter of her eyelashes due to the physical contact, Bai Yan stopped struggling to open her eyes there. She may not be able to see him, but the intimacy was all the warmth she needed. Somewhere off in the bushes, Willow was covered in blood as she leaned against a tree trunk she found after her self-destructive act. In the end, I brought the destruction of the Hell domain with my own hands. I let my anger swallow me. But it's okay, even if I don't control a domain anymore and suffer for it, I can still rebuild. There's the demon realm. One day, I will make all of demonkind submit to me. Sure. Shifu, Mo Axian Yen was shivering in a corner right now. Though afraid, the girl understood the only reason she's alive was that the monarch spared herself, otherwise, she would never have escaped the fate that had befallen everyone else. Willow slowly opened her eyes at that voice, the gaze indifferent and cold while watching Mo Axian Yen and Heart whom she spared. Compared with Mo Axian Yan's trembling appearance, Heart's was relatively calm for the situation. In fact, the old ignorant and innocent appearance was long gone, replaced by a squirming child that buried her head against the knee like she's locked herself off from the rest of the world. Mo Axian Yen, do you know you're wrong? Willow asked indifferently. Plop. Mo Axian Yen was so frightened that she immediately kneeled before the monarch, her face pale and panicking. Shifu, I know my fault. Please forgive me for being ignorant and stupid. Slowly getting up with that condescending gaze, Willow sneered a smirk at the girl's cowardice. I said it before that you are not allowed to have ideas about him. To think you not only went after him, you also betrayed me for him. Endless darkness, 3. Mo Axian Yan's sweat flowed without resistance along her forehead as the lady bit that pale lip. Shifu, I didn't want to betray you, I just didn't want you to kill him. I was afraid that Shifu will regret it. Slowly closing her eyes, she waited a good while before opening them again after mustering up the courage in her voice. In my mind, Shifu is like a mother, someone I hold dear. Yes, I admit I like Di Zong, but I only regard him as a father figure and didn't want him to die, that's all. Even now, Mo Axian Yen did not dare to admit her thoughts aloud for fear of retribution. Willow sneered and smugly smirked at the lying student. I don't care what you think or what your excuse is. From here on forward, you and Hart will only serve me. If I find out you violated my orders again, the consequences won't be so easy anymore, you understand? At this moment, Mo Axian Yen couldn't take her eyes off of that furious flame burning within the monarch's gaze. It's soul-piercing, sending her whole existence cowering with the head hanging low. Yes, Shifu, your disciple understands. Get up. Willow waves her hand and forcibly dragged Mo Axian Yen up. Mo Axian Yen, do you want to know where they all went? Willow narrowed her eyes at the sorry excuse of a disciple she had and asked this aloud. Shaking that head without daring to look up, your disciple don't want to know. Willow's smugness grew even bigger as she continued, the place where I pulled Hart from is a space where time stands still. In fact, it is the path separating the Hell Domain and the Demon Realm. I don't have any command over it because it belongs to a powerful person from ancient times. That individual used to have a connection with the Demon Realm and knew my father at one point. The more she spoke, the more entranced the monarch seems to be by her past memories. It's because of that connection that I overheard his conversation with my father. I learned of that space's existence and built the Hell Domain behind it, preventing anyone from crossing over unless they want to be trapped inside. Stopping to gaze up into the pure blue sky, Willow's eyes flickered with the light of remembrance and emotion, then later, I by pure chance found the book left by that person. There were a lot of knowledge inside the texts, including the way to manipulate the space and turn it into a passage of ice and fire like you know today. It embodied my hatred for humanity. I thought that by doing so, I would be able to prevent the woman from coming to my domain in the future, but I didn't expect her to come anyways. Willow's cackling voice didn't carry any sinister note to it, but somehow it made Mo Axian Yen even more afraid than earlier. Axian Yen, tell me, what's so bad about your Shifu here? Why did Ditsang always refuse me? It was as so before, and it is the same now, but no matter, I don't care anymore. If he won't accept me then I won't let them have it any better either. Willow's momentum instantly transformed after that statement, turning cold and murderous. The time inside there is a static, never changing and unmoving. They can't cultivate or leave, forever drifting in the darkness until they rot from within. Shifu, wouldn't your decision be the same as letting them be together forever? Endless darkness, so what? Willow mutely cackled and freaked the other side some more. They are in that place, which is equivalent to being isolated for eternity. Even if Bai Yen is still by his side, he can no longer interact with her anymore. Shifu, please don't say more, I don't want no anymore. Looking down at the ground, the Mo Axian Yen found her soul losing itself under this depressing reality. It's nothing like how she imagined her world to be. The Shifu she idolized was an evil villain, and the bond they built up was nothing but a fragile glass that's been shattered. Almost everything thus far was a charade, an act that had no foundation. No, you should know, Willow flicked a finger to push her disciple's chin back up so their eyes would meet, because if you betray me again in the future, your place will be with them inside that darkness. I will have you drift endlessly in that state, never to step outside again. That warning instantly got the girl's attention and not in the good way. Forever drifting in the dark. This feeling, it's even more painful than killing me. Of course. Willow continues to grin with teeth baring, but unlike before, her hands were brushing the girl's hair like petting an animal. It's unnerving like an evil witch watching her victim. If you are obedient and behave, I can overlook your past deeds. Mo Axian Yen gulped out of reflex over that statement. She's still extremely pale in the face and afraid, but the aching desire to know won out in the end. Shifu, don't you like Ditsang a lot? Why are you willing to let him stay there in that place? Willow narrowed her eyes in a snakish manner, examining the girl up and down with a new light before bursting out a laugh. Have you forgotten what I said to Ditsang and Bai Yen? I said I would never let them see each other again. That space is only a temporary cell for Ditsang. Once I recuperate my wounds and increase my powers again, I forcibly rip him from his wife's grasp. At that point, it will only be Bai Yen and that stinking brat left drifting for eternity. She couldn't give up on Ditsang. That kind of a man, how could she ever erase him from her soul? So, the only course of action left was to chain the man in a temporary cell. When she has the confidence and power to do as she please, Willow would begin to move again and take what's hers. Shifu, Mo Axian Yen pursed her lips until it hurts. I will not disobey you again. The girl's ashamed to admit it, but she's a coward. In front of her Shifu's terrifying stare, she simply didn't have any strength to resist. Not far away, Heart has been keeping her head down the entire time during the conversation. She's still traumatized from the stuff said by Mo Axian Yen about Willow. As such, the grief and sadness has overtaken the innocence in this poor child. She did nothing wrong in this life and never harmed a soul, but her existence was unloved and unwanted, just like an expendable object. Heart, come here. Willow's eyes glanced slightly to the side and frowned after seeing how pitiful-looking the child was behaving. Heart stiffened at first, but then gradually loosened up before standing up. Step by step, she came before the monarch, the woman that's supposed to be her mother. Demon Realm, 1, Mother. Heart's voice sounded dead and unemotional as she stared into Willow's gaze. Displeased by the way her daughter spoke, you also heard what I said to Axian Yen. I will not permit betrayal. If you do, I won't let you off either. That statement brought more hurt to Heart's soul after already being traumatized. She wanted to be consoled, but it's nothing but pain. In the end, her entire body carried a shadow looming over it like some dark being has taken root. Willow abruptly coughs out blood from her mouth there right as she's about to say more. Shifu. Mo Axian Yan's expression went pale at that sight. Quickly running up to the monarch, an undisguised level of worry appeared in the girl's eye. Shifu, what's wrong? Your injury must not be healed yet. Sit down and rest first, I will go explore around while you do so. Dropping this, Mo Axian Yen turned around and wanted to leave. It's just that before the girl could move, Willow's voice had come again like a banshee's whisper. Not necessary. I'll be able to recover after a break, and then we'll get out of here together. She didn't trust Mo Axian Yen anymore, so letting the girl out of her sight was not permissible. Willow smugly smirked as she took a seat next to the old tree used by her own daughter. She may say a brief rest was enough, but the red stains on her clothes clearly said otherwise. On top of that, the bright burning sun was no friend of theirs either. Then have a good rest, Shifu. Shout for me if you need anything. I will be by your side. Mo Axian Yan's tone sounded concerned but instantly changed back to harsh rudeness when shifting to Heart's depressing figure. What are you still sitting around for? Don't you see Shifu is injured? Hurry and get over here and see if you can do anything. At this moment, she seems to have forgotten the horror that Heart had initially brought to her and returned to the usual bullying demeanor. Heart lifelessly did as told and stepped over without so much as a peep. She's looking so depressing that it's hard for Willow to put up with now that they're like this. Don't assume the monarch would suddenly have a change of heart after Mo Axian Yan's betrayal. She understood this disciple of hers never once faked the concern shown thus far, it's just that she didn't want Ditsang to die, hence the betrayal. In contrast, her own biological daughter Heart was much colder, and even dumb to some extent in not showing any emotional concern for her own injury. This was also why Willow didn't leave Mo Axian Yen behind. At the very least, she needs an extra hand to help run errands during this period, which Heart wouldn't be able to do. Heart, Willow's tightly furrowed forehead loosens up after a sigh. Although Axian Yen did something wrong before, but I am willing to give her a second chance since she's capable of understanding her own fault. You need to learn from her in this regard. Heart was stunned at the lecture as she stammered for a response. Mother, Okay, you don't have to say anything more. Willow's voice lost any of the tenderness she had from yesterday and grew impatient. Go over there and stand watch. I need to spend this period healing my wounds, so don't let anyone or any animal to come disturb me. Demon Realm, 2, okay. Heart didn't say more and returned to the spot where she was sitting before. This time she did not hang her head down but instead began surveying the surrounding environment as told. Demon Realm. Di Ling Yen sat on the edge of the demon mountain with her chin propped against her own hands, those eyes bored and longing. Suzaku, when will my mother and father come back? Now that even big brother is gone, it's only me and second brother left. The 4 sacred beasts were all standing behind the baby princess and became emotionally sad over her question. There's hardly any life around the palace as of late, so it's no wonder the atmosphere was depressing. Princess, Suzaku, the red flaming lady, squatted down and gently hugged the baby's body. You don't have to worry, Mistress and His Majesty will return soon, and your big brother the Crown Prince already left to bring them home. It won't be long until that day comes. The consoling words didn't work. Instead of making the baby girl peach up, she hung her head again between her legs like a depressed child. Suzaku, don't lie to me, the place where my mother and father went must be very dangerous for them to not return. I know they're risking their lives for me, if only I didn't have the flame bead inside my body. In this way, neither father nor mother would go to such a place. Tears slowly trickled down that cheek at the thought, causing Di Ling Yan's body to shrink further into a clump of sadness. Little princess, don't you believe in your family? The young-looking teen that was Little Rice the White Tiger walked up to the girl's side and patted her shoulder. I have been following Mistress and young master from the beginning, never have I seen them fail or suffer any losses. This time will be no different, I promise you that. Looking up with a weeping face, I believe in my family, but I still feel uncomfortable inside, like they won't come back. If it wasn't for that feeling in her heart, Di Ling Yan wouldn't be so sad, since it's always been like this for the baby princess. Whenever a bad omen occurs, bad things happens not long after. Suzaku, Little Rice, Black Turtle, Tsing Yi, can you take me to find my mother? I also want to go to where they are. The Phoenix lady's heart ached with immense pain at that request. Princess, please be good, you are still too young to go anywhere. It's not the time for you to encroach on such a journey. Little Rice also wanted to say something after that miserable plea, however, he stopped after taking notice to the flash of light shooting over from the distance. Emily Shang. Little Rice widens his eyes at the sight of the young man that appeared. He still had a great impression of this person who they picked up below the medicine sect that day. Normally it would be a great occasion for the reunion, but this timing and location was leaving him on a wary note. Why did he come to the demon realm? Unlike White Tiger's perplexed thought, Suzaku's reaction was much more powerful. She's locked onto Emily Shang's figure and clenched that face in a manner of someone on high alert. Demon Realm, 3, Black Turtle, what's wrong with you? Between the entrance and the reaction of the others, Tsing Yi the Azure Dragon had unintentionally taken a glance to the guy who's holding his head tightly in the rear. His look was full of pain, as if some memory had been lost, unable to be recalled. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful internal explosion rocked Black Turtle's head, sending him into a stumble as he loses his balance from the shock. Then looking up, that gaze fell upon Emily Shang's figure that made him wrinkle his brow. He's trembling all over due to the sense of familiarity he got from the series of pictures flooding into his mind. At first the scenes were vague and unrecognizable, but gradually they became clearer with each passing second. A blood-colored battlefield with 2 opposing forces fighting. It's here that Black Turtle stood. Sword after sword, corpse after corpse, he slayed the foes that crossed his path until a river of blood stained the dirt. He was unstoppable in this flicker of the past. However, right when he thought the battle was coming to an end in his favor, a sword suddenly thrusts into his back and out the chest. He couldn't believe this outcome, right when he's about to overcome the ordeal. Slowly turning his head to see who dares, Black Turtle's view landed on the teenager's face whom he trusted all along. Why would it be him? Demon Mountain. The teenager had slowly descended to the ground by this point and stood before Suzaku. This is something Yen asked me to bring to you. In the palm of the teen's hand was a blue stone that emitted a faint glow. Suzaku quivered in the lips at the recognition of this object. Her throat wanted to make a sound, but a rock had lumped itself into the vocal stop any words to come through. Suzaku, Black Turtle, what's wrong with the both of you? Little Rice scratched the back of his head and asked in a confused manner, do you know Mo Li Shang? No matter how blind one was, even the tiger boy could feel the awkward and eerie atmosphere in the air. Abruptly and out of the blue, Black Turtle attacked. Mo Li Shang did not resist, nor did he try in the slightest at the impending punch to his chest. This resulted in a critical blow, blasting right into his soul to cause incredible damage. Blood slowly trickled down the corner of that lip. I'm going to kill you. Black Turtle saw red, the killing intent pouring out of those eyes as his aura enveloped the entire mountain. Suzaku was stunned by this abrupt turn of event and swiftly recalled something in the past. It's back when Black Turtle first returned to their side. The man had confided in her the reason for his death in the past, and that was a betrayal of an acquaintance they knew. Unfortunately, couldn't remember who exactly this person was, so the subject was dropped for a while until today. Mo Li Shang, did you do it? Her fists clenched into a ball and an indescribable anger surged from the chest as she narrowed the gap between her face and the lad's. Did you kill Black Turtle back then? Little Rice instantly turned dumbfounded at what he heard. Mo Li Shang killed Black Turtle. This. How can this be? Mo Li Shang can be considered the younger brother of the mistress. If she learns of the murderer being him, what will mistress do? I'm not going to hurt her. Demon Realm. For moments later, Mo Li Shang finally raised his pale face to meet Suzaku's accusing stare. I wouldn't hurt her, I would never hurt her. Ha ha ha. Suzaku laughed wildly, her voice filled with madness and anger. You said that you would not hurt mistress, but you killed Black Turtle, and he is someone precious to her, so what difference is there? Her anger had already surged out of her chest, leaving her with nothing but rage at the young teen. I can't say anything now, but know that I would never hurt her, never. That said, Mo Li Shang lowers his line of sight in a manner of someone constrained. Mo Li Shang. Little Rice's handsome face grew ferocious with his fangs extending out of his mouth. He wants to rip the guy apart after learning of the deception. I will only ask you this one time, is what Suzaku said true? Did you really kill Black Turtle back then? Silence, and that's all the answer the tiger needed. Ha ha ha, Little Rice laughs wildly, the joy devoid from his voice. You claim to have lost all your memory when mistress found you along the road, so you were deceiving us right from the beginning, and now you claim to be on her side still? Closing his eyes, a surge of regret filled the tiger's heart for being so foolish. If mistress and little master finds out, they will definitely be heartbroken. Mistress trusts you so much, why do you treat her like this? I don't believe it, you couldn't have appeared before her without purpose in the first place. You killed Black Turtle once, and that's equivalent to hurting mistress. Us four will never forgive you. Mo Li Shang's body visibly shuddered. Watching the hateful eyes shot in his way, the young man's complexion grew extremely white, for he knows the future holds nothing but pain. I'm only here to give you the divine water stone on Yan Yan's behalf. Shut up. Little Rice roars, you are not qualified to call my mistress by her name, nor are you qualified to have her trust. If I had known you betrayed her in the past, then I would have done everything to stop you from approaching us. Visibly hurt from that statement, Mo Li Shang didn't back down and met the tiger boy's gaze with his own pure and untainted eyes. I didn't betray her, and I didn't take advantage of her. Little Rice sneered over that remark, not believing the other guy in the slightest. Xing Yi, the Azure Dragon, finally grasped the situation by now. She's the one with the least information among the four of them, so her hostility didn't quite show yet. But now, the dragoness was brewing up a storm around her figure. I just came to deliver the divine water stone. Mo Lishang walked closer towards Suzaku and placed the stone into the lady's palm. I promised Yan Yan to pass this on to your hand. It can help Ling Yan. That's why he came, even if it meant exposing the past. For a promise to that woman, this young man won't regret it. Though resentful, Suzaku didn't reject the water stone. She knows all too well the importance of this item to the princess. Heartache. 1. Suzaku had great difficulty in keeping the stone from dropping out of her hand. It's not that the thing's heavy, but what it implied for taking it. A gift from an enemy, a traitor, that's what makes it so heavy. Mo Lishang, since you are done with your task, you can scram now. When Mistress returns, I will let her know what you've done and settle the account with you. Today's demon realm could hardly be called peaceful. If the four of them must engage in a battle with this man, it's unlikely they could come out on top. What's more, the most important thing wasn't revenge, but the protection of the remaining royal family members. That meant Jin Tian and Ling Yan, who had no ability of their own. Mo Lishang didn't utter a single word of defense for himself from beginning to end, but the way he spoke and the way he moved said there's another side to the story. Okay, that said, he didn't look back and began floating towards the blood-colored sky. Wait. Suddenly, a crisp bell-like chime came from the rear, making the guy stop mid-flight. Di Ling Yan had walked over after hearing their conversation. Princess. Suzaku and the others were terrified at this and reached out, wanting to pull the girl back to their side. However, the pure and untainted eyes from the princess stopped them. It's too innocent and without darkness that the four didn't know how to react. Are you really not going to hurt mother? Di Ling Yan's smile was hopeful and without doubt when asking. Floating there for a good moment before he spoke, the guy's voice was equally as pure and kind. I will never hurt her. Then have you seen my father and mother? The smile gradually disappears from the princess as her face grew frustrated. I miss them so much. When will they come back? Mo Lishang's heart instantly ached with pain after hearing the saddening plea. Slowly closing his eyes, he recalls back to the moment where he saw that family being devoured by the darkness in the Hell Domain. They'll be back soon. After half a ring, he leans down and pats the child's head in a reassuring manner. Of course, this was done under the wary gaze of the four sacred beasts. If he had so much given a flicker of intent to hurt the princess, then they would have attacked and separated the two in an instant. Pouting in her little face, the pipsqueak didn't buy it. Uncle, you are deceiving Ling Yan. I am not stupid. I can sense mother and father is at a very distant place. I am scared they will not be able to come back for a long time. Mo Lishang didn't know what he could say in this situation. The girl hit the bullseye with that guess. Uncle, can you tell me where mother went? Suzaku and the others won't let me go find them. Mo Lishang smiled slightly. They went to a place called the Hell Domain. Mo Lishang. Suzaku's face changed. I shouldn't have let the princess touch this bastard, and this bastard actually revealed where Bai Yan went. What if the princess she... Thinking of this, Suzaku felt flustered and wanted to stop the guy, but what Mo Lishang said next stunned everyone in their tracks. So. Unfortunately, the Hell Domain is gone now and your father and mother has gone to a whole new place that even I don't know of. But don't worry, I'm sure they will return very soon. Heartache. 2. The Hell Domain disappeared. Suzaku's body grew unstable as she found it difficult to stand. There's an uncontrollable sense of panic gripping the Phoenix lady's face. If the Hell Domain disappeared, then where did Mistress and the king go? You are lying. Little Rice roared and runs up to Mo Lishang's presence and grabbed at his collar. Mo Lishang, you are a despicable liar. You think your story can deceive us? If the hell domain disappeared, then why wouldn't the king and mistress come back to us? An entire domain's destruction. That's something so big that the four sacred beasts couldn't even begin to fathom or imagine. Mo Li Shang didn't rebuke the insult, instead, he lowered his eyes with sadness. He knew this would happen if he had spoken the truth. Not only that, the entire demon realm too would fall into shock for the next while, making the situation even more unstable. I saw it with my own eyes. The darkness swallowed the entire hell realm and no longer exists. That's why Yen Yen entrusted me with bringing back the divine water stone. She wanted to make sure her daughter is safe by suppressing the flame inside her body. His words were piercing, causing the white tiger to freeze into a statue. Did they really disappear? Little Rice's grip around the guy's collar fell apart as he trembled from the terrible news. He didn't want to believe but found no other excuse to say otherwise. You liar, you must be lying to me. You're a big liar. Little Rice. Xing Yi's complexion wasn't so good either, but she had more fortitude to withstand this shocking blow. First running up to give the poor tiger a hug so he would calm down. Are you sure the hell domain disappeared? Then mistress and the king. They're still alive, I can feel it, they're still alive. Mo Li Shang smiled. Yen Yen wouldn't die so easily, she will definitely come back. It was his belief in her that convinced him to leave that day, otherwise, he too would have stayed and refused to leave. You get lost. Black Turtle snorted coldly and wanted to punch the guy even more right now. In the future, you are not allowed to take one step into the demon realm. Otherwise, I will kill you before the day mistress returns. He won't forgive this guy, not ever. The only reason Black Turtle's forestalling his revenge was for Bai Yan's sake. Aside from that, he would have torn the guy to shreds a million times over. Moments later, Mo Li Shang finally disappeared into the horizon. Princess, Suzaku quickly rushed up to Di Ling Yen and hugged the baby tightly to make sure nothing's wrong with her. That guy isn't a good person, you mustn't approach him again in the future, do you understand? Why? Di Ling Yen gently purses her lips and didn't understand the reason. Isn't he a friend of mother? If he is, there might be a misunderstanding between him and Black Turtle. Heartache, so, I can stand it. Di Ling Yen wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and made a firm face to avoid showing scared she actually was inside. Go ahead, Suzaku. This divine water stone was brought back thanks to the efforts of her father. As such, she must endure this little trial. Her mother was waiting, and like a good daughter, it's only right she do her part. Song involuntarily furrowed her brow up over this sight. She's feeling rather useless ever since she came to the demon realm from the heavenly flame domain. Aside from eating and sleeping, what else has this once ailing girl done? Nothing, that's what. Song, Jean Tian the little glutton toddles over from the back with a snack still flinging around in his hand. When the boy saw his twin sister tearing up, he immediately became stunned and asked the dragoness, what's happening with Ling Yen? She looks to be in so much pain. Why? Is it because she is hungry? Unable to bear the uncomfortable feeling, Jean Tian tightly gripped the snack against his chest and wanted to run up and help despite not knowing what was wrong. What are you going to do? Song widened her eyes in shock and hurriedly grabbed the boy back. Ling Yan is crying, she is crying. Jean Tian cries out for his sister and grows sobby. Woo, I'm going to go to my sister's side. Your sister's body encountered some problem, so Suzaku is helping her solve it. You can't go over there right now, otherwise it will disturb the process. Having said that, Song's glances back over to her friend who's already looking rather white in the face. This only made the older girl more worried as she too wanted to run up and help. But, my sister keeps crying, Jean Tian sobs and starts hiccuping. It's only right that I keep her company since she's hurt. Don't assume the little glutton was clueless and rude because he likes to steal his twin sister's snack. He cares a lot about the pipsqueak, just that he doesn't show it often out in the open. Turning around, Jin Tian didn't give the slightly older girl to stop him this time and ran towards his twin sister. Shaking her head helplessly, Song knew her words were useless now. In the end, she could only follow from behind in silence and wait. Demon Mountain. The water stone in Suzaku's palm had gradually disappeared into Ling Yan's chest by this point, and as a consequence, the baby's chest had become soaked in sweat due to the ordeal. "We're done now." She finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly withdrew her hand. Only now did Suzaku realize her hand had gone numb during the treatment. She's been so nervous that she never dared to move an inch of her fingers, thus the reason why it took so long for her to notice the tingling numbness. Likewise, Ling Yan also became overly tired and tumbled backward. Thankfully Tsing Yi the dragoness caught the child in time. "Is it over?" Ling Yan takes a peep by popping one of her closest eyelids before looking up with that palish contour. Suzaku nodded. "We've succeeded, princess." "That's good then," she smiles brightly. "Afterward, I will grow stronger and stronger until my cultivation lets me find mother on my own." At the end, the little sweet bun started to whimper out with a tear river flowing out. The man inside the cave, won. If it weren't for the sake of finding Bai Yan, perhaps Ling Yan would never have been able to withstand the pain at all. It was precisely because of her attachment to her own mother that the baby princess could be so strong. Ling Yan, Jin Tian the little glutton quickly toddled over and reached over with his hands to check on his twin sister. "Don't cry, okay? I've brought you all the good food, it's all for you." His eyes became filled with longing at the delicacies in his possession but still stuffed it into his sitter's hand. Woohoo! Ling Yan was still whimpering, and the tears had soaked the ground in front. Getting upset and helpless, Jin Tian quickly turns to the Phoenix Lady for help on how to comfort his twin sister. "Little prince," Suzaku touched the glutton's head, "your sister just endured an incredible amount of pain in her body, it's okay for her to cry. Let her rest and she will slowly come back to normal." Not quite understanding why, Jin Tian tilts his head and glances back and forth between the two girls until he finally stops at the sister. Reaching over with a hand, he stroked Ling Yan's hair like a good older brother for once. "Linger, don't cry, brother will be here with you. If someone hurts you in the future, brother will beat them for you, okay? Don't cry." He didn't know exactly what happened to his twin sister, but he did know something was wrong with Ling Yan and that Suzaku needed to remedy it. Woohoo! Throwing herself into Jin Tian's arms as she continued to weep, her tears and snot rubbed all over his clothes. "I miss father, mother and big brother." Blinking his eyes in confusion, the little glutton didn't understand why she's so sad. Didn't father and mother go out to play? "They will be back very soon. Until then, I will look after you." Suzaku did not tell the two kids where Bai Yan and Ditsang went, so they assumed the parents went out on a trip. Unfortunately, Ling Yan was too sharp and caught on with her clever head after Bai Shechen's departure. Slightly calmer now after the cry, "It's okay, I am fine now, second brother. Soon, I will go find them myself after growing as strong as big brother." Jin Tian scratched the back of his head and turned to look at Suzaku, his big eyes showing doubt and obviously not knowing what his sister meant by those words. "It's just that." Whenever he sees the pipsqueak's tear, the boy would instantly tense up and feel uncomfortable inside. Sister song. When Ling Yan turned her head, the once ailing girl from the heavenly domain had already walked behind her brother. "I'm fine, don't worry. Actually, I am very happy. This way I not only lifted the danger hidden within my body, I can also grow stronger at a faster rate. I'll be able to help everyone fight the bad guys together." Upon remembering what had happened to her to-be uncle, Ling Yan's heart would unconsciously feel a surge of sadness welling up. But more than that, the emotion of anger over state teacher's death was the biggest. "Everything's going to be fine now." Suzaku wiped the sweat from her forehead due to the fatigue and turned to her companions. "I need to go rest first. You three take care of the princess and prince while I'm asleep." The man inside the cave, too. After these words fell, Suzaku took one last look at the gathered people and headed straight for her abode up at the peak. Inside the lightless cave, the man who caused most of this problem raised his head slightly and burst into a brilliant grin. He's the only life here, but with those chains restraining him, the guy might as well have been dead. Divine Waterstone. Suddenly, a sneer came from the man's mouth as an eerie glow flickered within those eyes. It seems that the little girl's parents are indeed extraordinary. Even the divine water stone has been found by them. He clicked his tongue and grew devilishly sexier by the second, but no matter, it will be interesting to know how that girl will grow up into. Maybe my escape from this place will be entirely on her. Time flowed quickly like the water in a river stream. Since the day Di Tsang and Bai Yan left their home, 2 years had transpired with the world mostly at peace. Aside from the occasional attacks pointed to the celestial realm by some strange force, there's not much to note. If only there was never a Yun Ruoshi to begin with. One of the keepers groaned and uttered these words. Since the day when the truth came forward, Chui God had disappeared for good from the eyes of the public, and since the strongest keepers were dead as well, no one could fight against the attackers. Keeper Yellow appears lost and dejected before speaking. Actually, this is not entirely to blame on that woman. We were also too stupid, getting deceived repeatedly by such obvious lies. If not for that, our Lord wouldn't have left us, and the celestial realm wouldn't be in this crisis. Over the years since the battle outside the city with Bai Yan, the surviving keepers had filtered through the past events in their heads and soon realized how many times they omitted the obvious signs. Even though Yun Ruoshi had ill intentions and lied, what would it matter if they themselves didn't believe her? In the end, half the fault lies with themselves who brought about this tragedy. There were prophecies back then about the celestial realm being overthrown, and now it seems the culprit is starting to show itself from the shadows, but who could be responsible for this calamity? The gray-robed keeper slowly closed his eyes in frustration, that fist trembling due to their own inability. Did the celestial palace really do wrong? No, we're not wrong. We've done everything for the sake of the world, kept the peace in order, how can we be wrong? If there's one to be at fault, it would be Yun Ruoshi for her deception. She not only deceived us, she also gave Bai Yan those painful wounds. Just as Keeper Yellow was about to say something, a faint chuckle came from the front and caused them to stiffen up. It's a familiar voice whom they all recognized. Sure enough, a woman gradually materialized into existence from above. The man inside the cave, 3. The woman's figure gradually descends from the air and lands before the old seniors huddling before the bonfire. She's flawless in the face without a single scar ever being there. Yun Ruoshi. The name made everyone present grit their teeth in burning hatred. It's been a long time, keepers. Yun Ruoshi snickers a smirk as she slowly came before the seniors, but it seems there are a lot less of you compared to the last time we met. What happened to Keeper Ling and Keeper Zun? Where did those two go? Let me guess, they died by Bai Yan's hand. Keeper Yellow almost couldn't breathe due to the nonchalant attitude of the old witch. In his mind, this was the greatest insult the woman could do after all the crimes she's committed thus far. If it weren't for Yun Ruoshi, then how could Keeper Ling and Keeper Zun die? If it weren't for Yun Ruo, then how could the celestial realm fall into this decrepit state? All this is due to this woman, and now she dares to hold everyone in contempt. What? After she killed your fellow brothers and sisters, you still won't get revenge on her. Yun Ruoshi's cheekiness was irritated to say the least because it's full of contempt in her attitude. Or do you not have the courage and become cowards? Keeper Yellow huffs a grunt and retorts, and whose fault is it that we've come to this stage? It's all because we believed in your lies. We won't make that mistake again, so you can keep your swindling words to yourself. No one here will believe anything you say. A cold glow flashed within the old witch's eye. These people don't even hate Bai Yan. If it weren't for Bai Yan, the celestial palace wouldn't suffer such catastrophic damage, nor would they be unable to return to their home. So why? Why don't they hate her? Do not pin the blame on me, Keeper Yellow. I said so before, Bai Yan's existence will bring disaster to the celestial realm. Look at how things are now, how am I wrong about her and the demon realm? Another burly-looking keeper cuts in with annoyance in his voice. If the demon realm wanted to destroy the celestial realm, then they would have done so already. How are you right about her being the cause? And why not? The old witch makes it sound regrettable about what she's about to say. I don't mind telling you all the truth. The recent attacks on the celestial realm were done by my orders. I've reached the peak level of the Divine Lord level now. Even if Bai Yan and Di Tsang comes here, they are no match for me anymore. Peak level of the Divine Lord. The crowd's eyes widened in shock, their gaze showing incredulous at the old witch's figure. They are well aware of Yun Ruoshi's cultivation before. Forget about the terrible speed grew at, the old witch was clearly abolished that day by Bai Yan's hand. Even if she did have talent, which she didn't, how could she revive her cultivation? On top of that, how could someone make such breakthroughs in a measly few years? So, Yun Runshi's grin deepens. The reason the celestial realm will have such an end is all because of Bai Yan. If not for her, you keepers wouldn't be faced with such a misfortune, and without her, I wouldn't come to the point of wanting to destroy this realm. This is all because of her, she's the cause of all this, ha ha ha. She laughed wildly as if her logic was the perfect way of interpreting the crime she committed. The man inside the cave, for, Yun Ruoshi, you are crazy. This woman has completely gone insane with jealousy. I'm not crazy. Yun Ruoshi regained control of her laugh and turned it into hatred in those eyes. I am just stating a fact. If the celestial realm is destroyed, there is only one person you can hate, and that is Bai Yan. She is the sinner for eternity and should go down in history with infamy. Keeper Yellow and the others couldn't take this madness and distanced themselves from the old witch. It's too overwhelming. If they didn't do this, the keepers feared they might get infected at this rate. Keeper Yellow, tell me, where did that crazy old coot run off to? She coldly asks. You mean Bai Zine? Keeper Yellow frowned. Yes, in this celestial realm, he is the only one Bai Yan cares about. I will make her feel regret and misery for the rest of her remaining life. Yun Ruoshi gritted her teeth to the point it's making a grating sound. If it weren't for the monarch not letting her go to the demon realm, the old witch would have already gone to the demon realm and settled the score with the demon queen. Bai Zine disappeared after the events of that year, so I don't know where he went. Keeper Yellow smirks derisively. If you want to find him, then I'm afraid that's not possible. He is unlikely to be in the celestial realm anymore, and the world is so big, who knows where he went. Yun Ruoshi's eyes flashed a cold glow as she pinned the keeper with her gaze. You really don't know where that crazy old man went? Bai Yan's adopted grandfather always looked down at her before he went crazy, and no matter how hard the old witch tried to become the man's apprentice, he would refuse. As the strongest keeper back in the day, such a rejection was equivalent to a death sentence for Yun Ruoshi, since it proved her talent to be inferior. Ho ho, the burly keeper sneered, that old coot hates the celestial palace to the core. Do you think he would tell us about his whereabouts? Yun Ruoshi, you can stop trying to swindle us. None of us holds any grudge towards Bai Yan, only regret for what we've done. If you are her enemy, you will definitely face a fate more miserable than death. Ha ha ha. After Yun Ruoshi heard this, she couldn't help but laugh wildly. It's filled with disdain and ridicule. I remember that before Bai Yan's strength had just broken through to the Divine Lord level, and now it's only been 2 years. You think she can reach the same height as I? I'm already at the peak of this world, why would I fear anyone? So, why do you people still think I'm going to lose to Bai Yan? Yun Ruoshi admits, with the backing of Heavenly Flame and Di Tsang, she's no match for the three combined. However, once those two men are out of the equation, who could protect that woman anymore? The old burly keeper sneered again and didn't bother arguing. He doesn't know what happens to give the old witch this incredible power, but experience has told him. Even if Yunruo continues to grow, she would never defeat Bai Yan. That person always returns stronger, no matter the foe. 2 years. 1. I didn't come here today to kill you, Yellow. I want you to watch the collapse of the celestial realm and die in despair. The corner of Yunruo's lips ticked upwards into a provoking curvature that left others grinding their teeth. Her very existence was annoying, but none could do anything to her at this point. Don't hate me. If you want to hate, then hate Bai Yan. From now on, I will have the celestial realm cease to exist. Every time Yunruo said one more word, Keeper Yellow and the others' hearts would shudder some more. Nevertheless, they understood the woman now stood at a height they could never reach or drag back down. You will not have a good ending, Yunruo. You are Bai Yan's enemy, and your fate will not be any better than ours. The burly keeper laughed wildly, losing all composure he managed to maintain thus far. No matter how high you climb in the future, your fall will be equally as bad. By then, you will join us in the depths of hell for the crimes you've committed. The most intolerable thing for Yunruo in this life was someone comparing herself to Bai Yan. As such, the murderous rage instantly exploded out of the witch's face. Humph, originally I still wanted to let you witness the celestial realm's destruction, but now it seems that's no longer needed. Boom! As soon as she waved her hand, a force surged out and instantly slashed at the chest of the old burly man. Blood oozed from his chest and stained the robe as a result, leaving only a resentful corpse in her wake. Whoever says one more word, then this is the result. The old witch smugly smirks at the remaining keepers who were growing more outraged by the second. Power corrupts a person. In the past she had to rely on these old fools to survive in this world, but not anymore. She now wields authority far beyond a keeper, and the lady would never let that go. Miss Ruo, it's getting late already, we should head back. An old man had already come behind the old witch and calmly reminded her. Yunruo frowned slightly but did not pay attention to the newcomer. Sweeping her gaze over the keepers, she speaks in a smug voice, of course, out of consideration for the years of friendship we had, I'm willing to offer a path to salvation. As long as you kneel and beg me, I will overlook today's transgression and let you serve by my side. Dream on. Keeper Yellow's eyes erupted with rage and hate. Yunruo cackled maliciously. Then don't blame me for being ruthless, I have already given you all the chance. Elder Wu, let's go, these fools can rot in this place along with the rest of the celestial realm. Once alone again. Keeper Yellow, what should we do now? The other keepers timidly asks with nervousness. Closing his eyes for a moment, Yellow inhales deeply before answering, no matter what, the denizens of the celestial realm will never succumb to her tyranny. 2 years, too, in a sea of flowers hidden away at an isolated area of the frost domain, the ruler stared deeply into the horizon due to the thoughts running through his head. Willow, if I hadn't left your side back then, perhaps, you wouldn't have died. I will get revenge on those who caused your death. They will pay dearly for what they've done. Closing his eyes, the girl's pretty and delicate smile surfaces in his mind like a vivid scene from the movies, causing that heart to stir wildly in love. 10,000 years. She has been gone for 10,000 years, and in those 10,000 years, I can never forget you. Once I leave this domain, I will make them all pay. With that thought in mind, the man shot open his eyes and plucked a flower from the ground. Taking a whiff, he began to imagine that wondrous love he so dearly desired to be at his side again. He couldn't help but smile again at those happy memories of his youth. Willow, if you really like Deetsong, then I will bring his body to your tombstone. He can accompany you that way for what he's done. I've sworn to always hold you dearest to my heart, so even if it means putting that scum next to you, I won't mind. Even if he loves Willow deeply, the guy's willing to fulfill her desires regardless of what they are, even if that meant hurting himself in the process. Who? Suddenly, a movement from the rear caused him to lapse back to reality. In a flash, he reappears in front of the intruder. Yun Ruoshi naturally froze, her complexion pale and shocked at the sudden interaction. Monarch. Monarch Frost's eyes got cold and fierce, scraping against the woman's nerve with every prolonged second of this intimating glare. Who allowed you to enter this place? He growls menacingly. Yun Ruoshi, it seems you are getting overly confident due to me spoiling your antics. Now you dare ignore my commands as well. Yun Ruoshi's body visibly shivered over that statement, her head shrinking in fear. Monarch, In the woman's mind, her existence must be special in the eye of the monarch. After all, not only did he save her and help boost her powers to this new height, the guy also allowed her to return to the celestial realm. But now, that statement had entirely shattered the illusion. Frost's momentum grew even more fierce, causing a storm to form overhead. Just what? This garden is forbidden to everyone. The mere fact that you came in here is a crime. Your very existence is polluting the same air my precious Willow is in. Willow. Yun Ruoshi's heart felt stung after hearing that name again. She's tearing up and felt miserable at being second fiddle to this name. So this garden is meant for that Willow. She murmurs, the resentment hidden underneath the weeping sob. My Willow is the most outstanding woman under the heavens. Not only this garden, but the entire domain was created for her sake. I created this world for her. Frost's voice grew cold and frightening. Do you know why I am reluctant to destroy the domain and leave? It's these flowers, they were all personally planted by my precious Willow. Even her final resting place is here. 2 years, 3, every word from the man came down with a hammer, causing immense pain and damage to that soul of this old witch. Then Monarch, what am I to you? Yun Ruoshi asks, her eyes growing grimmer by the second. You. Frost brought a finger up to the woman's chin to raise her line of sight up to his own. You are not even worth cleaning her shoes. If you obey and remain in the estate, then I won't mind giving you all the indulgences of the world. But you never should have come into the flower garden. I won't let anyone insult my Willow. Due to the strength used by the man, the pain had started to grow on her, which in kind made the tears and emotions flow out. Bang! Without indication, Frost flicked his raised hand and blew the woman off until she crashed and landed onto a path outside the garden. All of this never once damaged the flowers here, showing how much this place represented in the man's heart. Monarch, raising her head, the old witch wanted to beg for mercy until she saw that threatening man drawing closer and closer. Out of panic, she squirmed backward out of reflex. Yun Ruoshi, you deserve to die for your sins. Rumble. Frost moved again, sending a force so strong this time that it made the old witch shoot out a stream of blood in her wake from the impact. I know my fault, I really know my fault. Please Monarch, please forgive me this one time, I won't ever dare again. There's no illusion the man would kill her. Those murderous eyes are too real without a hint of fogginess in them. Unfazed by the pleading, Frost grabbed the wretched woman off from the dirt by the collar and raised her up to eye level. Yun Ruoshi, everything you have today is given by me. If I can bestow upon the strength you have, then I can take it away equally as easy. Do not test me. I won't mind returning you to the past and personally handing you over to the demon realm. I'm sure they would love to get their hands on you. If it weren't for the celestial heart, he never would have kept this woman alive. After all, anyone who dares to intrude upon his precious flower garden doesn't deserve to exist. Yun Ruoshi bit her lips so tightly there that it started to bleed. She's resentful but fearful at the same time, the latter being the dominant emotion. Returning to the past was something she could never afford. Also, don't be delusional and compare yourself with my Willow. The man seemingly brought up the picture of that bright and delicate woman again in his mind, thus causing his stern expression to soften up. She is different from you. Your kindness is a disguise, while her good is true and genuine. I once saw her risk her own life to save a pup. In that moment, that smile was so bright and beautiful that I could never forget. I swore from that day forward I would safeguard that light. 2 years, 4, before encountering Willow, Frost never thought he would fall in love with a woman at first sight. Unfortunately, the woman he likes only has an eye for another man. He wants to protect her smile and happiness, and he wants to help her get the man. Unexpectedly, their plan failed, and Willow ended up getting drunk and sleeping with him. If Willow didn't take the initiative, then Frost wouldn't have violated her, but as a normal man, how could he control that desire in the face of his love? So that's why things that shouldn't have occurred happened. Frost closed his eyes, and what came to his mind at this moment was the figure of Willow angrily departing. Back then, he tried to step forward and pull her into his arms to stop it, but in the end, he couldn't do it and allowed that tragedy to transpire. It's their last and final farewell. When he opened his eyes again, Frost's killing intent had now grown so intense that it's manifested into a cold glint. Monarch, I really know I'm wrong, I won't dare to do it again. Yun Roashi's little face had gone deathly white, the fear fully apparent in that trembling voice. In the past 2 years, the old witch never truly got over Chui God. After all, that man was someone she crushed on for 1,000 years. There's no way her emotions could just be wiped away like that. However, the heart was a mysterious thing. After repeated kind gestures and misunderstandings, Yun Roashi had believed Monarch Frost truly liked her, thus slowly winning her heart over. But now, that swaying heart was once again crushed under those hurtful words, thus waking her up from that dream. Scram! Frost coldly snaps, throwing the woman's body out again for the 3rd time with a flick of a finger. Yun Roashi couldn't resist at all under that omnipotent strength. Crashing into a puddle of mud, she painfully coughs up more blood while scurrying away for safety. Frost didn't pity the woman in the slightest as he retracted his attention. He only has the flower garden in his mind. Willow, this piece of pure land was given to me by your own hands, so I won't let anyone come pollute it. After escaping the garden, Yun Roashi eventually stopped behind a boulder to regain her breath. She's resentful and felt her blood boiling while staring off into the distant flower field. Why? Why should I bend my back just to plead for a shred of power and status? Bai Yen never had to do anything for hers. Yun Roashi's heart flared with jealousy. She married the king of the demon realm, and the lord of the celestial realm loves her. She has everything that I don't have. Why is it always like this? I do everything just to get a shred of dignity, yet others can have everything just because they were born with a golden spoon. 2 years, 5, Bai Yen, I will surpass you. Even if my background is not as good as yours, but I will crush you with my strength. I will crush all your pride and make you kneel on the ground to me. The anger in Yun Roashi's heart had already made her entire existence corrupted. Without looking back in the direction of the flower garden, the old witch turned away and disappeared off into the afternoon sun. There's determination and conviction in her eyes. Flower garden. Frost had one hand behind his back as he strolled through the predetermined path. Willow, wait for me, I have found the way to break the sea. Once I do, I can finally avenge you. I will make those who have hurt you pay the price one by one. A cold glow flashed from Frost's eyes as he looked up to the blue sky. Slowly turning around, he walked in the direction in where he came from after that internal vow. In the Elder's wing of the Monarch Manor, many seniors were already sitting in wait for the lord and master of this domain. When they saw the guy step through the door, they immediately stood up to make a respectful bow. Monarch, you are here. Still cold in his eyes, Frost nodded indifferently. What happened to the things I ordered you all to do? Rest assured, Monarch, we have already brought you what you want. When do you wish to start? Back then, Heavenly sealed all the domains using his own flesh and body as the eye. So, to break it means finding the body and destroying it. That took more than 10,000 years, but now he's done it. At the beginning, I thought Heavenly's body would be hidden within a domain, so I've scoured every domain I could find. But I never thought he would have the gals to hide his body within the celestial realm. A cold glow flashed in Frost's eyes as he continued, but no matter, nothing can stop me anymore. The time is upon us, my dear elders. Advance to the celestial realm and crush that wretched body once and for all. Yes, monarch. The heavenly flame domain. In the study, Heavenly sat hovering in front of his desk as the faint glow of the energy circulating around his body. He's trying to make a breakthrough, but the sweat on his forehead says it's not going well. Husband, are things going smoothly? Bai Ning stood beside her husband and appeared worried. She's nervous and concerned for his well-being. Halfway through, the man suddenly shot open his eyes and took a blow to his internal organs. I've failed again. The guy makes a bittersweet smile as he activates his power for recovery. Even though he had returned after regaining his memory, the strength he held during his prime state hasn't. If he doesn't make a breakthrough, then he won't be able to leave the domain. You don't have to rush, take your time. Bai Ning took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ninger, Heavenly grabs onto his wife's hand and smiles warmly. I know your meaning, but recently I've been getting this restless feeling lately. I don't know what, but my instinct is telling me something big is about to happen. On top of that, the seal around the other domains is weakening. If I don't improve my powers soon, something terrible might happen. 2 years, 6, he only needed 1 foot into the next stage to enter the true celestial level. At that point, the seal he created would be useless and could no longer trap him. Yun Feng, is there something you're not telling me? Bai Ning's eyebrows slightly furrowed as she questioned her husband. When I sealed all the major domains, I used my body as the medium, that's why I never told you or Yenner. As long as those people find my previous body, they will be able to break the seal. Heavenly's face grew grim after bringing up the topic. It's a shame, my powers were limited back then, so the best I could do was seal those monarchs. The sealing technique he knew 10,000 years ago was an incomplete product. It's only capable of sealing certain individuals' soul. That's to say, he sealed the monarchs and nothing more. To achieve such a feat, he had fought against every monarch he knew to collect a part of their souls. Then by infusing that fragment into his own body, the guy created a perennial spell that's tuned specifically to those monarchs. As for the rest of the population in the domains, they're unrelated, hence their ability to leave and enter as they pleased. Likewise, the seal also affects Heavenly himself since his body acted as the eye for the spell. If he had forcibly shattered the spell using brute strength right now, who would defend the main worlds? He's not a true celestial anymore. That meant the monarchs would go on a rampage like in the past. Bai Ning's face turned pale. You mean if those people managed to find your former body, then they would be able to break the seal? Yes, said Heavenly with a bittersweet smile. To hide my flesh back then, I deliberately hid it at a corner of the celestial realm. But after so long, even I don't know where my former body is anymore. Yun Feng, Bai Ning nervously grasped onto the man's sleeve as the pacing of her breath grew faster. Does this mean Yenner and Di Tsang will be in trouble if those people can leave the domains? She hadn't forgotten their daughter also had enemies in the domains. If those monarchs could escape the seal and come out, the consequences would be dire. I'm leaving the domain. Bai Ning bit her lip so hard that it made her bleed. Tell me the place you hid your body. Even if the landscape changed, I will at least have a head start before the enemy makes a move. I won't let them break the seal. Ninger, it's too dangerous. Heavenly's heart trembled, and he quickly grabbed Bai Ning's hand to stop her. Even if you do manage to learn of my former body's whereabouts, you alone can't do anything. The number of monarchs back then may not be large, but there were many of their subordinates who were close to that level in the past. Those unrestricted by the seal will surely come in force and easily overwhelm you. It will be you up against tens of thousands of foes. Absolute strength was a must in enforcing law and order, but the weak also had their advantages in numbers. It's also the reason why the guy went after the heads instead of the entire body of the beast. 2 years, 7, I can't care about those details. Yun Feng, Yenner is my life, I can't let her be in danger. Bai Ning's eyes flickered with determination. Besides, you said so yourself, those monarchs aren't able to leave the domains. If it's just their subordinates, I have full confidence in overcoming any hurdle. I will not let them threaten our daughter. As a mother, the safety of her child always stood at first place. Heavenly tightly held grip around his wife's hand gradually loosened. All right, I can agree to let you go, but I also have a request. You must bring the masters here with you. Bai Ning made a shocked face. But if I do that, then who's going to defend the Heavenly Flame domain? What if the other domains send their forces here to attack? First, the guy smiles proudly, I am my own protection. I do not need others to protect me. If they dare come, then I will make sure they never leave. Secondly, Yenner is also my life too. I can't allow you to be in danger to protect her in my stead. This is the most I'm willing to compromise. They had been separated for a very long time, so this was the least he could endure. What if the same tragedy occurs because he couldn't leave? If that happens, the guy couldn't even begin to imagine what he would do. Okay. Bai Ning smiled softly as her slender fingers caressed the guy's handsome face. Yun Feng, when I come back, I will bring Yenner back with Di Zhang. Go then. Heavenly slowly got up and led the way out of the study. I will send you out of the domain. But afterwards, you must pay attention to your own safety. Meanwhile, within the demon realm, Di Ling Yan the pipsqueak sat dully atop of a boulder, her former energetic self long gone due to the past 2 years. Ling Yan. Holding a plate of osmanthus cake in his hand, Jean Tian the little glutton hurriedly ran over to offer his twin sister the snack. I brought some cake over, try some. Glancing over to the plate of dessert, the girl shook her head at the kind gesture. I don't want any, you eat. But, with tears slowly forming around the eyes at the rejection, the brother suddenly found his appetite waning. Ling Yan only knows how to train now, you haven't played with me for a very long time. Also, I made these cakes on my own. I really don't want to eat. Ling Yan jumps off from the boulder and pats her dress. It's getting late, I should go back to training. After saying this, the pipsqueak headed towards the Demon Mountain's peak. Ever since the princess fused with the divine water stone a few years ago, her strength had indeed risen rapidly, and because of this, she's been keeping herself hidden atop of the mountain every day without doing anything else. Sister Song, what happened to my sister? Jean Tian pouted with a sad face and turned to the older girl that came back from the Heavenly Flame domain. Did I do something to make her unhappy? I can change myself if she smiles again. Woman in white, 1, hungry. He said somewhat weakly. Song couldn't help but laugh out loud over that confession. Lowering her body down, she gently pats his head to show it's all right. Finally know you're hungry. Her Highness the Queen won't let you eat too much because she's afraid your stomach cannot bear it. She never mentioned anything about letting you go without food. Hold on, I will take you to find some food. Raising her hand to lift the fox up, the girl's face was all smiles until she shot a glance backward. Song still worried about her friend the pipsqueak, but there's nothing the girl could do aside from making sure the twins are eating well and sleeping well. At this moment, Bai Yen was still floating in the darkness while being able to hear her son and husband's voices. But no matter how hard the demon queen tried, she just couldn't open her eyes. Why? Why can't I move? Why can't I make a sound? If this continues, I might stay like this forever in this vegetative state. No. I can't. I need to get out of here. Ling Yan and Jean Tian is still waiting for us at home. Just when she's desperately trying to move her body, a voice suddenly echoes into her soul and shocks her. You've come. Bai Yan's heart trembled due to not locating the source. Who are you? Suddenly, a white light shot into existence from the darkness and lit up the darkness in her mind. It's a woman wearing a pristinely white dress. She had absolute beauty like Bai Yan herself, but unlike the strong and demanding characteristics of the demon queen, this female had more of a flowing river charm that enticed the opposite sex with her gracefulness. Actually, I am you, and you are me. The woman in white slowly came towards her new incarnation and grinned mischievously. Before I entered into the cycle of rebirth, I already foresaw my future. I should have 3 lives before our meeting. From what I can see, you should be my 3rd reincarnation, correct? 3 rebirths. Bai Yan narrowed her eyes in skeptically until she saw the resemblance. During my travels, I have come across a statue of a woman being worshipped by a group of demonic beasts. Is that you displayed in that cave and portrait? The woman in white chuckles at the question, yes and no. I am indeed that woman you saw in those depictions, but not this version you see before yourself. That life didn't meet my demand in talent or intellect, nor did the second life that came afterward. Then came you. You see, I foresaw our future and knew what could happen, so I made arrangements. I'm starting to ramble here. I'll get to the point. Technically, that is me but also you in all aspects. Woman in white, too, therefore, the figures inscribed on those statues should not be me, but you. The woman's words echoed over and over again in Bai Yan's head. Like a thunderclap, the explosion causes the demon queen to lose the ability to think. Are you me? Bai Yan was stunned and continued to ask, do you have a vendetta against the demon realm? The woman in white turned to face Bai Yan softly chuckled, demon realm. You're talking about the demon clans, right? Now the demon clan has changed its name to demon realm. I do have a vendetta against the demons. No wait, it should be said, this is a war between humans and demons. It doesn't matter, these things have nothing to do with me anymore, I have long ceased to exist in this world. All you see here is but a remnant of my soul left behind to help you ascend to the level of a true celestial. True celestial. Bai Yan sneered and curved her lips sarcastically, since you were so powerful then why did you fall? The woman in white made a stunned face over the question before turning embarrassed. The reason will be clear to you in the future, and it is not convenient for me to say it for the time being. Bai Yan saw the other her didn't want to tell the truth so she didn't dig deeper. After a muse, she continues, then tell me what this place is, and why did you leave a remnant of your soul here? This space is a special pocket in reality frozen in stasis. It doesn't matter how long or who stays here, your age will never change. Let's say a baby comes inside, they will remain a baby in its infancy stage even after 1,000 years. There will be no changes to their physical body, which is the reason why I used it to house myself. If it's any other place, you think this fragment of ourselves would survive this long? I would have disappeared long ago and be unable to meet you. The woman in white sighed softly. Perhaps the time had rubbed the edge off of her soul, but this woman in white didn't have the sharp edge that the statues portrayed inside the cave and portrait. Instead, there's peace and serenity between those eyes. Then how do I reach the true celestial rank? Bai Yan went straight for the problem after getting the gist of things. She's no longer so calm anymore because something just clicked in her head. What if the demon chief who planted that peach blossom forest is Ditsang's older incarnation? I got reborn 3 times already according to this soul fragment. What are the odds that Ditsang followed me as well by entering the life cycle? Bai Yan had a lot of questions about this matter still. For example, why did this woman in white want to step on top of the demon clans of old when the demon chief clearly loved her dearly like how Ditsang loves her in this life? You will still need to work hard to reach the true celestial stage. However, I don't have much strength left, at most able to help you reach the middle level of the Divine Lord stage. The rest will be up to you. The woman in white paused for a moment and continued, after you reach the peak level of the Divine Lord stage, you will need to acquire an external force for help. There's this red flaming bead. If you can attain this item, your body will naturally find its way to a breakthrough. Flaming bead. Bai Yan made a stunned face because the name immediately brought her to the thought of Di Ling Yan's condition. There's a flaming bead inside her daughter's heart. As for here, you don't have to worry, I will use the last of my strength to help you shatter the restraint. Don't blame me for taking so long to come. Although time has stopped in this pocket of reality, but its territory is very large and that's how hard it was to find you despite my efforts. Woman in white, 3, hold on. Bai Yan presses for information regarding the flaming bead after seeing the other her disappearing. Unfortunately, the woman in white had already returned to a globe of light after her words and shot into her body. In the darkness, Di Tsang had been hugging Bai Yan's body with an iron grasp during the whole time. He's worried she would disappear from his world if he lost a single strand of hair from his wife. Suddenly, a ray of light emanated from within the woman's body, instantly turning into a pillar of light and pouring upwards to illuminate the darkness. Father, Bai Shuchen nervously grabbed Bai Yan's sleeve and asked, "What's happening?" Mother, Sheet, Di Tsang frowned and didn't respond. Instead, his sight locked onto the woman's body over the changes. Lower Divine Lord, Middle Divine Lord. The forced breakthroughs directly allowed Bai Yan to reach the middle level of the Divine Lord stage as per that soul fragment said. Di Tsang, Xiachen, fluttering her eyelids, the demon queen's consciousness slowly comes to and saw the two males that she so dearly loved. Subsequently, Bai Yan didn't wait and raised that pair of arms to wrap around the man's neck, letting their body and warmth to mingle together. Yenner. You're back. Di Tsang's large hand gently wrapped around her back to comfort both himself and his wife. These days, he could sense Bai Yan's presence, but that doesn't mean the ordeal wasn't any less stressful. Mother. The steam bun flew into a yippee jump of joy and threw himself at his mother's tummy. What happened before? How come you didn't answer me when I called? You scared me to death, Mother. I heard everything you were saying, Xiachen, it's just that I couldn't respond to you before. Bai Yan apologetically caressed her son's head because she understood how much worry she had caused. While the family was having their well-deserved reunion, the light had grown so strong that it had encompassed every corner within the visible view. Clack! A crisp cracking sound abruptly interrupted their hug and caught the family's attention. Bai Yan's heart tightened and quickly wrapped her arms around the steambun's body before scanning the area vigilantly. It's at this point that her expression froze in shock. Reason. The snowy white sky overhead had started to shatter with veins forming in all directions. In a mere 15 minutes, the crack had expanded to the level of allowing some of the broken shards above to fall. Then, only then could they see the crisp blueness that they are so familiar with. Mother. Bai Shuchen's small little mouth made a big round shape. Can we finally leave? Aha, Bai Yan softly confirms the idea by gently nodding. Unfortunately, we don't have a concept of time here. Who knows how much time had transpired outside? Maybe 100 years have already passed for your siblings. Bai Yan's heart shook with horror at the idea. She didn't want to believe that was possible, but it was a possibility she couldn't ignore. Bai Xiachen was equally as stunned by her words. Then quickly looking up to face his mother's gaze, Mother, what do you mean by that? How come I can't understand? Without hesitation, the demon queen went into great detail on what her previous incarnation had told her about this world and herself. She did not withhold any information. Woman in white, 4, Bai Xiachen's small face instantly turned white as soon as she said that. Mother, Father, what if 100 years had passed? Wouldn't that make Ling Yan older than me? Will I have to call her my big sister instead? What if a thug comes along and snatch her away by taking advantage of my young age? The thought of a little fart coming along and stealing his sister from right under his nose immediately unsettled the steam bun. He couldn't accept that. Let's go back and see. Bai Yen also had a worried face. Who knows, we might have only been gone for a few months. Really? Bai Shuchen nearly started crying due to the nervousness he had inside. Will Ling Yen still run up to me and call me big brother? Will Jin Tian still cluelessly do as I say? Let's leave. Bai Yen did not answer Bai Shuchen's words further due to how grim she felt inside as well. How could I have let Ling Yen and Jin Tian alone for so long? What kind of life did they have if that much time did pass? I'm a terrible mother. Don't worry, Di Tsang placed an arm around his wife's shoulder and smiled reassuringly. You need to have more confidence in yourself, Yenner. We would never have stayed here for that long. Sure enough, that managed to warm the lady's heart somewhat. I hope so. Otherwise, I won't be able to bear the consequences of abandoning those my darlings. Finally able to follow his parents' conversation, Bai Shuchen sniffs and holds back his own tears to act confidently. That's right, mother, me and father never would have allowed us to stay here for that long. Let's go home, I also miss everyone. Maybe Dragony and Auntie are home as well and waiting for us. Okay, let's go home, the place where everyone is. That said, Bai Yen looked up to the familiar blue sky and felt a flame of hope burning within herself again. The Celestial Realm. Outside the Celestial Palace, a dense crowd of invaders had descended from the void and come before the main gate. The few guards who remained to defend this palace were naturally frightened at the massive force gathered at their doorstep. Especially when they managed to grasp the enemy's power, which was far beyond their own. You people. Who are you? The most veteran of the defenders stepped forward despite his own nervousness. He's having trouble keeping a firm grip on the sword with his shaky hands. Leave none alive. The old man leading the invasion force coldly orders, not batting an eyelash over the question. Under the dark clouds, blood stained the walls of the sacred grounds of the palace, eliminating all life that once dwelled here and echoing a scream of terror in the air. Elder Een, Heavenly Flame's body should be inside the altar here. A young-looking spy stepped over and respectfully reports, according to the information we've gathered, these people do not know what's hidden under there, so no one had ever disturbed the coffin. Elder Een sneered in contempt at the few defenders who are still resisting. These people are foolish indeed. They had such a treasure right under their feet and never knew it. Finish them quickly, we will head inside first. Yes, Elder. With that order, the rest of the assaulting force promptly streamed into the palace, slaying everyone and everything in sight. It didn't matter if the residents were children or women, none got spared on this tragic day. Heavenly's body, 1. The altar of the Celestial Palace was considered the most mysterious place in all of the Celestial Realm. In fact, not even the keepers themselves knew what this sacred spot meant to the world. All they knew was that because of the altar's existence, the Celestial Palace was able to grow by leaps and bounds to become the #1 power. Deep in the altar, an ancient coffin similar to a sarcophagus of the Western style laid there silently. It's giving off the impression of those resting tombs hidden in those old catacombs under a church. However, unlike the decrepit state that one would expect of something old, this one had been sealed tight with no room for air to seep in. Apparently no one had ever thought to open it since its inception despite the constant stream of energy radiating out from the surface. Open it, we will destroy Heavenly's body. Elder Een waved his hand and commanded in a cold voice. Yes, Elder. After hearing this, the spy in charge of information gathering stepped over and slammed down with his fist. It made a loud impact, but the sarcophagus remains intact and spotless. Elder Een frowned at this sight. Get out of the way, I'll do it myself. The spy hurriedly gave way, afraid his hesitation would enrage the old senior. Unlike the youth who couldn't make a dent, Elder Een was someone much stronger in terms of power. By gathering all of his energy into the palm, the very air around the room had warped when smashing down. Despite the incredible force, the results were the same, albeit with a heavier tremor in the room. Nothing's changed. It seems even I can't open this coffin with my strength, Elder Een smugly smirked. everyone who is at the demi-divine lord level come assist me, we must pry open this thing. Yes, Elder. Without delay, all of the masters who came to participate in this invasion had stepped over and surrounded the coffin. Elder Ian took a deep breath before making a solemn expression. Okay, let's start now. The plan is to converge all of our power onto one point and make a breakthrough. The seal will naturally shatter once a hole is made. He must determine whether the corpse inside was Heavenly Flame's body. At this moment, all of the demi-divine lords began gathering their powers onto a single point in the middle of the sarcophagus. It's suffocating for anyone unable to bear this heavy atmosphere, forcing the subordinates to flee the room before they die under this weight. Boom! A loud roar resounded across the sky, and the lid, which had been firmly immobile, was finally overturned under their assault. There's a man silently slumbering there. Handsome, yet proud in his contour. Indeed, this was a man of high stature without doubt, just that he's been dead for who knows how long based on that pale complexion. There's no mistake, this body is indeed Heavenly's. Elder Yin's pupil tightly sharpened on that face and grinned darkly upon confirming the features. If his body gets destroyed, does that mean the seal around the domains is gone? Another mutters without directing it to anyone. Does that mean the conquest of the main worlds is upon us? Perhaps it's the wonderful image of their future, but some of the demi-divine lords were already laughing wildly like some evil villain from those typical movies. They had been staying inside the frost domain for who knows how long. They've long grown tired of such a life. Now the time to conquer and taste the fruit was upon them, so how could they not be happy? Heavenly's body, too. Elder Ian bellied out a cocky laugh at the grand future awaiting their forces. Move aside, all of you. I will destroy Heavenly's body right now, and the seal blocking the monarch's return to this world will come undone. The corners of his lips drew a devilish grin as he stared down at the corpse in the coffin. Then with a flick of his palm, a flame materializes into existence in preparation for his attack. However, right as the reddish flame was about to touch the clothes, a figure suddenly breaks through the fabric of reality and slices down to get in between him and the body. Who are you? Elder Yin's expression flew into a rage as he yelled at the interloper. This woman's strength is at the peak of the demi-divine lord level, and just a step away from being a divine lord like the monarchs as well. I won't win if I fight her here alone. I am Heavenly's wife, and you wanted to destroy my husband's body from his previous life without my consent. The woman's shallow smile and disdainful glare swept across the group. Heavenly's wife. The faces of Elder Ian and his subordinates all got very ugly. They had heard rumors that Heavenly already had a wife before this, but they didn't expect the woman to be so strong. Girl, your strength is very strong, I admit that. Unfortunately, you only have those from the Heavenly Flame domain to back you up, while we have multiple forces at our beck and call. You think you can overcome us all today? Don't be ridiculous. The old man sneered, and his eyes were full of contempt. I advise you to step aside and go back to your husband, otherwise, don't blame us for not showing mercy and pity against a woman. The fact that I came today means I have no intentions of going back empty-handed. I can leave, but that's only with my husband's body. Bai Ning smiled indifferently as she made her stance. Elder Ian narrowed his eyes as he went over his options. I have already given you a chance, but you did not cherish it, so don't blame us. Even Heavenly could not stop all of the domains by himself. What do you think you can do with only that much ability? As Elder Ian spoke, countless noises could faintly be heard coming from the far-off horizon, which quickly came close enough to show the massive army gathered for this invasion. Yun Feng was right, they brought a massive army with them. Even so, I won't back down. Madam. Everyone who came with Bai Ning from the Heavenly Flame domain quickly gathered around the lady's location, their stance circling into a defensive position with the lady at center. We will deal with these people, you leave with the monarch's body first. Bai Ning shook her head to refute the idea. That's not possible, I won't be able to escape on my own. Don't worry about me. I am Heavenly's wife, I have a duty to protect my husband's body from the previous life. Heavenly's body. 3. Due to how densely populated the sky had become like a flock of crows flying in the air, all of the normal denizens closest to the epicenter were looking up towards the celestial palace with fear and uncertainty of what the future holds. Because of this, Keeper Yellow and his brothers didn't need to look very far to know what's happening. On top of that, the immense pressure could reach them all the way back in the mountains where they were hiding. What's going on? Why are there so many demi-divine lords over at the Celestial Palace's direction? Keeper Yellow's expression got deathly white due to the fears circulating within his heart. It's likely those bastards from the domains. Keeper Yellow, how long are we going to keep hiding here like this? If those people want to hunt us, then that's fine, we can always move to a new spot. But they're slaughtering the entire celestial realm. We can't keep being cowards like this while everyone dies. One of the keepers cried tears of blood at the scene. Keeper Yellow felt just as bad. Ever since they lost Keeper Ling and Keeper Zun that day outside the city, the group has become dispirited and lost on the next path forward. Let's go back to the Celestial Palace. Keeper Yellow grits his teeth fiercely and finally made the decision, we absolutely cannot let the celestial realm fall today. Even if we die, we will die fighting. I've done so many wrong things in the past, I can't cower now when the crisis is upon us. Otherwise, what was the point of us existing up to this point? After having similar thoughts, the keepers all charged out of the mountain in which they had lived for the past few years. It's now or never, and they choose to fight. When arrived outside the palace, a scene of carnage welcomed their eyes. Bodies, blood, organs, it's truly a scene out of hell itself. It seems those bastards did attack the celestial palace, they slaughtered everyone, women and children alike. Closing his eyes, Keeper Yellow makes a pained face due to not coming earlier and allowing this carnage to occur. Go, we will confront the enemy. Without wasting time, these old seniors that oversaw the safety of the celestial realm for all these years stepped through the main gates for the inner sanctums. They're determined and would gladly sacrifice themselves as brave warriors. Blood-stained altar. More and more enemies were swooping down from the sky and attacking Bai Ning after she arrived on the scene earlier. She's exhausted after fighting alone for so long. But whenever her body was ready to collapse from depletion, the images of her husband and daughter would always reinvigorate her spirit for another swing. This was the scene that Keeper Yellow and the others saw after they arrived. It's bloody with bodies skewered along the ground. You bastards, how dare you lot defile the Celestial Palace's altar? At the beginning, the Celestial Palace never was this powerful and stood at the very top. Rather, it was a member of their order that accidentally came across the ancient coffin and discovered training beside it would exponentially increase one's cult of action speed. Heavenly's body. 4. It was precisely because of the existence of the ancient coffin that brought the great fortune to the Celestial Palace. So, it doesn't take much to imagine the anger erupting from his heart after seeing someone destroyed their faith. Hold on, Keeper Yellow. One of the keepers grabbed the senior and shook his head. Don't you see that woman Bai Ning is also here? We don't know who destroyed the altar, so let's wait and see. Humph. Keeper Yellow promptly breaks away that hand and grumpily replied, no matter who it is that destroyed the altar, we must first deal with those from the domains. How many innocent civilians died at their hands? How many families were destroyed because of them? Besides, if Bai Ning wanted to destroy the altar, then she could have done so long ago when she attacked the Celestial Palace. Why do it now before so many foes? It must be said, for all the mistakes he made in the past, Keeper Yellow finally made a smart choice for once. After he dropped these words, his figure had already disappeared in a flash and landed in front of Bai Ning's location. Raising an eyebrow at the sudden interruption, Bai Ning skeptical examines the person before recognizing who it was. It's you? You're done being a coward now. What are you doing here? Turning to face the woman, the keeper's figure appeared so weak and frail as that yellowish robe fluttered with the wind. Lady Bai Ning, I know that you do not want to see any of us from the Celestial Palace, but for now, I hope you can put aside our difference and work together to confront these enemies. It's our only chance. Bai Ning did not speak for a good while, her gaze quickly scanning back and forth between the two forces. Ha! Elder Een sneered humorously, no matter how many people comes today, the ending will be the same with Heavenly's body destruction. No one can stop us. Keeper Yellow's expression grew fierce and ferocious after hearing that. I knew it, it's you bastards who ruined the faith of the Celestial Palace. I will never let you go. Without delay, the senior jumped and rushed at the enemy leader who had just spoken. Not to be caught off guard, Elder Yin's hand was already in wait as he grinned triumphantly. He's been waiting for this moment after deliberately provoking the keeper. With a gush of energy blade shot out from his palm, Yin got a direct hit into the other person's body. Yet, instead of the expected collapse and blood-splattering hole, Keeper Yellow endures the damage and regains his momentum in the next second to come before Elder Yin's face. He's a damn cockroach in how durable that body behaves. You're also from the Heavenly Flame domain. Elder Een dodged the retaliatory blow and quickly slipped to the side. No. Keeper Yellow's attack did not stop. I am a member of the Celestial Palace, the ones you slaughtered like cattle here today. I will never let you bastards off the hook for what you've done. Ha ha ha. Elder Een laughed wildly, just with you. You are no more than a mid-level demi-divine lord, why would you think you can overcome our forces? You're no more than an ant in my eye. Pitiful insect. Boom. This time, Elder Een did not hold back and unleashed a barrage of punches with his fist, landing blow after blow onto Keeper Yellow's chest. Finally unable to take it, the old keeper spurted out a mouthful of blood and turned deathly pale. Lady Bai Ning, although we have had a dispute in the past, but this time, can I ask you for a favor? He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, turned to face the woman behind himself. He's praying for her to accept his request. Bai Ning was stunned for a bit before stopping her own attack to face the swaying old man. What favor? Endless darkness, too. Bai Yen did not know how long she had been floating in the darkness. The only thing this demon queen wanted to do was open her eyes in desperation. Sadly, she couldn't. In fact, the lady couldn't even open her mouth to make a squeak. No. I must not give up. I can't let Di Tsang and Xiaochen worry about me like this. Thinking of this, Bai Yen clenched her hands into a ball until the pain gradually cleared her muddled state. She still couldn't speak or see, but having a clearer mind was better than nothing. Yenner, can you hear us? A man's muffled voice drifts over. Yes. I can hear you clearly. Bai Yen tried to shout out several times, but the voice only resonated in her heart and not outward. Yenner, whether you can hear us or not, me and Xiaochen will be by your side, so don't worry. I will find a way to leave this darkness. No one can trap us. Di Tsang hugged her again, embracing that body so the woman wouldn't have the faintest chance of slipping away into the darkness. With a flutter of her eyelashes due to the physical contact, Bai Yen stopped struggling to open her eyes there. She may not be able to see him, but the intimacy was all the warmth she needed. Somewhere off in the bushes, Willow was covered in blood as she leaned against a tree trunk she found after her self-destructive act. In the end, I brought the destruction of the Hell domain with my own hands. I let my anger swallow me. But it's okay. Even if I don't control a domain anymore and suffer for it, I can still rebuild. There's the demon realm. One day, I will make all of demonkind submit to me. Sure. Fu, Mo Axian Yen was shivering in a corner right now. Though afraid, the girl understood the only reason she's alive was that the monarch spared herself, otherwise, she would never have escaped the fate that had befallen everyone else. Willow slowly opened her eyes at that voice, the gaze indifferent and cold while watching Imo Axayan Yen and Heart whom she spared. Compared with Imo Axayan Yan's trembling appearance, Heart's was relatively calm for the situation. In fact, the old ignorant and innocent appearance was long gone, replaced by a squirming child that buried her head against the knee like she's locked herself off from the rest of the world. Imo Axayan Yen, do you know you're wrong? Willow asked indifferently. Plop. Imo Axayan Yen was so frightened that she immediately kneeled before the monarch, her face pale and panicking. Shifu, I know my fault. Please forgive me for being ignorant and stupid. Slowly getting up with that condescending gaze, Willow sneered a smirk at the girl's cowardice. I said it before that you are not allowed to have ideas about him. To think you not only went after him, you also betrayed me for him. Endless Darkness, 3. Imo Axayan Yan's sweat flowed without resistance along her forehead as the lady bit that pale lip. Shifu, I didn't want to betray you. I just didn't want you to kill him. I was afraid that Shifu will regret it. Slowly closing her eyes, she waited a good while before opening them again after mustering up the courage in her voice. In my mind, Shifu is like a mother, someone I hold dear. Yes, I admit I like Ditsang, but I only regard him as a father figure and didn't want him to die, that's all. Even now, Imo Axayan Yen did not dare to admit her thoughts aloud for fear of retribution. Willow sneered and smugly smirked at the lying student. I don't care what you think or what your excuse is. From here on forward, you and Heart will only serve me. If I find out you violated my orders again, the consequences won't be so easy anymore, you understand? At this moment, Imo Axayan Yen couldn't take her eyes off of that furious flame burning within the monarch's gaze. It's soul-piercing, sending her whole existence cowering with the head hanging low. Yes, Shifu, your disciple understands. Get up. Willow waves her hand and forcibly dragged Imo Axayan Yen up. Imo Axayan Yen, do you want to know where they all went? Willow narrowed her eyes at the sorry excuse of a disciple she had and asked this aloud. Shaking that head without daring to look up, your disciple don't want to know. Willow's smugness grew even bigger as she continued, the place where I pulled Heart from is a space where time stands still. In fact, it is the path separating the Hell Domain and the Demon Realm. I don't have any command over it because it belongs to a powerful person from ancient times. That individual used to have a connection with the Demon Realm and knew my father at one point. The more she spoke, the more entranced the monarch seems to be by her past memories. It's because of that connection that I overheard his conversation with my father. I learned of that space's existence and built the Hell Domain behind it, preventing anyone from crossing over unless they want to be trapped inside. Stopping to gaze up into the pure blue sky, Willow's eyes flickered with the light of remembrance and emotion. Then later, I by pure chance found the book left by that person. There were a lot of knowledge inside the texts, including the way to manipulate the space and turn it into a passage of ice and fire like you know today. It embodied my hatred for humanity. I thought that by doing so, I would be able to prevent the woman from coming to my domain in the future, but I didn't expect her to come anyways. Willow's cackling voice didn't carry any sinister note to it, but somehow it made Imo Axayan Yen even more afraid than earlier. Axayan Yen, tell me, what's so bad about your Shifu here? Why did Ditsang always refuse me? It was as so before, and it is the same now, but no matter, I don't care anymore. If he won't accept me then I won't let them have it any better either. Willow's momentum instantly transformed after that statement, turning cold and murderous. The time inside there is a static, never changing and unmoving. They can't cultivate or leave, forever drifting in the darkness until they rot from within. Shifu, wouldn't your decision be the same as letting them be together forever? Endless Darkness, 4, so what? Willow mutely cackled and freaked the other side some more. They are in that place, which is equivalent to being isolated for eternity. Even if Bai Yen is still by his side, he can no longer interact with her anymore. Shifu, please don't say more, I don't want know anymore. Looking down at the ground, the Mo Axian Yen found her soul losing itself under this depressing reality. It's nothing like how she imagined her world to be. The Shifu she idolized was an evil villain, and the bond they built up was nothing but a fragile glass that's been shattered. Almost everything thus far was a charade, an act that had no foundation. No, you should know, Willow flicked a finger to push her disciple's chin back up so their eyes would meet, because if you betray me again in the future, your place will be with them inside that darkness. I will have you drift endlessly in that state, never to step outside again. That warning instantly got the girl's attention, and not in the good way. Forever drifting in the dark. This feeling, it's even more painful than killing me. Of course, Willow continues to grin with teeth baring, but unlike before, her hands were brushing the girl's hair like petting an animal. It's unnerving, like an evil witch watching her victim. If you are obedient and behave, I can overlook your past deeds. Mo Axian Yen gulped out of reflex over that statement. She's still extremely pale in the face and afraid, but the aching desire to know won out in the end. Shifu, don't you like Ditsang a lot? Why are you willing to let him stay there in that place? Willow narrowed her eyes in a snakish manner, examining the girl up and down with a new light before bursting out a laugh. Have you forgotten what I said to Ditsang and Bai Yen? I said I would never let them see each other again. That space is only a temporary cell for Ditsang. Once I recuperate my wounds and increase my powers again, I forcibly rip him from his wife's grasp. At that point, it will only be Bai Yen and that stinking brat left drifting for eternity. She couldn't give up on Ditsang. That kind of a man, how could she ever erase him from her soul? So, the only course of action left was to chain the man in a temporary cell. When she has the confidence and power to do as she please, Willow would begin to move again and take what's hers. Shifu, Mo Axian Yen pursed her lips until it hurts. I will not disobey you again. The girl's ashamed to admit it, but she's a coward. In front of her Shifu's terrifying stare, she simply didn't have any strength to resist. Not far away, Heart has been keeping her head down the entire time during the conversation. She's still traumatized from the stuff said by Mo Axian Yen about Willow. As such, the grief and sadness has overtaken the innocence in this poor child. She did nothing wrong in this life and never harmed a soul, but her existence was unloved and unwanted, just like an expendable object. Heart, come here. Willow's eyes glanced slightly to the side and frowned after seeing how pitiful-looking the child was behaving. Heart stiffened at first, but then gradually loosened up before standing up. Step by step, she came before the monarch, the woman that's supposed to be her mother. Demon Realm 1, Mother. Heart's voice sounded dead and unemotional as she stared into Willow's gaze. Displeased by the way her daughter spoke, you also heard what I said to Axian Yen. I will not permit betrayal. If you do, I won't let you off either. That statement brought more hurt to Heart's soul after already being traumatized. She wanted to be consoled, but it's nothing but pain. In the end, her entire body carried a shadow looming over it like some dark being has taken root. Willow abruptly coughs out blood from her mouth there right as she's about to say more. Shifu. Mo Axian Yan's expression went pale at that sight. Quickly running up to the monarch, an undisguised level of worry appeared in the girl's eye. Shifu, what's wrong? Your injury must not be healed yet. Sit down and rest first, I will go explore around while you do so. Dropping this, Mo Axian Yen turned around and wanted to leave. It's just that before the girl could move, Willow's voice had come again like a banshee's whisper. Not necessary. I'll be able to recover after a break, and then we'll get out of here together. She didn't trust Mo Axian Yen anymore, so letting the girl out of her sight was not permissible. Willow smugly smirked as she took a seat next to the old tree used by her own daughter. She may say a brief rest was enough, but the red stains on her clothes clearly said otherwise. On top of that, the bright burning sun was no friend of theirs either. Then have a good rest, Shifu. Shout for me if you need anything. I will be by your side. Mo Axan Yan's tone sounded concerned but instantly changed back to harsh rudeness when shifting to Heart's depressing figure. What are you still sitting around for? Don't you see Shifu is injured? Hurry and get over here and see if you can do anything. At this moment, she seems to have forgotten the horror that Heart had initially brought to her and returned to the usual bullying demeanor. Heart lifelessly did as told and stepped over without so much as a peep. She's looking so depressing that it's hard for Willow to put up with now that they're like this. Don't assume the monarch would suddenly have a change of heart after Mo Axan Yan's betrayal. She understood this disciple of hers never once faked the concern shown thus far. It's just that she didn't want Ditsang to die, hence the betrayal. In contrast, her own biological daughter Heart was much colder, and even dumb to some extent in not showing any emotional concern for her own injury. This was also why Willow didn't leave Mo Axan Yan behind. At the very least, she needs an extra hand to help run errands during this period, which Heart wouldn't be able to do. Heart, Willow's tightly furrowed forehead loosens up after a sigh. Although Axan Yan did something wrong before, but I am willing to give her a second chance since she's capable of understanding her own fault. You need to learn from her in this regard. Heart was stunned at the lecture as she stammered for a response. Mother. Okay, you don't have to say anything more. Willow's voice lost any of the tenderness she had from yesterday and grew impatient. Go over there and stand watch. I need to spend this period healing my wounds, so don't let anyone or any animal to come disturb me. Demon Realm, too, okay. Heart didn't say more and returned to the spot where she was sitting before. This time she did not hang her head down but instead began surveying the surrounding environment as told. Demon Realm. Di Ling Yen sat on the edge of the demon mountain with her chin propped against her own hands, those eyes bored and longing. Suzaku, when will my mother and father come back? Now that even big brother is gone, it's only me and second brother left. The four sacred beasts were all standing behind the baby princess and became emotionally sad over her question. There's hardly any life around the palace as of late, so it's no wonder the atmosphere was depressing. Princess, Suzaku, the red flaming lady, squatted down and gently hugged the baby's body. You don't have to worry, Mistress and His Majesty will return soon, and your big brother the Crown Prince already left to bring them home. It won't be long until that day comes. The consoling words didn't work. Instead of making the baby girl peach up, she hung her head again between her legs like a depressed child. Suzaku, don't lie to me, the place where my mother and father went must be very dangerous for them to not return. I know they're risking their lives for me, if only I didn't have the flame bead inside my body. In this way, neither father nor mother would go to such a place. Tears slowly trickled down that cheek at the thought, causing Di Ling Yan's body to shrink further into a clump of sadness. Little princess, don't you believe in your family? The young-looking teen that was Little Rice the white tiger walked up to the girl's side and patted her shoulder. I have been following mistress and young master from the beginning, never have I seen them fail or suffer any losses. This time will be no different, I promise you that. Looking up with a weeping face, I believe in my family, but I still feel uncomfortable inside, like they won't come back. If it wasn't for that feeling in her heart, Di Ling Yan wouldn't be so sad, since it's always been like this for the baby princess. Whenever a bad omen occurs, bad things happens not long after. Suzaku, Little Rice, Black Turtle, Tsing Yi, can you take me to find my mother? I also want to go to where they are. The Phoenix lady's heart ached with immense pain at that request. Princess, please be good, you are still too young to go anywhere. It's not the time for you to encroach on such a journey. Little Rice also wanted to say something after that miserable plea, however, he stopped after taking notice to the flash of light shooting over from the distance. Emily Shang. Little Rice widens his eyes at the sight of the young man that appeared. He still had a great impression of this person who they picked up below the medicine sect that day. Normally it would be a great occasion for the reunion, but this timing and location was leaving him on a wary note. Why did he come to the demon realm? Unlike White Tiger's perplexed thought, Suzaku's reaction was much more powerful. She's locked onto Mo Li Shang's figure and clenched that face in a manner of someone on high alert. Demon Realm, 3, Black Turtle, what's wrong with you? Between the entrance and the reaction of the others, Tsing-Yi the Azure Dragon had unintentionally taken a glance to the guy who's holding his head tightly in the rear. His look was full of pain, as if some memory had been lost, unable to be recalled. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful internal explosion rocked Black Turtle's head, sending him into a stumble as he loses his balance from the shock. Then looking up, that gaze fell upon Mo Li Shang's figure that made him wrinkle his brow. He's trembling all over due to the sense of familiarity he got from the series of pictures flooding into his mind. At first the scenes were vague and unrecognizable, but gradually they became clearer with each passing second. A blood-colored battlefield with two opposing forces fighting. It's here that Black Turtle stood. Sword after sword, corpse after corpse, he slayed the foes that crossed his path until a river of blood stained the dirt. He was unstoppable in this flicker of the past. However, right when he thought the battle was coming to an end in his favor, a sword suddenly thrusts into his back and out the chest. He couldn't believe this outcome, right when he's about to overcome the ordeal. Slowly turning his head to see who dares, Black Turtle's view landed on the teenager's face whom he trusted all along. Why would it be him? Demon Mountain. The teenager had slowly descended to the ground by this point and stood before Suzaku. This is something Yen Yen asked me to bring to you. In the palm of the teen's hand was a blue stone that emitted a faint glow. Suzaku quivered in the lips at the recognition of this object. Her throat wanted to make a sound, but a rock had lumped itself into the vocal stop any words to come through. Suzaku, Black Turtle, what's wrong with the both of you? Little Rice scratched the back of his head and asked in a confused manner, do you know Mo Li Shang? No matter how blind one was, even the tiger boy could feel the awkward and eerie atmosphere in the air. Abruptly and out of the blue, Black Turtle attacked. Mo Li Shang did not resist, nor did he try in the slightest at the impending punch to his chest. This resulted in a critical blow, blasting right into his soul to cause incredible damage. Blood slowly trickled down the corner of that lip. I'm going to kill you. Black Turtle saw red, the killing intent pouring out of those eyes as his aura enveloped the entire mountain. Suzaku was stunned by this abrupt turn of event and swiftly recalled something in the past. It's back when Black Turtle first returned to their side. The man had confided in her the reason for his death in the past, and that was a betrayal of an acquaintance they knew. Unfortunately, couldn't remember who exactly this person was, so the subject was dropped for a while until today. Mo Li Shang, did you do it? Her fists clenched into a ball and an indescribable anger surged from the chest as she narrowed the gap between her face and the lad's. Did you kill Black Turtle back then? Little Rice instantly turned dumbfounded at what he heard. Mo Li Shang killed Black Turtle. This. How can this be? Mo Li Shang can be considered the younger brother of the mistress. If she learns of the murderer being him, what will mistress do? I'm not going to hurt her. Demon Realm. 4 moments later, Mo Li Shang finally raised his pale face to meet Suzaku's accusing stare. I wouldn't hurt her, I would never hurt her. Ha ha ha. Suzaku laughed wildly, her voice filled with madness and anger. You said that you would not hurt mistress, but you killed Black Turtle, and he is someone precious to her, so what difference is there? Her anger had already surged out of her chest, leaving her with nothing but rage at the young teen. I can't say anything now, but know that I would never hurt her, never. That said, Mo Li Shang lowers his line of sight in a manner of someone constrained. Mo Li Shang. Little Rice's handsome face grew ferocious with his fangs extending out of his mouth. He wants to rip the guy apart after learning of the deception. I will only ask you this one time. is what Suzaku said true? Did you really kill Black Turtle back then? Silence, and that's all the answer the tiger needed. Ha ha ha, Little Rice laughs wildly, the joy devoid from his voice. You claimed to have lost all your memory when Mistress found you along the road, so you were deceiving us right from the beginning, and now you claim to be on her side still? Closing his eyes, a surge of regret filled the tiger's heart for being so foolish. If Mistress and Little Master finds out, they will definitely be heartbroken. Mistress trusts you so much, why do you treat her like this? I don't believe it, you couldn't have appeared before her without purpose in the first place. You killed Black Turtle once, and that's equivalent to hurting Mistress. Us four will never forgive you. Mo Li Shang's body visibly shuddered. Watching the hateful eyes shot in his way, the young man's complexion grew extremely white, for he knows the future holds nothing but pain. I'm only here to give you the divine water stone on Yan Yan's behalf. Shut up. Little Rice roars, you are not qualified to call my mistress by her name, nor are you qualified to have her trust. If I had known you betrayed her in the past, then I would have done everything to stop you from approaching us. Visibly hurt from that statement, Mo Li Shang didn't back down and met the tiger boy's gaze with his own pure and untainted eyes. I didn't betray her, and I didn't take advantage of her. Little Rice sneered over that remark, not believing the other guy in the slightest. Xing Yi the Azure Dragon finally grasped the situation by now. She's the one with the least information among the four of them, so her hostility didn't quite show yet. But now, the dragoness was brewing up a storm around her figure. I just came to deliver the divine water stone. Mo Li Shang walked closer towards Suzaku and placed the stone into the lady's palm. I promised Yan Yan to pass this on to your hand. It can help Ling Yan. That's why he came, even if it meant exposing the past. For a promise to that woman, this young man won't regret it. Though resentful, Suzaku didn't reject the water stone. She knows all too well the importance of this item to the princess. Heartache. 1. Suzaku had great difficulty in keeping the stone from dropping out of her hand. It's not that the thing's heavy, but what it implied for taking it. A gift from an enemy, a traitor, that's what makes it so heavy. Mo Li Shang, since you are done with your task, you can scram now. When Mistress returns, I will let her know what you've done and settle the account with you. Today's demon realm could hardly be called peaceful. If the four of them must engage in a battle with this man, it's unlikely they could come out on top. What's more, the most important thing wasn't revenge, but the protection of the remaining royal family members. That meant Jin Tian and Ling Yan, who had no ability of their own. Mo Li Shang didn't utter a single word of defense for himself from beginning to end, but the way he spoke and the way he moved said there's another side to the story. Okay, that said, he didn't look back and began floating towards the blood-colored sky. Wait. Suddenly, a crisp bell-like chime came from the rear, making the guy stop mid-flight. Di Ling Yan had walked over after hearing their conversation. Princess. Suzaku and the others were terrified at this and reached out, wanting to pull the girl back to their side. However, the pure and untainted eyes from the princess stopped them. It's too innocent and without darkness that the four didn't know how to react. Are you really not going to hurt Mother? Di Ling Yan's smile was hopeful and without doubt when asking. Floating there for a good moment before he spoke, the guy's voice was equally as pure and kind. I will never hurt her. Then have you seen my father and mother? The smile gradually disappears from the princess as her face grew frustrated. I miss them so much. When will they come back? Mo Li Shang's heart instantly ached with pain after hearing the saddening plea. Slowly closing his eyes, he recalls back to the moment where he saw that family being devoured by the darkness in the Hell domain. They'll be back soon. After half a ring, he leans down and pats the child's head in a reassuring manner. Of course, this was done under the wary gaze of the four sacred beasts. If he had so much given a flicker of intent to hurt the princess, then they would have attacked and separated the two in an instant. Pouting in her little face, the pipsqueak didn't buy it. Uncle, you are deceiving Ling Yen. I am not stupid. I can sense mother and father is at a very distant place. I am scared they will not be able to come back for a long time. Mo Li Shang didn't know what he could say in this situation. The girl hit the bullseye with that guess. Uncle, can you tell me where mother went? Suzaku and the others won't let me go find them. Mo Li Shang smiled slightly. They went to a place called the Hell Domain. Mo Li Shang. Suzaku's face changed. I shouldn't have let the princess touch this bastard, and this bastard actually revealed where Bai Yan went. What if the princess she... Thinking of this, Suzaku felt flustered and wanted to stop the guy, but what Mo Li Shang said next stunned everyone in their tracks. So, unfortunately, the Hell Domain is gone now and your father and mother has gone to a whole new place that even I don't know of. But don't worry, I'm sure they will return very soon. Heartache, too, the Hell Domain disappeared. Suzaku's body grew unstable as she found it difficult to stand. There's an uncontrollable sense of panic gripping the Phoenix Lady's face. If the Hell Domain disappeared, then where did Mistress and the king go? You are lying. Little Rice roared and runs up to Mo Li Shang's presence and grabbed at his collar. Mo Li Shang, you are a despicable liar. You think your story can deceive us? If the Hell Domain disappeared, then why wouldn't the king and mistress come back to us? An entire domain's destruction. That's something so big that the four sacred beasts couldn't even begin to fathom or imagine. Mo Li Shang didn't rebuke the insult, instead, he lowered his eyes with sadness. He knew this would happen if he had spoken the truth. Not only that, the entire demon realm too would fall into shock for the next while, making the situation even more unstable. I saw it with my own eyes. The darkness swallowed the entire hell realm and no longer exists. That's why Yen Yen entrusted me with bringing back the divine water stone. She wanted to make sure her daughter is safe by suppressing the flame inside her body. His words were piercing, causing the white tiger to freeze into a statue. Did they really disappear? Little Rice's grip around the guy's collar fell apart as he trembled from the terrible news. He didn't want to believe but found no other excuse to say otherwise. You liar, you must be lying to me. You're a big liar. Little Rice. Xing Yi's complexion wasn't so good either, but she had more fortitude to withstand this shocking blow. First running up to give the poor tiger a hug so he would calm down. Are you sure the Hell Domain disappeared? Then Mistress and the king, they're still alive, I can feel it, they're still alive. Mo Li Shang smiled. Yen Yen wouldn't die so easily, she will definitely come back. It was his belief in her that convinced him to leave that day, otherwise, he too would have stayed and refused to leave. You get lost. Black Turtle snorted coldly and wanted to punch the guy even more right now. In the future, you are not allowed to take one step into the demon realm. Otherwise, I will kill you before the day Mistress returns. He won't forgive this guy, not ever. The only reason Black Turtle's forestalling his revenge was for Bai Yan's sake. Aside from that, he would have torn the guy to shreds 1,000,000 times over. Moments later, Mo Li Shang finally disappeared into the horizon. Princess, Suzaku quickly rushed up to Ling Yen and hugged the baby tightly to make sure nothing's wrong with her. That guy isn't a good person, you mustn't approach him again in the future, do you understand? Why? Ling Yen gently purses her lips and didn't understand the reason. Isn't he a friend of mother? If he is, there might be a misunderstanding between him and Black Turtle. Heartache. 3. Suzaku gritted her teeth in hatred. Black Turtle has seen it with his own eyes. What misunderstanding can there be? He can betray us once, he can betray us twice. Princess, you are Mistress's daughter, nothing can happen to you, so please keep your distance from him. I will listen, Suzaku, and I won't mention him again in the future. Though, in her heart, she always felt that there was something wrong with the events of that year. Those clean and pure eyes couldn't be from someone that's evil, that much the pipsqueak was certain. But feelings are feelings after all. Even if she thinks that Emily Shang wasn't a bad person, it doesn't compare to her bond with the four sacred beasts. Suzaku's heart finally eased up with the promise and didn't press the matter. But Suzaku, what did he mean by what he just said? What is the hell domain disappearing? Where did father and mother go? Can they still come back to us? Biting her thumb, the pipsqueak gets all sad and pitiful as she awaits the Phoenix Lady's explanation. Suzaku's body stiffened. Lowering her eyes in a depressed manner, she barely manages to force a smile. They merely temporarily went to another place, so don't worry, princess, everyone will be back very soon. Right now I will help resolve the problem with this divine water stone first. Not only will it inhibit that flame inside your body, it can also turn that bead inside your heart into a lethal weapon for you in the future. A flickering light came to life inside the pipsqueak's eyes as she asked innocently, in the future, will I also become as strong as everyone? Will I be able to protect mother and father? Yes, when your highness is strong enough, you will be able to protect everyone as you wish. Aha, the pipsqueak finally smiled. Suzaku, you help me, okay? When I am strong, I will take second brother with me and find mother. Suzaku's heart felt so sad and almost teared up. Putting on a strong face, she leans down and changes her voice into a soothing one. Princess, this may hurt a little. Linger is mother's daughter, I am not afraid of a little pain. That said, the baby princess reached up with her own hand and grabbed the lady's. Instead of being comforted, her gesture actually helped the other side. Not saying more since she knew her voice would give away her own sadness, the Phoenix Lady tightly grasped onto the divine water stone and placed it over the child's chest. It's then that a force gradually seeped into Di Ling Yan's body, causing her to tremble so slightly from the pain. This would be a first for the pipsqueak to endure a prolonged form of pain. She's grown up pampered by her family. Sure, there's been occasions where she did get into a fall or a scratch on the knee, but they have always been remedied right away with medicine. Suzaku, go lighter. Little Rice stomps his feet anxiously as he sees the bead of tears seeping out of the baby's eye socket. He wants to take her place and endure the suffering right now. Highness, are you able to keep going? Suzaku asks after getting concerned as well. Heartache, so, I can stand it. Di Ling Yan wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and made a firm face to avoid showing scared she actually was inside. Go ahead, Suzaku. This divine water stone was brought back thanks to the efforts of her father, as such, she must endure this little trial. Her mother was waiting, and like a good daughter, it's only right she do her part. Song involuntarily furrowed her brow up over this sight. She's feeling rather useless ever since she came to the demon realm from the heavenly flame domain. Aside from eating and sleeping, what else has this once ailing girl done? Nothing, that's what. Song, Jean Tian the little glutton toddles over from the back with a snack still flinging around in his hand. When the boy saw his twin sister tearing up, he immediately became stunned and asked the dragoness, what's happening with Ling Yan? She looks to be in so much pain. Why? Is it because she is hungry? Unable to bear the uncomfortable feeling, Jean Tian tightly gripped the snack against his chest and wanted to run up and help despite not knowing what was wrong. What are you going to do? Song widened her eyes in shock and hurriedly grabbed the boy back. Ling Yan is crying, she is crying. Jean Tian cries out for his sister and grows sobby. Woo, I'm going to go to my sister's side. Your sister's body encountered some problem, so Suzaku is helping her solve it. You can't go over there right now, otherwise it will disturb the process. Having said that, Song glances back over to her friend who's already looking rather white in the face. This only made the older girl more worried as she too wanted to run up and help. But, my sister keeps crying, Jean Tian sobs and starts hiccuping, it's only right that I keep her company since she's hurt. Don't assume the little glutton was clueless and rude because he likes to steal his twin sister's snack. He cares a lot about the pipsqueak, just that he doesn't show it often out in the open. Turning around, Jean Tian didn't give the slightly older girl to stop him this time and ran towards his twin sister. Shaking her head helplessly, Song knew her words were useless now. In the end, she could only follow from behind in silence and wait. Demon Mountain. The water stone in Suzaku's palm had gradually disappeared into Ling Yan's chest by this point, and as a consequence, the baby's chest had become soaked in sweat due to the ordeal. "We're done now," she finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly withdrew her hand. Only now did Suzaku realize her hand had gone numb during the treatment. She's been so nervous that she never dared to move an inch of her fingers, thus the reason why it took so long for her to notice the tingling numbness. Likewise, Di Ling Yan also became overly tired and tumbled backward. Thankfully Tsing Yi the dragoness caught the child in time. "Is it over?" Di Ling Yan takes a peep by popping one of her closest eyelids before looking up with that palish contour. Suzaku nodded. "We've succeeded, princess." "That's good then," she smiles brightly. "Afterward, I will grow stronger and stronger until my cultivation lets me find mother on my own." At the end, the little sweet bun started to whimper out with a tear river flowing out. The man inside the cave, won, if it weren't for the sake of finding Bai Yan, perhaps. Di Ling Yan would never have been able to withstand the pain at all. It was precisely because of her attachment to her own mother that the baby princess could be so strong. Ling Yan, Jean Tian the little glutton quickly toddled over and reached over with his hands to check on his twin sister. "Don't cry, okay? I've brought you all the good food, it's all for you." His eyes became filled with longing at the delicacies in his possession but still stuffed it into his sitter's hand. Woohoo! Ling Yan was still whimpering, and the tears had soaked the ground in front. Getting upset and helpless, Jean Tian quickly turns to the Phoenix Lady for help on how to comfort his twin sister. "Little prince," Suzaku touched the glutton's head, "your sister just endured an incredible amount of pain in her body, it's okay for her to cry. Let her rest and she will slowly come back to normal." Not quite understanding why, Jean Tian tilts his head and glances back and forth between the two girls until he finally stops at the sister. Reaching over with a hand, he stroked Di Ling Yan's hair like a good older brother for once. "Linger, don't cry, brother will be here with you. If someone hurts you in the future, brother will beat them for you, okay? Don't cry." He didn't know exactly what happened to his twin sister, but he did know something was wrong with Ling Yan and that Suzaku needed to remedy it. Woohoo! Throwing herself into Jean Tian's arms as she continued to weep, her tears and snot rubbed all over his clothes. "I miss father, mother and big brother." Blinking his eyes in confusion, the little glutton didn't understand why she's so sad. Didn't father and mother go out to play? "They will be back very soon. Until then, I will look after you." Suzaku did not tell the two kids where Bai Yan and Di Tsang went, so they assumed the parents went out on a trip. Unfortunately, Di Ling Yan was too sharp and caught on with her clever head after Bai Xiaoqin's departure. Slightly calmer now after the cry, "It's okay, I am fine now, second brother. Soon, I will go find them myself after growing as strong as big brother." Jean Tian scratched the back of his head and turned to look at Suzaku, his big eyes showing doubt and obviously not knowing what his sister meant by those words. "It's just that." Whenever he sees the pipsqueak's tear, the boy would instantly tense up and feel uncomfortable inside. Sister song. When Di Ling Yan turned her head, the once ailing girl from the heavenly domain had already walked behind her brother. "I'm fine, don't worry. Actually, I am very happy. This way I not only lifted the danger hidden within my body, I can also grow stronger at a faster rate. I'll be able to help everyone fight the bad guys together." Upon remembering what had happened to her to-be uncle, Di Ling Yan's heart would unconsciously feel a surge of sadness welling up. But more than that, the emotion of anger over state teacher's death was the biggest. "Everything's going to be fine now." Suzaku wiped the sweat from her forehead due to the fatigue and turned to her companions. "I need to go rest first." You three take care of the princess and prince while I'm asleep. The man inside the cave, too. After these words fell, Suzaku took one last look at the gathered people and headed straight for her abode up at the peak. Inside the lightless cave, the man who caused most of this problem raised his head slightly and burst into a brilliant grin. He's the only life here, but with those chains restraining him, the guy might as well have been dead. Divine Waterstone. Suddenly, a sneer came from the man's mouth as an eerie glow flickered within those eyes. It seems that the little girl's parents are indeed extraordinary. Even the Divine Waterstone has been found by them. He clicked his tongue and grew devilishly sexier by the second, but no matter, it will be interesting to know how that girl will grow up into. Maybe my escape from this place will be entirely on her. Time flowed quickly like the water in a river stream. Since the day Di Tsang and Bai Yan left their home, 2 years had transpired with the world mostly at peace. Aside from the occasional attacks pointed to the celestial realm by some strange force, there's not much to note. If only there was never a Yun Ruoshi to begin with, one of the keepers groaned and uttered these words. Since the day when the truth came forward, Chui God had disappeared for good from the eyes of the public, and since the strongest keepers were dead as well, no one could fight against the attackers. Keeper Yellow appears lost and dejected before speaking. Actually, this is not entirely to blame on that woman. We were also too stupid, getting deceived repeatedly by such obvious lies. If not for that, our Lord wouldn't have left us, and the celestial realm wouldn't be in this crisis. Over the years since the battle outside the city with Bai Yan, the surviving keepers had filtered through the past events in their heads and soon realized how many times they omitted the obvious signs. Even though Yun Ruoshi had ill intentions and lied, what would it matter if they themselves didn't believe her? In the end, half the fault lies with themselves who brought about this tragedy. There were prophecies back then about the celestial realm being overthrown, and now it seems the culprit is starting to show itself from the shadows, but who could be responsible for this calamity? The gray-robed keeper slowly closed his eyes in frustration, that fist trembling due to their own inability. Did the celestial palace really do wrong? No, we're not wrong. We've done everything for the sake of the world, kept the peace in order. How can we be wrong? If there's one to be at fault, it would be Yun Ruoshi for her deception. She not only deceived us, she also gave Bai Yan those painful wounds. Just as Keeper Yellow was about to say something, a faint chuckle came from the front and caused them to stiffen up. It's a familiar voice whom they all recognized. Sure enough, a woman gradually materialized into existence from above. The man inside the cave, 3. The woman's figure gradually descends from the air and lands before the old seniors huddling before the bonfire. She's flawless in the face without a single scar ever being there. Yun Ruoshi. The name made everyone present grit their teeth in burning hatred. It's been a long time, keepers. Yun Ruoshi snickers a smirk as she slowly came before the seniors, but it seems there are a lot less of you compared to the last time we met. What happened to Keeper Ling and Keeper Zun? Where did those two go? Let me guess, they died by Bai Yan's hand. Keeper Yellow almost couldn't breathe due to the nonchalant attitude of the old witch. In his mind, this was the greatest insult the woman could do after all the crimes she's committed thus far. If it weren't for Yun Ruoshi, then how could Keeper Ling and Keeper Zun die? If it weren't for Yun Ruo, then how could the celestial realm fall into this decrepit state? All this is due to this woman, and now she dares to hold everyone in contempt. What? After she killed your fellow brothers and sisters, you still won't get revenge on her? Yun Ruoshi's cheekiness was irritated to say the least because it's full of contempt in her attitude. Or do you not have the courage and become cowards? Keeper Yellow huffs a grunt and retorts, and whose fault is it that we've come to this stage? It's all because we believed in your lies. We won't make that mistake again, so you can keep your swindling words to yourself. No one here will believe anything you say. A cold glow flashed within the old witch's eye. These people don't even hate Bai Yan. If it weren't for Bai Yan, the Celestial Palace wouldn't suffer such catastrophic damage, nor would they be unable to return to their home. So why? Why don't they hate her? Do not pin the blame on me, Keeper Yellow. I said so before, Bai Yan's existence will bring disaster to the celestial realm. Look at how things are now, how am I wrong about her and the demon realm? Another burly-looking keeper cuts in with annoyance in his voice. If the demon realm wanted to destroy the celestial realm, then they would have done so already. How are you right about her being the cause? And why not? The old witch makes it sound regrettable about what she's about to say. I don't mind telling you all the truth. The recent attacks on the celestial realm were done by my orders. I've reached the peak level of the Divine Lord level now. Even if Bai Yan and Di Tsang comes here, they are no match for me anymore. Peak level of the Divine Lord. The crowd's eyes widened in shock, their gaze showing incredulous at the old witch's figure. They are well aware of Yun Ruoshi's cultivation before. Forget about the terrible speed grew at, the old witch was clearly abolished that day by Bai Yan's hand. Even if she did have talent, which she didn't, how could she revive her cultivation? On top of that, how could someone make such breakthroughs in a measly few years? So, Yun Runshi's grin deepens. The reason the celestial realm will have such an end is all because of Bai Yan. If not for her, you keepers wouldn't be faced with such a misfortune, and without her, I wouldn't come to the point of wanting to destroy this realm. This is all because of her, she's the cause of all this, ha ha ha. She laughed wildly as if her logic was the perfect way of interpreting the crime she committed. The man inside the cave, for, Yun Ruoshi, you are crazy. This woman has completely gone insane with jealousy. I'm not crazy. Yun Ruoshi regained control of her laugh and turned it into hatred in those eyes. I am just stating a fact. If the celestial realm is destroyed, there is only one person you can hate, and that is Bai Yan. She is the sinner for eternity and should go down in history with infamy. Keeper Yellow and the others couldn't take this madness and distanced themselves from the old witch. It's too overwhelming. If they didn't do this, the keepers feared they might get infected at this rate. Keeper Yellow, tell me, where did that crazy old coot run off to? She coldly asks. You mean Bai Zine? Keeper Yellow frowned. Yes, in this celestial realm, he is the only one Bai Yan cares about. I will make her feel regret and misery for the rest of her remaining life. Yun Ruoshi gritted her teeth to the point it's making a grating sound. If it weren't for the monarch not letting her go to the demon realm, the old witch would have already gone to the demon realm and settled the score with the demon queen. Bai Zine disappeared after the events of that year, so I don't know where he went. Keeper Yellow smirks derisively. If you want to find him, then I'm afraid that's not possible. He is unlikely to be in the celestial realm anymore, and the world is so big, who knows where he went. Yun Ruoshi's eyes flashed a cold glow as she pinned the keeper with her gaze. You really don't know where that crazy old man went? Bai Yan's adopted grandfather always looked down at her before he went crazy, and no matter how hard the old witch tried to become the man's apprentice, he would refuse. As the strongest keeper back in the day, such a rejection was equivalent to a death sentence for Yun Ruoshi since it proved her talent to be inferior. Ho ho, the burly keeper sneered, that old coot hates the celestial palace to the core. Do you think he would tell us about his whereabouts? Yun Ruoshi, you can stop trying to swindle us. None of us holds any grudge towards Bai Yan, only regret for what we've done. If you are her enemy, you will definitely face a fate more miserable than death. Ha ha ha. After Yun Ruoshi heard this, she couldn't help but laugh wildly. It's filled with disdain and ridicule. I remember that before Bai Yan's strength had just broken through to the Divine Lord level, and now it's only been 2 years. You think she can reach the same height as I? I'm already at the peak of this world, why would I fear anyone? So, why do you people still think I'm going to lose to Bai Yan? Yun Ruoshi admits, with the backing of Heavenly Flame and Di Tsang, she's no match for the three combined. However, once those two men are out of the equation, who could protect that woman anymore? The old burly keeper sneered again and didn't bother arguing. He doesn't know what happens to give the old witch this incredible power, but experience has told him. Even if Yunruo continues to grow, she would never defeat Bai Yan. That person always returns stronger, no matter the foe. 2 years. 1. I didn't come here today to kill you, Yellow. I want you to watch the collapse of the celestial realm and die in despair. The corner of Yunruo's lips ticked upwards into a provoking curvature that left others grinding their teeth. Her very existence was annoying, but none could do anything to her at this point. Don't hate me. If you want to hate, then hate Bai Yan. From now on, I will have the celestial realm cease to exist. Every time Yunruo said one more word, Keeper Yellow and the others' hearts would shudder some more. Nevertheless, they understood the woman now stood at a height they could never reach or drag back down. You will not have a good ending, Yunruo. You are Bai Yan's enemy, and your fate will not be any better than ours. The burly keeper laughed wildly, losing all composure he managed to maintain thus far. No matter how high you climb in the future, your fall will be equally as bad. By then, you will join us in the depths of hell for the crimes you've committed. The most intolerable thing for Yunruo in this life was someone comparing herself to Bai Yan. As such, the murderous rage instantly exploded out of the witch's face. Humph, originally I still wanted to let you witness the celestial realm's destruction, but now it seems that's no longer needed. Boom! As soon as she waved her hand, a force surged out and instantly slashed at the chest of the old burly man. Blood oozed from his chest and stained the robe as a result, leaving only a resentful corpse in her wake. Whoever says one more word, then this is the result. The old witch smugly smirks at the remaining keepers who were growing more outraged by the second. Power corrupts a person. In the past she had to rely on these old fools to survive in this world, but not anymore. She now wields authority far beyond a keeper, and the lady would never let that go. Miss Ruo, it's getting late already, we should head back. An old man had already come behind the old witch and calmly reminded her. Yunruo frowned slightly but did not pay attention to the newcomer. Sweeping her gaze over the keepers, she speaks in a smug voice, of course, out of consideration for the years of friendship we had, I'm willing to offer a path to salvation. As long as you kneel and beg me, I will overlook today's transgression and let you serve by my side. Dream on. Keeper Yellow's eyes erupted with rage and hate. Yunruo cackled maliciously, then don't blame me for being ruthless, I have already given you all the chance. Elder Wu, let's go, these fools can rot in this place along with the rest of the celestial realm. Once alone again. Keeper Yellow, what should we do now? The other keepers timidly asks with nervousness. Closing his eyes for a moment, Yellow inhales deeply before answering, no matter what, the denizens of the celestial realm will never succumb to her tyranny. 2 years, too. In a sea of flowers hidden away at an isolated area of the frost domain, the ruler stared deeply into the horizon due to the thoughts running through his head. Willow, if I hadn't left your side back then, perhaps, you wouldn't have died. I will get revenge on those who caused your death. They will pay dearly for what they've done. Closing his eyes, the girl's pretty and delicate smile surfaces in his mind like a vivid scene from the movies, causing that heart to stir wildly in love. 10,000 years. She has been gone for 10,000 years, and in those 10,000 years, I can never forget you. Once I leave this domain, I will make them all pay. With that thought in mind, the man shot open his eyes and plucked a flower from the ground. Taking a whiff, he began to imagine that wondrous love he so dearly desired to be at his side again. He couldn't help but smile again at those happy memories of his youth. Willow, if you really like Deetsong, then I will bring his body to your tombstone. He can accompany you that way for what he's done. I've sworn to always hold you dearest to my heart, so even if it means putting that scum next to you, I won't mind. Even if he loves Willow deeply, the guy's willing to fulfill her desires regardless of what they are, even if that meant hurting himself in the process. Who? Suddenly, a movement from the rear caused him to lapse back to reality. In a flash, he reappears in front of the intruder. Yun Ruoshi naturally froze, her complexion pale and shocked at the sudden interaction. Monarch. Monarch Frost's eyes got cold and fierce, scraping against the woman's nerve with every prolonged second of this intimating glare. Who allowed you to enter this place? He growls menacingly. Yun Ruoshi, it seems you are getting overly confident due to me spoiling your antics. Now you dare ignore my commands as well. Yun Ruoshi's body visibly shivered over that statement, her head shrinking in fear. Monarch, In the woman's mind, her existence must be special in the eye of the monarch. After all, not only did he save her and help boost her powers to this new height, the guy also allowed her to return to the celestial realm. But now, that statement had entirely shattered the illusion. Frost's momentum grew even more fierce, causing a storm to form overhead. Just what? This garden is forbidden to everyone. The mere fact that you came in here is a crime. Your very existence is polluting the same air my precious Willow is in. Willow. Yun Ruoshi's heart felt stung after hearing that name again. She's tearing up and felt miserable at being second fiddle to this name. So this garden is meant for that Willow. She murmurs, the resentment hidden underneath the weeping sob. My Willow is the most outstanding woman under the heavens. Not only this garden, but the entire domain was created for her sake. I created this world for her. Frost's voice grew cold and frightening. Do you know why I am reluctant to destroy the domain and leave? It's these flowers, they were all personally planted by my precious Willow. Even her final resting place is here. 2 years, 3, every word from the man came down with a hammer, causing immense pain and damage to that soul of this old witch. Then Monarch, what am I to you? Yun Ruoshi asks, her eyes growing grimmer by the second. You. Frost brought a finger up to the woman's chin to raise her line of sight up to his own. You are not even worth cleaning her shoes. If you obey and remain in the estate, then I won't mind giving you all the indulgences of the world. But you never should have come into the flower garden. I won't let anyone insult my Willow. Due to the strength used by the man, the pain had started to grow on her, which in kind made the tears and emotions flow out. Bang! Without indication, Frost flicked his raised hand and blew the woman off until she crashed and landed onto a path outside the garden. All of this never once damaged the flowers here, showing how much this place represented in the man's heart. Monarch, raising her head, the old witch wanted to beg for mercy until she saw that threatening man drawing closer and closer. Out of panic, she squirmed backward out of reflex. Yun Ruoshi, you deserve to die for your sins. Rumble. Frost moved again, sending a force so strong this time that it made the old witch shoot out a stream of blood in her wake from the impact. I know my fault, I really know my fault. Please Monarch, please forgive me this one time, I won't ever dare again. There's no illusion the man would kill her. Those murderous eyes are too real without a hint of fogginess in them. Unfazed by the pleading, Frost grabbed the wretched woman off from the dirt by the collar and raised her up to eye level. Yun Ruoshi, everything you have today is given by me. If I can bestow upon the strength you have, then I can take it away equally as easy. Do not test me. I won't mind returning you to the past and personally handing you over to the demon realm. I'm sure they would love to get their hands on you. If it weren't for the celestial heart, he never would have kept this woman alive. After all, anyone who dares to intrude upon his precious flower garden doesn't deserve to exist. Yun Ruoshi bit her lips so tightly there that it started to bleed. She's resentful but fearful at the same time, the latter being the dominant emotion. Returning to the past was something she could never afford. Also, don't be delusional and compare yourself with my Willow. The man seemingly brought up the picture of that bright and delicate woman again in his mind, thus causing his stern expression to soften up. She is different from you. Your kindness is a disguise, while her good is true and genuine. I once saw her risk her own life to save a pup. In that moment, that smile was so bright and beautiful that I could never forget. I swore from that day forward I would safeguard that light. 2 years, 4, before encountering Willow, Frost never thought he would fall in love with a woman at first sight. Unfortunately, the woman he likes only has an eye for another man. He wants to protect her smile and happiness, and he wants to help her get the man. Unexpectedly, their plan failed, and Willow ended up getting drunk and sleeping with him. If Willow didn't take the initiative, then Frost wouldn't have violated her, but as a normal man, how could he control that desire in the face of his love? So that's why things that shouldn't have occurred happened. Frost closed his eyes, and what came to his mind at this moment was the figure of Willow angrily departing. Back then, he tried to step forward and pull her into his arms to stop it, but in the end, he couldn't do it and allowed that tragedy to transpire. It's their last and final farewell. When he opened his eyes again, Frost's killing intent had now grown so intense that it's manifested into a cold glint. Monarch, I really know I'm wrong, I won't dare to do it again. Yun Roashi's little face had gone deathly white, the fear fully apparent in that trembling voice. In the past 2 years, the old witch never truly got over Chui God. After all, that man was someone she crushed on for 1,000 years. There's no way her emotions could just be wiped away like that. However, the heart was a mysterious thing. After repeated kind gestures and misunderstandings, Yun Roashi had believed Monarch Frost truly liked her, thus slowly winning her heart over. But now, that swaying heart was once again crushed under those hurtful words, thus waking her up from that dream. Scram! Frost coldly snaps, throwing the woman's body out again for the 3rd time with a flick of a finger. Yun Roashi couldn't resist at all under that omnipotent strength. Crashing into a puddle of mud, she painfully coughs up more blood while scurrying away for safety. Frost didn't pity the woman in the slightest as he retracted his attention. He only has the flower garden in his mind. Willow, this piece of pure land was given to me by your own hands, so I won't let anyone come pollute it. After escaping the garden, Yun Roashi eventually stopped behind a boulder to regain her breath. She's resentful and felt her blood boiling while staring off into the distant flower field. Why? Why should I bend my back just to plead for a shred of power and status? Bai Yen never had to do anything for hers. Yun Roashi's heart flared with jealousy. She married the king of the demon realm, and the lord of the celestial realm loves her. She has everything that I don't have. Why is it always like this? I do everything just to get a shred of dignity, yet others can have everything just because they were born with a golden spoon. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. 2 years, 5, Bai Yen, I will surpass you. Even if my background is not as good as yours, but I will crush you with my strength. I will crush all your pride and make you kneel on the ground to me. The anger in Yun Roashi's heart had already made her entire existence corrupted. Without looking back in the direction of the flower garden, the old witch turned away and disappeared off into the afternoon sun. There's determination and conviction in her eyes. Flower garden. Frost had one hand behind his back as he strolled through the predetermined path. Willow, wait for me, I have found the way to break the sea. Once I do, I can finally avenge you. I will make those who have hurt you pay the price one by one. A cold glow flashed from Frost's eyes as he looked up to the blue sky. Slowly turning around, he walked in the direction in where he came from after that internal vow. In the Elder's wing of the Monarch Manor, many seniors were already sitting in wait for the lord and master of this domain. When they saw the guy step through the door, they immediately stood up to make a respectful bow. "Monarch, you are here." Still cold in his eyes, Frost nodded indifferently. "What happened to the things I ordered you all to do?" "Rest assured, Monarch, we have already brought you what you want. When do you wish to start?" Back then, Heavenly sealed all the domains using his own flesh and body as the eye. So, to break it means finding the body and destroying it. That took more than 10,000 years, but now he's done it. At the beginning, I thought Heavenly's body would be hidden within a domain, so I've scoured every domain I could find. But I never thought he would have the gals to hide his body within the celestial realm. A cold glow flashed in Frost's eyes as he continued, "But no matter, nothing can stop me anymore. The time is upon us, my dear elders. Advance to the celestial realm and crush that wretched body once and for all." "Yes, Monarch." The Heavenly Flame Domain. In the study, Heavenly sat hovering in front of his desk as the faint glow of the energy circulating around his body. He's trying to make a breakthrough, but the sweat on his forehead says it's not going well. "Husband, are things going smoothly?" Bai Ning stood beside her husband and appeared worried. She's nervous and concerned for his well-being. Halfway through, the man suddenly shot open his eyes and took a blow to his internal organs. "I've failed again." The guy makes a bittersweet smile as he activates his power for recovery. Even though he had returned after regaining his memory, the strength he held during his prime state hasn't. If he doesn't make a breakthrough, then he won't be able to leave the domain. "You don't have to rush, take your time." Bai Ning took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Ninger," Heavenly grabs onto his wife's hand and smiles warmly, "I know your meaning, but recently I've been getting this restless feeling lately. I don't know what, but my instinct is telling me something big is about to happen. On top of that, the seal around the other domains is weakening. If I don't improve my powers soon, something terrible might happen." 2 years, 6, he only needed 1 foot into the next stage to enter the true celestial level. At that point, the seal he created would be useless and could no longer trap him. "Yun Feng, is there something you're not telling me?" Bai Ning's eyebrows slightly furrowed as she questioned her husband. "When I sealed all the major domains, I used my body as the medium, that's why I never told you or Yenner. As long as those people find my previous body, they will be able to break the seal." Heavenly's face grew grim after bringing up the topic. "It's a shame, my powers were limited back then, so the best I could do was seal those monarchs." The sealing technique he knew 10,000 years ago was an incomplete product. It's only capable of sealing certain individuals' soul. That's to say, he sealed the monarchs and nothing more. To achieve such a feat, he had fought against every monarch he knew to collect a part of their souls. Then by infusing that fragment into his own body, the guy created a perennial spell that's tuned specifically to those monarchs. As for the rest of the population in the domains, they're unrelated, hence their ability to leave and enter as they pleased. Likewise, the seal also affects Heavenly himself since his body acted as the eye for the spell. If he had forcibly shattered the spell using brute strength right now, who would defend the main worlds? He's not a true celestial anymore. That meant the monarchs would go on a rampage like in the past. Bai Ning's face turned pale. "You mean if those people managed to find your former body, then they would be able to break the seal?" "Yes," said Heavenly with a bittersweet smile, "to hide my flesh back then, I deliberately hid it at a corner of the celestial realm. But after so long, even I don't know where my former body is anymore." "Yun Feng," Bai Ning nervously grasped onto the man's sleeve as the pacing of her breath grew faster. "Does this mean Yenner and Di Tsang will be in trouble if those people can leave the domains?" She hadn't forgotten their daughter also had enemies in the domains. If those monarchs could escape the seal and come out, the consequences would be dire. "I'm leaving the domain." Bai Ning bit her lip so hard that it made her bleed. "Tell me the place you hid your body. Even if the landscape changed, I will at least have a head start before the enemy makes a move." I won't let them break the seal. Ninger, it's too dangerous. Heavenly's heart trembled, and he quickly grabbed Bai Ning's hand to stop her. Even if you do manage to learn of my former body's whereabouts, you alone can't do anything. The number of monarchs back then may not be large, but there were many of their subordinates who were close to that level in the past. Those unrestricted by the seal will surely come in force and easily overwhelm you. It will be you up against tens of thousands of foes. Absolute strength was a must in enforcing law and order, but the weak also had their advantages in numbers. It's also the reason why the guy went after the heads instead of the entire body of the beast. 2 years, 7, I can't care about those details. Yun Feng, Yenner is my life, I can't let her be in danger. Bai Ning's eyes flickered with determination. Besides, you said so yourself, those monarchs aren't able to leave the domains. If it's just their subordinates, I have full confidence in overcoming any hurdle. I will not let them threaten our daughter. As a mother, the safety of her child always stood at first place. Heavenly tightly held grip around his wife's hand gradually loosened. All right, I can agree to let you go, but I also have a request. You must bring the masters here with you. Bai Ning made a shocked face. But if I do that, then who's going to defend the Heavenly Flame domain? What if the other domains send their forces here to attack? First, the guy smiles proudly, I am my own protection. I do not need others to protect me. If they dare come, then I will make sure they never leave. Secondly, Yenner is also my life too. I can't allow you to be in danger to protect her in my stead. This is the most I'm willing to compromise. They had been separated for a very long time, so this was the least he could endure. What if the same tragedy occurs because he couldn't leave? If that happens, the guy couldn't even begin to imagine what he would do. Okay. Bai Ning smiled softly as her slender fingers caressed the guy's handsome face. Yun Feng, when I come back, I will bring Yenner back with Di Tsang. Go then. Heavenly slowly got up and led the way out of the study. I will send you out of the domain. But afterwards, you must pay attention to your own safety. Meanwhile, within the demon realm, Di Ling Yan the pipsqueak sat dully atop of a boulder, her former energetic self long gone due to the past 2 years. Ling Yan. Holding a plate of osmanthus cake in his hand, Jean Tian the little glutton hurriedly ran over to offer his twin sister the snack. I brought some cake over, try some. Glancing over to the plate of dessert, the girl shook her head at the kind gesture. I don't want any, you eat. But, with tears slowly forming around the eyes at the rejection, the brother suddenly found his appetite waning. Ling Yan only knows how to train now, you haven't played with me for a very long time. Also, I made these cakes on my own. I really don't want to eat. Ling Yan jumps off from the boulder and pats her dress. It's getting late, I should go back to training. After saying this, the pipsqueak headed towards the Demon Mountain's peak. Ever since the princess fused with the divine water stone a few years ago, her strength had indeed risen rapidly, and because of this, she's been keeping herself hidden atop of the mountain every day without doing anything else. Sister Song, what happened to my sister? Jean Tian pouted with a sad face and turned to the older girl that came back from the Heavenly Flame domain. Did I do something to make her unhappy? I can change myself if she smiles again. Woman in white, 1, hungry. He said somewhat weakly. Song couldn't help but laugh out loud over that confession. Lowering her body down, she gently pats his head to show it's all right. Finally know you're hungry. Her Highness the Queen won't let you eat too much because she's afraid your stomach cannot bear it. She never mentioned anything about letting you go without food. Hold on, I will take you to find some food. Raising her hand to lift the fox up, the girl's face was all smiles until she shot a glance backward. Song still worried about her friend the pipsqueak, but there's nothing the girl could do aside from making sure the twins are eating well and sleeping well. At this moment, Bai Yen was still floating in the darkness while being able to hear her son and husband's voices. But no matter how hard the demon queen tried, she just couldn't open her eyes. Why? Why can't I move? Why can't I make a sound? If this continues, I might stay like this forever in this vegetative state. No. I can't. I need to get out of here. Ling Yan and Jean Tian is still waiting for us at home. Just when she's desperately trying to move her body, a voice suddenly echoes into her soul and shocks her. You've come. Bai Yan's heart trembled due to not locating the source. Who are you? Suddenly, a white light shot into existence from the darkness and lit up the darkness in her mind. It's a woman wearing a pristinely white dress. She had absolute beauty like Bai Yan herself, but unlike the strong and demanding characteristics of the demon queen, this female had more of a flowing river charm that enticed the opposite sex with her gracefulness. Actually, I am you, and you are me. The woman in white slowly came towards her new incarnation and grinned mischievously. Before I entered into the cycle of rebirth, I already foresaw my future. I should have 3 lives before our meeting. From what I can see, you should be my 3rd reincarnation, correct? 3 rebirths. Bai Yan narrowed her eyes skeptically until she saw the resemblance. During my travels, I have come across a statue of a woman being worshipped by a group of demonic beasts. Is that you displayed in that cave and portrait? The woman in white chuckles at the question, yes and no. I am indeed that woman you saw in those depictions, but not this version you see before yourself. That life didn't meet my demand in talent or intellect, nor did the second life that came afterward. Then came you. You see, I foresaw our future and knew what could happen, so I made arrangements. I'm starting to ramble here. I'll get to the point. Technically, that is me but also you in all aspects. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Woman in white, 2, therefore, the figures inscribed on those statues should not be me, but you. The woman's words echoed over and over again in Bai Yan's head. Like a thunderclap, the explosion causes the demon queen to lose the ability to think. Are you me? Bai Yan was stunned and continued to ask, do you have a vendetta against the demon realm? The woman in white turned to face Bai Yan softly chuckled, demon realm. You're talking about the demon clans, right? Now the demon clan has changed its name to demon realm. I do have a vendetta against the demons. No wait, it should be said, this is a war between humans and demons. It doesn't matter, these things have nothing to do with me anymore, I have long ceased to exist in this world. All you see here is but a remnant of my soul left behind to help you ascend to the level of a true celestial. True celestial. Bai Yan sneered and curved her lips sarcastically, since you were so powerful then why did you fall? The woman in white made a stunned face over the question before turning embarrassed. The reason will be clear to you in the future, and it is not convenient for me to say it for the time being. Bai Yan saw the other her didn't want to tell the truth so she didn't dig deeper. After a muse, she continues, then tell me what this place is, and why did you leave a remnant of your soul here? This space is a special pocket in reality frozen in stasis. It doesn't matter how long or who stays here, your age will never change. Let's say a baby comes inside, they will remain a baby in its infancy stage even after 1,000 years. There will be no changes to their physical body, which is the reason why I used it to house myself. If it's any other place, you think this fragment of ourselves would survive this long? I would have disappeared long ago and be unable to meet you. The woman in white sighed softly. Perhaps the time had rubbed the edge off of her soul, but this woman in white didn't have the sharp edge that the statues portrayed inside the cave and portrait. Instead, there's peace and serenity between those eyes. Then how do I reach the true celestial rank? Bai Yan went straight for the problem after getting the gist of things. She's no longer so calm anymore because something just clicked in her head. What if the demon chief who planted that peach blossom forest is Deetsong's older incarnation? I got reborn 3 times already according to this soul fragment. What are the odds that Deetsong followed me as well by entering the life cycle? Bai Yan had a lot of questions about this matter still. For example, why did this woman in white want to step on top of the demon clans of old when the demon chief clearly loved her dearly like how Deetsong loves her in this life? You will still need to work hard to reach the true celestial stage. However, I don't have much strength left, at most able to help you reach the middle level of the Divine Lord stage. The rest will be up to you. The woman in white paused for a moment and continued, after you reach the peak level of the Divine Lord stage, you will need to acquire an external force for help. There's this red flaming bead. If you can attain this item, your body will naturally find its way to a breakthrough. Flaming bead. Bai Yan made a stunned face because the name immediately brought her to the thought of Di Ling Yan's condition. There's a flaming bead inside her daughter's heart. As for here, you don't have to worry, I will use the last of my strength to help you shatter the restraint. Don't blame me for taking so long to come. Although time has stopped in this pocket of reality, but its territory is very large and that's how hard it was to find you despite my efforts. Woman in white, 3, hold on. Bai Yan presses for information regarding the flaming bead after seeing the other her disappearing. Unfortunately, the woman in white had already returned to a globe of light after her words and shot into her body. In the darkness, Deetsong had been hugging Bai Yan's body with an iron grasp during the whole time. He's worried she would disappear from his world if he lost a single strand of hair from his wife. Suddenly, a ray of light emanated from within the woman's body, instantly turning into a pillar of light and pouring upwards to illuminate the darkness. Father, Bai Shuchen nervously grabbed Bai Yan's sleeve and asked, "What's happening?" Mother, Sheet, Deetsong frowned and didn't respond. Instead, his sight locked onto the woman's body over the changes. Lower Divine Lord, Middle Divine Lord. The forced breakthroughs directly allowed Bai Yan to reach the middle level of the Divine Lord stage as per that soul fragment said. Deetsong, Shuchen, fluttering her eyelids, the demon queen's consciousness slowly comes to and saw the 2 males that she so dearly loved. Subsequently, Bai Yan didn't wait and raised that pair of arms to wrap around the man's neck, letting their body and warmth to mingle together. Yenner. You're back. Deetsong's large hand gently wrapped around her back to comfort both himself and his wife. These days, he could sense Bai Yan's presence, but that doesn't mean the ordeal wasn't any less stressful. Mother. The steam bun flew into a yippee jump of joy and threw himself at his mother's tummy. What happened before? How come you didn't answer me when I called? You scared me to death, Mother. I heard everything you were saying, Shuchen. It's just that I couldn't respond to you before. Bai Yan apologetically caressed her son's head because she understood how much worry she had caused. While the family was having their well-deserved reunion, the light had grown so strong that it had encompassed every corner within the visible view. Clack! A crisp cracking sound abruptly interrupted their hug and caught the family's attention. Bai Yan's heart tightened and quickly wrapped her arms around the steambun's body before scanning the area vigilantly. It's at this point that her expression froze in shock. Reason. The snowy white sky overhead had started to shatter with veins forming in all directions. In a mere 15 minutes, the crack had expanded to the level of allowing some of the broken shards above to fall. Then, only then could they see the crisp blueness that they are so familiar with. Mother. Bai Shuchen's small little mouth made a big round shape. Can we finally leave? Bai Yan softly confirms the idea by gently nodding. Unfortunately, we don't have a concept of time here. Who knows how much time had transpired outside? Maybe 100 years have already passed for your siblings. Bai Yan's heart shook with horror at the idea. She didn't want to believe that was possible, but it was a possibility she couldn't ignore. Bai Shuchen was equally as stunned by her words. Then quickly looking up to face his mother's gaze, "Mother, what do you mean by that? How come I can't understand?" Without hesitation, the demon queen went into great detail on what her previous incarnation had told her about this world and herself. She did not withhold any information. Woman in white, 4. Bai Xiaoqin's small face instantly turned white as soon as she said that. "Mother, father, what if 100 years had passed? Wouldn't that make Ling Yan older than me? Will I have to call her my big sister instead? What if a thug comes along and snatch her away by taking advantage of my young age?" The thought of a little fart coming along and stealing his sister from right under his nose immediately unsettled the steam bun. He couldn't accept that. "Let's go back and see." Bai Yan also had a worried face. "Who knows, we might have only been gone for a few months." "Really?" Bai Xiaoqin nearly started crying due to the nervousness he had inside. "Will Ling Yan still run up to me and call me big brother? Will Jin Tian still cluelessly do as I say? Let's leave." Bai Yan did not answer Bai Xiaoqin's words further due to how grim she felt inside as well. How could I have let Ling Yan and Jin Tian alone for so long? What kind of life did they have if that much time did pass? I'm a terrible mother. "Don't worry." Di Tsang placed an arm around his wife's shoulder and smiled reassuringly. "You need to have more confidence in yourself, Yenner. We would never have stayed here for that long." Sure enough, that managed to warm the lady's heart somewhat. "I hope so. Otherwise, I won't be able to bear the consequences of abandoning those my darlings." Finally able to follow his parents' conversation, Bai Xiaoqin sniffs and holds back his own tears to act confidently. "That's right, mother, me and father never would have allowed us to stay here for that long. Let's go home, I also miss everyone. Maybe Dragony and Auntie are home as well and waiting for us." "Okay, let's go home, the place where everyone is." That said, Bai Yan looked up to the familiar blue sky and felt a flame of hope burning within herself again. The celestial realm. Outside the celestial palace, a dense crowd of invaders had descended from the void and come before the main gate. The few guards who remained to defend this palace were naturally frightened at the massive force gathered at their doorstep. Especially when they managed to grasp the enemy's power, which was far beyond their own. "You people. Who are you?" The most veteran of the defenders stepped forward despite his own nervousness. He's having trouble keeping a firm grip on the sword with his shaky hands. "Leave none alive." The old man leading the invasion force coldly orders, not batting an eyelash over the question. Under the dark clouds, blood stained the walls of the sacred grounds of the palace, eliminating all life that once dwelled here and echoing a scream of terror in the air. "Elder Een, Heavenly Flame's body should be inside the altar here." A young-looking spy stepped over and respectfully reports, "According to the information we've gathered, these people do not know what's hidden under there, so no one had ever disturbed the coffin." Elder Een sneered in contempt at the few defenders who are still resisting. "These people are foolish indeed. They had such a treasure right under their feet and never knew it. Finish them quickly, we will head inside first." "Yes, Elder." With that order, the rest of the assaulting force promptly streamed into the palace, slaying everyone and everything in sight. It didn't matter if the residents were children or women, none got spared on this tragic day. Heavenly's body. 1. The altar of the celestial palace was considered the most mysterious place in all of the celestial realm. In fact, not even the keepers themselves knew what this sacred spot meant to the world. All they knew was that because of the altar's existence, the celestial palace was able to grow by leaps and bounds to become the #1 power. Deep in the altar, an ancient coffin similar to a sarcophagus of the Western style laid there silently. It's giving off the impression of those resting tombs hidden in those old catacombs under a church. However, unlike the decrepit state that one would expect of something old, this one had been sealed tight with no room for air to seep in. Apparently no one had ever thought to open it since its inception despite the constant stream of energy radiating out from the surface. "Open it, we will destroy Heavenly's body." Elder Ian waved his hand and commanded in a cold voice. Yes, Elder. After hearing this, the spy in charge of information gathering stepped over and slammed down with his fist. It made a loud impact, but the sarcophagus remains intact and spotless. Elder Ian frowned at this sight. Get out of the way, I'll do it myself. The spy hurriedly gave way, afraid his hesitation would enrage the old senior. Unlike the youth who couldn't make a dent, Elder Ian was someone much stronger in terms of power. By gathering all of his energy into the palm, the very air around the room had warped when smashing down. Despite the incredible force, the results were the same, albeit with a heavier tremor in the room. Nothing's changed. It seems even I can't open this coffin with my strength, Elder Ian smugly smirked. Everyone who is at the demi-divine lord level come assist me, we must pry open this thing. Yes, Elder. Without delay, all of the masters who came to participate in this invasion had stepped over and surrounded the coffin. Elder Ian took a deep breath before making a solemn expression. Okay, let's start now. The plan is to converge all of our power onto one point and make a breakthrough. The seal will naturally shatter once a hole is made. He must determine whether the corpse inside was Heavenly Flame's body. At this moment, all of the demi-divine lords began gathering their powers onto a single point in the middle of the sarcophagus. It's suffocating for anyone unable to bear this heavy atmosphere, forcing the subordinates to flee the room before they die under this weight. Boom! A loud roar resounded across the sky, and the lid, which had been firmly immobile, was finally overturned under their assault. There's a man silently slumbering there. Handsome, yet proud in his contour. Indeed, this was a man of high stature without doubt, just that he's been dead for who knows how long based on that pale complexion. There's no mistake, this body is indeed Heavenly's. Elder Ian's pupil tightly sharpened on that face and grinned darkly upon confirming the features. If his body gets destroyed, does that mean the seal around the domains is gone? Another mutters without directing it to anyone. Does that mean the conquest of the main worlds is upon us? Perhaps it's the wonderful image of their future, but some of the demi-divine lords were already laughing wildly like some evil villain from those typical movies. They had been staying inside the frost domain for who knows how long. They've long grown tired of such a life. Now the time to conquer and taste the fruit was upon them, so how could they not be happy? Heavenly's body, too. Elder Ian bellied out a cocky laugh at the grand future awaiting their forces. Move aside, all of you. I will destroy Heavenly's body right now, and the seal blocking the monarch's return to this world will come undone. The corners of his lips drew a devilish grin as he stared down at the corpse in the coffin. Then with a flick of his palm, a flame materializes into existence in preparation for his attack. However, right as the reddish flame was about to touch the clothes, a figure suddenly breaks through the fabric of reality and slices down to get in between him and the body. Who are you? Elder Ian's expression flew into a rage as he yelled at the interloper. This woman's strength is at the peak of the demi-divine lord level, and just a step away from being a divine lord like the monarchs as well. I won't win if I fight her here alone. I am Heavenly's wife, and you wanted to destroy my husband's body from his previous life without my consent. The woman's shallow smile and disdainful glare swept across the group. Heavenly's wife. The faces of Elder Ian and his subordinates all got very ugly. They had heard rumors that Heavenly already had a wife before this, but they didn't expect the woman to be so strong. Girl, your strength is very strong, I admit that. Unfortunately, you only have those from the Heavenly Flame domain to back you up, while we have multiple forces at our beck and call. You think you can overcome us all today? Don't be ridiculous. The old man sneered, and his eyes were full of contempt. I advise you to step aside and go back to your husband, otherwise, don't blame us for not showing mercy and pity against a woman. The fact that I came today means I have no intentions of going back empty-handed. I can leave, but that's only with my husband's body. Bai Ning smiled indifferently as she made her stance. Elder Ian narrowed his eyes as he went over his options. I have already given you a chance, but you did not cherish it, so don't blame us. Even Heavenly could not stop all of the domains by himself. What do you think you can do with only that much ability? As Elder Ian spoke, countless noises could faintly be heard coming from the far-off horizon, which quickly came close enough to show the massive army gathered for this invasion. Yun Feng was right, they brought a massive army with them. Even so, I won't back down. Madam. Everyone who came with Bai Ning from the Heavenly Flame domain quickly gathered around the lady's location, their stance circling into a defensive position with the lady at center. We will deal with these people, you leave with the monarch's body first. Bai Ning shook her head to refute the idea. That's not possible, I won't be able to escape on my own. Don't worry about me. I am Heavenly's wife, I have a duty to protect my husband's body from the previous life. Heavenly's body. 3. Due to how densely populated the sky had become like a flock of crows flying in the air, all of the normal denizens closest to the epicenter were looking up towards the celestial palace with fear and uncertainty of what the future holds. Because of this, Keeper Yellow and his brothers didn't need to look very far to know what's happening. On top of that, the immense pressure could reach them all the way back in the mountains where they were hiding. What's going on? Why are there so many demi-divine lords over at the Celestial Palace's direction? Keeper Yellow's expression got deathly white due to the fears circulating within his heart. It's likely those bastards from the domains. Keeper Yellow, how long are we going to keep hiding here like this? If those people want to hunt us, then that's fine, we can always move to a new spot. But they're slaughtering the entire celestial realm. We can't keep being cowards like this while everyone dies. One of the keepers cried tears of blood at the scene. Keeper Yellow felt just as bad. Ever since they lost Keeper Ling and Keeper Zun that day outside the city, the group has become dispirited and lost on the next path forward. Let's go back to the Celestial Palace. Keeper Yellow grits his teeth fiercely and finally made the decision, we absolutely cannot let the celestial realm fall today. Even if we die, we will die fighting. I've done so many wrong things in the past, I can't cower now when the crisis is upon us. Otherwise, what was the point of us existing up to this point? After having similar thoughts, the keepers all charged out of the mountain in which they had lived for the past few years. It's now or never, and they choose to fight. When arrived outside the palace, a scene of carnage welcomed their eyes. Bodies, blood, organs, it's truly a scene out of hell itself. It seems those bastards did attack the celestial palace, they slaughtered everyone, women and children alike. Closing his eyes, Keeper Yellow makes a pained face due to not coming earlier and allowing this carnage to occur. Go, we will confront the enemy. Without wasting time, these old seniors that oversaw the safety of the celestial realm for all these years stepped through the main gates for the inner sanctums. They're determined and would gladly sacrifice themselves as brave warriors. Blood-stained altar. More and more enemies were swooping down from the sky and attacking Bai Ning after she arrived on the scene earlier. She's exhausted after fighting alone for so long. But whenever her body was ready to collapse from depletion, the images of her husband and daughter would always reinvigorate her spirit for another swing. This was the scene that Keeper Yellow and the others saw after they arrived. It's bloody with bodies skewered along the ground. You bastards, how dare you lot defile the Celestial Palace's altar? At the beginning, the Celestial Palace never was this powerful and stood at the very top. Rather, it was a member of their order that accidentally came across the ancient coffin and discovered training beside it would exponentially increase one's cult of action speed. Heavenly's body. 4. It was precisely because of the existence of the ancient coffin that brought the great fortune to the Celestial Palace. So, it doesn't take much to imagine the anger erupting from his heart after seeing someone destroyed their faith. Hold on, Keeper Yellow. One of the keepers grabbed the senior and shook his head. Don't you see that woman Bai Ning is also here? We don't know who destroyed the altar, so let's wait and see. Humph. Keeper Yellow promptly breaks away that hand and grumpily replied, "No matter who it is that destroyed the altar, we must first deal with those from the domains. How many innocent civilians died at their hands? How many families were destroyed because of them? Besides, if Bai Ning wanted to destroy the altar, then she could have done so long ago when she attacked the Celestial Palace. Why do it now before so many foes?" It must be said, for all the mistakes he made in the past, Keeper Yellow finally made a smart choice for once. After he dropped these words, his figure had already disappeared in a flash and landed in front of Bai Ning's location. Raising an eyebrow at the sudden interruption, Bai Ning skeptical examines the person before recognizing who it was. "It's you? You're done being a coward now. What are you doing here?" Turning to face the woman, the keeper's figure appeared so weak and frail as that yellowish robe fluttered with the wind. "Lady Bai Ning, I know that you do not want to see any of us from the Celestial Palace, but for now, I hope you can put aside our difference and work together to confront these enemies. It's our only chance." Bai Ning did not speak for a good while, her gaze quickly scanning back and forth between the two forces. "Ha!" Elder Ian sneered humorously, "No matter how many people comes today, the ending will be the same with Heavenly's body destruction. No one can stop us." Keeper Yellow's expression grew fierce and ferocious after hearing that. "I knew it, it's you bastards who ruined the faith of the Celestial Palace. I will never let you go." Without delay, the senior jumped and rushed at the enemy leader who had just spoken. Not to be caught off guard, Elder Yin's hand was already in wait as he grinned triumphantly. He's been waiting for this moment after deliberately provoking the keeper. With a gush of energy, blade shot out from his palm. Yin got a direct hit into the other person's body. Yet, instead of the expected collapse and blood-splattering hole, Keeper Yellow endures the damage and regains his momentum in the next second to come before Elder Yin's face. He's a damn cockroach, and how durable that body behaves. "You're also from the Heavenly Flame domain." Elder Yin dodged the retaliatory blow and quickly slipped to the side. "No." Keeper Yellow's attack did not stop. "I am a member of the Celestial Palace, the ones you slaughtered like cattle here today. I will never let you bastards off the hook for what you've done." "Ha ha ha." Elder Yin laughed wildly. "Just with you. You are no more than a mid-level demi-divine lord. Why would you think you can overcome our forces? You're no more than an ant in my eye. Pitiful insect." Boom. This time, Elder Yin did not hold back and unleashed a barrage of punches with his fist, landing blow after blow onto Keeper Yellow's chest. Finally unable to take it, the old keeper spurted out a mouthful of blood and turned deathly pale. "Lady Bai Ning, although we have had a dispute in the past, but this time, can I ask you for a favor?" He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, turned to face the woman behind himself. He's praying for her to accept his request. Bai Ning was stunned for a bit before stopping her own attack to face the swaying old man. "What favor?"
Chapter 4760. Xin Huang, things are almost done. Can you scram back now? Tian Dao glanced at her and asked weakly. Xian Huang retorted, "What's the hurry?" Didn't he see that her little disciple's emotions were fluctuating? She was not at ease leaving her little disciple like this. Tian Dao curled his lips and did not dare to be long-winded with Xian Huang. This fellow knew Xian Huang too well. If he irritated her with his chatter, he would definitely not have a good ending. The effect would be better if he did not overdo it. Xiaomu tugged on Xian Huang's hand so tightly that it tugged at Xian Huang's heart. This child really made one's heart ache. If it was possible, Tian Dao suddenly jumped in front of the two and smiled flatteringly. "Xian Huang, you've been here for too long this time. If you don't hurry back, it will be difficult for me." Xian Huang glared at it angrily. Tian Dao thought to himself, "It's too difficult for me." If not for Xian Huang's gaze, he would not have jumped forward to interrupt. It was mainly because of Xian Huang. If she was unreliable, she would be more willful and unreliable than anyone else. She could not forcibly drag the little girl from this world to her world. Otherwise, it would really be a mess. Xianhuang glanced at Tiandao and snorted. Don't worry, my disciple has a family here. I can't take her away. Then she waved at Tiandao with a face full of disdain. Go away. I want to say a few words to my disciple. Tiandao curled his lips and quietly slipped to the side with a faint sadness of being disdained. A pair of small black eyes could not help but roll around. Xianhuang ignored the old fellow and pulled her disciple to the side. She whispered, Little treasure, you've used the Fushi sword twice in a row. Your soul has been greatly damaged. You have to be obedient for a while. Don't use your divine sense too much. Can you listen to Master? Arbor nodded obediently, indicating that she had listened to her master's words. Xianhuang glanced at the soul, calming frost jade hanging around her neck. She reached into her bosom and took out a gourd-shaped medicine bottle and handed it to her little disciple. Child, here is a soul-subduing pill. Take one a day for a month. It will help you repair your soul. Xiaomu nodded her small head. Master, are you leaving? Xianhuang was stunned for a moment before she nodded. She raised her hand and patted the little fellow's head. You must be well. Promise me that you will protect yourself well. Heavenly Tao had been secretly observing them for a while. At this moment, he hurriedly jumped up and smiled obsequiously. Dark Phoenix, do you want to send you on your way? Get lost. Can I walk on my own? After Xianhuang finished speaking, she turned around and made a gesture to her little disciple. Then, she tore open the space in front of her and disappeared instantly. Heavenly Tao pursed his lips and mumbled to himself. He then hurriedly looked at the little girl with a grin. That stoic face. The little stoic ignored him and turned to say to little Tai Sui and the others, I'm going to stay here for a while, waiting for her lotus, waiting for rotten peach blossoms, until they came back. Although little Tai Sui did not know what was going on, he still nodded. Okay, Arbor called out to Mu Xingqian and put them all into the star domain. She turned around and was about to leave when she suddenly heard Long Shangyun say, Cousin. Arbor originally wanted to leave without looking back, but she heard Long Shangyun say urgently, You can make a trip to the pool Lotus Sacred Realm. We once saw a wisp of crown Prince Mo Lian's soul projection there. Chapter 4761. Arbor's footsteps paused, and she turned to look in Long Shangyun's direction. The latter nodded slightly at her, with a slightly bitter expression. Actually, as long as it's a cultivator who often goes to the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm, they should have seen it. I feel that if you go to Pond Lotus Sacred Realm and find the Crown Prince's soul, it should help you find where he is. Long Shangyun didn't say anything else. Arbor understood her meaning. If that really was Mo Lian's soul, then she might be able to contact Jojo's lotus. However, she didn't feel very hopeful about this. After all, from what she knew, Mo Lian's soul should be very complete. His knowledge pool had never been injured before, so he still didn't know what that wisp of soul was. But if it was only in terms of appearance. Arbor's gaze fell on Long Shangyun, and she stared for a while before saying, So when you first saw Mo Lian, you acted so strangely. She remembered that when she saw Mo Lian back then, she had even looked at him a few more times in astonishment and had almost blurted out something to Long Huan. In the end, Long Huan pulled on his arm, and he shut up. What Long Shangyun was surprised about was that she had seen a soul that looked very similar to Mo Lian in Pond Lotus Sacred Realm. I'm sorry, cousin, Long Huan said in a low voice. I've never told you about this. The soul that looks like Crown Prince Lian has always been wandering around Pond Lotus Sacred Realm. People who win a train would occasionally meet it once or twice. I've never told you before. It's because Pond Lotus Sacred Realm is the only place that is jointly guarded by the great clans of Forgotten River. Even if I told you, without the permission of the other clans, you wouldn't be able to enter that place. A year ago, an elder of the Forgotten River Duo clan wanted to refine this soul. Long Huan sighed. However, in the end, he didn't come out of Pond Lotus Sacred Realm. After that, Pond Lotus Sacred Realm automatically sealed itself and no longer allowed anyone to enter. That's why I didn't tell Sister to tell you about it. It's useless even if I tell you. No one can enter now. Arbor was expressionless as he nodded at the siblings. Upon seeing this, Long Huan sighed lightly and cupped his hands at Xiao Mu. Farewell. Goodbye. Long Shangyun nodded weakly at the little crown princess. She seemed to be in a very bad mental state, and her face was exceptionally pale. The cold valley of the River of Forgetfulness this time was known as the most barren and difficult place in the River of Forgetfulness. They probably wouldn't be able to come out for the next 100 years. Thinking about it this way, Ancestor Xuanji's punishment of the Long siblings and the rest of the dragon clan was not light. Long Shangyun, Arbor suddenly called out to her. Long Shangyun turned around to look at her. Suddenly, she saw a white jade porcelain medicine bottle flying toward her. Long Huan hastily reached out to take it and glanced at Arbor in astonishment. He probably did not expect that this black-hearted little stoic would actually throw a bottle of medicinal pills to his younger sister. There are 30 soul-subduing pills in the jade bottle. You can take one every 5 days. It will more or less help you a little. Long Shangyun smiled at her. Her smile was slightly pale and did not have its usual radiance. Many thanks. Xiao Mu watched as the siblings left with their clansmen, and she only retracted her gaze after a long while. Looking back at the calm surface of the River of Forgetfulness, Arbor's eyes deepened. Chapter 4762. Since they planned to stay in the River of Forgetfulness for a while, Arbor discussed with Rongqing and the others. They set up a defensive talisman formation on the original snowy island and had everyone settle down there for the time being. Those who needed to cultivate cultivated, and those who needed to refine pills concocted pills. Right now, Xiao Mu could only make herself slightly busier in order to not let her imagination run wild. Huang He and the others also didn't dare to ask. Ever since they sent off the Long siblings that day, Jojo became increasingly taciturn. She usually kept herself as busy as a small spinning top. If she wasn't guiding them in pill refinement, she was helping Rongqing and speeding up their training. The cultivators complained incessantly in their hearts, but they didn't dare to reveal anything on the surface. They had all deeply experienced the little stoic's methods. Try it if you dare to complain. I guarantee you'll suffer 100 times more than others the next day. This stoic face was just this swindling. What could you do to her? 3 days later, Arbor strolled back and forth on the surface of the River of Forgetfulness by herself. During this period, she had developed a habit of waiting on the surface for Jojo's lotus to return. She habitually crouched here and stared blankly at the boundless water. She had carved out a large fissure here, and an extremely deep trench appeared. The water on both sides flowed into this deep trench and flowed endlessly. The surface of the sea was still so calm, without any ripples. However, they had to be very careful when they reached this place in the future. If they were swept into this trench by the rapids, it would truly be terrible luck. Arbor stared blankly at the trench again today. She sat cross-legged on a futon, and her figure seemed to grow beside the trench, firmly fixed there. She didn't slide down with the rapids, nor did she float out with the currents. She just sat there like this, staring blankly at the deep trench. She didn't know how long she had been in this state. Little Tai Sui had also come out to persuade her, but he couldn't persuade this little fellow. When Mo Lien fell into the abyss of the sacrificial sea, Jojo's heart also fell in with her. Jojo, how about we go to the pond, Lotus Sacred Realm, to take a look? Little Tai Sui came out again and stood next to the little stoic worriedly, his eyes fixed on her. Arbor looked up at the little Tai Sui. Do you think Long Shangyun's words are reliable? At that time, I feel that she has no reason to lie to you. You didn't lie to me, but if you want to go to the pond, Lotus Sacred Land, it won't be something that can be solved in a day or two. Jojo still has to wait for Lotus here. Arbor hesitated for a moment and said. Little Tai Sui secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Jojo was willing to go to the pool Lotus Sacred Realm, everything was fine. Although he didn't know if Lotus Soul existed in this pond Lotus Sacred Realm. After all, Xiao going out for a walk and strolling around the Mystic Realm was much better than squatting here like a rock waiting for her husband. Arbor glanced at him. Little Tai Sui, will something happen to Jojo's Lotus? Of course not. Little Tai Sui pursed his lips and said, Haven't you heard of an old saying? What? A scourge lives for 1,000 years. Arbor. Little Tai Sui harumphed and said, What can happen to him? Didn't you already know? The result of the Hidden Night Pavilion's message is that his bright lamp projection is completely unharmed, which means that he's perfectly fine. He's only fine for the time being, Arbor thought worriedly. Jojo, Little Tai Sui, said seriously, I think we should go. Chapter 4763. If we don't go to the pond, Lotus Sacred Realm, to take a look, how will we know whether that soul belongs to Lotus or not? If we really miss Lotus's soul, then won't we regret it immensely in the future? Arbor thought so as well, so she nodded at Little Tai Sui. Then how about you bring some people to look for it? Little Tai Sui's face was taut as he shook his head and said, That won't do. You need to personally make a trip there. After all, who knows if that guy's soul will be so perverted that he won't even recognize his own family. Arbor, if it really is his soul, even if it's just a trace of his soul brand, he definitely won't attack you. If he attacks you, then it means it's not him. It won't be too late for us to destroy him then. Arbor blinked, feeling that Little Tai Sui's words actually made some sense. However, she still couldn't resist asking, Why do we have to destroy him if it's not Lotus's soul? Little Tai Sui humphed. Don't you feel uncomfortable looking at him? Why does he look like Mo Lien and not him? Arbor was actually a bit speechless. Just how much did Little Tai Sui care about Jojo's Lotus? He couldn't even look like Lotus, all right. Little Tai Sui moved his small arms and legs and bounced in front of her. Go make preparations. We'll set off immediately later, okay? Right now, he had to persuade the little stoic first. He couldn't let her stay in this place and be a lookout for her husband. Arbor glanced down at Little Tai Sui and suddenly reached out to pinch his small face. Tai Sui, thank you. She knew this guy just wanted to persuade her to leave this place and go somewhere else to relax. She also knew that her little companions in the Star Domain were all very worried about her. I made you guys worry. Little Tai Sui humphed and hastily swatted away her paw with his small hand. He grumbled, Impudent, always wanting to get physical with this old man. Arbor couldn't help but laugh and tugged at his long hair. Why are you acting so old when you're still a child? His mood inexplicably improved somewhat. Thinking about it, the Little Tai Sui was right. Since the news from the Hidden Night Pavilion said that Jojo's Lotus Soul was fine, then it should be fine. Taking 10,000 steps back, Mo Lien and He Chun were together, so at least they had a companion. If they encountered any problems, they would probably be able to discuss it. Although the little guy kept comforting himself, there was still a lingering shadow in his heart. She thought of that matured berserk, sacred beast. That was really an unstable factor. Little Tai Sui snuck a glance at him, pursed its lips, and said with a solemn expression, All right, don't think too much about it. Anyway, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. His voice paused, and his expression abruptly changed. This time, he couldn't care less about pretending to be an elder, lecturing her with sincere and heartfelt words. He hastily grabbed Xiao Mu's fair wrist and ordered sternly, Quickly return to the star. Before he could finish saying the word domain, the river of forgetfulness shook violently. Arbor suddenly felt her body sink, and she reflexively reached out to grab the Little Tai Sui's lapel. However, he only managed to grab the boy's green and white belt, which was embroidered with emerald green bamboo, before he was sent flying by a huge shock wave uncontrollably. Arbor didn't even have time to open her star domain before she fainted. On the calm surface of the river of forgetfulness, a series of explosions could be heard. The entire sea was filled with thunderous sounds. At this time, the river of forgetfulness was being bombarded by divine stone cannons. Chapter 4764. An hour ago, when Madame Long received the news that her son and daughter had moved to the cold valley of forgetfulness, she almost collapsed. Why do we have to go to the cold valley of forgetfulness? This is an order from our ancestor. Long Chiyu's expression was also very bad. He had already received news that Long Huan did not listen to him and become friends with Jojo. Instead, he followed his grandmother and did a series of foolish things. Ancestor Xuanji has already passed away for so many years. Why does she still want to interfere with the clan's matters? What Madame Long wanted to say was, what right does Ancestor Xuanji have to send the entire Wanchuan Dragon clan to the cold valley of forgetfulness? Because this is an order from our ancestor. Long Qiyu coughed heavily and stared at her sternly. Everyone has to accept it. Madame Long's eyes were red, and her voice was extremely mournful. Don't you know what kind of place the cold valley of forgetfulness is? How can anyone live in such a place? How long will it take for us to move there? 100 years. Long Qiyu said indifferently. What? Madame Long's eyes were wide open. Why? Before Long Qiyu could get angry, he heard a loud sound, and the entire sea defense barrier above them seemed to ripple slightly under the impact. Through the transparent barrier, Long Qiyu and Madame Long could see countless panicked little fish wagging their tails and running around in all directions. Deafening explosions continued to ring out. Long Qiyu hurriedly called someone over and asked, "What happened?" "Someone's attacking us. The other clans have sent a distress signal." Long Qiyu's expression was grave. "Who did it?" "We don't know yet. We only see countless Godstone cannons bombarding our barrier." Madame Long cried out in panic. "What? How long can the barrier last?" This was no joke. The reason why they were able to live at the bottom of the forgetfulness and even be isolated was because of the barrier. Once the barrier was broken, the seawater outside would definitely pour in. At that time, the entire Forgetfulness clan's land would collapse and the losses would be disastrous. They had just been sent to the cold valley of forgetfulness and were attacked repeatedly. Long Qiyu didn't believe that there was no premeditated plan. But who was it that was able to gather so many divine stone cannons? Long Qiyu took a deep breath and quickly walked outside. "Let's go take a look." "Arbor, it must be Arbor," Madame Long angrily shouted. The matriarch just left, and she immediately brought people to attack Wang Chuan. "This little girl is really ruthless." "Shut up." Long Qiyu glared at her in annoyance. "You usually look like a smart person, but why can't you always be smart at critical moments?" "How could it be Jojo?" "She already knows that Ancestor Xuanji of the Dragon Clan banished us all to the forgetful River Cold Valley. Given her character, she would have refuted Ancestor Xuanji's decision on the spot if she did not agree with him. Since she didn't say anything, it means that she has tacitly agreed to our ancestor's decision," Long Qiyu said with a cold voice. "Isn't that perfect?" Madame Long's face was full of hatred. "If we all leave and are banished to the cold valley of forgetfulness, she can take over the magpie's nest and call herself the Great King." "Huh? Who's taking over the magpie's nest?" A cold voice slowly entered Madame Long's ears. Chapter 4765. Long Qiyu and Madame Long were both startled when they saw the handsome young man strolling over with a face as cold as water. Madame Long's expression changed slightly, and she finally couldn't help but say angrily, "It's you. So it was you who brought people with the Divine Stone Cannon to bombard our Wanchuan clan's land?" She turned her head and roared at Long Qiyu. "Look at the good son you taught. This little bastard is getting bolder and bolder." Long Qiyu clutched his chest and coughed heavily a few times. His expression was somewhat incredulous as he looked at the young man in front of him with a complicated gaze. "Yin'er, why did you do this?" A trace of alienation and indifference flashed through Ding Yun's eyes, revealing a strange light. "Do I need any special reason to do this?" "Yin'er, you hate me, don't you?" Long Qiyu looked at his son with a pained expression, and there seemed to be a flickering light in his eyes. Young Master Ding was too lazy to look at him, and said coldly, "You think too highly of yourself. I've never met you since we were young, and only recently did you know of my existence. Do you think I can hate a stranger?" Long Qiyu closed his eyes in pain, and said with certainty, "You just hate me. Whatever you say." Ding Yun waved his hand impatiently. "Men, tie him up." Then, a few disciples of the demonic sect dressed in strange clothes came forward and attacked without any explanation. Madame Long wanted to resist, but she was not Ding Yun's opponent at all. In less than a second, she was bound by the layers of wood spirits that young Master Ding had wrapped around her. Circles of wood vines tied her body like a fried dough twist, tightly wrapping her inside. Madame Long even found it difficult to breathe normally, and her face immediately turned red. Long Qiyu hurriedly said, "Yin'er, don't do this to your dear mother. Shut up." Ding Yun unhappily interrupted Long Qiyu's words and looked at him coldly. "You should take care of yourself first. Good for nothing. Sick all over. I don't know what my mother saw in you back then." Long Qiyu looked at his son with a pale face and opened his mouth, but he was speechless. "Long Yun, you disgraceful little bastard." "Long Yun." Young Master Ding muttered these two words playfully. He turned his head to look at Madame Long, who was wrapped in wooden vines. A solid wood spirit whip hit the woman's body. "Ah!" Mrs. Long screamed in pain. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at young Master Ding in disbelief. It was as if she hadn't expected Ding Yun to be so bold as to openly lay a vicious hand on her, his official mother. "You disobedient and unfilial little bastard. How dare you?" Mrs. Long's exasperated screams came to an abrupt end under another lash of the whip. Young Master Ding looked coldly at the woman in front of him. Suddenly, he smiled like a spring breeze. "Madam, do you think that no one will ever find out about the vicious, heartless, and inhumane things you have done?" Madame Long's eyes narrowed slightly as she subconsciously turned to look at Ding Yun. "Long Yun, what are you talking about?" "Madam, it's better to call me Ding Yun." The man had a vicious smile on his face as he looked coldly at Madame Long. "Did you think that one day you would fall into my hands? It's not that the heavens don't punish you." Chapter 4766. Previously, it was just not the right time. Ding Yun stared coldly at Mrs. Long, and now, it's clearly the right time. A rare trace of panic flashed across Mrs. Long's face. Her gaze followed Ding Yun's raised arm back and forth. She opened her mouth, but seeing that the whip was about to land again, she hurriedly screamed, Long Yun, let's talk things out." Slap! The wood spirit whip in Ding Yun's hand unceremoniously whipped the woman's white cheek. "Ah!" Madame Long was shocked and angry. She covered her face with her hands in fear. "If Mrs. Long's memory is bad, I don't mind reminding you again." Ding Yun looked at her coldly. "Madam, it's better to call me Ding Yun. I'm not used to hearing others call me by an unfamiliar name." Mrs. Long's face was distorted. Her eyes were filled with venom as she stared at Ding Yun. "Ding Yun." Ding Yun smiled and nodded. "Madam, if you have anything to ask, just ask." Madame Long gritted her teeth and clenched her teeth, not making a sound. "Since Madam has nothing to say, then let me say it." Long Qiyu was finally able to see some clues. Her son seemed to have come here to settle accounts with Madame Long, but what he didn't understand was that his son had followed Ding Zian since young and never knew his wife. Where did this inexplicable hatred come from? Could it be that Ding Zian often mentioned them in front of his son? Long Qiyu couldn't figure it out. Ding Yun couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Mrs. Long. He went straight to the point. "Watching your son and daughter go to a barren place like the forgotten River Coal Valley and not be able to leave the valley for 100 years, isn't this heartbreaking? What are you trying to say?" Mrs. Long glared at the man in front of her and shouted, "Ding Yun, don't try to get information from me. It's useless." "Self-righteous." Young Master Ding smiled coldly at her. "Would I need to get information from a dying person like you? If I want to know something, wouldn't it be faster to search your soul?" Madame Long trembled and looked up at young Master Ding in shock. The latter smiled at her gently and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you for the time being. There are some things that I want to clarify with you. You're the only one who knows about this. As for whether he would take her life after asking her, that would depend on his mood." Madame Long sneered. "Do I have to answer just because you asked?" As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a hand with fingers as hard as steel tightly gripping her throat. Ding Yun looked at her with a smile, his eyes filled with ruthless coldness. "If you don't tell me, you won't even have the chance to see your children one last time." "What do you mean? Do you still not understand, madam?" Ding Yun looked at her with a cold expression and said, "Do you think that I only brought people to encircle and annihilate the remaining old, weak, women, and children of your Wangchuan clan?" Long Qiyu's eyes narrowed as he suddenly shouted angrily, "You even sent people to deal with Ji and Shangyun? Father is still the smart one." Ding Yun smiled and nodded. You understood immediately. You. Madame Long sucked in a breath of cold air and screamed with great difficulty. You demon, you, ah. Chapter 4767. Her throat tightened, causing her to be unable to spit out a single word. Ding Yun coldly looked at the woman in front of him and sneered. Before saying that I'm cruel, Madame Long, shouldn't you properly reflect on yourself? You know best what you've done in the past. Yin'er. At the side, Long Chuyu was weeping with tears and snot. Yin'er, your younger brother and sister are innocent. Innocent? Who isn't innocent? If I'm not innocent, then isn't my mother innocent? Ding Yun suddenly turned his head and roared at Long Chuyu with a cold expression. If you weren't two-timing, would you have caused my mother's tragedy? If it wasn't for you, will my mother have been so crazy as to kill my foster father back then? And it even made me duel with my brother. Ding Yun heavily kicked Madame Long in front of him, his hand fiercely clutching her neck. If you think that Long Huan and Long Shangyun are innocent, then what about me? Am I not innocent? Who did I offend? I was locked in a small dark room by my own mother, had to duel with my own brother, and even killed him with my own hands? Long Chuyu looked at his son in shock, his face filled with disbelief. You said, what did you say? At this moment, Ding Yun had already sunk into a huge sorrow. It was as if he was seeing that terrifying scene from more than 10 years ago. At that time, when he pushed open the door of that gloomy and terrifying woodshed, a child pounced on him, kicking and tearing at him. He had no choice. If he didn't kill, others would kill him. At that time, he was only 10 years old. Did he want to die? What could he do if he didn't want to die? His mother left behind a ruthless sentence, saying that there could only be one person who walked out of that dark room alive. Long Chu suddenly slumped to the ground and wailed loudly, This isn't real. This isn't real. Cry, cry, cry. You only know how to cry. Other than crying, what else can you do? Ding Yun's face was filled with anger as he angrily said to Long Chu, if you weren't indecisive and two-timing back then, harming others and yourself, how could Mother have become like this? Mother's mental illness is getting worse and worse. Otherwise, why would she be crazy enough to lock us two brothers in the same room and force us to fight to the death? No, you're not telling the truth, no. Of course, what Yuna said can't be entirely true. A voice full of vicissitudes of life suddenly sounded from outside. Long Chiyu's expression froze, unexpectedly turning his head to look. He saw a woman who looked to be in her 50s. Her cheekbones were thin, and her cheeks were full of wrinkles. She was leaning on a walking stick carved out of ebony wood and slowly walked over. Mrs. Long was wrapped in a pile of vines. She stared at the old woman who walked in with a hint of anger in her eyes. Ding Zian, look at your good son. However, Ding Zian didn't say anything to Madame Long. She didn't even bat an eyelid at her. In the blink of an eye, she looked towards Long Chuyu and said coldly, although what Yun said is not entirely true, a part of it is. Long Chuyu trembled, almost not daring to look directly into Ding Zian's eyes. He didn't expect that after not seeing her for more than 20 years, when they met again, it would be in such a scene. She was simply so old that he didn't dare to recognize her. Long Chiyu's heart trembled slightly. If they were to walk on the street like this, the two of them would pass each other face to face. Long Chiyu definitely wouldn't recognize that this was Ding Zian herself. Chapter 4768. She had changed too much. Could a person change so much in 20 years? Long Chiyu's heart was filled with emotions as he sat on the ground in a daze, looking up at that woman. Back in the day, she was also a beautiful young lady, as beautiful as a flower. How could she have changed so much? Yuner. Ding Zian looked at Ding Yun and said indifferently, even now, you still suspect that the first person Mother let you kill when you were 10 years old was your twin brother? Ding Yun looked at his mother with a complicated gaze, unable to speak for a long time. Ding Zian said, I was indeed pregnant with twins at that time. However, your younger brother died when he was born. The one you killed when you were 10 years old was actually just a shadow guard. Ding Yun was stunned, but he still looked at Ding Zian in disbelief. Ding Zian continued, do you still remember that child's appearance? He didn't look like you at all, did he? No matter how ruthless Mother is, It's impossible for me to let you kill your own brother. Then what about foster father? Why do you believe those specious rumors? Ding Xian said coldly, your foster father was indeed killed by me, but at that time, he was plotting to seize our Beijing manor. How could I let him succeed? The marriage alliance between Carefree Valley and Beijing Manor. Your foster father was eyeing Beijing Manor's sphere of influence. How sincere do you think he was to you? He just gave you some small favors. Ding Xian looked at her son indifferently. Don't be confused by a little bit of so-called warmth. Yes, back then he accompanied you to practice martial arts, and you had a deep relationship with him. But so what? Ding Xian's voice was very cold. He just valued your identity. Mother, is what you said today true? When has mother ever lied to you? Ding Xian looked at Ding Yun, then shook her head and turned to Long Chuyu. She finally looked him in the eye. Their gazes met, and for a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. 50520. She had changed too much. Could a person change so much in 20 years? Long Chuyu's heart was filled with emotions as he sat on the ground in a daze, looking up at that woman. Back in the day, she was also a beautiful young lady, as beautiful as a flower. How could there be such a huge change? Yuna. Ding Xian looked at Ding Yun and said indifferently, even now, you still suspect that the first person mother let you kill when you were 10 years old was your twin brother. Ding Yun looked at his mother with a complicated gaze, unable to speak for a long time. However, Ding Xian said, I was indeed pregnant with twins at that time. However, your younger brother died at birth. The one you killed when you were 10 was just a secret guard. Ding Yun was stunned, but his gaze still looked at Ding Xian in disbelief. Ding Xian continued, do you still remember the child's appearance? He doesn't look like you at all, does he? No matter how ruthless I am, I can't let you kill your own brother. What about adoptive father? Why do you believe those specious rumors? Ding Xian coldly replied, I was indeed the one who killed your foster father, but he was plotting to seize my Beijing manor. So how could I possibly let him succeed? Carefree Valley and Beijing Manor are connected by marriage. Your foster father is eyeing the sphere of influence of Beijing Manor. How sincere do you think he is to you? It's just some small favors that he usually gives you. Ding Xian glanced at her son indifferently. Don't be confused by a little bit of so-called warmth. Yes, back then he accompanied you to practice martial arts, so you have a deep relationship with him. But so what? Ding Xian's voice was extremely cold. He only values your identity. Mother, is what you said today true? Well, has mother ever lied to you? Ding Xian glanced at Ding Yun, then shook her head and turned to Long Chuyu. She finally looked him in the eye. Their gazes met, and for a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. Chapter 4769. Even if Madame was jealous, it was impossible for her to do such a thing. How could she poison Xian and even harm Yan'er? Long Chuyu subconsciously shook his head. When his gaze met Ding Xian's, his entire body couldn't help but turn cold. Ding Xian was actually looking at him with such a hateful gaze. Long Chuyu hurriedly turned to look at Ding Yun, as if he wanted to verify something. He looked at his son with pleading eyes. Yan'er, tell father, is what your mother said true? What love-severing poison? Was it really passed to Yun? Through his mother's womb. Ding Yun's gaze coldly swept across his face. So what if I tell you? Can you avenge me? Long Chuyu immediately looked like he had suffered a great blow, then turned to look at Madame Long, who was locked in the vines. Madame, why did you do this? You're asking me why I did this? Madame Long shrieked. If I didn't do this, would that bitch Ding Xian have left so willingly? You almost abandoned me for a woman from a lower star field. What else can I do? Long Chuyu looked at her with a face full of shock. Ding Yun saw this and only felt that it was extremely funny. He felt that his father was really funny. He was clearly the one who had a foot in both boats, wavering left and right to harm others. Yet he revealed an expression of I'm also a victim. It was really comical and laughable. Ding Yun shook his head, too lazy to say anything more to him. He turned and walked to Madame Long's side, then heard Long Chuyu call him mournfully from behind. Yan'er, Yan'er. Long Qiyu asked with a face full of pain. Does the love-severing poison affect you? Ding Yin felt that his father was becoming more and more laughable. He turned and gave him a charitable glance. What do you think? That's the one and only love-severing poison in the world. Do you think it will affect me? I've had poison in my body since I was young. When I was young, the poison would flare up on the 1st and 15th of every month. In order to survive, I had no choice but to fuse with the fire Qilin Fang snake's poison. It was extremely dangerous. Who could I tell? You think I wanted to fuse with this snake's poison and become a detestable demonic cultivator? I'm doing this to survive. Ding Yin looked at him coldly. Yina, Long Qiyu cried out sorrowfully. Father did not know about this. Father, now that you know who the culprit is, will you stand up for me? Can you solve this problem for me? Can you make your wife hand over the antidote to the love-severing poison? Long Qiyu was left speechless by his series of questions. Ding Yin looked at him indifferently as a sneer appeared on his lips. You can't do anything. Brother. Sikong Fuling walked briskly to her side. The people in the front and rear courtyards have all been arrested, and there's still more than 200 people left. They're all old, weak, women, and children. I know. Ding Yin nodded. They only received the housewarming notice today. I'm afraid they won't even have time to cry before we take them all down. The remaining old, weak, women, and children in the clan would also have to move to the cold valley of the River of Forgetfulness. But to them, the cold valley of the River of Forgetfulness was no different from hell on earth. They might not be able to return alive after going there. Sikong Fuling looked at Madame Long with disdain. Did this woman confess? Did she say how to cure the poison? Chapter 4770. Brother, do you want me to use some special methods to let her enjoy herself? Sikong Fuling took out a flute and smiled sweetly in Madame Long's direction. However, even though her smile was beautiful, it made Madame Long's hair stand on end. She was horrified. Ding Yin reached out and patted her shoulder. Then I'll leave it to you, Fuling. All right. Sikong Fuling grinned and placed the flute in front of her. Just as she was about to blow the nightmare demonic flute, she heard Long Qiyu's pitiful cries behind her. Yun, can you let Ji and Shan Yun go? The two of them never had anything to do with you. Sikong Fuling smirked and interrupted Long Qiyu's begging with the sound of the flute. On the other side, Long Shangyun and Long Huan's group, who were heading toward the Forgetful River's cold valley, were surrounded by the demon sect's followers. The two parties began an intense battle on the sea. More than half of Long Huan's 3,000 personal guards had been exhausted in the previous battle. Now that they were surrounded by the demon sect's fresh troops, they were naturally defeated. Long Shangyun's lips were slightly pale. She held the bottle of soul-calming pills that Arbor had given her tightly. Her eyes were filled with anxiety as she kept glancing at Long Huan, who was fighting with the others. Long Huan was being surrounded by 3 Mystique Venerable rank experts and was barely able to defend himself. If not for the people from Aohai protecting him with their lives, he would have been captured long ago. Long Shangyun could tell that this group of people was very ruthless. Every strike was fatal to her brother. They did not seem to be out to capture people. They seemed to be out to kill. Long Shangyun's eyes narrowed slightly as she watched one of the men in black slash Long Huan's arm with a saber. Brother. The instant Long Shangyun cried out in surprise, 2 or 3 impolite gazes swept towards her face. Seeing those people rushing towards her, Long Shangyun started to panic. Who could she beat in her current state? She would still be captured easily. She could not implicate her brother. With that thought, Long Shangyun immediately got up with difficulty and jumped into the sea, sinking into the water with a splash. Long Huan looked back and hurriedly called out, Jiang Song, quickly go and take a look. The dragon guard named Jiang Song immediately jumped down with Long Shangyun. At the same time, the entire ship rumbled. A few Mystique Venerable rank cultivators threw divine power orbs onto the ship with cold expressions. Soon, the entire ship was set ablaze. Long Shangyun had just popped her head out when she was blasted out by the shockwaves from the ship. The last thing she saw was Ao, high pouncing on her brother and blocking a knife for him. However, in the end, The cold blade still pierced through the elder brother's chest. Brother. Long Shangyun's head was hit by the fragments of the ship, and she sank into the water. By the time Ding Yin left Ding Xian, Long Qiyu and the others behind and walked out of the house, the sun had already set in the west. The sunset glow faintly shrouded the horizon, revealing a somewhat dense color. Look at what you've done. A cold rebuke came from outside the door. Ding Yin looked up, and his gaze landed on a man wearing a silver ghost mask who was rushing over. Ding Yin smiled nonchalantly. Since the hall master is here, let's talk in the side room. Sect Master Ding, you're being very unkind. Chapter 4771. The red-clothed man leaned to the side and abruptly interjected. You took action in advance but didn't say anything. How do you expect us to continue cooperating with you? Cult Master Ding smiled faintly. Young Master is joking. This is a personal grudge between me and the Dragon Clan, so there's no need for everyone to intervene. The Ghostface Hall Master glared at him coldly. Cult Master Ding, you don't need me to trouble myself to remind you, right? We're in a cooperative relationship. Please inform us before you take action. Okay. Ding Yin readily nodded in agreement. Everyone, just treat this as an accident that I didn't consider carefully before taking action. I'll definitely inform everyone in a timely manner in the future. What do you plan to do now? Fan Meng and Fan Yu, who followed the Ghostface Hall Master here, couldn't help but frown. I'll resolve some old grudges between me and the Dragon Clan, Ding Yin said with a smile. Everyone should be aware of my relationship with the Dragon Clan of Wangchuan. Gong Song Feng gazed deeply at Ding Yin, a faintly discernible coldness creeping onto his lips. This humble one truly admires Cult Master Ding's meticulous planning. Ding Yin raised his brows noncommittally. Gong Song Feng was about to speak with a fake smile when he saw several demonic cult disciples rush in. When they saw them present, they were clearly taken aback and hesitated on whether they should go forward to report. Is there something that you can't say? Fan Meng said coldly, Cult Master Ding, you sent people to secretly search for something on the surface of the sea. Are you still trying to hide it from us? Ding Yin smiled. Vice Hall Master Meng worries too much. You secretly prepared over 1,000 divine stone cannons to attack the Dragon Clan of Wangchuan. Attacking at the same time, you must have affected Jojo on the surface of the sea, right? Ding Yin was silent for a moment before saying teasingly, Ayaya, I was wondering why you came in such a hurry. So you came for that stoic face. If it's because of this, you can rest assured. The little stoic has been a little fellow with good karma from beginning to end. Nothing can happen to her except for anyone else. Gong Song Feng sneered. You're truly ruthless. Ding Yun raised his eyebrows. No one would have thought that you were the one who had been watching the situation from the sidelines. Fan Meng looked at Cult Master Ding in front of her with an indifferent expression. You deceived them so miserably. Fan Meng's lips curled into a sinister smile. That Dragon Clan leader actually believed your nonsense. He thought that, as the Dragon Clan's leader, he really had the ability to release that human-shaped sacred beast. Young Master Ding looked at Fan Meng with interest and suddenly laughed loudly. It's her own stupidity, all right? I'm just looking for two people to intentionally or unintentionally mention the legendary humanoid sacred beast in the sacrificial sea abyss to her. It's that old woman's selfishness and greed that's causing trouble. If it wasn't for that, how could she possibly be used by me? Ding Yin sneered. After all, this is our last chance, isn't it? What's more, your heavenly fate also played an indelible role in this. Ding Yin said with a chuckle. After all, I didn't refine the medicinal liquid that made the humanoid sacred beast go berserk. It was provided by your organization. Speaking of which, the heavenly fate truly had many talents. It was truly surprising that they could refine a medicinal liquid that could make a sacred beast go berserk. Chapter 4772. If it weren't for your esteemed organization's top-notch frenzy-inducing medicinal liquid, I wouldn't have been able to do it. That bottle of catalytic medicine in the old hag's hands wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything, all right? What a joke. That old hag actually thought that her group of useless clansmen could really refine the ingredients needed to make the frenzy-inducing medicinal liquid from the holy beast black dragon? Ding Yin couldn't help but snicker. What a joke. The reason why the frenzy-inducing medicinal liquid in her hands could successfully make that snake-bodied and human-shaped holy beast go berserk was because he secretly replaced the original bottles of useless medicinal liquid for her. The reason why the frenzy-inducing medicinal liquid Long Qian threw out was due to the contributions of that group of genius alchemists from All Seer. Fan Meng looked at young Sir Ding coldly. You're really quite ruthless. Back then, you secretly summoned that human-shaped holy beast in the dark in front of the little stoic. Weren't you worried that the holy beast would tear her apart? What do I have to worry about? Darkness flashed through young Sir Ding's eyes. Wouldn't someone risk their life to protect her? Not only Fan Meng, but Gong Songfeng's eyes also involuntarily narrowed. So, this guy was certain that Mo Lian would risk her life to save the little stoic? His true target was actually that crown prince of the divine province? Everyone looked at this cult master Ding, whose mind was full of twists and turns, in astonishment. Gong Songfeng was even more vigilant. He actually felt like he was asking a tiger for its skin when cooperating with this great cult master who was so adept at scheming. Ding Yin smiled faintly. See, I've told you everything. Then can you tell me where the little stoic went? He practically didn't need to summon those demonic cult disciples who hurried over for questioning to know that they definitely couldn't find the little fellow in the sea of forgetfulness. Could it be that this facial paralysis hid in his portable, godly domain at the critical moment? This wasn't impossible, Ding Yin speculated inwardly. Fan Yu shook her head. We searched the surface of the sea, but couldn't find any trace of her. It seems that she was thrown very far away because of that tremor. Fan Yu paused. Or perhaps she returned to her portable divine realm? Ding Yin smiled faintly. I'm guessing that she probably went into hiding. This little guy was as cunning as a fox, slippery and hard to catch. Sent people to search everywhere. Cult Master Ding sighed. No one knew where he had run off to. When Arbor regained consciousness, it was probably nighttime, because when he opened his eyes, everything before him was pitch black. He hurriedly flipped over and sat up, vigilantly trying to pull out a ferrule from his conscience. However, as soon as he used his divine sense, he felt an incessant pain in his head, and he immediately became vigilant. When the little stoic recalled Master reminding her that she couldn't use her divine conscience for a while, she couldn't help but crease her brows. After groping around in her sleeves, the little stoic expressionlessly took out a bottle of soul calming pills, poured out a pill, and tossed it into her mouth to chew. His eyes suddenly lit up. This pill was actually tangerine-flavored. It was strangely delicious. The door opened slightly, and she sensed someone approaching in the darkness. The little stoic groped around the low cabinet next to her pillow, casually picked up a bowl, and threw it at the newcomer. Who's sneaking around? That person clearly didn't expect the stoic to be awake and was caught off guard, almost getting hit in the head by the medicine bowl. However, she heard a crisp pop in the darkness, and a candle flame was lit. The little stoic was involuntarily startled when she saw the newcomer. It's you? Chapter 4773. Fifth young Master Qin glanced down. He saw that the bowl of porridge he was holding had now shattered into several pieces and pitifully fell to the ground. There was simply no way to salvage the situation. He couldn't resist lifting his head and glaring at Arbor in a huff. Why are you so violent, destroying and attacking people at the drop of a hat? Arbor glanced at him in surprise before casting a wary glance behind him. Why are you here? Who's outside? My Chiao. Why are you still so unadorably vigilant? I'm just passing by. A frivolous voice was heard from outside the door. Arbor knew who the visitor was just by hearing that voice. His small face immediately put on his trademark expressionless face, and he didn't even bat an eyelid as he coldly said to the door, "Get in here." Eldest young Master Qin strode through the door, his handsome face beaming with amusement. Long time no see, my Chiao. The little stoic's hand was as quick as lightning, and she threw a handful of small nails at him without a second word. Eldest young Master Qin's handsome face that was like a spring breeze contorted slightly. He placed one hand on the door frame and forcefully flipped his body outside. A row of black nails as thick as a pinky finger was nailed into the door in a very consistent manner. A woman's shriek was subsequently heard, accompanied by hurried footsteps. The group of subordinates frantically called out, "Young master, young master." They scrambled to unsheathe their swords from their waists, looking ready for battle. When did an assassin sneak onto the ship and attack their eldest young master viciously without a second word? Eldest young Master Qin twitched his mouth and waved his hand helplessly. It's fine, it's fine. There's no assassin, there's nothing at all. Withdraw." Eldest young Master Qin pacified his nervous personal bodyguards. "Withdraw. What do you mean it's fine?" Arbor heard a woman's shrill shriek from outside the door. "Eldest cousin, I told you not to save that person inside. She's so vicious and doesn't know what's good for her. She doesn't have the slightest bit of gratitude, so what's the point of saving her?" When Arbor heard the words, "eldest cousin," he couldn't help but roll his eyes at the sky. She had come. After parting on Seacombe Star, his cousin Yang Fengyin, whom he hadn't seen for many years, had actually been brought to the 3 continents by the Qin estate. It was indeed easier to get things done when there were people in the residence. With Yang Fengyin's terrible talent and cultivation at that time, even if she died in this lifetime, it would be impossible for her to climb the heavenly stairway to the middle 6 prefectures, let alone wander around the 3 continents. So talent and whatnot could not be generalized. Many people who were hundreds of times more talented than Yang Fengyin could not obtain the qualifications to come to the upper realm just because their family's influence was weak. "I already said it's fine. What's the fuss about?" The eldest young master's voice was tinged with impatience. Obviously, he was not in the mood to continue arguing with Yang Fengyin and the others. "Miss Yang, you don't need to worry too much about our eldest young master. You just need to take care of yourself." A woman's indifferent voice sounded, covering Yang Fengyin's screams. "You're just a little concubine by my cousin's side. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you believe that I won't slap you?" "All right." Eldest young Sir Qin pressed his aching temples. "Everyone, return." Yang Fengyin stomped her feet. "Eldest cousin, no way. I'm worried about you. I have to stay and watch that little bitch inside to prevent her from making a move on you again." Qin Xian's expression instantly darkened. Chapter 4774. Yang Fengyin shrunk her neck and instantly realized that she had said the wrong thing. She pursed her lips and bashfully said in a small voice, I was also worried about cousin. Who do you think you can control with your mediocre martial arts skills?" Eldest young Sir Qin didn't leave any face for his cousin at all and mocked her without any trace of politeness. "With your fancy moves, you won't even be able to withstand a single punch from the little stoic." The eldest young Sir said impatiently, "If you don't want to die, then scram further away." Yang Fengyin stomped her feet indignantly. Her cultivation back then was just a bit higher than mine. "Cousin, don't exaggerate, all right? Are you sure she's just a bit higher than you?" Eldest young Sir Qin's handsome face frosted over as he glanced irritably at Cousin Yang. He scoffed. "All right, don't cause trouble here. Hurry and leave." If it weren't for his father's sake, would he warn this idiot in front of him? Who cared if she died or not? Qin Xian turned around and walked towards the room. He hadn't taken a few steps when he heard fifth brother stutter to the little stoic. "You, how could you kill eldest brother?" The little stoic said, "I never need a reason to kill." Fifth brother continued to stutter. You're not someone who kills without batting an eyelid. Why would you describe yourself like that?" The little stoic said, "How would you know what kind of person I am?" Fifth brother stopped stuttering and smoothly said, "You're just not good at expressing yourself. Actually, you have a pretty good heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't have saved me back then, and you wouldn't have disdained me for being troublesome while taking care of me. You saw what seventh brother did to me and even helped teach him a lesson. I know you're not that kind of bloodthirsty person." Qin Xian's footsteps paused, and he heard the little stoic scoff. "That's because you don't understand me too well. Qin Xian, Why did he feel like these two people's conversation contained a bit of inexplicable humor? One stuttered while the other was as cold as a brick. Fifth brother, this child, had always disliked interacting with others, and he loathed interacting with women even more. He didn't expect that he would be able to say such a coherent sentence in front of the little stoic. "You are an extremely good person," fifth young Master Qin said. Arbor, who had been labeled as a good person, silently raised his head and glanced at the fifth young master. He was too lazy to respond to him. What kind of good person was she? Don't think that she would let her guard down just because they gave her the good person card to numb her. People from the Qin estate had appeared in the river of forgetfulness and had even coincidentally saved her. Things that were too coincidental inexplicably gave off the smell of conspiracy. "Jojo, I'm coming in." Eldest young, Sir Qin shouted from outside the door. "Don't throw concealed weapons at me anymore. It was so scary just now." Arbor glanced up and saw eldest young, Sir Qin stride in first, followed by Yang Fengyin and a somewhat familiar-looking woman. When Yang Fengyin saw Arbor, her eyes blazed with hatred as if she was meeting an enemy. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at her, and she bit her lip tightly without uttering a sound. Arbor glanced at them. "Are you guys planning to put me under house arrest?" Yang Fengyin was like a firecracker that ignited at the slightest spark, and she jumped up. "Who put you under house arrest? My eldest cousin and the others saved you out of the kindness of their hearts. So why aren't you the least bit grateful? Instead, you're acting so overbearing. Why are you in the sea of forgetfulness?" Arbor glared sharply at Qin Xian. Chapter 4775. Eldest young, Sir Qin smiled helplessly. Just as he was about to explain, he heard Yang Fengyin chirping. "Woman, you're so unreasonable. Could it be that your family owns this sea of forgetfulness? If you can come, then we can't come? We, the Qin Estates people, can't go anywhere." Yang Fengyin glanced at the little stoic complacently. "Let alone the river of forgetfulness. Even if it's the holy domain, we can go there if we want." Arbor threw her a severe gaze. "You don't know the rules. I'm talking to your eldest young sir. Is it your place to interrupt? Slap yourself 10 times. Everyone." Yang Fengyin's face instantly turned red and green, as if it had been painted green. She was so angry that smoke seemed about to come out of her head. "You don't go too far." Yang Fengyin had only spoken halfway when she saw the little stoic raise her hand. A terrifyingly huge force pushed in front of her. Yang Fengyin screamed and reflexively wanted to hide behind someone else. But how could the little stoic allow her to escape since she was the one being targeted? A crisp slap landed on her face from a distance. Yang Fengyin fell headfirst out of the door in a very sorry state. Her head probably hit the ground as it made a rather dull thud. Eldest young Sir Qin rolled his eyes helplessly. He already told her to stay outside and not follow in, but she refused to listen and insisted on coming in to challenge the little stoic's bottom line. It was as if she was seeking death, burrowing in to take this slap. What else could he say? She truly forgot the pain after the wound healed. She was simply so stupid that he couldn't bear to look at her directly. She had completely forgotten how she had suffered at the little stoic's hands back then in the Qin estate, right? Perhaps Yang Fengyin was dazed from the fall, for she didn't make a sound for a long time. Arbor looked up at eldest young Sir Qin and asked suspiciously, "Why did you appear here so coincidentally? I've been here for more than half a month." The eldest young Sir rolled his eyes irritably and walked to her without consulting anyone. He raised his hand and rudely poked her head. "Don't always suspect others. I don't have a trace of malice toward you. What are you doing in the sea of forgetfulness? If it was said to be sightseeing, then it would be too far away. Moreover, in this boundless sea of forgetfulness, there was no reason to stop." Eldest young Master Qin smiled at her. "Our estate has received news that the largest pond Lotus Sacred Realm in the River of Forgetfulness will open in half a month." Ahem. Eldest young Master coughed in embarrassment. "I'm definitely not the one who came here to scout, but I saw that I had nothing to do. So," Arbor looked at him with disdain, and the young Master looked back at her innocently. "You do have a lot of free time." "Jojo." Eldest young Sir Chin threw her a coquettish glance with a grin. Tell me, how vigilant are you? No matter how I look at it, none of them look like good people. Arbor was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he said expressionlessly, Why do you keep winking at me? I can see that your eyes are clear and spirited. You don't seem to have any symptoms of an eye disease. Do you want me to take your pulse? The 5 young masters were speechless. Eldest young sir huffed, Jojo, I'm not playing with you anymore. You really are an unromantic blockhead. Arbor glanced at him expressionlessly. Then do you want to take my pulse? I'll take your pulse. Eldest young Sir Chin couldn't resist rolling his eyes. Chapter 4776. He silently ridiculed the little stoic in his mind. Not only is this stoic slow-witted, but she also can't see people. I wonder what's going on. Take him, for example. Even if the Chin estate's eldest young sir, who was as beautiful as a flower, intentionally loitered in front of Sir Jojo all day long, the little stoic would definitely turn a blind eye to him. Want to eat? Sir Jojo's shout brought eldest young Sir Chin's wandering thoughts back. When he returned to his senses and met Arbor's pitch-black eyes, eldest young Sir involuntarily chuckled. Okay, I'll instruct people to prepare it right away. You fainted from the Divine Stone cannon earlier, so you can't eat too much random food. How about I cook you a bowl of plain porridge? Just as 5th young Sir finished speaking, he saw the little stoic turn around and shake her head at him. She said resolutely, Want to eat? 5th young Sir couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw her determined expression. Arbor said expressionlessly, I want to eat red braised pork. 5th young Sir originally wanted to tell her that this dish was too greasy and that she was more suited to eat bland dishes. In the end, when he saw the little stoic's frozen expression, for some reason, the words that reached his mouth actually turned into okay. I'll go take a look in the kitchen. 5th young Sir fled in defeat. Arbor was baffled, not understanding what was going on with 5th young Sir Chin. Seeing that 5th young Sir also followed him out, the little stoic then raised her hand to check her pulse. She wanted to check her body's condition. Why was she so weak that she couldn't even touch meat? She also didn't know which quack had prescribed her a prescription while she was unconscious, saying that she was suited to eat bland food. She couldn't help but be taken aback when she checked her pulse. Unwilling to give up, the little stoic then checked her pulse 3 times in a row before finally confirming one thing. Her pulse was smooth and round, like a bead on a plate. This was clearly a pregnancy pulse. Just by looking at her expression, it was absolutely impossible to tell that she was agitated. Who would have expected that her heart was surging abnormally right now? She simply didn't dare to believe her own pulse. The little stoic was still worried and checked her pulse twice. When she lifted her head, there seemed to be a flickering luster flowing in her pair of watery eyes, and he couldn't discern the slightest hint of joy or anger. She, who had lived 2 lives, had become a mother for the first time? What kind of life experience was this? She didn't know, but if someone familiar with her was here, they would be able to tell that her breathing was erratic and her heart was beating rapidly. It should be smooth and sleek, like a pearl moving on a plate. This was clearly the pulse of pregnancy. Just by looking at her expression, it was impossible to tell that she was emotional. Who would have thought that at this moment, her heart was surging with emotions? He couldn't believe his own pulse. The little stoic was still worried and checked her pulse twice. When she lifted her head, there seemed to be a flickering luster flowing in her pair of watery eyes, and he couldn't discern the slightest hint of joy or anger. She, who had lived 2 lives, had become a mother for the first time? What kind of life experience was this? She didn't know, but if someone familiar with her was here, they would be able to tell that her breathing was erratic and her heart was beating rapidly. It should be smooth and sleek, like a pearl moving on a plate. This was clearly the pulse of pregnancy. Just by looking at her expression, it was absolutely impossible to tell that she was agitated. Who would have thought that her heart was surging abnormally right now? He simply didn't dare to believe his own pulse. The little stoic was still worried and checked her pulse twice. When she lifted her head, there seemed to be a flickering luster flowing in her pair of watery eyes, and he couldn't make out the slightest hint of joy or anger. She, who had lived 2 lives, had become a mother for the first time? What kind of life experience was this? She didn't know, but if someone familiar with her was here, they would be able to tell that her breathing was erratic and her heart was beating rapidly. Chapter 4777. He especially did not want to talk to this fellow beside him. This fellow would occasionally tell him, "My Jojo misses me, my Jojo misses me, my Jojo misses me. What is my Jojo doing now?" So annoying, so long-winded. Only he had Jojo. Tui, how long have we been walking? Peach Blossom. Emolian was extremely bored and asked again after walking for a short distance. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was speechless. Why did he not want to talk to this fellow for some reason? "It's been 2 days, He-chan replied expressionlessly. In the pitch-black darkness, Emolian did not notice He-chan's foul expression and continued to say casually, "I wonder where that stinky human snake has run off to." In these 2 days, they could sense a trace of his aura from time to time. As they chased after him, they could always notice that the human snake's aura was faintly discernible and somewhat intermittent. That fellow was also a cunning fellow. Knowing that he was injured, he quickly found a place to escape. How could there be such a good thing? Taking advantage of someone's illness to take their life had always been their style if they did not get rid of him now. When would they? He-chan kicked something round under his feet. It rolled on the ground covered with gravel and stones, making a gurgling sound. In such a dark and silent atmosphere, it seemed a little frightening. Emolian narrowed her eyes and looked over. She spread out her divine perception and caught the object on the ground. It was a human skull. The two of them looked at each other in the dark, vigilance rising in their hearts. Could it be that there was still a ferocious beast hiding in the darkness ahead? The further they went, the more grotesquely shaped heads they saw. If they were not careful, they might even step on them. He-chan and Emolian looked at each other again, a trace of suspicion slipping through their hearts at the same time. Did the humanoid divine beast have such a big appetite? Other than human skulls, there were also many animal skeletons on the ground. Could it be that the humanoid divine beast had been silent underground for many years and felt especially hungry once it was released? So, it ate a sumptuous dinner? Such a ferocious thing must not be allowed to remain in this world. The two of them chased for a while before Seventh Yin suddenly came out of Emolian's sacred beast space and said with a serious expression, "Master, I can feel it." "Where?" "It's not far ahead." As soon as the Seventh Yin finished speaking, he took the lead and dashed toward the source of the aura. As they got closer, they saw that the human-shaped snake beast had its back facing them. Its snake tail was slowly slithering on the ground. Seventh Yin stopped in his tracks. He turned around and secretly said to his master, "Master, I'll go and ambush him. I'll buy you some time." Emolian was stunned. Just as she was about to ask Seventh Yin what time he was trying to buy for her, she saw him fly towards the back of the humanoid sacred beast without saying a word. He was so fast that Emolian didn't have time to stop him. Emolian could not help but tense up when she saw Seventh Yin jump onto the back of the humanoid sacred beast. They had all experienced the power of this matured holy beast. Seventh Yin, that little rascal, could not possibly be a match for the humanoid sacred beast, just as Emolian and Chichen's hearts were about to jump up. The humanoid sacred beast also turned around when it heard the sound of wind whistling from behind. However, when he turned around, he met Seventh Yan's big eyes and couldn't help but be stunned. Seventh Yan's fist was aimed at the back of the humanoid sacred beast. That fellow suddenly turned his head and looked at the two of them. "You? What are you doing?" Chapter 4778. What was surprising was that the moment the holy beast spoke, it cautiously took 2 steps back. That defensive little expression on her face made people feel a little annoyed. They were the ones who should be on guard. What was the meaning of this mature, sacred beast's defensive expression? Seventh Yan's fist froze in midair. He put it down and glanced at him. You're awake?" His words seemed to have touched the sacred beast's reverse scale. He jumped up and shouted, "I've always been awake. When have I not been awake?" Seventh Yin chuckled and said rudely, 2 days ago, when you went crazy in the river of forgetfulness, you were already not awake. That's because someone did something evil to me." The snake man's eyes were red with anger. He muttered, I've guarded the river of forgetfulness for the Dragon Clan for so many years. In the end, they locked me up in the abyss of the sacrificial sea. When I get there, I'll skin everyone in the Wang Chuan Dragon Clan alive. Oh? Why would the Dragon Clan lock you up in the abyss of the sacrificial sea? Seventh Yin asked curiously. Yuan Shichun replied calmly. Isn't that obvious? Of course, it's because he went berserk. The Dragon Clan had no choice but to lock him up. Otherwise, if such a powerful sacred beast had stayed in the clan, the Dragon Clan would have been famous in the 3 continents decades ago. The humanoid sacred beast's face turned green and white. He turned and shouted at Yuan Shichun. What the hell do you know? I went berserk because I had no choice. Unlike this time, he had been driven mad by someone with ulterior motives, causing him to lose his mind and become a knife in someone else's hand. Mo Yin said expressionlessly, Since you've been in the abyss of the sacrificial sea for so long, you should be very familiar with the surroundings. Where's this place? Is there another path in front? The humanoid sacred beast rolled his eyes at him. I've been sleeping in the abyss of the sacrificial sea for many years. I was woken up a few days ago. What do you think I know? Yuan Shichun and Mo Yin looked at him with disdain. What's the use of having you? He didn't even know how to use it, let alone its other effects. The two of them exchanged a few words with him and realized that the holy beast's mind had indeed cleared up. Now, in that pair of faint glazed eyes, other than a hint of alienation and indifference, there was also a trace of confusion. Their gazes fell on his hand, and only then did they realize that this fellow was holding a beast bone in his hand. He actually looked at them with a somewhat comical expression. Ma Shichun immediately pulled Mo Yin's sleeve warily. The latter hurriedly moved closer to him and stared at the holy beast warily. Seventh Yin snatched the beast bone from his hand. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you. Don't think you can beat us just because you're clear-headed. The humanoid sacred beast was very angry. He raised his hand to snatch the beast bone from Seventh Yin's hand. How dare you? How dare you snatch my food? Mo Yin and He Chun held their breaths and waited. They were about to help Seventh Yin beat up the human snake when they suddenly heard the creature's cry. For a moment, they thought they were hallucinating. Something didn't feel right. Shouldn't the humanoid sacred beast rush up and fight with Seventh Yin in a fit of rage? Why did he say something so strange? An idea occurred to He Chun. He glanced at the beast bone and poked Mo Yin's arm. Don't tell me this fellow wants to roast some meat? Chapter 4779. While Yin Qi was in a daze, the divine beast snatched the holy beast from Yin Qi's hand. The humanoid sacred beast snatched the bone from Yin Qi's hand and glared at Yin Qi angrily. If you want to eat it, go find it yourself. There are many more over there. Yin Qi. Strange. Why did he feel like the mature, super holy beast in front of him had walked down from a pedestal? Why did he feel like his image was disillusioned? He was as strong as he was when he wasn't calm before. But now, he was as Chinibu as he was. He Chun hurried forward and asked tentatively, do you want me to roast it for you? The humanoid holy beast's eyes lit up slightly. He pretended to ponder for a while, glanced at Shi Chun, and nodded his head reluctantly. Since you want to show your filial piety so much, this old man will give you a chance. He Chun, how could he beat this old thing to death? How's your cooking? The humanoid holy beast asked seriously. It's okay, He Chun replied weakly. Jojo also praised my cooking skills before. The humanoid holy beast's eyes lit up. Then he asked with a straight face, Jojo is that wretched girl holding the ancient holy sword, right? Why is she so hot-tempered? She slashed me with her sword without any explanation. She was crazy. Didn't she know that super holy beasts like him were hard to find in this world? How could there not be more? How could she bear to kill such a precious holy beast? She was a wretched girl who didn't care about her life. He Chin blinked. How should I address you? You juniors can just call me Senior Lanshan. Mo Yin. This guy was taking advantage of her. Why did she feel so irritated? Zhuo Lanshan glanced at He Chun. Seeing that he had borrowed some fire from the kid beside him and was roasting the holy beast bone as if he was roasting it, Zhuo Lanshan instantly felt happy. Why are we here? Emolian couldn't help but roll her eyes. If not for the fact that she couldn't beat this guy, she really wanted to punch and kick him. You still have a nerve to ask? It's all your fault that we're here. Just now I spread out my divine sense and looked ahead. I found that this place is vast and deep, and I can't see the end of it. Zhualanshan coiled up his snake tail and sat down on the ground. This old man has decided to rest here for a while and eat something before continuing. Emolian looked at him expressionlessly. Look again. See if you can sense any signs of life in front. What do you mean? Zhualanshan asked in confusion. Yuan Shurchin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What he meant was for you to spread out your divine sense and take a look. Are there any holy beasts stronger than you nearby? How many saint beasts do you think there are in this world? As Zhualanshan spoke, he raised his chin proudly. A saint beast stronger than me has yet to be born. Even Seventh Yen, who was standing behind him, could not help but roll his eyes at the snake man. What's wrong with this beast? When he didn't speak and just fought, he felt quite cold. His expression was indifferent and cold, and his moves were quite ruthless. The defense of his copper skin and iron bones was also very shocking. Basically, he was indeed in an invincible state. But even so, who would praise himself so immodestly? There are so many corpses piled up nearby. Something powerful must have passed by here. It could be a human or a beast. It could be neither human nor beast. Only then did Zhualanshan have a look of realization. Chapter 4780. Oh, that's fine too. After this old man is full, this old man will use my divine perception to check if there are any dangers in the surroundings. After a few words, Zhualanshan's gaze was completely attracted by the fragrant roasted beast bones in Shurchin's hands. There was a large piece of meat wrapped around the beast bones, and it was indeed enough for a normal person to eat. But this was a mature, sacred beast, so how could such a small piece of meat be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth? Hence, Shurchin roasted 11 pieces of beast bones consecutively for this fellow, before he was finally full. After eating his fill, Zhualanshan looked very happy. All right, let this old man take a look. His voice suddenly paused, and his ears twitched. Seems like something is approaching. I wonder if husband has any food to eat. Sir Jojo muttered to himself as he held a piece of red braised pork in his hand. Husband and rotten peach blossom fell into that pit, so I wonder what the situation is now. No matter what, I still have to wait at the entrance of the sacrificial sea's abyss. Perhaps I can wait for Jojo's lotus and rotten peach blossom there. Is the food not to your liking? The fifth young master's gentle voice sounded in her ears. Arbor returned to his senses and expressionlessly glanced at fifth young Master Qin. He shook his head and set down his bowl and chopsticks in passing. I'm full. You didn't eat much. And it's enough. It was fine as long as there was enough nutrition. From now on, she had to take better care of her body and protect herself and the baby. I wonder what the baby looks like. It wouldn't be good if it looked like her and had a paralyzed face. It was better to look like Lotus. When Jojo's Lotus casually smiled at others, it really looked like a mountain flower in full bloom. No good. No good. That wasn't good either. It was too ostentatious. Jojo's Lotus couldn't casually smile at others. Forget it. There was no need to think so much. The top priority was to leave this place first. Although eldest Qin saved her, she just wasn't willing to have anything to do with the Qin estate's people. Forget it, forget it. He saved her, so she had to express her gratitude. After a while, she would go to the storage talisman to take a look. If there were any pills suitable for fifth Qin, she would just gift them to him on the other end. Xiao Mu's thoughts were hazy, and her thoughts were in a mess. On the other side, fifth young Master Qin called out to her weakly several times, but he didn't receive any response. She couldn't help but look at her curiously. Miss Qiao? Joe. Arbor suddenly came back to his senses and looked at him. Oh, it's nothing. It wasn't very polite for her to completely let her mind wander when other people were talking to her. Xiaomu nodded at the fifth young master before asking absent-mindedly, Have you been feeling better recently? Yes, much better. When eldest young Sir Qin walked in, he heard the fifth young Sir stuttering as he conversed with the little stoic. Jojo, we've gathered first-hand information on Forget Chuan. Do you want to hear it? Arbor raised a brow. Could it be that the huge explosion on the surface of the sea earlier was because something happened to the Forget Chuan Dragon Clan's land? Did someone assemble many divine stone cannons to attack the Forget Chuan Clan's land? But didn't Long Huan and Long Shangyun already leave the Forget Chuan Clan's land? Why were these people attacking Forget Chuan again? It was the demonic cult's cult master, Ding Yun, who gathered people and launched an all-out attack on the Forget Chuan Clan's land. Eldest young, Sir Qin smiled at her. It's really lively. Arbor couldn't help but be startled. How's Forget Chuan? Chapter 4781. We receive news that the demonic sect's young master Ding not only led people to surround the Wangchuan clan, but also captured Long Qiyu and his wife. In addition, he also sent people to deal with Long Jiang and Long Shangyun. Arbor was taken aback when she heard this. Her fingers tightened slightly as she asked expressionlessly, why did he capture Long Jiang and Long Shangyun? Eldest young master shook his head with a smile. Not capture, kill. Arbor's eyes widened abruptly. After a long pause, she said, what other news did you receive? Spit all out at once. Who exactly did this fellow learn this habit of speaking half and leaving half unsaid? Eldest young Master Qin couldn't help but be amused when he saw her serious expression. This fellow simply dragged a stool over and sat down beside her. Crossing his long legs, he smiled at her and said, Hey, how did you know that I know more than this? Arbor glanced at him expressionlessly, too lazy to talk to him. Was there even a need to think about it? Although Eldest Qin, this fellow, had a mischievous and unreliable appearance on the surface, he was still extremely meticulous in his work. Since he sent people to keep an eye on the Wangchuan Dragon Clan, he must be paying attention to every detail, big or small. Okay. I'll tell you everything. Eldest young Master Qin nodded and said with a smile, the news I received is that during the encirclement, Long Jiang perished, and Long Shangyun was smashed into the sea of Wangchuan by the ship's fragments. She hasn't been found yet. Arbor reflexively clenched two fingers. Qin Xian lowered his head to look at her small hands and said with a sigh, Jojo, you still care about them very much. I've already sent people to search for Long Shangyun. Don't worry, as long as she's still breathing, the people I sent to search for her will be able to save her. He knew that this little fellow was a stubborn and soft-hearted little fellow. That was why he had sent people to search for that girl Long Shangyun earlier. However, the Sea of Wangchuan was extremely large. If Long Shangyun transformed into a mermaid and hid in some underwater cave, it wouldn't be easy to find her. Ding Yan's people are also searching for her now. It seems that he wants to see her alive or dead. Eldest young Sir Qin sighed and said, Your uncle and aunt probably won't have a good ending in his hands. Arbor was silent for a moment before he nodded indifferently. Long Qiyu was Ding Yun's biological father. As his son, he did not feel sorry for his father, so it was even more impossible for her, his nominal niece, to meddle in other people's business. Lord Jojo didn't want to get involved in the trivial matters of the Forgotten River Dragon Clan. It was just that Long Shangyun was a little too innocent after all. Don't worry, Jojo. I've already sent many people to look for her. I'll be able to rescue Miss Long before Ding Yun does. Zither young master said with a smile. Arbor glanced at him and said coldly, I'm not worried about her. Eldest young, Sir Qin, stood up with a smile. All right. You're not worried about her. Who can you fool with that look in your eyes? He was obviously very worried about Long Shangyun, but he liked to pretend that he didn't care. The eldest young master smiled and shook his head. Jojo, rest well. I'll come and see you later. Arbor really wanted to shout at him, Don't come and find me if there's nothing. But he heard this Zither young master say, with a chuckle, I'll bring you the latest news of the Forgotten River Dragon Clan when the time comes. Hence, Xiao Mu didn't say anything. Forgotten River Dragon Clan Water, Prison Seekong Fulling put down the demonic flute in her hands and looked smilingly at the girl who was tied to the iron pillar with her head drooping. Chapter 4782. This woman had been hanging from the iron pillar in this position for more than 6 to 10 hours. She had been in this half-dead state the entire time. Sikong Fuling reached out and snapped her fingers. Immediately, the jingling sound of pendants could be heard. Two beautiful women with half of their jade arms exposed and dressed in colorful silk walked in while dragging a wooden barrel. They bowed to Sikong Fuling. "Saintess." Sikong Fuling nodded and looked at the drooping woman with a faint sneer in her eyes. "Madame Long, you're quite stubborn. Come, move the people in." Madame Long abruptly raised her head and stared fixedly at Sikong Fuling with bloodshot eyes, as though she wanted to swallow her whole. Her eyes were filled with a cold fury and venomous light as she stared fixedly at Sikong Fuling and didn't move away for a long while. Sikong Fuling didn't take it to heart as she smiled and waved her small hand. "Hurry up. I have excellent news to tell Madame Long in a while." The two beautiful women walked up with graceful expressions and unlocked the iron chains on Madame Long's body. They pulled her down from the iron pillar and dragged her to the large wooden barrel. As soon as the wooden barrel's lid was opened, a layer of chill rushed over. Madame Long shuddered unexpectedly as she looked up at Sikong Fuling with a look of disbelief. "What were you doing?" Madame Long's voice was filled with uncontrollable fear and despair. I want to see Chu Yu. I want to see Ding Yun's father. I think Madame Long still hasn't figured out what your current status is." Sikong Fuling smiled at her. That smile was so cold and terrifying that Madame Long couldn't help but shudder violently. "Do you understand that you're a prisoner now? A prisoner of my demonic sect." Sikong Fuling smiled coldly at her. "You don't have the right to ask for this and that." Madame Long shuddered all over. Don't be fooled by the two maidservants who were holding her up because they were very strong. It didn't take much effort for them to drag her to the wooden barrel. Mrs. Long shook her head again and again. Her cultivation was low to begin with, and now that Ding Yun had sealed the last bit of spirit energy in her body, she was like an ordinary person who was at the mercy of others. She couldn't resist at all. The two maids dragged Madame Long and roughly lifted her up, throwing her into the bucket. Two pairs of hands pressed down on her shoulders, forcing her to sink deeper into the bucket. Her legs sank into a pile of bone-chilling ice. "How does it feel, Madame Long?" Sikong Fuling smiled faintly at her. "Let you stay in this bone-piercing ice spirit for 2 hours. Oh no, it will only take about 1 incense stick's worth of time. Take a guess, will your legs still be able to walk?" Madame Long's pupils constricted as she screamed, "I want to see Ding Yun. Let me go." You dare to treat me like this? I want to see Ding Yun. I want to see Ding Yun." Sikong Fuling smiled at her and picked up a fist-sized ice spirit. She crushed it into powder and threw it at Madame Long's face. Madame Long instantly shuddered as that iciness drilled into her neck. "Madame Long, your son, Long Jing, is dead." Madame Long widened her eyes in disbelief and repeatedly shook her head as she shouted sternly, "Impossible. My Jing went to the Forgotten River Cold Valley. He can't clap." Sikong Fuling clapped her hands twice and chuckled as she instructed the guards who walked in. Chapter 4783. Madame Long doesn't believe that the young master of the Wangchuan Dragon Clan is dead. Bring him in and let Madame Long take a look. As soon as she finished speaking, those guards immediately moved Long Huan's corpse in and threw it in front of Madame Long's wooden barrel. The corpse had already been blasted into bits and pieces by the god stone cannon, but half of his face was still intact. It was indeed her Huan. Madame Long's eyes widened as she cried out in pain. "My son!" Her vision turned black, and she fainted. Sikong Fuling shrugged and threw a look at the two maidservants beside her. The two gorgeous maidservants grabbed Madame Long's hair and slapped her face twice. Madame Long slowly woke up, only to hear a cold voice ringing in her ears. "Madam, if you don't want your son to be unable to rest in peace after death, then you have to cooperate with me, right?" What do you mean?" Sikong Fuling reached out to take a small bottle of green medicinal liquid from the guard and looked at Madame Long with feigned surprise. "You don't know? Tianyun has a medicinal liquid that can revive a dead person after drinking it. It's just that the appearance of a walking corpse might not be that beautiful." Madame Long shuddered as she stared at Sikong Fulling in disbelief. My son is already dead, but Ding Yun, that heartless and unscrupulous person, still won't let him off? Sikong Fulling's eyes turned cold. You can finally question me now. Then, when you harm my big brother, who could he complain to about the pain and suffering he went through? Look at you. Who are you putting on that righteous face for? My eldest brother was only an infant back then, but he was killed by you. Don't you know how much suffering and exhaustion he has suffered all these years? I'm just here to settle this score with you. Shouldn't I? Madame Long couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Sikong Fulling impatiently interrupted, her eyes filled with cold fury. If you don't obediently tell me the antidote for the love-severing poison, even if your son Long Qian is dead, I can still bring him back to life and order him to be a slave or servant. Be careful, holy maiden. This woman is accumulating power to self-destruct. The two guards had sharp eyes and immediately saw that the wooden barrel had swelled and deformed. They hurriedly shouted. Sikong Fulling hastily took a few steps back. She had only taken a few steps out of the water prison when she heard a loud, dull sound coming from the water prison. When Madame Long self-destructed, Sikong Fulling only heard that woman shriek, "Since I can't protect my son, then I will die with him." Sikong Fulling could not help feeling anxious. It didn't matter if that woman died, but she had to leave the antidote for the love-severing poison before she died. Madame Long's angry voice came from the air. Ding Yun, the love-severing poison in your body can't be cured. You are destined to be alone for the rest of your life. You can't fall in love with anyone, otherwise you will die a horrible death. Ha 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 ha. The madam finally ended the farce with a series of crazy laughter. When the tremors subsided a little, Sikong Fulling hurriedly rushed into the water prison again, only to see that the prison was littered with rubble and Madame Long and Long Huan were nowhere to be seen. The two of them had been at the center of the explosion, and with Madame Long's explosion, they should have disappeared. Only a small pile of bone fragments was left on the ground, with smoke and dust billowing in the middle. Sikong Fulling's expression changed, and she held her breath. Her bright eyes emitted two cold glints as she clenched her fists tightly and growled. They got off too easy. Chapter 4784. Arbor liked to check her pulse now that she was free, and she checked her pulse more than 3 times a day. Later on, she felt that she was truly too nervous, which was detrimental to her mother and fetus's physical and mental health. So she simply took out a medical book and calmed her mind while reading. It was late yesterday, so eldest Qin didn't come over to disturb her again. She slept quite well last night, and casually ate some plain porridge and side dishes. It was almost noon now, but Arbor still didn't see any trace of eldest young Sir Qin, so she couldn't help but be curious. Could it be that some unforeseen event happened at the River of Forgetfulness? Although Arbor said she wasn't worried, she was still worried about Long Shangyun's safety. This little lady was even younger than her, and her family's circumstances had suddenly changed, so she didn't know where she had drifted off to. It's fine if I bring the things in. You may withdraw. An arrogant voice came from outside the door. Miss Yang. The two maidservants' delicate voices rang out one after the other. The young sir has ordered that no one is allowed to casually disturb the honored guest inside. Yang Fengyan glared and stomped her leg. What? You dare to disobey me? Don't forget, I'm the Qin Estate's cousin miss. Be careful, or you'll have to bear the consequences. The two maidservants looked at each other in dismay, simultaneously thunderstruck by this cousin miss. How should they put it? This cousin miss was indeed their Qin Estate's cousin miss, but her relationship with the Qin Estate's main family was very distant. She was only a woman from a branch family in the Lower Star Domain. If the young sir hadn't stayed in the Lower Star Domain all this time, how could he have gotten involved with this country bumpkin woman? One of the maidservants pursed her lips and secretly winked at the other maidservant, hinting for her to look at Yang Fengyan's arrogant face. It was truly laughable. She was merely a woman from a branch family. She was lucky enough to get involved with a young sir and thought she was someone important. After being brought to the main family, she didn't lead a good life. Every day, she would throw, hit, and drink at them, the servants. Just looking at her was detestable. Move aside. Yang Fengyin went up and pushed that maidservant, directly squeezing between the two of them. She even snatched the tray from a maidservant's hands and walked in with a plate of food. She heavily threw the food on the table in front of the little stoic. Clang, 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 clang. A series of sounds rang out. The originally perfectly covered bowls were all thrown askew by her, and the soup inside spilled out. Tell me, what will it take for you to scram from our Qin Estates boat? How much do you want before you leave? Yang Fengyin crossed her legs and sat down in front of Arbor. She took out a soul coin card and slapped it in front of Arbor. She looked at her coldly and said, "Don't you love money as much as your life? Here are 5 million spirit coins. Take them. Take them away. Take them all away." Arbor's expression turned gloomy when he saw the soup spill out. At this moment, he saw Yang Fengyin throw a spirit coin card in front of him. He stretched out his hand and put the spirit coin card in his pocket. He stood up and punched Yang Fengyin's big face. The two maidservants were speechless. Why did it feel like this stoic-faced little lady didn't play by the rules? He felt that he had been insulted. He could have just treated Miss Biao. But why did he really put that spirit coin card in his pocket? He took someone else's money and punched them in the face without a second word. What kind of trick was this? Arbor wasn't satisfied with one punch. He directly flew up and grabbed Yang Fengyin's braid, flipping her and her stool to the ground. Chapter 4785. Yang Fengyin rolled to the ground in pain. Her eyes had barely widened when Arbor stomped on her chest and crushed her forcefully. Yang Fengyin felt like her sternum was about to be crushed by that savage fellow. Her back was embedded in the rectangular chair, and she felt excruciatingly painful everywhere. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Xiao Mu trampled Yang Fengyin under her foot as she stared at her in confusion. Did this girl's head get smashed? Why did it feel like she was even more stupid than when she was on Seacombe Planet? Her soul couldn't have been taken over by someone, right? Arbor was paranoid and had a bellyful of conspiracy theories as he carefully sized up the woman lying on her back on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he could still see the faint scar on her cheek, which was still half a color difference from the surrounding skin. Sir Jojo had already whipped her in Seacombe Planet's Qin estate. So why didn't she learn her lesson? This Yang Fengyin was truly the classic example of forgetting the pain after the wound healed. She clearly knew Sir Jojo's temperament for insulting people, yet she still came to provoke him. If she had the ability to provoke Arbor, then so be it. The main issue was that she couldn't beat him in a fight, nor could she rebuke him. She always came in high spirits only to return in disappointment. Didn't she find it boring? Arbor, you let go, let go, let go. Ow. Yang Fengyin felt like her sternum was about to cave in from that stoic face. Her charming little face couldn't help but turn green, and her entire body trembled in anger. Ciao, Arbor, You stepped on me. Arbor looked at her with an indescribable expression, and he exerted more strength in his foot. Yang Fengyin's breathing stopped, and she almost couldn't catch her breath and completely fainted. When Fifth Young Master Qin heard the news and came over, he saw this scene. Fifth Young Master wordlessly rushed over and said weakly, "Chow, Miss Chow, could you first let go of Miss Yang so we can talk?" Arbor turned to glance at Fifth Young Master. She was the one who ran over to be beaten. Fifth Young Master, why do I have nothing to say? Big Brother had brought people out to search for Long Shangyun and had yet to return. Why did he have to deal with such a matter? Miss Chiao. Fifth Young Master braced himself and said, Let's not. Don't be agitated. Release Miss Yang first. If Miss Yang is in the wrong, then we'll make her apologize to you. When the little stoic heard the words, "Don't get agitated," she thought that was right and hastily retracted her foot, secretly vexed. She was now the mother of a child. She should be more mature and steady. How could she get angry with Yang Fengyin, this retard? It was simply too impulsive. Arbor glanced at the Fifth Young Master, coughed lightly, and retracted his foot. All right, take her out. Don't show her to me before I leave the ship. She's very annoying to look at. Fifth Young Master's mouth twitched. He nodded and turned to look at Yang Fengyin. Why aren't you helping Miss Yang up? The man's face was cold as he shouted at the two maids who were watching the show. The two maids hastily rushed forward and pulled up Yang Fengyan, who was moaning incessantly from the ground. It would have been fine if she hadn't moved, but the moment she moved, Yang Fengyan felt like all the bones in her body were falling apart. She felt uncomfortable everywhere, and it hurt so much that her eyebrows twitched. "Arbor!" Yang Fengyan shrieked. Before she could start cursing, she heard fifth young master interject indifferently. "Why aren't you helping Miss Yang back to her room to rest?" Chapter 4786. The two servant girls looked at each other and hurriedly reached out to support Yang Fengyan, intending to drag her out. However, Yang Fengyan was unwilling. She struggled hard, but failed to break free from the two servant girls' arms. She stared at fifth young master with eyes full of grievance and hatred. "Fifth brother, you have to stand up for me. Where's eldest cousin? I want to see eldest cousin. This Chiao Mu is simply going too far. Look at how she slapped my face. Just now, she stepped on my chest as if she wanted to break my bones." Arbor looked at her in confusion. Before this woman could continue to complain, he couldn't help but interrupt. "Didn't you want me to step on you?" This strange woman not only had a bad brain, but her memory was even worse. "When did I say such a thing?" Yang Fengyan's pretty face twisted in anger. "Not only do you like to be rough and violent, you even lie through your teeth and accuse me wrongly." Arbor looked at her expressionlessly. "Just now you were lying on the ground and kept saying, 'Step on me, step on me, step on me' to me. You're not old, but your memory is already bad. Indeed, you're getting more and more stupid as you age." Fifth young master's lips twitched, and he continued to be speechless. Yang Fengyan, who was supported by the two servant girls, was so angry that she looked like she was about to fall to the ground and vomit blood. She found that talking to Arbor was simply too infuriating. She wanted to turn into a wisp of smoke and fly into the sky. "Did I ask you to step on me? I was just asking a question, all right? I mean you dare to step on me." When Arbor heard this, he looked at Yang Fengyan with an increasingly strange gaze. "What a load of nonsense. I've already stepped on you, and you're still asking me if I dare?" If it weren't for her baby, she would have given him another kick to prove whether she dared or not. Calm down, calm down. She was the mother of the baby. She couldn't be so impulsive in the future. She had to think about the baby. Yes, think about it. Think about it more. She was someone with a baby. Arbor took 2 deep breaths to calm himself down. He stretched out his hand and spread his fingers. His face was expressionless as he said, "Forget it. I don't want to argue with you. Besides, you're just a patient. I can't be too calculative with you." Yang Fengyan was so angry that her face contorted several times. Her intuition told her that if she questioned the little stoic about her illness, she would definitely receive a very irritating answer. Arbor turned to look at fifth young master and shouted without hesitation, "Hurry up and take her back. I don't want to see her in front of me for the next few days." Yang Fengyan turned around and called out pitifully, "Fifth brother." 2 drops of tears rolled down his cheeks. "Fifth brother, you just watched as I was humiliated like this." Yang Fengyan said with an aggrieved expression, "I want to find eldest cousin and ask him to give me justice." Fifth young Serchin's face darkened impatiently. "Why are you so nosy? If you're waiting for eldest brother, then wait on the deck. What did you come here for?" She clearly knew that this stoic wasn't someone to be trifled with, yet she still insisted on coming here to humiliate herself. If this wasn't stupidity, then what was? Yang Fengyan stomped her foot hatefully. She pointed at Arbor and shrieked, "She stole my 5 million spirit coin card." Arbor shook his head. "I didn't steal it." Then, with a serious face, he continued, "You're the one who delivered yourself to me." Chapter 4787. Fifth young Master Chin looked coldly at Yang Fengyan. "I will inform eldest brother of everything you did today, no matter how big or small. If you dare to cause trouble again, I will send people to deport you back to the Seacone Planet Branch family." The fifth young master said icily, "Think it over." Yang Fengyan's eyes bulged in shock, simply not daring to believe her own ears. "Fifth brother, actually," he said, he was going to deport her back to the lower star domain. On what basis? Yang Fengyin glared hatefully at Arbor with her beautiful eyes before turning around and dashing out in a fit of anger and impatience. Fifth young Master Qin turned around and said to the little stoic, Miss Chiao, you can stay here at ease. I will send people to supervise Miss Yang and prevent her from coming near and bothering you again. The little stoic naturally wasn't too reassured. Once she had the chance, she naturally had to stay as far away from the Qin estate as possible. At noon, Qin Xian, who had finished patrolling the sea, returned to the ship with a merman riddled with wounds. He brought the merman in front of Arbor. Arbor frowned and stared at him for a while. He vaguely remembered that this person seemed to be called Jiang Song, one of Long Qian's personal guards. The reason why the little stoic remembered a minor character like Jiang Song was that her memory was a bit deep last time. When they were playing horse games with Long Qian and Long Shangyun on the ship, this personal guard named Jiang Song was forced to fill in the spot because they were missing a member. In the end, he lost until he cried for his parents and nearly fainted completely due to chest tightness and dizziness. Jiang Song, this royal guard, gave her a bit of a deep impression. No wonder she could recognize this guy at a glance. When Jiang Song saw Arbor, it was as if he had seen a relative he hadn't seen in 800 years. He threw himself at him while bawling, wiping his tears as he shouted, Crown Princess, Crown Princess, hurry and send people to save our miss. Where's your miss? Miss fell into the sea of forgetfulness, so I lost track of her. Arbor, you've been following Long Shangyun all this time, but now you've lost track of her. She's not a living immortal who knows how to calculate. Naturally, she wouldn't know where Long Shangyun went. Furthermore, the river of forgetfulness was so big. If she were to go there alone, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Unless she stepped on some dogshit luck, it would be impossible to find Long Shangyun in a short period of time. Arbor raised his head and met the young master's smiling eyes. Oh, I went out to sea today and only found this delirious kid nearby. Jojo, just ignore him. Look at him. His words are all jumbled up and illogical. I don't know if his head was injured in the explosion. Men, send him down to rest. Crown Princess, you must help our miss. Crown Princess, Crown Princess. Arbor looked at Jiang Song's back thoughtfully. Yang Fengyin came to find trouble with you today? The young master walked closer and sat down at the table with a chuckle, pointing at the seat opposite him. Arbor looked at him expressionlessly and asked instead of answering, Is this ship returning to Dragon Flame City? I told Jojo earlier. We plan to go to the Pool Lotus Sacred Land to take a look. So this ship wasn't heading to Dragon Flame City in the Divine Continent. As they sailed, they would only get further and further away from the Imperial capital. Arbor looked at the young master thoughtfully and asked tentatively, What if I want to leave? Eldest young Master Qin sighed and said helplessly to her, Jojo, I'm not putting you under house arrest. Wherever you want to go, just go. Chapter 4788. It's just that you're pregnant now, so it's inconvenient for you to move around. If possible, why don't you recuperate for a while? When you're healthy, you can go wherever you want. We definitely won't stop you. Upon hearing this, Qiao Mu raised her elegant brows. You know, Eldest Qin smiled helplessly. I found several physicians to check on your condition. How could I not know? Seeing that he answered fairly sincerely, Qiao Mu nodded her small head. She pretended to be nonchalant and asked, Did you leak the news to Qin Xin that I'm here? Eldest young, Sir Qin, shook his head. I didn't say anything. For some reason, Arbor actually heaved a sigh of relief. She really didn't want to see Omega Kitoku in this unfavorable situation. Even if she did, she would feel like she had nothing to say. She was even more unwilling to be entangled with this person. Everything could wait until her divine perception recovered. She would bide her time for now. He spread out his divine perception on his Zwolon mountain and returned empty-handed after a round. He turned to shake his head at Mo Yin and Ma Shurchin. In my humble opinion, you two must be overthinking. It wasn't like he hadn't stayed in the abyss of the sacrificial sea before. How many years had he stayed in this place? How could he not know if there was anything strange in the abyss of the sacrificial sea? The two youngsters were overthinking because it was their first time in the abyss of the sacrificial sea, and they were unaccustomed and fearful. Once they were used to it, they could stay anywhere they wanted. Imogen glanced at the human snake. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, "Since you were able to escape the abyss of the sacrificial sea once, can you do it a second and third time?" "You're thinking too much," the human snake said expressionlessly. "I was able to leave successfully last time because someone summoned me. Besides, the abyss of the sacrificial sea is a deep pressure. It's impossible for it to let people like us go. Once you fall into the abyss of the sacrificial sea, you can forget about walking out alive." The human snake's head drooped. To be honest, he already couldn't remember how many seasons he had stayed in this dark place where he couldn't even see his fingers. If he had to recall, well, most of the time, he seemed to be hibernating. He didn't open his eyes much and couldn't sense the changes in the outside world. "We won't be able to crawl out," the snake man said dejectedly. This fellow had probably tried to climb up from here more than once, and each time he had failed. Mo Yin and Yuan Shichun saw his gloomy expression and couldn't help but glance at him. "This path is blocked, but it doesn't mean that other paths are blocked as well." Mo Yin walked forward for a while, then suddenly stopped and asked, "Is there an underground water source nearby?" The snake man listened attentively, frowned, and thought for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "Probably." "Don't look at me like that. Even though I was imprisoned in the sacrificial sea abyss, as you can see, the underground abyss is well connected. At that time, I had no idea where I was being held." "Then how did you come out after you were summoned?" Mo Yin was keenly aware of this problem. The human snake man was stunned for a moment. Then he said, "I thought I saw a light floating in front of me. It was like a guiding light, guiding me all the way." Mo Yin muttered to herself, "Was this really Long Qian's summoning?" Yuan Shichen frowned. "The sound of the water is getting louder. Let's go and take a look. Could it be that there's another gathering place deep underground?" Chapter 4789. The human snake from Mtizwalan was at the very front. He moved very quickly. Although he did not retract his tail, and his body looked very large, he was very agile and made no sound when he swam. Mo Yin and Hu Shurchin followed behind him. They walked for about 10 minutes in the pitch-black darkness. Suddenly, a very thin ray of light appeared in front of them. It was like a glimmer of light seeping through a crack in the stone wall. Hu Shurchin and Mo Yin looked at each other and hurriedly quickened their pace. The human snake had already slithered ahead. He swam rapidly in front of them for a few minutes like an arrow released from a bow. He suddenly stopped. Mo Yin and Hu Shurchin, who were following closely behind him, did not expect this guy to suddenly stop. They almost stepped on his tail. Hu Shurchin slapped him in annoyance and growled in a low voice, "What are you doing?" The human snake hurriedly waved at them. "Come here quickly." For some reason, Hu Shurchin felt that this stinky snake was a little funny. When this stinky snake went berserk, his combat strength was amazing. Who would have thought that after he returned to normal, he would be so stupid? The contrast between before and after was so great that Hu Shurchin sometimes could not react. The two of them followed and floated behind the human snake to stand still. Looking forward from their angle, they happened to see a strange sight. There was a huge sinkhole in front of them. Dozens of men and women in strange clothes were worshipping the sinkhole devoutly. They kowtowed again and again, their heads hitting the ground. Every time they knocked their heads, there would be a dong-dong sound. It was obvious that they used a lot of force. The three of them looked at each other in shock. Mo Yin lowered her voice and said, "Didn't you say that you've lived here for hundreds of years? Have you never seen these people before?" The human snake looked confused. "No, I haven't. I don't think I've been here before, and I've never seen such a huge sinkhole." Hu Shurchin could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. "I suspect that this human snake did not fall to the bottom at the beginning." "What do you mean?" the human snake asked, puzzled. "It's where you were imprisoned. It's probably above this place." Hichin rolled his eyes and pointed at the dark sky. They had fallen from the bottomless pit, so it was very likely that the snake man had not fallen to the bottom in the first place. Ever since he fell in, He had been suppressed by the mysterious force of nature at the bottom of the pit. Perhaps he was just a careless person. When he felt that he couldn't break free, he fell into hibernation. Hu Shichan felt that he was most likely a few steps closer to the truth. He silently looked up and exchanged a glance with Crown Prince Lien beside him. Mo Lien didn't want to talk to this stupid snake. One of the leaders of the group of people who were kneeling and performing the sacrificial ceremony suddenly looked in their direction vigilantly and scolded coldly. Who's there? Mo Lien and Yuan Shichan looked at each other and nodded. Then they walked out of the darkness and appeared in front of the group of people. Everyone hurriedly stood up from the side of the sinkhole and guarded the side of the sinkhole. Pairs of eyes looked at them in bewilderment. The leader of the group walked out of the crowd with a hunchback and a walking stick. He only had one pitch-black eye. Just like that, he stared fixedly at Mo Lien and Yuan Shichan and sized them up. Then he spoke in a ghostly and sinister voice. "Who are you?" His gaze landed on the human snake man, and his pupils constricted slightly. There was a small commotion in the crowd. Chapter 4790. Someone tries his best to restrain his trembling voice and screams. "It's the human snake. It's that human snake. Don't panic, don't panic." The old man once again lets out a cold and calm voice, pacifying the crowd. "Don't forget, in this place, the higher your cultivation base, the more you will be suppressed." A vicious glint flashed across that elder's eyes, and he stared at Mo Lien and Gu Chan in amusement. Shouldn't everyone be very happy that 3 more slaves have come to our kingdom of sin? The group of people behind him is startled, then suddenly bursts into cheers. One of the older men says excitedly, "That's great. It came down. This human snake finally came down. It's no longer blocking the entrance to the top. As long as we kill it, won't we be able to get out?" Yes. Amori is right. Let's kill this human snake. Yes, kill it. We can get out. Zhualanshan looks at Mo Lien and He Chun with a blank expression. Look at these people's excited expressions. How come I don't remember meeting them before? He Chun can't help but roll his eyes. It should be you who blocked their path after hibernation. He pauses. His gaze immediately turns to the sinkhole where everyone is kneeling. This sinkhole wouldn't be the entrance they fell from, right? Mo Lien shakes her head. Impossible. Looking at this position, it doesn't feel like it. Moreover, if we would appear here after falling, then why would we fall up here? It took us 2 days to walk all the way up here. Ichin thinks about it and says with a puzzled expression, "Then why are they praying to this sinkhole?" Just as they're talking, some scattered things emerge from the sinkhole. The sinkhole is filled with white fog. Only a trace of light is floating inside. The trace of light that Mo Lien and the others saw from afar came from here. Ah, thank God for the gift. Thank God for the gift. These people kneel down and kowtow to the sinkhole. Each one of them is acting weird. They look like lunatics. Mo Lien was speechless. These people didn't care about the 3 of them. They dug out the broken things from the heavenly pit and bowed to the heavenly pit with pious faces. They cleaned up the things that came out of the sinkhole and cried out in surprise, "It's a big bag of beans." Heavens, this person actually has beans in his inner world? This is too awesome. Wow, clothes, several sets of clean clothes. Mine, this is mine. All right, everyone, don't fight for it. The old man's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, "Let's pack up first and return to the Great Lord. Don't forget that all resources have to be handed over to the Great Lord before they are distributed." Everyone resentfully retracted their hands, and their gazes once again landed on Mo Lien, He Chun, and the other 2. One of them smiled wretchedly at the old man. "These boys are quite good-looking. Shall we offer them to the High Lord as well?" The old man nodded and was about to give the order to tie up Mo Lien and the other 2. Then he heard a clamor from behind the sinkhole. Everyone turned around and saw a few well-dressed guards with whiskers escorting a young man all the way over. What's going on? Chapter 4791. The High Lord has ordered us to push this unappreciative thing into the sinkhole to be dealt with. The old man in the lead suddenly revealed a troubled expression and hesitantly asked, "Commander, has the High Lord really made up his mind?" Previously, he had said that he wanted to bury this person alive, but when things came to a head, he couldn't bear to do it, and hurriedly found someone to bring him back. Fortunately, they didn't really bury this ancestor alive at that time, or else they would have to be buried with him. The High Lord has said that he won't change his mind this time. One of the guards waved his hand impatiently and said angrily, "You don't know what's good for you. The High Lord is so good to you, and you still dare to make excuses. Since the High Lord has completely lost interest in you, you have no value to exist anymore. It's better to extract all the things in his inner world." Okay. The elderly man looked at the young man, who had his head lowered in puzzlement, as if he didn't know how this person had angered the High Lord to this extent. If the High Lord really wanted to kill him, no matter how much he admired and liked this person, he wouldn't be merciful to him. The elderly man shook his head helplessly and couldn't help but step forward to persuade him. "Little brother, you've been in our territory for almost 3 months. Actually, if you're willing to give in and say a few soft words to our High Lord, this matter will probably be over just like that." The elderly man suddenly saw the young man raise his head and look in his direction. His gaze was cold and cheerless. "Don't talk nonsense with him, just push him down." The leader of the guards shouted impatiently. The elderly man sighed helplessly and signaled to the surrounding onlookers with his eyes. Immediately, 2 burly men stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right. They grabbed the young man's arms and effortlessly dragged him to the sinkhole. The leader of the guards unconsciously glanced in the direction of Mo Lien and the others. His eyes lit up and instantly widened. "Who are they?" Reporting to the commander, "The 3 of them are newcomers." "Ah, the human snake in front is the one who has been blocking our exit and not letting us out. So it's him." The commander glanced at the snake man with joy. "So, the exit passage is now open?" The old man hurriedly nodded. "Indeed. That's great." The guard leader nodded and smiled at the old man. "Old Zhang, you did well this time." The 2 new men were even more handsome than the young man who was about to be thrown into the sinkhole. "I'm sure the great lord will like it even more." After sending away a troublesome manservant and recruiting 2 more, the great feudal lord would definitely reward him handsomely if this matter was settled. On the other side, the young man was about to be pushed into the sinkhole. In the blink of an eye, Mo Lien took out a handful of shooting star powder and threw it toward the crowd. The meteors scattered, and countless sparks ignited the corners of everyone's clothes. Everyone screamed and hastily patted away the sparks on their bodies. The elderly man looked up and saw that the snake man and the 2 beautiful men had all disappeared. Not only that, even the young man who was about to be pushed into the sinkhole was nowhere to be seen. "Hurry up and look for him." The elderly man's cold voice sounded again. In any case, they couldn't run out of the range of this underground passage. It was impossible for them to escape from here with their strength. Chapter 4792. Mo Lien threw a shooting star scatter, while Hu Shichen went to grab the young man. The 4 of them quickly ran away, retracing their steps without looking back. Seeing that they did not chase after them, Mo Lien and Hu Shichen stopped and turned to look at the young man who was panting. He looked young, and his cultivation level was not low. Why was he panting after just a few steps? The young man held onto the wall with one hand and shook his head at them. I can't run anymore." 7th Yen, who had transformed into a small dragon and had been coiling around Mo Lien's wrist, suddenly transformed into a human and jumped in front of the young man. He scolded him coldly. "You're so young, but you're panting so hard after just a few steps. Don't focus too much on improving your cultivation level. While improving, your body's quality has to keep up." The young man looked at 7th Yen speechlessly and laughed bitterly. "This place is oppressed by the laws of nature. The higher one's cultivation level is, the greater the suppression." He suddenly paused and looked at Mo Lien and Hu Shichen in confusion. He could feel that these 2 people's cultivation levels were much higher than his. Why were their movements so agile, as if they were not suppressed? "You're not suppressed?" "Yes." Hu Shichen complained bitterly. "It's so uncomfortable. It hurts everywhere. My bones are sore all over. Also, I feel like my body is heavy after just a few steps. I can't move my legs." Mo Lien glanced at him speechlessly. then looked at the young man who was panting. She asked, "You were originally at Mystique Venerable rank, right?" Being able to reach Mystique Venerable rank at such a young age meant that he was quite talented. This young man should be quite famous in the Jianghu. Mo Yin asked tentatively, "What's your name?" "I'm Shen Wu. Thank you for saving me just now." "Shen Wu? You're from the Shun family manor in Chichuan, right?" "That's right." Shen Wu nodded with a slightly excited expression. "This one is alone and has gone out to gain experience. I encountered a large water spout in the Sea of Forgetfulness and was swept into the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Then, as if falling into a bottomless pit, I fell all the way here." Mo Yin and Yuan Shichun looked at each other. "You don't know where this is? I hope the two of you will be kind enough to inform us." "This is the river of Forgetfulness's sacrificial sea abyss." Mo Yin looked at him speechlessly. This Shun was really unlucky. He had only come out to train, but he had actually been swept all the way to the seabed abyss. "Brother Shun, why were they worshipping at the side of the giant sinkhole just now?" At this point, Shun Wu's face turned slightly pale. "I only know that after they push a living person down, there's an extremely powerful nature deprivation force inside that will grind the living person to pieces and clear out all the items in their inner world. No wonder that person shouted a big bag of beans in surprise just now. It turned out that these people had pushed some foreign cultivators into the sinkhole, deprived them of their inner worlds, and obtained other people's food and tools." "What you mean is those cultivators who unluckily fell into this place from the Sea of Forgetfulness, the stronger their cultivation. In the end, he was suppressed and weakened instead?" "That's right." Shen Wu nodded and panted as he said, "They call this place the Kingdom of Sin. The natives of this place have taken a group of cultivators with extremely strong cultivation from the outside as slaves." Mo Yin was speechless. Chapter 4793. Hu Shichun was also speechless. Therefore, they should be thankful that they only felt a heavy pressure on their bodies, but they were not suppressed to the freezing point like the young man in front of them. Shen Wu looked at them suspiciously and thought to himself, "Why are these two sirs acting like nothing happened? Just now, when they saved me and left, their speed was so fast that it didn't seem like they were absolutely suppressed. So, how big of a difference was there between people?" Hu Shichun looked at the young man expressionlessly and coughed lightly. "Brother Shun, you mean there is a city in the seabed abyss?" Mo Yin's mouth was truly accurate. Everything he said was spot on. There really was a gathering place here. Shen Wu nodded hurriedly. Zhualan Shan asked in confusion, "How is that possible? I have lived here for at least 200 years. How come I have never known that there is a city in the seabed abyss?" Hu Shichun interrupted him unhappily. "I said, you hibernated for so long. Anything is possible." Zhualan Shan thought carefully. It was true. He had hibernated for a long time, so long that he could not even remember the length of time. Where did the people in the seabed abyss come from? Zhualan Shan's eyes were filled with a strange light. It was as if he thought that he had lived alone in the seabed abyss for hundreds of years and was pitifully poisoned. Actually, there were a lot of neighbors next door, but he did not know anything about them after living here for so long. Those natives, I guess they're the sea people who were exiled here. Some of them have fishtails. I guess they are people of the Forgotten River Dragon family. Hu Shichun was surprised. Isn't the sacrificial sea abyss a place to worship the souls in the sea? Mo Yin stood at the side and shook her head, showing an "I knew it" expression. She said indifferently, "It is recorded in the mountain anomaly records. The sea was not peaceful in the early years. Many sea clans fought with each other. In the beginning, the sacrificial sea abyss was used by the Forgotten River Dragon clan and a few other aristocratic families to exile traders. Most of the people who are exiled to the abyss of the sacrificial sea are extremely evil." Realization dawned on Ma Shichun. So, according to what Shunbrat said, the natives of the evil kingdom are actually the people of the aristocratic families that were exiled from the sea? Mo Yin nodded. "I guess so. What do they eat when they live in this damned place?" Hichin was a little surprised. These people were able to survive in such a harsh environment. How strong were their survival skills? Shen Wu nodded. Nothing can grow here, and it's very far from the surface of the sea. Compared to food, the lack of water is a bigger problem. But they soon discovered the existence of the sinkhole. In the beginning, they fought and killed each other. They pushed a portion of the people into the heavenly pit, plundered the resources of the inner world, and shared it among themselves, Shen Wu said with a heavy expression. Gradually, the longer they stay here, the fewer resources they can plunder from the inner world, Shen Wu said. After all, they're just sitting around and eating until they run out of food. Every day that passes means one less day of food. Later, they climbed up the stone wall and found a large glacier above. They chiseled a portion of the ice off and used it as a water source. But the more they use, the less ice they have. Chapter 4794. The natives of the kingdom of Sin would kill, for a little water, a little bean. They became more and more violent, killing each other, until one day outsiders entered their territory. Shen Wu sighed. At first, they were very afraid, but after probing, they found out that among the outsiders, there was a higher cultivation level. On the contrary, the higher the cultivation level, the more severely they were suppressed. Like me, after I came here, I couldn't even take a few steps without gasping for breath. On the contrary, the ordinary people who came here were all walking as if they were flying. Their bodies were not suppressed at all. After they joined the kingdom of Sin, they were also able to receive better treatment. This allowed them to find a new way to quickly gather resources. They captured these outsiders, those who could be used for hard work, and those who could not be used were thrown into the sinkhole to quickly gather resources. Wait, He Chen said curiously. From what you're saying, what you mean is that the natives of the kingdom of Sin are not affected by this power of suppression. No, Shen Wu nodded with certainty. Today, there are about 50 natives. Most of them are above the deity realm and are not suppressed at all. They belong to a special group in the kingdom of Sin. Ma Shichan pondered and nodded, so the outsiders with high cultivation were suppressed like dogs, while the natives were all in the god realm. No wonder these outsiders were all reduced to slaves. Aren't they just a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered? Emolian said indifferently. There's nothing special about them. Just like the power of deprivation allowed by the natural law in the sinkhole, it is fair to everyone. Whoever is thrown and will also be deprived. The reason why the natives are so special must be that they have a secret. They can avoid being suppressed by the natural law here. Ma Shichan nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Although Emolian, this guy, normally looked very loathsome, his analytical skills were still very reliable. This was most likely the truth. There was nothing special about it all. It was the natives who had mastered the risk of avoiding the natural law suppression, so they could do whatever they wanted here. Shen Wu looked doubtfully at Emolian and He Chen. Your Excellencies, are you not being suppressed? Or is it that the suppression is not complete? It should be the second situation you mentioned. Hu Shichan smiled bitterly. What about this senior holy beast? The snake man proudly raised his chin, thought for a moment, and said, I think it's okay. There's indeed a suppressive force, but it's not that strong. You should be the guardian beast placed at the exit of the sacrificial sea by the aristocratic families of the River of Forgetfulness. Shen Wu continued talking to himself. I've heard them mention you before. It's because you're guarding the exit of the sacrificial sea that the people of Sin Kingdom have no choice but to stay here and continue to suffer. Hu Shichan pursed his lips and patted Shen Wu's shoulder. You're thinking too much. He was banished here 100 years ago. Because he was too bored, he'd been hibernating all this time. Even without him guarding the exit of the sacrificial sea abyss, they wouldn't be able to leave. Even the heavenly Tao might not be able to do anything about the natural absorption and suppression power of this place. It is innate and does not go against the laws of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 4795. Thinking of her and Emolian's situation, a trace of worry flashed across her eyes. She really shouldn't be gloating over others' misfortune. After all, they were both unlucky and couldn't leave the abyss of the sacrificial sea. A trace of anxiety flashed across Shen Wu's eyes. Are we going to stay like this for the rest of our lives? Of course it's impossible. Mo Yin replied icily as he walked forward. Shen Wu was taken aback. Your Excellency, are you going back to Sin City? If you don't have a foolproof plan, it's best that we don't go back first. There are about 200 citizens in Sin City. Other than the 50 over aboriginals, the remaining people are not to be trifled with. The slaves are currently working in the Cars Cave. Their High Lord, GC, has a wild idea and wants to turn the Cars Cave into a sleeping chamber. Mo Yin stopped and turned to look at Shen Wu. You stay here first. Your Excellencies aren't familiar with Sin City. If you insist on going, I'll take you through a small path. It'll be more discreet. After all, I've escaped from Sin City 5 or 6 times. I'm quite familiar with the complicated corridors. Shen Wu smiled bitterly and nodded at Mo Yin and the rest. Glancing at him, Yuan Shichun deliberated and asked, I heard the guard's words just now. Did the great lord capture you and make you the commander-in-chief? Looks like this guy won't give in even if he dies. Shen Wu's handsome face was slightly embarrassed. He hurriedly said, I'm already engaged. Of course, I can't betray my fiancée. Although we've never met. Our marriage was arranged by my family. No, but I thought since we're engaged, then I'm her fiancé. I must be loyal to her. Mo Yin's eyes brightened. She went forward and patted Shen Wu's shoulder, revealing an admiring expression. You're not bad. Shen Wu was inexplicably admired by Prince Mo, although he did not understand where this sir's admiration came from. When he heard this sir say, I will take you out of here to him, he inexplicably felt like he had found a powerful backer. His mood suddenly became a lot more cheerful, as if the promise of this distinguished person in front of him would definitely be fulfilled. Yuan Shichun glanced at Prince Mo speechlessly. Then, he turned around and exchanged glances with Snake Man, who was still confused about the situation. Zwalan Mountain, how is your current situation? About 50%, the Snake Man answered honestly. Yu Chen cursed inwardly. Damn. This human snake was indeed cunning. No wonder when he bumped into him in the corridor earlier, he tried to curry favor with them and acted as if he wanted to befriend them. He also repeatedly stated that the reason why he fought with them before was because he had been poisoned with the berserk potion. It turned out that this fellow's strength had been suppressed by half. He recognized the reality at a glance and quickly pretended to be a glutton, acting obedient in front of them. He and Mo Yin should have been suppressed by 30% of their strength. If the two of them joined forces, they could definitely beat Snake Man to a pulp at that time. Damn, the two of them were so smart, but they were actually tricked by this old ghost. Snake Man secretly glanced at Yuan Shichun. His old face was a bit awkward. Don't misunderstand. I'm not afraid of you, so I reconciled with you. This old man thinks that I don't have any deep hatred with you two juniors. Chapter 4796. The reason why we fought was all because of those scoundrels from Wangchuan Dragon Clan. We have the same goal now, which is to leave the abyss of the sacrificial sea. So, Koff, it's necessary to put aside our prejudices for now, isn't it? Like hell I'll believe you. Jichen rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. The snake person glanced at Mo Yin again and studied his expression. He discovered that this young man's expression was apathetic, and when his phoenix eyes swept over him, they were cold and desolate. For some reason, he felt a chill down his spine. From his experience, this young man did not seem like a good person who would repay evil with kindness. Let's go. Mo Yin spat out this word without even looking back as he led the way forward. The snake man was right about one thing. Now that they had the same goal, they should leave first. As for the debt between him and this stinky snake, he would settle it one day. Did he think that he could let it go just like that? Dream on. After all, this stinky snake was the reason why he and Hu Shichun fell into the abyss of the sacrificial sea so miserably. The snake man felt a gust of cold wind above his head, and his body trembled for no reason. Just as he was about to shift, he saw Hu Shichun glancing at him coldly. Why? Why are you looking at me like that? What was wrong with these two young men? They gave off a sinister vibe when they looked at others. I just wanted to remind you that your current form is a little too much. Hu Shurchin sneered. The snake man looked down at himself. He was now a snake with a human body and a snake tail. He was about 5 meters tall and felt comfortable looking down at Mo Lien and Hu Shurchin. However, he knew that they were about to sneak into the city of sin. This beast form would be very eye-catching, and he might be targeted immediately. The snake man obediently transformed into a human. Hu Shurchin turned around, and his jaw almost dropped. You, big brother, wear pants. Mo Lien was speechless. Fortunately, his wife was not here. Otherwise, he would have destroyed this serpent's body. The snake man, this old man has never transformed into a human in the past. This was the dignity of an almighty holy beast. Their beast form was their true glory. He looked a little embarrassed and tried to defend himself. It's all your fault. What change? Hurry up and lend me a pair of pants. Mo Lien, fortunately, Shun Wu reacted quickly. He immediately took out a new set of clothes from his inner world and offered it to Senior Snake with both hands. The corner of Zhuo mouth twitched imperceptibly. He expressionlessly took the clothes and put them on. He coldly said, "You brat, this old man will remember you." Shun Wu was speechless. It was clearly a sentence of gratitude, but why did it sound like revenge when Senior Lanshan said it? With Shun Wu leading the way, the four of them quietly took a small path to the back door of Nifa's city. During this period, they did not encounter the old man and his group who had previously worshipped the sinkhole. "Wait a moment," Mo Lien said in a low voice. Then, she took out 4 blue paper charms from her sleeve and distributed them to everyone. Ji Chen's eyes lit up. Snake Man and Chun Wu looked at him in confusion. "What is this?" Hu Shurchin hurriedly opened the paper charms and said in a low voice, "Don't ask so much. Use it. It's good stuff." In just a few seconds, Snake Man and Chun Wu saw that Hu Shurchin's appearance had changed drastically. He transformed from a handsome young man into an ordinary young man at the prime of his life. With such an average-looking face, he would definitely not attract anyone's attention in a crowd. Chapter 4797. Is this the legendary transformation talisman? Shun Wu held the talisman in his hand excitedly and turned to look at Mo Lien. Seeing that Mo Lien had also applied the talisman to herself, Shun Wu hurriedly followed suit. In just a moment, the 4 people's appearances had changed drastically. Mo Lien had turned into an ordinary middle-aged man. Everyone was stunned. She really didn't expect that a peerlessly handsome man with peerless talent would turn into an ordinary commoner after activating the transformation talisman. Shun Wu had also turned into an ordinary-looking young man. There was an additional birthmark on his face, which made him look very different from his original handsome appearance. The worst one was probably the human snake. He simply could not believe it. He looked down at his bare body and fixed his gaze on that pair of small hands. The clothes that Shun Wu had offered were now all piled up at his feet. He crawled out from the pile of clothes. His small body was about the size of a 5 or 6-year-old child. His black eyes were filled with embarrassment and indignation. He glared at Mo Lien and shouted angrily, What is going on? Don't shout." Hu Shurchin hurriedly covered his mouth, a mischievous smile flashing across her eyes. "Why do you always like to be naked?" Hu Shurchin coughed lightly and rummaged through her inner world. She took out a piece of girl's clothing and threw it to him. "Make do with this. Isn't this a girl's clothing?" The human snake was even more furious. His shouts were still suppressed by Hu Shurchin's palm. "Why are you shouting? Aren't we just making do with it for a while? When we enter the city and see a tailor shop, I'll buy you another one that fits you." Shun Wu, brothers, this is the city of sin, where resources are scarce. There are no tailor shops, jewelry shops, and the like, which are available in big cities, here. The human snake glared at them angrily. "I'm not wearing it." "Then you can be naked," Mo Lien said expressionlessly. "As long as you're not afraid of being ugly, your father is also not afraid of being embarrassed." The human snake? This fellow's little face instantly flushed red. He pointed his little finger at Mo Lien and trembled. You. This guy actually dared to take advantage of this old man and claim to be his father? Mo Lien was still expressionless. She reached out and lifted the little body of the snake man. In order to prevent others from spying on you, from now on, your identity is my son. They're your uncles. Ma Shirchun held back her laughter and finally swallowed it back into her stomach. The corner of Shun Wu's mouth twitched. Seeing Snake Man's sullen and angry glare, he waved his hand repeatedly. You flatter me. You don't have to call me uncle. Be careful when an outsider comes to investigate. Shichen thought, Shen Wu, this child. He's been corrupted by Prince Mo so quickly. Mo Lien said coldly, get used to your status. Call me father. Achoo! Arbor rubbed his little nose and put down the medical book in his hand. He subconsciously stroked his little belly and muttered to himself, if Jojo's Lotus knew that he was going to be a father, I wonder how happy he would be. A few poison-tailed butterflies fluttered in through the window and landed in the palm of her hand. Still can't find it? Arbor sighed and raised a hand to stroke the butterfly's wings. But it was true. This place was vast and boundless. It was indeed very difficult for these poison-tailed butterflies that she kept in the storage talisman to find little Tai Sui. It was her fault for not being able to open the star domain. If she had more poison-tailed butterflies, she could track little Tai Sui in all directions. Chapter 4798. That day, after she and the little Tai Sui were blasted away by the sea's explosion, she was picked up by eldest Qin, but the little Tai Sui was nowhere to be found. Although she didn't say anything, she secretly released the poison-tailed butterflies to search for it. Some things didn't need to be done by others, especially those from the Qin estate. Arbor didn't want to owe any of them a favor. Xiao Mu sighed. Although she was anxious, there was nothing she could do for the time being. Her divine sense wasn't stable, so she couldn't open her star domain. Even if she was anxious, she couldn't rush it. Hopefully, the soul-calming pill she took every day could help her recover as soon as possible. Laughter came from outside the door. Arbor was so noisy that she could only put down the medical book in her hand and put it away in her storage talisman. Who's making so much noise over there? A maidservant immediately walked over and bowed respectfully. Today's weather is good. Miss, do you want to take a walk on the deck? Miss Yang, Sister Ping, and the others are fishing on the deck. Arbor expressionlessly said, oh. As soon as she heard that moron Yang Fengyin was making a fuss on the deck with a few other women, she didn't want to go anywhere. She just wanted to lie down in the cabin for a while. However, Yang Fengyin, Ping, and the other women were too noisy. It was impossible for her to fall asleep. After lying on the bed for a while, Arbor was about to fall asleep in a daze when she heard a light knock on the door. The maidservant went to open the door and cautiously said, Miss is asleep. The one who came to knock was an old mama. Hearing this, she was startled. It's almost evening. Miss hasn't woken up from her afternoon nap? What's the matter? Arbor's cold voice sounded. It was like jade beads rolling into a jade plate. The crisp tinkling sound made people's hearts tremble. The mama didn't dare to be impudent. She hurriedly said, Miss Biao and Miss Ping, invite you to the deck to get some fresh air. Arbor couldn't help but sneer in her heart. They're here to cause trouble again. It seems they really want to die. Lord Jojo had never been someone who was afraid of trouble. Just like the divine flower of the snow domain, if someone came to provoke her again and again, then don't blame her for directly crushing them to death. After washing up, a certain person chose a bright red battle suit and went out valiantly. He had made a lot of unique battle suits a while ago. The skirt was embroidered with black lotus flowers, and there were 2 small golden beads on the sleeves. The little stoic expressionlessly walked to the deck. A woman with a voluptuous figure walked up to her and gave her a hypocritical smile. She called out softly, Crown Princess, you're finally willing to come out for a walk. Arbor gave her a significant look. The woman felt as if she was being stared at by something, and all the hair on her body stood on end. Why did it feel so strange? He felt that the Crown Princess at this moment was inexplicably very dangerous. Arbor's slightly cold eyes looked at the woman beside the railing not far away. Yang Fengyin and the 2 little maidservants beside her had their backs to him. Sure enough, Yang Fengyin was holding a fishing rod and the two maidservants were giggling and jumping next to her. They said repeatedly, "Miss, you're so amazing. You've already caught your third fish. Crown Princess, there's another fishing rod over there. Do you want to try it?" Ping asked with a grin. Not interested. The little Crown Princess directly rejected Ping, expressionlessly, causing the latter's bellyful of words to abruptly stop. Chapter 4799. This feeling was truly terrible. It was as if a fist landed on a ball of cotton. She couldn't find a place to exert force, even if she wanted to. The little Crown Princess's lukewarm attitude made Miss Ping feel awkward, and she inexplicably found it difficult to continue the conversation. If Miss Ping interacted with the little stoic for a long time, she would certainly understand that this was the little Crown Princess's unique ability to kill conversations. The woman chuckled awkwardly and then said, "Then, Crown Princess, just sit here for a while and enjoy the sea breeze. You can't stay cooped up in a room all the time. It's easy to get sick from boredom. Your whole family is sick." Arbor couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this chattering woman. With a glance, he sat down at the table with tea and snacks on the side of the deck. Ping walked up with a smile and sat down next to the little Crown Princess. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard the little stoic ask coldly, "Who are you?" Everyone, the little Crown Princess was seriously too much. She had already stayed on this ship for several days, but she actually didn't even recognize Miss Ping who was by the eldest young sir's side. Ping-er's expression also completely froze because of the Crown Princess's words. She finally found her voice after searching for a while. Miss Ping smiled even more awkwardly and said, "Crown Princess, you're a noble person with a forgetful memory. We've even met a few times in the Guqin Gardens when we were on Seacombe Planet." The young Crown Prince Consort looked her up and down. "Is that so?" If it weren't for the fact that Ping knew that the seemingly harmless little stoic in front of her actually had an extremely formidable and outstanding trait, she would have slapped her face. She really wanted to give this stoic a big slap across her face. "Who told you to look down on people and not recognize me? You'll get it later." Ping bit her lips awkwardly and said with a mocking laugh, "It's fine even if the Crown Princess doesn't remember. We'll be on the same ship in the future, so we'll be familiar with each other after talking more." "Who's on the same ship as you?" The little stoic harumphed and turned her head around, her gaze landing on Yang Fengyin's back. "You guys didn't invite me to sit on the deck because there's a big show for me to watch later, right?" Ping-er's heart skipped a beat, but she steadied her expression and didn't reveal any clues in front of the little stoic. She believed that she and Yang Fengyin had a tacit understanding of each other, so it was impossible for them to be exposed. It seemed that even though this little Crown Princess had been invited by them, she was still very wary of them. That sentence, just now, was actually to test her, wasn't it? Although she was young, she seemed to be extremely scheming. You couldn't see any emotion on her paralyzed face, so you couldn't get any information from her face. As Qiao Mu sat there, she leisurely twisted the white jade bracelet on her wrist. Suddenly, the sound of water splashing could be heard. The two maidservants beside Yang Fengyin jumped up and down in surprise. "Miss, it's here, it's here. It's another big fish." Yang Fengyin's back was facing Arbor, and the corners of her mouth secretly hooked up in a cold smile. Suddenly, she flicked her wrist and hooked the fishing line. A big fish that seemed to weigh about 10 caddies was dragged out of the water by her. It created a splash in the air. The heavy fish was lifted up by the fishing rod and spun half a circle in the air. Then, the fish suddenly broke free from the fishing line and smashed down toward where Arbor was sitting. With Arbor's eyesight, he had already seen the big fish's true appearance when Yang Fengyin reeled in the line. A pair of dead fish eyes emitted an abnormal green light. Chapter 4800. The fish's mouth opened and closed, revealing 2 rows of ghastly fangs. This wasn't a normal fish at all, but a gigantic corpse fish. A cold glint flashed through Arbor's eyes, and he glanced at the gigantic corpse fish pouncing at him. Suddenly, his body flashed to the left. The speed of the teleportation talisman was so fast that it dazzled the eyes. "Miss Ping, simply didn't see clearly how the young crown princess moved. When she turned her head back, the crown princess was already standing at the cabin door. At the same time, that gigantic corpse fish landed next to her feet with a plop, opening its mouth to reveal 2 rows of saw-like fangs. Crunch! The big corpse fish bit the leg of the stool and immediately bit it into 2. Miss Ping jumped in fright and hastily retreated with small, quick steps. Her charming face instantly turned ghastly pale, and she let out a cry of alarm. Mississippi, upon seeing this, the 2 robust, elderly nannies beside her hastily came forward to support her. However, that gigantic corpse fish suddenly leaped up and bit at one of the elderly nanny's leg. Crack! The corpse fish bit empty air, but the sound of the 2 rows of saw-like fangs snapping together made Miss Ping and those 2 elderly nannies jump in fright. Sir Jojo stood on the side and coldly watched this farce in front of him, a faint luster flitting through his eyes. He met Yang Fengyan's eyes, who was standing next to the railing. Before Miss Yang could retract her mocking smile, she chillingly met the young crown princess's chilly gaze. She jumped in fright and hastily retreated a step. Her back bumped into the railing heavily. In this instant, she felt that the little stoic's gaze was incomparably deep and carried a chilling glint that made people tremble with fear. It made her heart pound like a drum, and her entire heart was suspended high up in the air, swaying up and down in a perturbed state. This feeling was truly ominous. Yang Fengyan muttered in her heart and was about to quickly leave the deck. However, she heard the sound of splashing water again behind her. Yang Fengyan looked back and saw a big carcass fish with half-rotten scales and bubbling mouth jumping up from the water. It jumped to the side of the railing and opened its mouth to bite her arm. The 2 little girls were so scared that they slipped and fell to the ground, dragging Yang Fengyan down with them. Yang Fengyan groaned and fell heavily to the ground. She was caught off guard and fell on her back. It was ugly and painful, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She sat up as fast as she could and saw 2 big corpse fishes on the deck, one on the left and one on the right. They swam quickly on the deck and pounced on her, revealing their eerie white teeth. Yang Fengyan hurriedly twisted the defensive spiritual artifact between her fingers. A shield instantly formed in front of her chest and back. At the same time, one of the big corpse fish had already bitten her back and was sent flying by the shield. Yang Fengyan was scared witless, and her entire face was ghastly pale. She scrambled and crawled towards Miss Ping, and the others. Ping was also almost scared silly. If it weren't for the nanny beside her fiercely pulling her, she would still be standing there foolishly. "Let's go, Miss Ping," quickly returned to the cabin. Seeing that there were no less than 7 to 8 big corpse fishes that were over 1 meter long, jumping up one after another, the old nanny knew that the situation had changed and was somewhat out of control. She hastily protected Miss Ping, and ran towards the cabin first. Arbor looked at this scene with a spurious smile and turned to leave. Chapter 48:01. She then heard Yang Fengyan shout in exasperation behind her, "Stop right there! You! Is this your doing? Your methods are truly ruthless. Everything was fine before you came to the deck, but now, so many corpse fish suddenly jumped up. The 2 maidservants only knew some flowery martial arts, so they were already panicking when they saw a dozen large corpse fish jump up at once. Seeing that Miss Yang was still in the mood to leisurely bickering with the young crown princess, they hastily pulled her and shouted, "Miss, let's hide in the cabin first." It was better to let the 5th young master send people to clean up these corpse fish on the deck. Arbor originally didn't want to pay attention to her, but when he heard her chatter incessantly, he turned around and glanced at her. Soon after, he revealed a sly sneer at her. Better not smile, Yang Fengyan thought. This smile was like using a knife to cut open a hole at the corner of her mouth, so icy that it was a bit frightening. Compared to when she wore a stoic face, it was even more frightening and frightening. "You will die." The little stoic's chilly voice drilled into her ears. Yang Fengyan's heart felt like it had been stung by something, and she couldn't restrain her terror and started trembling. The dozen large corpse fish slid and leaped up, abruptly jumping forward. With a crunch, they bit down on a young maidservant's calf, causing her to immediately fall to the ground in pain and roll around. Yang Fengyan was so frightened that her face was drained of color, and she retreated backwards repeatedly. She shook off the other young maidservant's hand and directly threw her into the school of corpse fish before fleeing backwards. That maidservant had an incredulous expression on her face, probably not expecting that she would be abandoned by her master so easily. She felt pain in her ankle, and she looked down in horror with widened eyes. She saw 2 to 3 large corpse fish biting the back of her foot, unwilling to let go no matter what. The 2 maidservants were rolling around on the deck. One of them hugged a large corpse fish that had pounced on her chest and tightly hugged the fish's head with a terrified expression. However, the big fish was unusually slippery, and it nimbly broke free from her hands and bit her face, causing her to scream in pain. Yang Fengyan was so frightened by the scream that her chest was pounding. She ran to Ping Er and the others in a panic, pulling her and shouting, let's go quickly." At this time, Ping Er also did not want to stay on the deck any longer. Being pulled by Yang Fengyan, the 2 of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. It was as if they were stepping on a pile of cotton. Their legs were soft, and their bodies were weak from fear. They stumbled left and right and crawled towards the cabin. Arbor's voice came from behind them. "Why are you running so fast?" As if possessed, Yang Fengyan glanced behind her and saw the little stoic standing eerily by the door. Her fingers suddenly twitched. A black light suddenly flashed in front of her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a fat corpse fish smashing towards her face. Ping Er hastily broke free from Yang Fengyan's hand and flung her away before falling backwards in a panic. The fat corpse fish abruptly leaped in front of Yang Fengyan, but Yang Fengyan stretched out both hands and firmly pressed down on the slippery fish body. It was too close. Yang Fengyan only saw black water gurgling out of the fish's mouth and dripping down. The dead fish's mouth opened and closed with a smacking sound, and the 2 rows of jagged fangs in its mouth made clanging sounds like steel thorns. Yang Fengyan was so scared that her face turned pale, and she opened her mouth to scream, "Ah!" Chapter 48:02. That big, fat corpse fish faced her face just like that. The dead fish's mouth opened and closed in front of her, snapping and biting the air, scaring Yang Fengyan into letting out a series of shrieks. However, just as she let out that high-pitched shriek, her expression abruptly changed. A small corpse fish the size of a thumb suddenly darted out of the corpse fish's mouth and flew to her lips with a whoosh, biting her. What would it feel like to have lips with a small, sticky corpse fish? Yang Fengyan's mind instantly went blank, and even her breathing abruptly stopped. In this instant, the colorful world in her eyes completely lost its original color. It was as if the thing in front of her was only a black and white skeleton. Everything in the world lost its original color. The little stoic that appeared at her line of sight was leaning against the cabin door and staring at her with a cold and desolate gaze, as if she was looking at a corpse. She was that corpse. At this time, the little stoic's words seemed to jump out of her mind. "You will die." Yang Fengyan's pupils abruptly contracted, and she desperately grabbed that small corpse fish and fiercely flung it in Arbor's direction. However, before it could even approach her, that corpse fish was struck by a thunder fire that darted out from behind Arbor. With a whoosh, the small fish's body instantly disintegrated into pieces. Arbor's gaze chilled, and he involuntarily clenched his fists. He mechanically turned his head, and his small head moved inch by inch until his line of sight finally fell on the railing above the ship. A air transportation spiritual tool was currently docking and descending on the deck. Young Master Omega Katoku jumped down from the spiritual tool with a cold expression. The thunder fire ignited on his fingertips and slithered across the deck, burning the shoals of corpse fish in his path to ashes. In just a flash, the corpse fish that were originally still alive and kicking on the deck were annihilated by him single-handedly. People continuously jumped down from the air transportation spiritual tool. Fatty Wintermelon, the tall and thin man Fei Zhuang, and the twin brothers Tang Quan and Tang Li. There was also Ling, that transvestite big shot who disguised himself as a woman and kept her in the dark when they first met. At this moment, he was dressed in white and was dressed like an elegant and charming young master. Eldest young, Sir Qin, also jumped onto the boat with his men. When this fellow saw Sir Jojo's lukewarm gaze, he rubbed his nose awkwardly. Damn liar. He had promised not to inform Omega Kitoku, but now Omega Kitoku was here. Eldest young master inexplicably read the words damn liar in Lord Xiao's eyes. A thought flashed through his mind, so he hurriedly shook his head and answered honestly, I swear, I really didn't inform second brother. When I went out to sea, I just happened to meet him. Eldest young Master Qin wanted to cry, but had no tears. He thought to himself, the affairs of the world are impermanent. But, judging from the little stoic's disdainful expression, she clearly didn't quite believe him. The little girl is here too. Dugaling called out happily. Arbor ignored him. Yang Fengyan, who had been greatly frightened, was now in a state of madness. She threw herself in front of eldest young master and second young master, sobbing. Eldest cousin, second cousin, save me. It's her. She's the one who harmed me. She summoned those large corpse fish to bite us. My two maidservants have already been killed by her. Yang Fengyan's pupils contracted repeatedly as she pointed at the two maidservants who were lying on the ground, barely breathing. The two maidservants' limbs and faces were riddled with holes from the corpse fish's gnawing. From her angle, she just happened to see the whites of one of the maidservants' eyes. It was truly appalling. Chapter 48:03. Yang Fengyan threw herself in front of the two young masters of the Qin estate and wailed, It's Arbor who harmed me. She was the one who attracted all these zombie fish. Kill her. Arbor couldn't be bothered to waste words with Yang Fengyan and directly issued an order. A white light suddenly shot out from his wrist, and the little white snake transformed into a giant snake in the air. It swooped down and whipped at Yang Fengyan's body. Don't whip her. She's about to turn into a zombie. Arbor knitted his brows and hastily reminded, Don't touch her. She stinks too much. The great void serpent's enormous body abruptly froze in midair, and then it whipped its tail at the railing next to it. Half of the railing leaped up and viciously smashed at Yang Fengyan's head. Yang Fengyan immediately shrieked in horror and scrambled to crawl behind eldest young Sir Qin. However, before she could crawl behind eldest young Sir Qin, that half of the railing struck her head. That heavy and ferocious blow immediately smashed her to the ground. She fell forward onto the deck and spat out a mouthful of blood. The great void serpent retracted its enormous body and hissed at her, spitting out a dense black mist from its mouth. Everyone watched as that black mist revolved around Yang Fengyan's body like numerous thin black snakes. Before long, that Yang Fengyan was enveloped by the black power of the netherworld. Eldest young Sir Qin opened his mouth but swallowed back the words he wanted to say. On the other hand, young Sir Omega Kitoku didn't look too shocked. He merely swept an indifferent glance at Yang Fengyan before retracting his gaze. What did she do? He understood this little stoic too well. She wouldn't slaughter people in a rage if they didn't provoke her into a corner. This Yang Fengyan must have done something that crossed the little stoic's bottom line. She wanted to kill me, Arbor said coldly and left the deck without looking back. There was no need to wait for the result. Yang Fengyan, who was enveloped by the power of the netherworld, was doomed. Who knew what disgusting medicine this Yang Fengyan used to actually gather a shoal of zombie fish over? It was called fishing, but in fact, he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to attack her. In the end, he suffered the consequences of his own actions. She didn't know if she had too much confidence in herself or underestimated Arbor. Arbor didn't come out for dinner. Instead, he casually ate some food in the cabin. When the Omega Kitoku arrived, Arbor couldn't help but frown. Even though this trip had the same goal as them, which was to head to the Pool Lotus Sacred Territory. But he really didn't want to be on the same side as the Qin Estate's people. It looked like she had to think of a way to leave tomorrow. The little stoic reflexively stroked her belly. The dividing line of the venerable peach blossom immortal in the seabed abyss. When Duan Yu woke up with a start, the sky had already safely darkened. Inside the tent, the storm continued. A cold wind blew in from outside the tent, causing the candles to sway in the wind. "What time is it?" "It's almost midnight, Your Majesty." Xiao Kadi hurriedly pulled the curtain of the tent closer and quickly walked forward. He reminded her softly, "There's still 2 hours left." However, Duan Yu didn't feel sleepy at all. He stared at the swaying candlelight with his obsidian peach blossom eyes as he pushed aside the brocade quilt and sat up. He had been feeling a bit vexed these past 2 days. The people he sent to the River of Forgetfulness to scout for information still hadn't returned, and he hadn't received any news until now. Hopefully, he was just overthinking things. "Let's get ready." Duan Yu pursed his lips and stood up after draping his clothes over himself. His long black hair hung loosely by his waist. Xiao Kezi nodded and lifted the tent curtain. Chapter 48:04. A fierce gust of wind blew inside. Duan Yu's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his pitch-black eyes couldn't help but narrow for a moment. When the 3 armies assembled, it was already brightly lit outside. All the generals had finished their preparations and were waiting for the right time to set off to attack the city. They had been biding their time and sent people to infiltrate Yin City to get in touch with the defending generals. Since ancient times, Yin City had been an easy place to defend, but difficult to attack. Even after being besieged by the Tianyun faction for so long, they still managed to defend their last line of defense. The Harpies couldn't enter the city to wreak havoc, but the Tianyun faction leader didn't seem to be in a hurry to besiege the city. He merely surrounded the city as if waiting for the citizens of Yin City to run out of ammunition and food before surrendering. Now that Yin City's defending army knew that His Majesty was outside the city and had secretly mobilized many troops, their hearts calmed down. At that time, they only needed to cooperate with His Majesty and coordinate with him from the inside. They didn't need to fear those bastards who couldn't kill the Tianyun faction. Begin the operation. 8th young Master Qi led the troops forward and gave the order. A middle-aged general mounted his horse and saluted with cupped fists in Duan Yu's direction. Then he turned his horse around and led a group of light-armored cavalrymen to take a shortcut to the mountain behind Yin City. Duan Yu's gaze aloofly landed in the direction of the light-armored cavalrymen. "Prepare 20 Godstone cannons." Boom! When the Godstone cannons fired at the Harpies hovering in the air, most of the Harpies were perched outside the city walls, waiting for orders from the higher-ups of the Tianyun faction. As soon as the cannons sounded, the soldiers inside the city walls in heavy armor and helmets popped out and pushed large catapults to bombard the Harpies. Coupled with the power of the Godstone cannons, huge rocks fell from the sky and smashed into many Harpies, causing them to shriek and fall from the sky. From start to end, the Battle of Yin City only lasted half a night. The defending army in the city was truly infuriated by the Tianyun faction, so when they received news of His Majesty's personal arrival, they were all pumped up and extremely courageous. The cooperation of the two sides forced the Tianyun faction to abandon the city and flee. Unfortunately, a group of light cavalrymen entered the city first after receiving Duan Yu's order and headed straight for the underground water protection device. After opening the sluice gate, the river water was diverted to the channel outside the city. There was already a group of water spiritualists standing guard there, storing the water in the channels outside the city. Not long after, the underground protective device burst into flames and soared into the sky. The remaining Harpies who couldn't escape in time were all shaken to the ground. Like moths, they pounced towards the blazing fire. Unfortunately, it was not because they liked the blazing fire, but because they could not control their bodies. They were sucked in by a powerful gravitational force, and their faces were distorted as they were dragged down. Duan Yu led the 3 armies into the city, stepping on the severed limbs of the Harpies. The city guards opened the city gates to welcome them, leading a group of commoners to welcome them with tears in their eyes. For the past few days, they had been besieged in the city. It was indeed quite tragic. Those who survived were all covered in dust and grime at this time. Your Majesty, a rider passed through the crowd and quickly came over. Xiao Kazi, who was following closely beside Duan Yu, quickly said, "Yi, who you sent out, has returned." Duan Yu's expression abruptly changed after he took the secret letter from the hidden guard. Mo Yin and the venerable peach blossom immortal fell into the abyss of the sacrificial sea. Jojo went missing. Chapter 48:05. Crash. A set of fine porcelain on the table was swept to the ground by someone. Trash. You're all a bunch of trash. A middle-aged man with his back facing the crowd bellowed furiously before abruptly turning around. His face was masked with a cold glint in his eyes. There are so many of you, but you can't even take down a tiny yin city. Now, all your efforts have been for naught. The two team leaders nodded submissively before whispering, Who knew that His Majesty the Emperor of Tsang Prefecture would actually come so quickly? They activated Yin City's underground defense system. We were also caught off guard, so no need to find excuses. The masked middle-aged man shouted angrily. It's because of you trash that you had a hand over the city you were about to obtain to someone else. The two team leaders didn't dare to retort after being berated so harshly. After the middle-aged man finished his torrent of abuse, one of the team leaders finally couldn't resist whispering, Vice Hall Master Ghost. Then what should we do now? Return to the headquarters, or the masked middle-aged man they called Vice Hall Master Ghost harumphed. Do you still have the face to return? You haven't even finished your task, so where are you going to return to? The two team leaders hung their heads and slumped their shoulders, not daring to utter a word after being scolded. Vice Hall Master Ghost muttered to himself for a moment before saying, Continue attacking Yin City. This stronghold is too important, so we must take it down. This place was surrounded by water, so the environment was rather independent. There were also defensive systems underground, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. If they could take this place and make it their Heavenly Fate Empire's first major stronghold in Tsang Prefecture presumably, things would develop even more smoothly in the future. Yin City was their first stronghold in Tsang Prefecture, so they had to take it no matter the price. Take down. Duan Yu repeatedly flipped through the letter. There were only a few words in the message, which only said that Mo Yin and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal were sucked into the seabed abyss. Xiao Xiao disappeared in the river of forgetfulness's explosion. Where did the little fellow go? Duan Yu clutched the letter and paced back and forth in the room. Even though Xiao Kezi could tell that he was feeling uneasy, he did not dare to say much. He stood by the door like a log and bowed his head submissively. Go invite General Zhou over. Duan Yu paused and turned around to order. Yes. Just as Xiao Kezi was about to leave, he heard Duan Yu call out from behind him, Wait, invite 8th young Sir Qi over as well. Yes. Xiao Kezi hurriedly retreated. A short while later, the two of them were invited into Duan Yu house. They were currently staying in the Yin City garrison residence. The garrison lord naturally gave up the best room for His Majesty to stay in. However, even the most luxurious residence in the entire garrison manor was partially destroyed by the flames of war. Duan Yu's current location was actually the Lord Guard study that he usually used. In the room, there was a brocade couch leaning against the window. When young Master Tre and General Zhou strode in, they saw His Majesty sitting on the brocade couch with a dignified expression and a pensive look. Duan Yu finally returned to his senses when he heard their footsteps. He nodded at them. The Heavenly Fate Empire definitely won't take this lying down after suffering such a huge loss. Duan Yu said coldly, They will definitely gather their firepower and make a comeback tonight. You must be fully prepared. Have everyone rest for 4 hours first. Chapter 48:06. Begin guarding in the middle of the night. Duan Yu's expression was aloof as he said with certainty, We are guessing that they will infiltrate Yin City before dawn and attack us wantonly. 8th young Master Qi's expression turned grave. The city's garrison is fatigued after several days of continuous battles. It's very unsuitable for them to fight again. Duan Yu coldly said, Tell them what's at stake. It's their own business whether they want to live or not. We brought less than 5,000 men. If the garrison can't make up for it in time, we will undoubtedly lose tonight's battle. Eighth young Master Chi's expression turned even graver when he heard this. Your Majesty means that you are guessing that the people blessed by the heavens will definitely attack Yin City again tonight? But didn't they just lose a battle? Don't they need to rest and reorganize before? Eighth young Master Chi paused and met Duan Yu's starry eyes. It suddenly occurred to him that the people blessed by the heavens probably didn't need to rest. Most of them weren't living beings, so why would they need to rest? Taking advantage of the fact that Yin City's garrison was at its most fatigued and lax, it was the best time to launch a sneak attack. We will stay until dawn and leave. Don't reveal our whereabouts to anyone for now. After we leave, carry out everything as usual. Watch over Yin City closely and don't allow any mistakes. Your Majesty is leaving Yin City? Eighth young Master Chi and General Zhou exclaimed at the same time. Xiao Kezi also gaped in shock, his eyes intentionally glancing at the letter in Duan Yu's hand. Duan Yu wasn't here to ask for their opinion, so he merely glanced at them when he heard their exclamations. Remember, under the pressure of his gaze, Eighth young Master Chi and General Zhou could only cup their hands in acknowledgement. After walking out of His Majesty's residence, the uncouth General Zhou scratched his head and asked in confusion, Eighth young Master, you are a smart person. Do you know where His Majesty is going? Eighth young Master Chi looked at him speechlessly and shook his head. It's probably related to the letter His Majesty just received. There must be something urgent since His Majesty is leaving in such a hurry. Eighth young Master Chi sighed. Since His Majesty has his own plans, we will just do as he says. All right, General Zhou nodded. I'll go find the Lord Garrison now. Xiao Kezi shuffled a few steps to the side of the brocade couch. He carefully opened his mouth and said, Your Majesty wants to return to the river of forgetfulness. Today, when His Majesty received a letter from Wang Chuan, he felt uneasy and restless. Others might not know what had happened, but how could Xiao Kezi not know? His Majesty, although he was staying in Yin City, his heart had probably already flown to the river of forgetfulness. Xiao Kezi, Duan Yu looked at him seriously and said, half a month at the earliest and a month at the latest. If this matter is over, you can return to the capital with General Zhou and the others. At night, Vice Hall Master Ghost led a group of over 10,000 disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect. They were like a flock of black crows floating in the night sky. They looked down and saw that Yin City had already fallen into a deathly silence and darkness. Apart from the starlight, there was no light in the city. They are already sleeping. Vice Hall Master Gue smiled proudly. His eyes flickered with traces of gloominess. The humiliation he suffered at the hands of the Songzhou Emperor during the day could probably be repaid in one go. Chapter 4807. Vice Hall Master Gue could not conceal the excitement in his eyes as he gazed at the black and silent city below, the flames of exuberant interest dancing in his eyes. Very soon, this place would turn into a purgatory on earth. Prepare to attack. Vice Hall Master Gue growled and whispered to the harpies behind him who were lightly flapping their wings. This time, we can only succeed. Failure is not allowed. Yes, all the harpies readied themselves and lay dormant in midair, waiting for an opportunity to move. They were only waiting for Vice Hall Master Gue's raised hand to wantonly lower it. Then they could swoop down and barge into the homes of the slums below to set fire and kill. Vice Hall Master Gue's heartbeat sped up, and his raised hand abruptly clenched into a fist. He could not conceal the smug expression on his face, and he was about to heavily swing his hand down. After a light whoosh, a streak of water spirit energy abruptly pierced through one of the harpies' shoulders, sending the harpies flying out of their suspended state. Vice Hall Master Gue's heart suddenly stopped, and he saw a large harpies fall out of the air like a sparrow hawk with its string cut. They crashed onto the ground with a bang, seemingly on the verge of death. This was not the worst situation. What was worse was that arrows shot over from all directions. Coupled with the sand rocks, and soil, they attacked the large group of harpies under the effects of the catapults. Rumbling noises of tremors rang out incessantly. Vicehall Master Gui did not expect that he would kick an iron plate when he originally wanted to pick up scraps. None of the people inside and outside Yin City were resting. They all sinisterly extinguished their lights and waited for them here. They were going to give them a good show when they arrived. Once the battle started, Yin City's garrison troops and the Tiger Cavalry would join hands and completely seal off the Destiny Sect's escape route. Vicehall Master Gay gritted his teeth and could only lead everyone to jump down. He harshly yelled with reddened eyes, "Everyone, charge with me! Kill!" 2 well-trained troops dashed out of the alley. When they saw Vicehall Master Gui's group, they charged forward with their swords without another word. The 10,000 harpies that Vicehall Master Gui brought were unable to gain any advantage under the siege of numerous spiritual cultivators. They could only lead the Destiny Sect's disciples into the depths of the alley, fighting as they retreated. Duan stood at the top of the city gate tower and gazed coolly at the sky. Behind him stood Xiao Kezi and a group of shadow guards. All of them looked at their emperor with reverence. His Majesty was really meticulous in his calculations. He could even calculate this accurately. As expected, His Majesty had anticipated the sneak attack of Tian Yun's group. Now that they had made the first move, the disciples of the Heavenly Fortune sect were caught unprepared. Looking at the situation, they didn't even need to wait until dawn to subdue Tian Yun, that dog. Vicehall Master Gui, Vicehall Master. One of the Tian Yun group leader hurriedly holds on a Vicehall Leader Gui's arm and says anxiously, "Let's quickly retreat. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Behind them were thousands of fire spirit masters. They followed them all the way and burned with all their might. It was as if their spirit energy was free as it flowed out. If one looked carefully, one could see that these 1,000 fire spirit masters were split into 10 small teams and took turns. While the first echelon was tormenting them, the people in the later echelons were either taking medicine, resting, or recovering. Who would be able to withstand their style of fighting? It was simply wretched to the extreme. As Vicehall Master Gui fought, he suddenly discovered that there were fewer and fewer people around him who could protect him. Chapter 48:08. At first, there were more than 200 people fighting with him, but now there were only 20 or so people circling around him. Not only were many of the harpies exterminated, but more than 90% of the disciples groomed by his organization were dead or injured. Vicehall Master Gui's eyes were red as he let out a furious roar. Suddenly, a silvery white flame attacked him. If Vicehall Master Gui hadn't dodged in time, he would have been burned to ashes. He watched as the small piece of wood that was bound by the flame was slowly being annihilated by that silver flame. For some reason, Vicehall Master Gui's body inexplicably shuddered, and a sense of impending disaster descended in his heart. He looked up and saw a person standing across from him. He was naturally handsome and elegant. On that heavenly face, a pair of eyes seemed to be painted, revealing a few traces of cold light. Just like that, she silently looked at him. His gaze was too frightening, causing a trace of panic to rise in Vicehall Master Gui's heart. Naturally, he recognized this man. After that, Song Prefecture's emperor rushed to Yin City. The person who turned the tide and reversed the situation was him. If he hadn't hurried over to intervene, Yin City would have been taken down long ago. Despicable little brat. A dark and cold glint flashed through Vicehall Master Gui's eyes, and his fingers twitched as he stealthily took out a flying spirit dagger from his inner world. "Die!" This Vicehall Master harshly shouted and controlled the flying dagger in his hand to swiftly slash at Duan Yu's neck without another word. This time, he had the intention of slicing open Duan Yu's neck and causing him to spurt blood on the spot. Several cold glints flitted through Duan Yu's peach blossom eyes, and he raised his hand to release a silvery white flame that tightly encircled the rapidly thrusting dagger. Vicehall Master Gui discovered that the flame that Song Prefecture's emperor released was like a obedient and mischievous little fish that tightly wound around his dagger, preventing it from advancing even half a step. He had a bad feeling in his heart. He turned around and didn't care about the others, fleeing with a whoosh. His speed was so fast that he had probably exerted all the strength he was born with. Unfortunately, even though he fled quickly, that Song Prefecture's emperor was even faster. In the blink of an eye, Duan Yu expressionlessly blocked his path. "Since you're here, stay," Duan Yu coldly stated. He raised his hand slightly and pulled out a silvery white longsword that was 3 feet long from a circle of flames revolving around his fingers. The flames burned fiercely and surrounded the silver-white longsword. In an instant, it was as if a layer of mithril had covered the silver longsword, causing it to emit a resplendent light. Ghost Vicehall Master had seen a lot of things, but he had never seen a silver-white flame that was so brilliant that it was almost dazzling. When the flame landed on his body, Ghost Vicehall Master did not feel any pain at first. It didn't seem to feel any burning pain. However, it made people's hearts tremble, and they were abnormally frightened. His hand was enveloped by the silver flames from the Demon Empyrean sword, followed by his arm, then his shoulder, head, and finally his entire body. He didn't feel any burning pain, but he was extremely flustered. It was as if he could smell the scent of death at this moment. Ghost Vicehall Master danced in the circle of silver-white flames. In the eyes of the other Heavenly Fate disciples, their Vicehall Master's current appearance was simply a bit comical and laughable. His entire body was encircled by the silver-white flames, and he was hopping and jumping there, howling on the verge of tears. Chapter 4809. Duan Yu coldly observed this Vicehall Master Ghost from the Providence Empire, with a sneer on his lips. Disciples of the Providence Empire truly indulged in the wildest fantasies. They even wanted to occupy the entire Yin city and make it their stronghold. Where did they get the guts to act so rashly? Did they think that they didn't need to restrain themselves anymore because they were getting more powerful? Vicehall Master Ghost had nowhere to hide as he was enveloped by the silvery white flames. These flames followed him like a shadow and burned silently. The silvery white light grew brighter and brighter. It completely lit up the night in this area. Vicehall Master Ghost was like an exploding firework as his entire body emitted a powerful silvery white light. The disciples of the Providence Empire all gaped in fright and retreated several steps in unison. Just like that, the Vicehall Master in front of them exploded into pieces right in front of them. Like fireworks, the pieces flew everywhere and then completely disappeared. The disciples of the Providence Empire couldn't regain their senses for a long time. A moment later, they scattered like birds and beasts while shrieking in terror. Seeing them scampering away like stray dogs, Duan Yu's lightning-like eyes flickered, and he icily spat out a few words. "Obliterate them all. Leave none alive." At night, Miss Ping was startled awake by a nightmare. She hastily sat up and clutched the thin blanket as she panted heavily. In the dream just now, Yang Fingyin's face, which was shrouded in black mist, looked especially terrifying. She was startled awake by this nightmare, and her heart pounded heavily. Seeing that the sky was gradually brightening, Ping couldn't resist wanting to go out for a breather. She threw on a coat and hastily put on her clothes before opening the cabin door. However, she had just stepped out of the door when she saw an extremely fast and slender shadow flash across the ship's corridor. Ping hesitated for a moment before she couldn't resist quickening her steps and following after while holding her breath. Just now, she seemed to have caught a glimpse of Miss Xiao flashing past. Miss Xiao left the cabin so early. Ping suppressed a trace of suspicion in her eyes as she stealthily followed. Sure enough, she saw Arbor's figure. This was the aft of the ship's cabin. What was she doing here? Ping stuck to the side of the ship's wall, not daring to even breathe loudly. However, no matter how well she hid herself, she was still a person with an extremely low cultivation level. In truth, Arbor had already sensed Miss Ping the moment she walked out of the cabin door, but he was too lazy to pay attention to her. At this moment, seeing her hiding on the side of the ship, looking like she was spying on them, Arbor turned his head and cast a glance in her direction. His voice was indifferent as he said, "Since you're here, come over and say a few words." Ping jumped in fright, but she couldn't hide for even a moment. She knew that she couldn't escape, so she walked out from the corner and stood in front of Xiao Mu while trembling. She forced a smile at Arbor. "Crown Princess, why are you out so early?" The young Crown Princess glanced at Miss Ping expressionlessly. She scanned Ping face from head to toe. She saw that the dark circles under her eyes were very thick. It seemed that he had not slept well. The corners of his lips could not help but curl up slightly as a trace of mockery flashed across his eyes. "What? Did you dream that Yang Fengyan came to take your life last night? That's why you didn't sleep well?" Ping jumped in fright and hurriedly took a step back. "Crown Princess, what are you saying?" Her voice was as weak as a mosquito's. "Why would I dream of Miss Yang? How could I? Chapter 48:10. Let's not resort to insinuations in front of honest people, so don't pretend in front of me. Arbor impatiently waved her hand. "You want me to leave as soon as possible, don't you? Then that's fine. Give me a small boat, and I can leave immediately." Miss Ping's small face instantly became stiff and pale. She repeatedly shook her head and said, "Crown Princess, how can you sneak away like this? Our eldest young master saved you. No matter what, you should have said goodbye to eldest young master before leaving." Arbor impatiently rolled her eyes. "Are you going to give me the boat or not? I already said stop pretending. Do you think I don't know? Yang Fengyan's brain's stupid. She's just someone who can be instigated. You were the one who instigated her to make trouble for me before. Yesterday's fishing incident was most likely also instigated by you. You're so kind, using an idiot to amuse me all day. All right, hurry up and give me the boat. I'll leave immediately." Miss Ping's face was filled with fear and confusion. She vigilantly swept a glance over Arbor and immediately retreated a few steps, putting some distance between them. Seeing this, Arbor slowly approached. Her pitch-black eyes were filled with a trace of mockery. "Don't worry, I won't make trouble for you for now." Arbor coldly swept a glance over her. Miss Ping's lips trembled, but in the end, she was unable to ask the question at the bottom of her heart. Arbor knew what she wanted to ask. She wanted to ask why she still wanted to make an example out of Yang Fengyan, even though she already knew that she wasn't the mastermind. Arbor naturally wouldn't tell her that although Yang Fengyan had only been fooled by someone and became this Miss Ping's weapon, but she truly did want to kill her. If she continued to stay, it would be a great disaster. What do you want?" Miss Ping's lips trembled as she asked in a low voice. If the eldest young master knew that she was the mastermind behind the assassination of the young crown princess, he definitely wouldn't let her off so easily. Miss Ping felt a trace of eerie coldness from the bottom of her heart, and her body couldn't help but tremble. "I already said I want a boat. Come with me." Ping bit her lip hard and took out a sealing ball from her sleeve. She seemed to have made up her mind to bring the little crown princess to the stern of the ship. "Crown Princess Consort, if I give you this boat, will you be able to write off everything that happened before?" Arbor looked at her deeply. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a giggling voice behind them. "How can that be? You want to clear the slate with this broken ship? How can there be such a good thing in the world? This little stoic doesn't look like such a good-natured person." Arbor frowned slightly. Miss Ping, who was standing beside her, couldn't help but tremble when she heard the person's voice. Ping body swayed, and she almost lost her balance. Arbor turned around to take a look and saw that guy Dugu Ling walking over with a grin. His peacock green clothes complemented his handsome face, making him look radiant. Arbor couldn't help but want to ridicule this person's taste in clothes. Seeing such a big lump of green running toward her with a grin so early in the morning, it really spoiled her appetite. It was probably because the little girl's complexion looked very unsightly. Dugu Ling stopped and lowered his head to look at his sleeve. He even sniffed it considerately. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with his body. Chapter 48:11. She didn't emit any strange smell from head to toe either. He really didn't know why the little girl had such a sour expression, as if she didn't want to see him at all. Arbor glanced around, and sure enough, he saw young Sir Omega Kitoku following behind Dugaling. Behind him was a short and stout Wintermelon wielding the purple gold hammer. Seeing her look at them, the short and stout Wintermelon even grinned at Arbor very honestly. Arbor expressionlessly glanced at them before immediately retracting his gaze. Qin Xian's icy gaze landed on the item in Ping Er's hand. Inside a round sealing bead, a small boat could be seen drifting with the waves. If the Crimson Firmament wave hadn't been sucked into the star domain, it wouldn't have been so troublesome right now. Originally, the Crimson Firmament wave had also been sealed inside the sealing bead. However, because it had been highly utilized recently, Arbor couldn't be bothered to seal it again after using it last time, so he conveniently stored it inside the star domain. When the little stoic thought of this, she couldn't help but sigh. If she could use the Crimson Firmament wave, she probably would have fled at top speed 2 days ago. Now that she wanted to flee, she was actually caught red-handed by Omega Kitoku. It was truly awkward. "Take her away," young Sir Omega Kitoku ordered icily, and 2 black-clothed guards immediately flashed out from behind him. They took a few steps forward and walked towards Miss Ping whose face was filled with terror. It was as if Ping Er's body was gripped by immense terror, and she reflexively grabbed Xiao Mu's hand. She wailed miserably, "Crown Prince Consort, please help me. Please help me plead for leniency." She didn't want to die yet. She didn't want to die in this kind of ghastly place. She was too familiar with the second young sir's methods. When he coldly said, "Take her away," her future fate and path were sealed. Qin Xian coldly curled her lips at her. Her sharp gaze landed on Ping as if she was wondering why she was so daring. "Crown Princess, help me, Crown Princess." Miss Ping cried and knelt down in front of the young Crown Princess. She reached out and hugged her leg, crying loudly. "Crown Prince Consort, I was in the wrong before. Please help me on account that we are both women." Arbor looked down at her and then looked at Omega Kitoku warily. "What do you want?" Speaking of which, she was also very familiar with second young Master Qin. But just now, Xiao Mu discovered that she was unable to discern any emotion from second young Master Qin's face that was as dry as a dry well. As a lowly servant, she doesn't know her place, Omega Kitoku said coldly. "What's the point of keeping her? Naturally, it's to let her go to a good place." Putting aside the fact that she always stirred up trouble, she even had the audacity to want to send the little stoic away. Young Sir Omega Kitoku's fingers reflexively tightened. He seemed to have overlapped the Miss Ping in front of him with Shi Yongqian, the woman who was like a nightmare in his previous life. He saw Ping Er's face as Shi Yongqian's. He raised his hand, and 2 black-clothed royal guards forcefully dragged the wailing Ping back. Ping was so scared that her face was drained of color, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. She reached out and hugged Arbor's leg as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. She hugged it tightly and didn't let go. She screamed in terror, Crown Princess, help, Crown Princess, Crown Princess." The young Crown Princess truly didn't like this woman. How could she have a good impression of a woman who secretly hid in the dark and caused trouble for her and instigated Yang Fengyan to find trouble with her? Chapter 48:12. Moreover, this woman was so comical and laughable. Speaking of which, she should have met this Miss Ping in Sikong Planet's Qin estate. From beginning to end, she didn't have much interaction with her. She also didn't know where this Ping Er's great hostility came from, to actually incite Yang Fengyan to deal with her time and time again. Now, this Miss Ping treated her as a life-saving straw and refused to let go no matter what. The little Crown Princess inexplicably felt that she was simply crazy. When she was useful, she hugged her and cried for help. When she was useless, she wished for nothing more than to tear her apart. This woman truly was extremely capricious. How could there be such a bizarre logic in this world? Arbor simply kicked that wailing woman flying with a kick. Her aloof face didn't have much expression, and she said indifferently, "Shut up." Her head hurt from crying. Why were these women so loathsome? They only knew how to wail when they encountered something and couldn't think of a way to resolve it themselves? The little crown princess turned to look at Sir Omega Kitoku with a frosty expression. Can't you speak properly? This Omega Kitoku was becoming more and more abnormally savage. Every time she came up, if she wasn't shouting to beat him up, she was shouting to kill him. How annoying. Sir Omega Kitoku was taken aback, and his eyes suddenly lit up. You're talking to me? Duguling. He suddenly felt that his young master was a bit silly. Wasn't this the obvious truth? If the little stoic wasn't talking to you, who else could she be talking to? Could it be that she was shouting at the air? Arbor was also a bit speechless. She glanced at him and tried her best to be patient as she said in a very gentle tone, I want to leave this place as soon as possible to handle some personal matters, so I need a ship. Sir Omega Kitoku hastily persuaded. I heard from elder brother that you were injured. Your divine sense isn't stable yet, so you shouldn't go out to do things. If you have something you need to do, or someone you need to find, just instruct the servants to do it as much as possible. Arbor grumpily glared at him. I'm going to handle my personal matters. I don't like to rely on others. With a cold expression, she added, I like to do it myself. It's good to do it personally. It's good to do it personally. Duguling happily ran forward and said with a smile, How about this? We'll go with you. I heard that you're looking for the missing young miss of the forgotten Chuan Dragon clan. We have more people, so it'll be easier for us to get things done. Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. I'm not looking for her. I have nothing to do with the Wang Chuan Dragon clan anymore. Whether Long Shangyun lived or died, it no longer mattered the moment the two of them turn around. Having eldest Qin send people out to search for her for so many days, it could be considered her final act of goodwill. Since this was the will of the heavens, there was no need for her to force it. After all, the most important thing for her now was to wait for Jojo's lotus and find the whereabouts of the little Tai Sui. As for the others, Jojo was exhausted. She couldn't care less anymore. Duguling blinked. Then do you sell beautifying pills? Arbor. Sir Omega Kitoku, what was going on? Weren't they seriously discussing matters earlier? Why did this Duguling suddenly bring up the beautifying pill? Ever since I tried the beautifying pill for 3 days, I've been wanting to buy a permanent one from you. Duguling's eyes gleamed as he stared at her. Can I? The little stoic pursed her lips and glanced at him coolly. I can, but I'm afraid you won't be able to afford the price. Chapter 48:13. Duguling's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly said, Didn't we agree on it back then? After 3 days of trial, we'll buy permanent beautifying pills for 2 million per pill. That was the price back then. Arbor coldly glanced at him. The price has increased now. Duguling's mouth twitched, and he carefully asked, Xiao Xiao, how much is it now? 10 million per pill. Damn, why don't you go rob a bank? Duguling was dumbfounded, and he couldn't say anything. Instead, the short winter melon holding the purple gold hammer couldn't help but shout. Arbor expressionlessly glanced at them. It's the market price. Now, the entire capital knows that Jojo's beautifying pills are of good quality and quantity. 1 pill is guaranteed for 100 years. So many people are fighting to buy it, and the price has already risen to 8 million. Duguling, then why do I have to add another 2 million? The little crown princess glanced at him and said impatiently, I only sell 2 beautifying pills every month. It's up to you whether you want it or not. What's wrong with giving you a back door and adding 2 million as a threshold fee? You're getting a bargain. Duguling, yes. This fellow nodded repeatedly, and he hurriedly took out money from his pocket with a grin. I have 20 million here. Give me 2. Arbor's face was expressionless as she reached out to take the spirit coin card that he offered. She nodded, took out a porcelain bottle, and tossed it to him. 1 pill can beautify for a long time. Duguling cheerfully nodded. I still have at least 200 years to go. I think I can live for a long time. To prevent you from raising the price 100 years later, he'd better buy 1 more beforehand. Arbor glanced at him and nodded. You're smart. Duguling, so you're really planning to raise the price 100 years later. All right, I've chatted with you guys for too long. Arbor turned around and walked to the deck. Omega Kotoku's figure flashed, and he was already beside her. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Don't mess around. Arbor dodged his hand and glared at him. You're still saying you're not putting me under house arrest? Of course not. Eldest young Master Qin's voice entered everyone's ears. When Xiaomu looked back, she saw Qin Xian, this guy, directing people to carry something over. Arbor looked at the stretcher. When they got closer, they could see clearly that there was a person lying on the stretcher, wrapped in bandages from head to toe. The little fellow's expression did not change at all, but his heart was beating wildly. Don't be nervous, Jojo. Eldest young, Sir Qin glanced at her with a smile. It's not Long Shangyun. Who's nervous? The little stoic stubbornly defended herself. Who is this? You know him, eldest young Master Qin said with a smile. That Prophet Tuesday, this is probably what it means to plant flowers but not bloom, but to plant a willow unintentionally. The willow grows. Eldest young Master Qin said briskly. Look, we couldn't find Long Shangyun after so long, but we found this Prophet too instead. What do I need to find her for? Arbor asked coldly, his gaze sweeping over that bandage without any warmth. Prophet 2 probably heard her voice, and his entire body struggled a few times in agitation. However, his injuries were too severe, and his entire body was wrapped in bandages. Blood seeped out from between the bandages when he moved slightly. Arbor curled his lips mockingly and sneered, Prophet, have you ever divined that your future self would become like this? Chapter 48:14. Tu Xinji seemed to be very agitated and kept trying to straighten her body. However, her entire body was wrapped in those white bandages until she resembled a salted fish. She couldn't even turn around, let alone sit up. This was simply wishful thinking. Arbor truly didn't expect that eldest young Sir Qin would even find Tu Xinji. Since the sun had just risen, in other words, this prophet should have been found last night. What did you interrogate her about? The little stoic looked up and stared sharply at Qin Xian. The latter smiled helplessly at her. Why is a child so smart? Seeing that she was about to turn hostile, the eldest young Sir hastily said, I didn't interrogate her about anything. I just wanted to know the whereabouts of the 5 keys. Without waiting for the little girl to frown and ask, eldest young Sir Qin answered obediently. The Pond Lotus Sacred Realm is guarded by the River of Forgetfulness's 5 patrician families. Each patrician family holds a key, and only with these 5 keys can the passage leading to the depths of the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm be opened. Long Huan said before that the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm automatically sealed itself off a year ago. Even if you obtain these so-called keys and open the passage, you won't be able to enter the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm's entrance. Qin Xian shrugged with a smile. Let's try. How will we know if we don't try? A faint glint flickered in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. Arbor stood by the railing at the stern of the ship. Looking from this direction, she only felt that his pitch-black eyes were bottomless. Thump, thump, thump. Tu Xinji agitatedly knocked on the wooden stretcher. Under eldest young Sir Qin's signal with his eyes, 2 servants reached out to help Tu Xinji up from the stretcher. Arbor reluctantly glanced at her and clearly saw her current appearance. Her entire face was buried under the bandages, and she was currently glaring fixedly at her with a pair of cold and venomous eyes. An extremely feeble voice came out of her mouth. Arbor carefully discerned that this old woman, Tu Xinji, seemed to be calling her Mu Qiao. Hence, her eyes icily gazed over, and her aura also turned chilly. Tu Xinji arched his back as if he wanted to say something to her. The sound of something breaking rang in Arbor's ears. It took her a long time to piece together some useful information from the few words that she had said. Prophet 2 was probably saying Shui Yuan's prediction was good. The forgotten River Dragon clan that had lost the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl would eventually be drowned in the torrent of history as time passed. Without the shark pearl, the forgotten River Dragon clan had perished. However, it was too strenuous for her to speak. She spoke intermittently for a long time and was unable to complete a sentence. However, Arbor was already impatient to listen to her nonsense. He coldly glanced at Tu Xianji and rejected her self-righteousness with a single sentence. You're wrong. The Wanchuan Dragon clan didn't perish because they lost the Shark Pearl. It was because you sought your own death. She didn't want to waste any more words with this old woman. From the looks of it, although Eldest Qin and Omega Kitoku hadn't put her under house arrest, they wouldn't let her leave the ship so easily. She had to think of another way to escape. Arbor's eyes darted around before she suddenly turned to Dougal Ling and said, "How about we have a competition?" Dougal Ling's head instantly shook like a rattle drum. No competition, no competition. You're trying to trick me again. You want me to slap you so that you can seize the opportunity to escape? Arbor harumphed and abruptly turned her head away. She naturally wanted to find a ship to leave so that she could wait for Jojo's Lotus at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 48:15. Otherwise, she could just enter the water and leave. With her speed in the water, even if the entire boat sped up, it probably wouldn't be able to keep up with her. However, they had the advantage in numbers right now, while she was alone. She only had Ming Ming by her side, so it was best to be careful. After all, she still had to stay in the sea of forgetfulness for a while. Even if she ran away now, she still had to guard the entrance to the undersea abyss. As long as Eldest Qin and the rest followed this direction, it was useless to run. They could still find her. It was best not to fall out with them for the time being. The little fellow's eyes turned, and she turned around to yawn. Time to sleep. She suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked around in confusion. Where was that Miss Ping-Er who was sobbing just now? She didn't even notice when she was dragged down. Thump, thump, thump. Tu Xianji knocked hard on the wooden stretcher beneath him, his old eyes revealing a furious glint. Mu Qiao. Tu Xianji's lips trembled under the bandages, and he spat out a sentence with great difficulty. Shouldn't he take you back to forgetfulness? Arbor narrowed her eyes, turned to look at her, and let out a cold laugh. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. And Mu Qiao. Tu Xianji clenched his bandaged fists. Mu Qiao. Arbor had already reached the top of the stairs. She turned around again, and a pair of eyes filled with boundless coldness stared deeply at Tu Xianji. My surname is Qiao. Once surnamed Qiao, forever surnamed Qiao. She wouldn't change this surname. 10,000-year-old Shark Pearl. Arbor hooked her lips expressionlessly. I'll kindly accept it. After saying this, she didn't look at Tu Xianji again and turned to head upstairs. Dougal Ling blinked, looking at his young master, and then at the old woman who was sitting on the stretcher and knocking on it. What should we do about this? Qin Xian's eyes flashed. Throw her down. Throw her down? Dougal Ling blanked and then stammered. Throw her where? Young Master Omega Kitoku glanced at him like he was an idiot, and then turned to leave without a word. You're usually so smart. How come you can't even understand young Master's words today? The fat man on the side laughed strangely and hung the purple golden hammer on his waist. He laughed in a hoarse voice. Where should I throw it? Throw it into the water, of course. He loved to throw people into the water, especially now that the water was filled with all kinds of aggressive small creatures. He just didn't know if the old woman, who was wrapped in bandages, could survive in the water for a while. Tu Xianji let out a roar from his throat. He panted with all his might, and his eyes were filled with fear. Clearly, Tu Xianji had heard their conversation clearly. She watched helplessly as two servants lifted her up on the stretcher and strode towards the railing. Tu Xianji's eyes finally revealed a trace of fear. She knew how to calculate and was proficient in all kinds of fortune-telling techniques. However, he really did not predict that he would lose his life in this vast and boundless sea of forgetfulness today. With a splash, the water splashed. Arbor pushed open the window, propped up his chin with one hand, and looked into the distance. On the wide sea, Tu Xianji's bandages were all destroyed as soon as he entered the water. The bandages floated on the surface of the water, unraveling one by one. When the hideous wound under the bandages was exposed, Tu Xianji's heart skipped a beat. She turned around and saw a thumb-long sea snake slithering out and biting her wound. Chapter 48:16. At the same time, A dozen or so tiny sea snakes burrowed out from the water. More and more alien creatures were attracted by the fresh blood that was spreading around the prophet. They crowded around each other and surged toward the prophet. Tu Xianji let out a hoarse and gloomy hiss in the water in fright. Her pair of dim, old eyes contained a bit of terrifying hatred as she looked in the direction of the large ship. To think that she, the extremely revered great prophet of the Dragon Clan of Forgotten River, would end up like this. Arbor didn't want to continue watching. She closed the window with one hand and stood silently for a while before turning around and pattering to the bedside. She had just sat down when she heard the fatty's hoarse voice from outside the door. "You mean that old woman wrapped in bandages just now was actually some prophet of the Dragon Clan of Forgotten River?" Faint laughter came from beside her. The fatty laughed out loud. "She's so good at foretelling. Could it be that she didn't calculate that she would die today?" Knock, knock. The little stoic sat on the edge of the bed and looked up at the cabin door. The plain-colored window was very clear, and she could see several figures moving about inside. "Little Xiao, come out and eat breakfast." Sir Jojo was disgruntled. "I don't have an appetite. I can't eat." "Don't." Dugaling knocked on the door again and said with a grin, "There are all kinds of snacks that you like to eat. Stop pretending. We all know your lousy habits. 3 meals a day, no less." Arbor pulled open the cabin door with a taut face and glanced at the beaming Dugaling outside. Her gaze landed on his face. She seemed to see this person sitting on a small stool with a grin and asking her, "You're so young. You don't really want to die, right? People must have the will to live in order to have a future and hope." The little stoic expressionlessly walked past him. Our dear Dugaling reflexively touched his face. Strange. Why did he have a misconception that when the little stoic looked at him just now, her gaze was distant, as if she was looking at him through a hazy veil? "Stoic." Dugaling chased after her with a chuckle. "Do you want to eat shrimp dumplings? Do you like green bean porridge or red bean porridge?" During breakfast, the little stoic was too lazy to speak. No matter who spoke to her, she would completely ignore them. There was a low pressure on the deck. The row of maids standing at the side were all trembling in fear. When they saw her, it was as if they had seen a scourge or a ferocious beast. They all distanced themselves from her. It was as if he would have a bad ending if he touched her. Arbor couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the crowd. After eating, he made an excuse to catch up on sleep and slipped away. He returned to the cabin and closed the door. The little stoic then took out a storage talisman and a handful of thunder fireballs, placing them neatly on the table. Her small hands gently moved them, causing them to make rolling sounds. "Your Majesty." Lil Kuzi hurriedly ran in. At a glance, he saw His Majesty standing by the table, holding a brush and writing something. He was dressed in a sapphire blue robe, and there were a few ink bamboos on his sleeves. Her fine black hair was scattered behind her, her thin lips were slightly pursed, and her eyes were focused on the book. She stood there like a pine tree. Truly, the young master was sculpted and polished, elegant and natural. Lil Kuzi was most afraid that he would leave without a word. Now that he saw that he was still in the study, his heart couldn't help but relax. "Personally hand this letter to 8th Chi," Duan Yu said. "Yes." Lil Kuzi hastily took the letter and nodded solemnly. Chapter 48:17. Immediately after, he recalled the purpose of his hasty visit and hastily reported, "Your Majesty, the kingdom of Duo Luo of the Grasslands has sent an envoy team here to meet Your Majesty." Duan Yu was taken aback. "Now," Xiao Kezi quickly nodded. "The kingdom of Duo Luo?" Duan Yu frowned slightly. He searched through his memories, but he could not recall where this kingdom of Duo Luo came from. "Your Majesty, the 8th young master has already led people to contact them, but the leader of their envoy team keeps saying that he wants to meet Your Majesty." Duan Yu was rather impatient. "I don't have time. How could he be in the mood to meet this and that, and those miscellaneous people?" Right now, his heart had already flown to the river of forgetfulness and was thinking of meeting up with the little girl. Even now, the first-hand information he had still did not reveal the little girl's whereabouts. How could he not be worried? What exactly happened to Mo Lien, that idiot? Your Majesty, your Majesty. A young eunuch rushed over in a flurry and almost tripped over the protruding door sill. He staggered and stumbled forward a few steps. Xiao Kezi involuntarily creased his brows and chided. What are you in such a hurry for? How dare you be so unruly in front of His Majesty? Duanyu looked up and glanced at him dryly. What happened? The young eunuch hastily knelt in salute and stammered. Reporting to your Majesty, Miss Wu has started fighting with the envoy team. The 8th young master ordered this servant to quickly report. Duanyu pressed his throbbing temples. Xiao Kezi, go settle this matter. Xiao Kezi quickly nodded. He knew that His Majesty could not wait a second longer and had to set off now. Other people did not know what that letter was. How could Xiao Kezi not know? His Majesty longed for the river of forgetfulness. Not because of how beautiful and attractive the sea of forgetfulness was, but because there was someone in the river of forgetfulness that attracted his heart, causing him to yearn for that person uncontrollably. Duanyu left without consulting Chestnut and did not have time to speak to him, just as he heard a commotion outside the door approaching from afar. 2 figures, one red and one black, dashed through the door and began to fight in the courtyard of the garrison mansion. As the spiritual power surged, 2 graceful figures could be seen, as if they were passing through flowers and trees, circling around people and hands in the courtyard. Red and blue light would occasionally pass through, and the light was faintly discernible. Wu Ruomei was wearing a scarlet-red, short-sleeved gown. She shouted, "Don't run," and chased after him. She raised her sword and slashed at him. The black-clothed woman on the other side had a black veil covering her face, revealing only a pair of sharp almond eyes. When she reached out to receive the attack, she turned around and saw Duanyu and Chestnut standing nearby. There was no expression on Chestnut's furry face. His pair of round black eyes silently stared at the 2 women who were fighting. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Tsang Prefecture, is this how you treat your guests? A few strangers ran over from the corridor that connected the atrium to the garden. The person running at the front couldn't help but gasp for breath. It seemed that he was in a hurry. Duanyu's icy gaze swept over those people. Xiao Kezi quickly went up and reported in a low voice. These people are from the envoy group of the kingdom of Duoluo of the Prairie. Duanyu's sharp gaze stared at the envoy who spoke, then shifted to Miss Wu. Still not stopping, Xiao Kezi shouted in exasperation. He angrily said, "Simply impudent to the extreme. How dare they disregard their dignity and fight each other in front of His Majesty? Arrest them all." Chapter 48:18. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures walked up and lifted Miss Wu up like grabbing a little chick. They separated the black-clothed woman who was fighting with her and restrained both of them. Even though Wu Romei's arm was grabbed, she couldn't resist kicking at the black-clothed young lady from afar. She couldn't resist cursing. No wonder you had to cover your face. Who are you trying to disgust with a fake face? You should cover your face, and it's best if you don't take off your black veil. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Xiao Kezi's face was dark, but he was rather curious. Although this Wu Qianjin from the Prime Minister's family wasn't very reliable most of the time, she came from a noble family after all, so her basic self-restraint and etiquette were absolutely indisputable. But now, Xiao Kezi couldn't help feeling curious, and his gaze probingly swept towards the veil on the black-clothed young lady's face. What did fake face mean? The black-clothed young lady couldn't help but sneer. What does it have to do with you? I think you're just jealous. Wu Rumei couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. I'm jealous of your fake face? You're really thick-skinned, daring to say anything. Duanyu's gaze was chilly as he looked at the several people from the kingdom of Luo's envoy group who were briskly walking over. A small kingdom that could barely be found on the map of the 3 provinces came to find him so openly, saying that they had something to discuss with him in person, and they didn't even accept 8th young Sir Qi's invitation. Who on earth gave them the confidence to come here and shout like this? They said they wanted to discuss with him, Duanyu, and he had to accompany them to the end? What the heck? This whatever kingdom of Luo was originally developed from a small tribe on the prairie. A while ago, he used a grand banner to establish a kingdom, but this small, lousy kingdom dared to boast shamelessly in front of him. Duan Yu patted Chestnut's large head and was too lazy to pay attention to this farce. Unexpectedly, the leader of the envoy group from the kingdom of Luo abruptly took a few steps forward and said seriously, "Your Honorable Majesty of Cangzhou, if you abandon us like this and refuse to meet with us face to face, you will certainly regret it immensely in the future. Although our kingdom of Luo grew on the prairie, we are very familiar with the situation of the three provinces. Your Majesty of Cangzhou, believe that this humble one and the kingdom of Luo will bring you a huge surprise. Don't believe him, Your Majesty. He had only brought a fake face. If you see it, you'll be so angry that you won't even have time to wash your eyes." Wu Ruomei, who was standing to the side, spoke with conviction. Duan Yu gave him a deep look. Now, he was actually a bit curious as to what kind of surprise this leader of the Doruo envoy group was going to present to him. "Your Majesty, please." The leader of the kingdom of Daluo's diplomatic mission extended his hand in an inviting gesture. He took the lead and followed Duan Yu into the study. Wu Ruomei wanted to follow them in, but was stopped by Xiao Kezi. He was so angry that he stomped his feet and shouted, "Xiao Kezi, get out of the way. Let me tell you, those people are definitely not good people." Little Kezi said with a straight face, "Miss Wu, if you continue to make such a ruckus, little Kezi has no choice but to get someone to shut your mouth and stop you from making a ruckus." Wu Ruomei rolled her eyes in anger. However, due to little Kezi's threat, she did not dare to speak loudly. The leader of the envoy group entered the study and turned to close the door. He smiled at Duan Yu and bowed. "Your Honorable Majesty, I respectfully represent my kingdom of Daluo to come and discuss the matter of cooperation with you." Chapter 48:19. "This is our prairie's pearl, Miss Lily the leader of the envoy group said proudly to Duan Yu before turning to give Lily a look. The woman in black removed the black veil covering her face and smiled at Duan Yu. Her fluttering eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Her small oval face had a beautiful smile. Her gentleness carried a hint of demure serenity, and her quick-wittedness carried a hint of craftiness. At first glance, she looked a bit familiar. At second glance, Duan Yu's handsome face darkened. He knew why he found her familiar. This woman's face was 40% similar to Jojo's, especially that pair of eyes. No wonder Wu Ruomei kept calling it a fake face earlier. Wu Ruomei had seen Jojo's portrait before. Whether it was the facial features, the skin, or even the hairstyle, this fake face was infinitely close to Jojo's. Wu Ruomei was right. This face really made him lose his appetite, and he wished for nothing more than to wash his eyes immediately. The leader of the envoy group had actually been paying attention to Duan Yu's expression the entire time. However, even though Duan Yu's mind was raging, he did not show it on his face, so he could not tell at all. Why didn't he show any expression? This person muttered in his mind, unable to grasp the attitude of this Cangzhou emperor. Logically speaking, when he saw this face, apart from being shocked, he should be wild with joy. According to their kingdom of Daluo's investigation of the rulers of the three provinces, this Cangzhou emperor should be a strong competitor of the divine province's crown prince. Before he could finish his thought, he heard Duan Yu's cold voice. "Why did you bring her here?" The leader of the kingdom of Daluo's envoy group couldn't help but shudder inwardly, thinking that this voice was truly bone-chilling. He hastily forced a smile and said, "Your Majesty of Cangzhou, can we talk about cooperation? What do you want to cooperate on?" "Our common enemy is the divine province." The envoy continued. "The great emperor of the divine prefecture wants us to offer tributes every year, but we haven't had a good harvest. Coupled with the zombies running around everywhere, we can't grow anything at all. We get to the point." Duan Yu didn't want to continue listening to his nonsense and coldly interrupted him. "The country of Daluo is willing to help you become the true overlord of the upper three continents." Duan Yu stared sharply at the envoy before him, and he suddenly couldn't resist chuckling. "Don't you think you're a bit ridiculous? It was just a small place, yet he kept saying that he would help him unify the 3 prefectures. Duan Yuezhen couldn't resist laughing loudly. The envoy said with a serious expression, "Believe me, Your Majesty, the key lies in the little crown princess of the divine land." The envoy did not notice Duan Yu's gloomy expression and continued to blabber self-righteously. Lily Er's appearance can still be adjusted. She will look more and more like that little crown princess. At that time, we'll turn the dragon into a phoenix and switch that little crown princess to your side. The more the envoy spoke, the more spirited he became, and he couldn't resist guffawing. Think about it. Wouldn't we control the lifeline of the divine province? Duan Yu also chuckled at him. His chuckle was deep and filled with an icy chill. He suddenly reached out to strangle that woman in black. Chapter 48:20. Before that envoy could react, he heard a crisp crack. The envoys all revealed astonishment as they looked at the expressionless Songzhou emperor in horror. Lily Er's neck drooped crookedly in Duan Yu's hand. Her beautiful face was still a bit bewildered, as though she couldn't figure out what was going on. He actually snapped Lily Er's neck without any explanation. This man didn't hesitate at all when he snapped Lily Er's neck, as though he was merely slaughtering a pig, a cow, a lamb, or a chicken. Looking at the Songzhou emperor's cold and indifferent gaze, the envoys all shuddered, and great terror flashed through their eyes. The leader of the envoy group forcefully suppressed his indignation and said coldly, "If Your Majesty doesn't want to cooperate with us, then there's no need to kill Lily Er. You can just say that you don't want to cooperate." Duan Yu glanced at him with a sneer and flung away the woman's corpse with a tilted head. He took out a handkerchief from his inner world and carefully wiped his hands. Duan Yu looked at them coldly, without any intention of explaining. "Take care of them all." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of figures suddenly appeared from all directions and rushed toward those envoys to kill them all. The kingdom of Luo's envoys were all shocked and hastily resisted in a fluster. However, there were too many hidden guards, and they simply couldn't deal with them. Before half an hour was up, the 100 hidden guards had killed all the envoys. Ing dragged the leader of the envoys in front of Duan Yu and kicked the back of his knee. The leader of the envoys yelped and fell to the ground with a face full of terror. His head was forcefully stepped on, and he prostrated himself on the ground. With his head being stepped on, he strenuously tried to raise his head to speak, and he stammered, You all. Songzhou Emperor, His Majesty you. Ouch. Let him speak," Duan Yu coldly ordered. The secret guards immediately retracted their legs, bowed respectfully, and took a few steps back to stand still. The hidden guard leader raised his head while coughing up blood. His eyes stared fixedly at Duan Yu in front of him, and before he could say more than a few words, blood gushed out of his mouth. You guys, if you don't want to cooperate with us, there are many people who want to cooperate with us." There was a strange smile on the face of the head envoy. The smile on his face made one's hair stand on end. Duan Yu found him extremely displeasing to the eye, so he personally waved his hand, and a surge of sacred energy struck that person's head. "Don't speak if you don't know how to speak human language," Duan Yu coldly retorted as he watched the envoy fall heavily to the ground. "Clean this place up." Xiao Kazi hurriedly ordered a group of trembling servants to come in and clean up the mess. However, Duan Yu suddenly turned his head and stopped in his tracks. He narrowed his eyes and coldly stared at the head envoy lying on the ground. He walked towards him step by step, approaching the head envoy's side. His cold gaze landed on the fake smile on his face. Duan Yu suddenly raised his leg and kicked. With a bang, the head envoy turned into a pile of fragments and disappeared before everyone's astonished eyes. Duan Yu's heart thumped heavily, and he immediately ordered sternly. Chapter 48:21. Gather all the men in the secret pavilion and seal off all the major passageways in Yin City. Search for this person with all our might. A clone. The one who came to negotiate with him was actually this head envoy's clone. And it wasn't until just now that he realized something was amiss. If you don't want to cooperate with us, there are many people who want to cooperate with us. The head envoy's words surfaced in Duan Yu's mind, and his expression abruptly changed. Probing, a blatant probing. They came here to probe him. If he was willing to cooperate with them, then they would hit it off right away. If he wasn't, judging from the envoy's words, they would probably find someone else to cooperate with. A tiny kingdom of the prairie wanted to be an ant trying to shake a tree and make a move on the enormous divine province? Just as the heavenly providence was about to move, this tiny kingdom of Duoluo wanted to take advantage of the situation? Or was it trying to borrow the power of the east wind in a vain attempt to rise to the top? The heavens were about to change. Were all the snakes, insects, rats, and ants planning to collectively come out of their holes? Duan Yu's eyes were cold, and his fingers clenched slightly. He coldly ordered, "Go investigate. I want all the news regarding this kingdom of Duoluo in recent years. I want to know everything, no matter how big or small." "Yes." Ing cupped his hands in salute and immediately flew out of the study with several people. A manservant who was cleaning up the floor was so scared that he scrambled back a few steps. Everyone turned to look at the sound. They saw Lily who was lying on the floor, staring fixedly at them. Her mouth was agape, and her face was ghastly pale. Her forelimbs were all curled up deformed, and her entire body was curled up into a strip. Her appearance was very strange and frightening. Lilka glared fiercely at the manservant who was making a fuss. "Hurry and clean it up. Don't let them stay here and be an eyesore." The manservant nodded frantically and closed his eyes, not daring to look at Lily. He turned his face slightly to the side and shakily reached out to grab Lily's legs. "Don't move." Duan Yu's pupils contracted as he suddenly shouted. The manservant subconsciously withdrew his hand, but in the next second, he felt an irreversible force pulling him away from Lily. After the huge force disappeared, the manservant fell on his back due to inertia. When he turned around, he saw that the stiff Lily had actually moved. After a series of cracking sounds, Lily's limbs were twisted in an abnormal way, and she was lying on the ground in an extremely weird posture. "What is this?" Xiao Kuzi exclaimed. "Protect the emperor! Protect the emperor! It's a corpse puppet. This woman has become a corpse puppet." Bang! The sound of the door being kicked was suddenly heard. The pitiful door of the study fell to the ground and landed heavily on Lily. Wu Ruomei, who rushed in after hearing the news, held an email piercer in each hand. Her eyes were wide open as she shouted, "Who dares to assassinate His Majesty? Bold thief, come out for me." Everyone was speechless. "Where is he?" Wu Ruomei stepped on the door and furrowed her brows. "Where's the assassin?" Lil Kuzi speechlessly looked at this unreliable miss of the Wu family. He stretched out a finger and weakly pointed at Wu Ruomei's feet. The latter looked down and saw a sinister head wriggling out from under the door she was stepping on. It was currently glaring at her with a murderous glint. Wu Ruomei inwardly cursed. "Fuck!" Her legs trembled in fright, and she quickly jumped down from the door. Chapter 48:22. This guy shouted in astonishment. "What the hell is this? Wasn't her looks too frightening? Isn't she the person who fought with you earlier, miss? That fake." Wu Ruomei was horrified and hastily retreated a few steps. My heavens! This transformation was too exaggerated. Duan Yu's expression was extremely unsightly. What the hell was this person from the kingdom of Luo doing? He actually vainly attempted to transform this kind of shady woman into Jojo's appearance. Were they stupid, or was he stupid? This kind of transformation couldn't be concealed from anyone, let alone Mo Lien, right? That little stoic face number 101, who could consistently act like it from start to finish when Duan Yu thought of this. He gave the hidden guard leader Yi a look, and the latter understood and stepped forward. He led a group of hidden guards and used a long spear to pin Lily who was incessantly swimming around and trying to attack people, to the ground. This Lily was also incessantly shrieking. However, her hands and feet were entangled by the long spear, so she couldn't move, much less attack people. Red lights flashed at her eyes. "It's not a zombie. Look carefully at her hands and feet." Duan Yu gestured for everyone to look at Lily's hands and feet. Everyone took a closer look and finally saw some clues. Lily Er's hands and feet were actually connected to a kind of lustrous and transparent silk thread that was as thin as a cicada. She suddenly moved because the owner of this silk thread was manipulating it. It's a puppet with a secret art. Duan Yu's handsome face froze as he stated icily, "It's not a zombie." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and threw a concealed weapon at the beam. A hunchbacked elder immediately jumped down from the beam with a cackle. "Rats, you have good taste. However, this old man can't continue playing with you." The hunchbacked elder's eyes glinted, and he swiftly threw out a pellet. A bang sound was heard, and a cloud of smoke started to diffuse out of the projectile. Then it suddenly dissipated. The hunchbacked elder, who wanted to take advantage of this smoke to flee with Lily, looked over in bewilderment. A raven-bone fan appeared in Duan Yu's hand. With a casual wave of his hand, the smoke that had yet to disperse was swept away. The man looked at him coldly. "You want to escape? Do you think you can escape from my hands?" The hunchbacked old man gritted his teeth. He took out a cigarette bomb from each of his 10 fingers and threw it to the ground. This time, the smoke bomb did not explode at all. Not to mention a cloud of smoke. Not even a speck of smoke could be seen. If the hunchbacked old man could curse at this moment, he would definitely want to curse. Unfortunately, his body was heavily suppressed by a tyrannical pressure, and he could not utter a single syllable. It wasn't until the pressure was slightly removed that he felt his breathing become a little smoother, that he felt a sharp pain in his neck. He lowered his head and saw that his life had fallen into the hands of this young emperor. The man's pitch-black peach blossom eyes coldly stared at him, and a mocking smile curled on his lips. "Now, you still don't plan to tell me the truth? I am a puppet master from the kingdom of Duo Luo," the hunchbacked elder shouted in a panic. Don't kill me. I will speak. I can say anything. It's useless to kill me. In fact, there are many puppet masters like me in the kingdom of Duo Luo. I also know that each of them have a lilier in their hands." Chapter 48:23. What did it mean that everyone had a lilier in their hands? These idiots from the state of Duo Luo made a large batch of people who resembled Jojo. Duan Yu angrily gripped the neck of that puppet master from the state of Duo Luo and demanded harshly, "Speak. How did you make this woman appear?" This person's facial features that degenerated after death were completely different from Jojo's. How did the so-called 40% resemblance come about when they were alive? We have a special medicinal liquid. After taking it, it can be infinitely similar to a person. Ridiculous. Duan Yu clearly did not believe this puppet master's nonsense. He tightened his grip and coldly said, "Do you think I will believe your words?" The puppet master's neck fell into Duan Yu's hands, and he nervously replied, his eyes brimming with fear. Your Majesty, I did not lie at all. Everything I said is true." The puppet master felt his breathing becoming irregular again. He hastily stabilized his breathing and confessed repeatedly, "Your Majesty, please believe me. What we puppet masters can do is secretly control these liliers one-on-one. We all have the talent to conceal our presence." This puppet master cried out in panic. Liliers are indeed modified from the transformation medicinal liquid. This kind of directional transformation medicinal liquid is more effective than the transformation talismans drawn by talisman practitioners. It can be continuously modified and improved to target a certain person. The lily, a number 9 you see, is the most low-grade modified lilier. This lowly one heard that lily, and number 0 is the true perfect product. Duan Yu's eyes were instantly filled with a bloody storm. He gripped that puppet master's neck and coldly asked, "When did you start doing this?" More than half a year ago, at the beginning of this year." The puppet master thought for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Oh, right around the time the young crown princess returned to the Divine Province." The young crown princess probably returned to the Divine Province at the beginning of February. And it was almost October now. A thought flashed through Duan Yu's mind. From the looks of it, this conspiracy wasn't targeting Xiao Xiao, but rather Mo Lin, That punk. Where's the laboratory? These people couldn't research the shape-shifting liquid in broad daylight. He must be hiding in some rat hole, doing this kind of shameful research all day long. The puppet master trembled. Why, Your Majesty, I really don't know. Who was the person who just escaped? Duan Yu didn't dwell on this question and continued to ask. That lord is our Doruo country's 3 state teachers. The puppet master hurriedly said. One of the 3 state teachers of Doro, Shinta Jing. Duan Yu raised a brow. Actually, she's a very beautiful woman, the puppet master stammered. She's also used a transformation potion. She was an outstanding pharmacist. This shape-shifting liquid was researched with her as the core. Shintu Jing. Duan Yu coldly muttered this name in his mind. His handsome brows raised as he coldly asked, "Tell me everything you know." The puppet master was so anxious that his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. The problem was that he had already told him everything he knew. Chapter 48:24. He was only a peripheral member of the kingdom of Doruo. One only needed to look at the puppets he was controlling to know this. The one he was controlling was only Lily, a number 9. And Lily, a number 9, could not compare to Lily, a number 0, whether it was her ability to modify, her personal ability, her cultivation, etc. It was not an exaggeration to say that Lily, a number 9, was inferior to Lily, a number 9. Duan Yu was so infuriated that his expression turned cold, and he involuntarily increased the force in his hand. It seems that it's better to search your soul. No, you can't search my soul. A trace of fear flashed through the puppet master's eyes. Every kingdom of Doruo has a soul-locking pill planted in our conscious. Once our souls are forcefully searched, it will trigger a self-explosion. At that time, not only will this one be finished, even you and the people around you will also be sent flying by the powerful explosion. When the group of little servants heard this, their faces all revealed a look of panic and fear, and they subconsciously took a few steps back. Duan Yu coolly looked at this puppeteer, as if he was assessing whether his words were true or false. Every word this one said is true. If I have deceived your majesty, this one is willing to accept the punishment of heaven's wrath. That person said fearfully, his face full of sincerity. Withdraw all of you, Duan Yu ordered coldly. Xiao Kezi panicked and hastily stepped forward. He lowered his head and advised, Your Majesty, you must not take the risk yourself. Your Majesty, please allow this subordinate to attempt a soul-searching to see if this old fellow is speaking the truth. A hidden guard walked out from behind Yi and solemnly cupped his hands. Why would Duan Yu be afraid of a mere, soul-destroying body self-explosion? He shook his head and instructed the hidden guards, All of you withdraw. Your Majesty. Duan Yu's piercingly cold gaze swept over everyone. Although Xiao Kezi was flustered, he knew that even though his Majesty was young, his words had always been firm and uncompromising. Since he had already made up his mind, it meant that no one could sway him. Everyone retreated out of the room with unsightly expressions and looked at each other in dismay. Duan Yu's gaze landed on that puppet master. If you want to verify a person's words, it's best to personally examine them. The puppet master did not expect that the other party was still unwilling to let him go even after he had explained everything. Not to mention, he had already said that the soul-sealing pill had been planted in his head. Once his soul was searched, he would self-destruct. However, the young emperor in front of him was still unwilling to let him go. He was not willing to give him a way out. The puppet master's eyes instantly turned scarlet, and he wanted to fight Duan Yu with his life on the line. But could he? Being kicked by Duan Yu, he was like a weak little chick whose lifeline was being squeezed by the neck. He simply couldn't muster the slightest strength to resist. Duan Yu pressed down on his head and coldly glanced at him. If you want to blame someone, blame your lord for insisting on provoking us. Yellow Springs, hell, don't look for the wrong person for revenge. The puppet master let out an extremely unpleasant and hoarse roar. Soon after, he felt as if his conscience had been torn open by someone. All his secrets were skimmed through in front of someone else's eyes. There was no movement at all. Duan Yu knitted his brows, and a trace of mockery curled up on his lips. As expected, this person's head did not contain the soul-sealing pill that he had mentioned. Chapter 48:25. After all, he was only a peripheral member of the state of Duoluo. It seemed that knowing so much was already his limit. Perhaps it was because he was smart enough and had secretly accumulated some information in his daily life. As for things that were too core, a peripheral member like him definitely wouldn't know. Duan Yu tossed that person's corpse aside. Before he left the study, a wisp of Devil Emperor's fire silently ignited on the puppet master's body. In the blink of an eye, that person was completely burned, leaving not even a trace of residue. Who knew if there was some bizarre resurrection technique among the puppet mystic arts? Let's just burn you to ashes and let you properly resurrect. Duan Yu stepped out of the study and looked up at the clear blue sky. Under this vast sky, how many filthy bastards were secretly breeding in the dark places where the sunlight couldn't reach? Xiao Kezi breathed a sigh of relief and hastily ran up. Your Majesty, that puppet master was deceiving us. Duan Yu nodded. After all, death from a soul search was not something relaxing or pleasant. Presumably, that puppet master would rather have Duan Yu slit his throat cleanly than die from a soul search. 2 hours later, Shadow, the hidden guard from the secret pavilion who went to investigate, scuttled into the study with several hidden guards. He respectfully cupped his hands at Duan Yu. Your Majesty. Shadow walked up and bowed as he handed over a thick stack of documents. All the movements of the state of Duoluo in recent years, no matter how detailed, were all recorded in these documents. The study was quiet. After Xiao Kezi served Duan Yu a cup of tea, he dutifully retreated to stand guard outside the door. Several secret guards stood silently in front of the desk, like blocks of wood. Only the rustling of papers could be heard in the study as Duan Yu flipped through the documents. The hidden guards held their breaths as they waited for this young emperor to give his orders. In less than 15 minutes, Duan Yu finished browsing through that stack of documents with a sullen expression. He heavily slapped the documents with his palm. An extremely low pressure pervaded the study. The hidden guards lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. It was written very clearly in the documents. The state of Duoluo was established at the beginning of this year. Originally, it was just an insignificant tribe in the Pingjin Prairie between the Divine Land and Songzhou. Their scale was not even 1/100th of that of the barbarian tribes. But it was this small tribe that had established a country. Now, they actually came knocking on Duan Yu's door and gleefully revealed Lily, Er's plan to Duan Yu. This kind of probing was too obvious. The state of Luo had made it clear that if Duan Yu didn't cooperate with them, they would settle for the next best thing and find someone else to cooperate with. Such a disgusting way of doing things really made people panic in their hearts. Lily, number 9 to 0 meant that there were at least 10 Lily. Duan Yu set down the stack of documents in his hand and pinched the space between his brows as he coldly said, pass on Zhen's verbal decree. Command the general of the Tiger Cavalry, Hu Gang, to lead his men to the Pingjin Prairie. Within half a month, I want to hear the news of the destruction of this country of Duoluo. Yes. Duan Yu waved his hand to dismiss everyone. Let Yi in. The leader of the secret pavilion's hidden guards, Yi, appeared inside the study like a ghost and soundlessly arrived before Duan Yu. Duan Yu didn't even look up as he stared at the stack of documents with a frown. His finger tapped on one of the papers. This state of Duoluo is extremely mysterious. Chapter 48:26. That's all the information we could gather. It says that their territory is surrounded by man-eating black swamps. The swamps are crawling with man-eating insects and ants, so it will be difficult to pass through. Yi remained silent and habitually listened to His Majesty's words carefully. Flying is prohibited nearby, so not a single bird can pass through their array. In addition, once you step into the territory of the state of Duoluo, your divine senses will also be blocked by that array. Duan Yu looked up at Yi and ordered, take 1,000 people with you. Bring along the best formation masters, apothecaries, and superhumans. We want to hear good news from you within 10 days. Yes. Yi nodded heavily. Having Tiger Gang dispatch troops to attack the state of Duo Luo was only what they did on the surface. What Duan Yu truly wanted to get rid of were those damn Lily He wanted Yi to lead a group of hidden guards to destroy the state of Duo Luo's laboratory. He wanted those messy Lily to all disappear from this world. What exactly did the state of Duo Luo want to do? After Duan Yu settled these matters, he summoned Xiao Kezi and said a few words before leaving the study to summon Chestnut. Xiao Kezi involuntarily sighed as he watched His Majesty's departing figure. His Majesty said that he would need at least half a month before returning. He just didn't know if His Majesty's wishes would be fulfilled. Miss Shui Yuan's prediction was so accurate. If we can't obtain the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl, our entire clan will be annihilated. This is all your fault, all your fault. You are the eternal sinner of the Dragon Clan of Forgetfulness. It was you who caused the entire Dragon Clan of Forgetfulness to be annihilated. Arbor abruptly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He coldly stared at the fluttering bed canopy above him, his gaze abruptly chilling. Even Ancestor said that it was the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl that chose Mother on its own. Neither Mother nor she had done anything wrong. It was only the human heart and delusions that were at fault. Greed was hard to quench. When they worked so hard just to obtain a 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl, they wasted a lot of time and effort. They never thought of relying on their own abilities to advance, so they wanted to rely on luck. However, luck, this kind of illusory thing, was it something that everyone could have? A cluster of black flames emerged from the ferrule that had drilled out from under her sleeve. You want to use a wisp of your soul to enter my dream and cause trouble? Arbor said coldly. Let the holy fire that burns everything in the world take you to hell. Prophet Tuesday. A slight fluctuation appeared in the air in front of him. In less than a second, the air in front of him calmed down again without the slightest change. Dong 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 dong. Omega Kitoku's voice could be heard from the cabin door. Jojo, what happened? In that instant, there seemed to be a hidden soul remembrance fluctuation. The strange thing was, it seemed to be gone now. Arbor's cold voice suddenly sounded. It's nothing. There's a little demon that wanted to enter my dream. It's been dealt with. That would require, I'm going to sleep. Arbor interrupted him coldly. Omega Kitoku stood outside the door and waited for a while. He heard that the aura in the cabin had calmed down and there was no sound at all. It seemed that Arbor was resting again. Omega Kitoku turned around and met his elder brother's smiling gaze. What happened? Eldest young master blinked and asked. Omega Kitoku left without a word. He was too lazy to even look at his elder brother. Chapter 48:27. Eldest young, Sir Chin harumphed and rubbed his nose. He walked to Arbor's door with a grin and lightly knocked twice. Jojo, are you all right? It was very quiet inside. Other than the faint sound of breathing, there wasn't any sound at all. Eldest young Sir Chin rubbed his chin and coughed lightly. Jojo is asleep. Don't disturb her. When the several attendants following behind him heard this, they all revealed indescribable expressions. It seemed like the ones who insisted on disturbing someone else's sleep were eldest young sir, a second young sir, right? The next morning, Arbor got up refreshed and expressionlessly strolled to the deck of the ship, sitting down to eat breakfast, as usual. Eldest young sir and the second young sir had been waiting for a long time. When they saw her walk over with a stoic face, they couldn't help but exchange a glance. The little stoic didn't seem to be in any abnormal state. What exactly happened last night? The two scratched their cheeks as they pondered. However, a certain thunderous stoic refused to say, so they couldn't ask too much. Jojo, have some dessert. Eldest young Sir Chin grinned as he brought her a plate of exquisite pastries and brought it to her. He feigned indifference as he asked, Did someone's divine sense sweep into your room last night? Arbor expressionlessly took the plate of pastries and poked a small piece with a spoon. She said indifferently, It was Prophet Tuesday. Everyone was involuntarily taken aback. A wisp of Prophet Tu's soul had yet to dissipate. There was nothing hard to say about him entering her dream to seek revenge. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that they didn't handle it cleanly, how could Prophet Tu find an opportunity to seek revenge on her? The little stoic swept a disdainful glance at eldest young sir. Eldest young Sir Cheen immediately sat up straight and hastily said with a chuckle, I really didn't expect this old woman to have such godly means. Jojo, are you all right? If I wasn't, would I still be sitting here with you? Arbor looked at eldest young sir like he was looking at an idiot. Dougal Ling and the others couldn't resist snickering silently. Eldest young master looked at Jojo with a stifled expression. Speechless, he pursed his lips and said, Okay. Of course, nothing will happen to Jojo. How could a mere 2 Shinzi hurt Xiao Xiao? Arbor didn't say anything. This meant that she finally acknowledged one of eldest Cheen's words. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths speechlessly, inwardly thinking that this Sundara little stoic was truly a headache. Looking at the journey, we should be able to reach the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm in 2 days. You said before that the Pond Lotus Sacred Land is guarded by the 5 great families of the River of Forgetfulness. Every aristocratic family has a key, and only by gathering these 5 keys can we open the passage to the depths of the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm. Arbor paused. You interrogated Prophet too and found out where the 5 keys are? Eldest young Sir Cheen nodded with a smile. It's about time. We've already sent our men to the various patrician families to search. Let's go there first, and the key will be delivered later. This way, we won't delay the opening of the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm. Arbor was silent. Among the 5 great patrician families in the Sea of Forgetfulness, the Long clan had dug its own grave, and the Duo clan was more or less dead in name only. The remaining 3 patrician families were definitely trembling with fear. If they didn't want to cause trouble, they definitely wouldn't clash with the Qin estate of the Divine Province. Thus, it really wasn't difficult to obtain those 5 keys at all. Arbor silently ate the pastries and millet porridge. Although she didn't say anything, her mind was constantly pondering. Previously, little Tai Sui wanted to bring her to the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm. Chapter 48:28. Now that the 2 of them were separated, logically speaking, would little Tai Sui be waiting for her at the entrance of the Pool Lotus Sacred Realm? That was extremely likely. That was why the poison-tailed butterflies she sent out to search for him weren't able to find him in the nearby waters. The reason was that little Tai Sui had already gone far. Arbor made a decision in her mind. She would follow the Qin Estate's people to the Pool Lotus Sacred Realm first. She did feel a bit uncomfortable, but this was already the best solution in the current situation where her divine sense had yet to recover. Once they entered the mystic realm, who knew if they would get separated in such a large mystic realm? Humph. At that time, she would take the opportunity to stroll around casually. Who knew if they would meet again in such a large mystic realm? Sir Jojo's eyes flickered. Since he had already made up his mind, his heart that had been on edge for the past few days relaxed slightly. In any case, they were going to the Pool Lotus Sacred Realm to find that wisp of Lien's soul. Since they were already here, they might as well let nature take its course. Young sir. A servant of the Qin estate ran over with a strange expression on his face. He glanced at them hesitantly, as if he wanted to say something. Eldest young Sir Qin was baffled, and he swept that person a glance. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you hemming and hawing? They're drifting back again. The boatman had a strange expression on his face as he called out. 5th young Sir Qin was walking over with a plate of freshly made 1,000-layer pastry, and he couldn't help but say good-naturedly, Akai, speak properly. What floated back again? The servant called Akai gestured with his hands and feet and said to the Qin estate's silent young masters with knitted brows, It's those people that eldest young sir ordered us to throw down a few days ago after we fished them up. They floated back again. As the servant spoke, he was beaming with joy. It seemed that he also found this matter extremely hilarious. Eldest young sir clearly didn't remember this matter, and he looked at that person called Akai in bewilderment. What are you talking about? What people floated back? 5th young Sir Qin twitched his mouth. His memory was evidently better than his eldest brother's. Placing the 1,000-layer pastry in front of the little stoic, the 5th young sir coughed lightly and said, Eldest brother, It should be those people from the Wangchuan Duo clan. I saw them on the surface of the sea earlier, so I sent people to fish them up. Without another word, Big Brother ordered the servants to throw them down. Wangchuan Duo clan? Eldest young, Sir Qin, rubbed his chin. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now. It's that group of people who were thrown into the sea by the little stoic and had their spiritual senses and cultivation sealed. Unlucky bastard." The little stoic glanced askew at the eldest young sir and put on an aloof face. "Who are you?" Why was she so bored as to throw him into the water? She stood up and walked towards the railing. He raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw a dozen or so men and women on the surface of the sea. Some of them were lying on wooden planks, while others had activated their defensive barriers. As they drifted, they kept waving and calling for help. The eldest young master quickly walked over and looked from afar. Sure enough, he saw the young miss of the Wangchuan Duo clan, Duo Shanmei. She was hugging a large wooden board and sitting alone on it. She kept waving her hands in the direction of the ship while shouting something. My goodness, these people from the Forgetful River Duo clan still haven't recovered their spiritual senses and cultivation base? Linga couldn't help but exclaim. The fifth young sir shook his head. They should have recovered already. Arbor expressionlessly stuffed a piece of 1,000-layer pastry into his mouth before turning to leave. Chapter 48:29. She also recognized that these people were the ones who came to the snowy island to ask her for Duo Shanming. Duo Shanming's master, Wang Xian, brought this group of juniors here to cause trouble. This Wang Xian also launched a mental attack on her earlier. That's right, this person died after Duan Yu burned his conscience with the Devil Emperor's flame. The little stoic's memory was pretty good, so she recalled everything after a bit of thought. She recognized that Miss Duo. She originally had short hair and a delicate and pretty small face, but after many days of sea breeze and rolling waves, her face was now completely black. Her hair also hadn't been washed for who knew how many days as it drooped on top of her head. However, what did these people's misfortune have to do with her? Seeing the little stoic turn around and leave the railing with a clearly displeased expression, the eldest young sir thought. Fortunately, this young sir was smart and quick-witted, ordering people to throw them off the boat first. Otherwise, the little stoic would definitely disdain him as well. That would be a loss that outweighed the gains. This girl didn't like him very much to begin with, so he didn't want her to dislike him even more. There seems to be a lot more people inside. Ling Gu exclaimed as she pointed at the people on the sea. Why are there 2 children inside? I remember that the Wangchuan Duo clan didn't have children in the past. Ling Gu was halfway through her sentence when she saw the little stoic turn back. She carefully sized up the sea, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Ling Gu was right. There seemed to be many people she hadn't seen before mixed in with the Wangchuan Duo clan. There were 12 to 20 men and women of all ages, and each of their faces revealed a bewildered expression. Let's salvage them first, Qiao Mu said with a cold expression. Eldest young Sir Qin said with a grin, Jojo, don't you hate the Wangchuan Duo clan? She did hate the Wangchuan Duo clan who bared their fangs and brandished their claws, but there seemed to be many commoners among them. She couldn't just leave those people in the lurch for the sake of the monk. The servant called Afu organized a group of servants and went up to fish out the people in the water. At this time, Duo Shanmei also clearly saw who the other party was. Her gaze landed on eldest Qin, and her expression instantly turned unsightly. Wasn't this the young master who had thrown them into the sea again not long ago? Enemies were truly bound to meet on a narrow road. They didn't know if he would once again turn hostile, and mercilessly Dushemiai was hauled onto the ship with a rope and landed on the deck with a plop. She turned around and saw the little stoic's face that left a deep impression on her. Her face immediately darkened, and she subconsciously took a step back. A young man from the Duo clan who jumped up from behind her could not help but cry out, Why are you here? Why did he run into this little fiend again? The young man's face showed a trace of horror. He took a few steps back and pointed at Arbor. What do you want to do? Arbor couldn't be bothered with them. His gaze fell on the few ordinary people who were dragged up. Judging from their appearance, they seemed to be people from some merchant ship. A middle-aged man who looked like a shopkeeper was protecting a girl who was completely drenched and wrapped in a blanket. He stared at them with vigilant eyes. That girl was also tightly holding the hand of a 7 to 8-year-old child who was dressed in brocade clothes and had a fair complexion, rosy lips, and white teeth. Eldest young, Sir Chin gave a look, and several servants immediately came forward with clean clothes and handkerchiefs. Chapter 48:30. Your clothes are all wet. Please come with us to change. Several people who looked like shop assistants thanked them profusely. A young woman even led her child forward and bowed gratefully to Eldest Chin and company. Only then did she follow the servants into the passenger cabin to change. Miss, why don't you go in and change as well? The middle-aged man whispered to the delicate and pretty girl who was wrapped in a blanket. The girl glanced warily at eldest young Sir Chin and company before her gaze landed on Arbor. In the end, she shook her head slightly. Be careful, Uncle Gu. She could tell that these young masters and misses on the ship were not easy to deal with. Her father had already been eaten by the corpse fish at sea, so she could only rely on herself now. Soon, the commoners who had gone in to change their clothes walked out again and thanked eldest young Sir Chin and company again. Everyone, can you tell us what happened? Eldest young Sir Chin asked with a grin. Young sir, our ship encountered such a huge man-eating shark. That miss said that this wasn't an ordinary man-eating shark. A woman holding a child pointed at Duo Shanmei and said, Miss said that this was a huge. The young woman forgot her words and racked her brains, but she couldn't recall what Duo Shanmei had said. Huge man-eating shark. Naturally, Duo Shanmei did not need anyone to provide her with clothes. She had followed the servant into the inner cabin and retrieved her clothes from the inner world. Now that she had changed into clean clothes, she felt much better all over. Therefore, she was in a mood to chat with others. Oh, right. It's this huge man-eating shark. The young woman grasped her son's hand in horror and said hastily, When it charged over, we felt the entire ship shake. It was too scary. It's worthy of being the overlord of the ocean. Didn't your ship encounter it? Eldest young Sir Chin shook his head and said with a smile, It seems that we were rather lucky. The man-eating shark is so powerful. How did you escape? Arbor asked coldly. The girl wrapped in the blanket couldn't help but turn pale. You're suspecting us? Doubt. The young woman's face was filled with confusion. She quickly waved her hand and said, No, we didn't escape. At that time, our boat was capsized by a shark. We had no choice but to fall into the water. At first, I thought that and I were definitely going to die. Who knew that it would be so coincidental? Before the carcass shark could reach us, we were hit by a stream of water. At that time, many people were taken out, including me and my son. The woman recalled as she spoke. It was so dangerous. Xiao Mu glanced at her and saw that woman making a fuss and gesticulating with her hands in an extremely pretentious manner. Water flow? Yes, it was an extremely hot current. Many people who weren't slapped away were trapped in the current. If they weren't eaten by the huge wave of corpse fish below, then they would be cooked in a shrimp. An old man nodded and confirmed the truth of the woman's words. I didn't expect this trip to be so dangerous. Originally, I just wanted to take the UN merchant ship, but I didn't expect that. Chapter 48:31. That elderly man heaved a long sigh. His eyes appeared somewhat downcast, as if he was recalling some of his deceased companions. He recalled that the old owner of the UN merchant ship had also died in this unexpected calamity. The elderly man couldn't help but sigh, and he turned to look at the girl wrapped in the blanket. Miss Fong, my condolences. That's right, Miss Fong. The dead can't be brought back to life, so you mustn't be too grieved. The young woman also grumbled. She then looked at the girl wrapped in the blanket and said, Miss Fong, the weather is turning cold now. It's uncomfortable for you to be soaking wet like this. How about I bring you over to change your clothes? Miss Fong and her brother were the same as them. They were ordinary people and didn't have their own inner world. This blanket was given to Miss Duo by a male cultivator beside her. He kindly lent her a blanket to wrap herself in after seeing that she was drenched from head to toe and didn't look too good with all her curves exposed. Miss Fong tightly grasped her brother's small hand. When she heard the boy sneeze twice, her gaze finally softened. She nodded and said to the woman, "Thank you for your trouble, eldest sister-in-law Yang." Eldest sister-in-law Yang smiled and said, "Aye." She turned around and said a few words to a boy servant on the ship before asking him to lead the way and accompany Miss Fong and her brother to change their clothes. Arbor glanced at them and said, "I'm sleepy." During this period of time, she needed to recover her divine sense as soon as possible. After taking some pills, sleeping or meditating was the best way to digest the energy. Eldest young, Sir Chin smiled at her. "All right, then you go rest first. I'll make arrangements for these people." Arbor ignored him and grumbled in her mind. If he doesn't make arrangements for these people, do I have to make arrangements for them? The little fellow was used to being a hands-off shopkeeper. She returned to her room to rest and didn't care where eldest young Sir Chin had arranged for those people outside. By the time she finished taking the suppressing beard pill and meditated for a while and opened her eyes, the entire morning had already passed. It was time for a pleasant lunch again. Although the little stoic didn't say anything, her feet had already involuntarily walked towards the deck. After interacting with her for so long, the young sirs of the Chin estate all knew of this little stoic's strange habits. Anyway, no matter what, the little fellow would always appear on the deck every time it was mealtime for 3 meals a day. When the little stoic walked onto the deck, she raised her hand to rub her lower abdomen and inwardly said, "Mom is going to eat. Baby, absorb it well." She had just walked to the deck when she heard a resentful voice. "How can you arrange for Miss to live with Yang Deseo and the others?" "Young master, you can't live with those fellows either. At the very least, you should arrange a room for the two of them." Ling Gu, who was in the middle of a conversation, could not help but laugh out of anger. She immediately spoke rudely. "We're not in, and we're not charging you. There are only 2 rooms, one for the men and one for the women. If you don't like this, you can get off the boat by yourself." These people were really laughable. They were really troublesome. When they boarded the boat, they assumed that they were people with ulterior motives. At first, Miss Fong refused to follow the servants to change her clothes. Later on, she was so wet that she couldn't stand it anymore, so she followed the young woman, Yang Deseo, to change into clean clothes. When he was changing his clothes, his expression was very ugly. His face was full of disdain for the coarse clothes of the servants. Now that she had arranged a place for them to rest, trouble came again. Did they really think the whole world was their parents? You were already fished out, yet you still didn't know how to stop. Chapter 48:32. When Steward Gu of the Dian merchant ship heard Ling Ji's words, he quickly smoothed things over with a bitter smile. "It's not that I don't know what's good for me. There's a reason for this. Miss Fong's brother is afraid of coming into contact with strangers and is not suitable to stay with us men. Steward, please arrange another room. It's fine even if it's smaller. Just let the 2 of them live together." "No." Ling Gu waved her hand impatiently. "There are no extra rooms." Duo Shanmei rolled her eyes and thought to herself, "It would be strange if there are no rooms. The 3 cabins to the left of the little crown princess are all empty." The little crown princess was staying on the 3rd floor of the ship. There were a total of 4 rooms above. She sneaked over to take a look and saw that they were all empty. Xiao Mu expressionlessly walked past the 2 people and went to sit at the table to wait for food to be eaten. As for that sister-in-law Yang, her son Kerr, and a few of the Duan merchant ship staff, they were already sitting at a small table at the side. When they heard that the owner of this ship had invited them over for a meal, they were very grateful. After all, they were penniless at the moment and had nothing they wanted. The owner was too kind to be willing to do them a favor and arrange food and lodging for them after saving them. Sister-in-law Yang and her son, 2 other elders, and a few young people were all passengers of the Yuan merchant ship. They had interacted with Miss Fong, Steward Gu, and the others for a long time and had formed some friendships. Seeing that Steward Gu was quarreling with the owner's manservant, sister-in-law Yang, who was keen on meddling in other people's business, whispered to a staff member, "Why is Steward Gu quarreling with that young man? This isn't good." Hurry up and call him over. Duo Shanmei brought a few surviving forgetful Chuan Duo clan cultivators and sat at the table at the side. When she heard that, she couldn't help but say coldly, "What else can they quarrel about? Isn't it just a matter of accommodation? Arranging for 7 or 8 of us to stay in one room. How can we stay in such a cramped place?" Sister-in-law Young hurriedly waved her hand and said, "You can't say that. We should be endlessly grateful that someone saved us. The owner has already done his best to arrange food and lodging for us. How can you be so picky? Besides, I've seen the bunk. It's not too crowded. The beds are all clean." The 2 or 3 women beside eldest sister-in-law Yang nodded in agreement. They didn't have any objections. To be able to escape death, have a roof over their heads, and live comfortably with food and shelter was already good enough. Arbor was sitting a little further away from them, but the deck was only so big that she could hear what they were saying. Fifth young Master Chin walked to her side while carrying a plate of braised fish. "Don't mind them. Let eldest brother deal with these people. Hurry up and eat, then rest early." Arbor's little hand that was holding the fish paused slightly. She thought indignantly, "Do I look like someone who sleeps after eating?" For the past few days, she had given off such a feeling. After he finished eating, he went back to his room to sleep. After he had slept enough, he came out to continue eating. She didn't like to talk to people, and she didn't like to talk either. Sometimes, in order to make her talk, you would talk a lot, but she would look at you as if you were an idiot. You wouldn't be able to continue at all, and the conversation would come to an abrupt end. At this speed, we'll reach the vicinity of the pond Lotus Sacred Land by tomorrow night. Do you want to enter that mystic realm together? The little stoic didn't bat an eyelid and feigned indifference. Up to you. Then how about you stay on this ship? The little emperor said impatiently, "We'll talk about it when the time comes." Seeing her displeasure, the 5th young master hastily nodded. "Okay, 10 o'clock. Chapter 48:33. Humph, of course she had to enter the mystic realm. If she didn't enter the mystic realm, how could she find Lian's soul and break away from them as soon as possible? The 5th young master smiled bashfully at her. "I won't be able to take an afternoon nap in the mystic realm." "Arbor, do I look like someone who likes to nap so much?" When the 5th young master saw her casting a sidelong glance at him, he hastily nodded sensibly and said, Then we'll see when the time comes. Jojo, eat more. Is this celery stir-fried not delicious?" The little emperor replied expressionlessly, "I don't like vegetables." When eldest young Master Chin walked over, he heard his 5th brother stuttering to the little stoic, But this green vegetable you still have to eat? Eat a bit." The little stoic was impatient. "Why are you so long-winded?" She paused and then said with a humph, "Bring it over." The 5th young master hastily brought the plate over. The eldest young master couldn't resist wanting to laugh and walked over to greet her. "Stoic." The little stoic, "Bah, you're the stoic. Your whole family is stoic. What do you plan to do with those people?" She pretended to ask carelessly, and her chopsticks moved to the fish fillet on the side. Eldest young Master Chin was a bit amused. He picked up a clean pair of chopsticks and tilted his head to look at her. "Stoic, if you're worried about them, then say it directly. If you don't say it, how will they know your intentions, right? What do I have to worry about?" The little crown princess stuck out her small head and humphed nonchalantly. The eldest young master pursed his lips and smiled. Fine. You're not worried, but I'm worried. All right? When we reach the pond Lotus Sacred Realm tomorrow, we'll definitely have to stay there for a while. The eldest young master said, "At that time, we'll have the ship send them to their destination and then come back to pick us up." After hearing the eldest young master's plan, the little stoic didn't utter another word. Eldest young Master Chin knew that she was reassured, so he smiled and didn't expose her. He used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised fish and slowly put it into his mouth, praising in passing, "Fifth brother, your culinary skills are getting better and better." 5th young Master Chin was a bit embarrassed from the praise, and he hastily waved his hand. Just make do with it." Arbor looked at the 5th young master curiously. "You cooked it?" The 5 young masters hurriedly nodded. The little emperor said proudly. It was very rare for him to praise her. It's indeed not bad. Fifth young Master Chen's pair of fawn-like eyes suddenly brightened. Duo Shanmei sat at the dining table with a complicated expression. She held a white steamed bun in her hand and chewed without tasting the food. Her eyes would occasionally glance at the nearby Little Stoic. Compared to the crude food on their table, the Little Stoic's table had chicken, duck, fish, and meat, as well as pastries and soup. It was simply too sumptuous. She chewed on the steamed bun like she was chewing wax. She glanced at the 3 side dishes on the table with disdain: pickled vegetables, shredded radish, and a small plate of soybeans. Speaking of which, these days were really unlucky for her. Ever since they were thrown into the sea by the Little Stoic on that deserted island and had their spiritual senses and cultivation sealed, their successive encounters were simply indescribable. When they were truly unlucky, they could even stuff their teeth with cold water. Not only was their inner worlds plundered clean by that scoundrel Stoic, but they would also encounter several corpse fish from time to time as they floated on the surface of the sea in fear and trepidation. Fortunately, even though they had lost their cultivation, they still had some defensive artifacts on them. They relied on these items to barely survive. Chapter 48-34. She now knew that the owner of this ship was the Chen estate's young master. Previously, when they were rescued and thrown into the water by the eldest young master, she felt that this matter was definitely related to that expressionless face. Without cultivation and spiritual senses, it was actually extremely dangerous to drift on the sea for a few days. Fortunately, they were lucky and didn't encounter a large group of zombie fish. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the Wangchuan duo family to even protect the remaining 10 survivors. After drifting in fear and trepidation for several days, they finally encountered the Yuan merchant ship and were rescued. They didn't expect to encounter a crazy attack from a giant zombie shark the next day. It wasn't entirely true to say that she, Duo Shanmei, was extremely unlucky. At least she was still alive now. Even if she was lucky, she couldn't have been allowed to drift on the sea for so many miserable days and still be eating salted vegetables and steamed buns. Hey, why are you making so much noise? A kind voice came from behind Ling Gu. Ling Gu was annoyed by the pestering steward Gu, and her expression turned ugly. When she heard his voice, she turned her head and looked over together with steward Gu. What entered her sight was a pot-bellied old man in his 60s with a smile like a Mithriya. His sparse forehead was smooth, and he wore a Yuanbao hat. When he walked, his big belly bounced up and down, making him look extremely kind. Ling Gu hurriedly bowed and respectfully called out, "Grandfather Luo." "Ling Gu, how can you be so rude to a guest?" The old man smiled kindly and turned to the red-faced Gu Dazhong. "This guest, I'm really sorry. What did I do that made you dissatisfied?" When the old man said this, Gu Dazhong rubbed his hands uneasily. After all, the other party saved them first. Now that he was arguing with the host for so long because of the accommodation, it wasn't very kind of him. However, for the sake of his young mistress and young master, he had to bite the bullet and be this annoying person. Gu Dazhong told the old steward about the young master situation. Elder Luo smiled and nodded. "Then how about this? There's a small compartment next to the bunk. Usually, it's used to store the servants' clothes and sundries. I'll order people to clean up this small room for young mistress and young master to live in. Is that okay?" Gu Dazhong heaved a sigh of relief and nodded gratefully. "Thank you for your trouble, old steward." Sure. Elder Luo replied with a smile. Omega Kitoku walked down the stairs and glanced at the people standing at the staircase. "Elder Luo, what's the matter?" "It's fine, second young master. This old servant can arrange everything here," Elder Luo said with a smile. When second young master Chen heard this, he nodded apathetically and walked past them. Miss Fong, who had been standing by the side from the beginning to the end and waiting for Steward Gu to finish negotiating with the other party, held her younger brother's small hand tightly. Only then did he walk forward and whisper to Steward Gu, "Uncle Gu, what did they say?" She and her younger brother were ordinary people, and their hearing was average. From such a distance, she only knew that Uncle Gu had been talking to someone with an excited expression, but she did not know what they were talking about. Lieutenant General Gu repeated Elder Luo's words to the young lady. Miss Fang's face showed some disdain. Uncle Gu, you want us to stay in the storage room where the servants store their clothes and hats? Gu Dazhong's face also showed that he was in a difficult position. Young mistress, it's been hard on you and young master. It might take a few days. It'll be fine when we arrive. Chapter 48:35. Miss Fang also knew that it was impossible for her to negotiate with the owner at this time. Otherwise, she would be even more detestable. The girl smiled awkwardly and said softly, "No, it's not grievance. This is the only way for us to go through such an emergency." Gu Dazhong nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. If Miss asked him to negotiate with the owner about changing rooms, he was afraid that he would really annoy the other party and throw them off the boat. People have no choice but to lower their heads when they are under someone else's roof. Miss Fang sighed sadly, and her gaze seemed to glance in Duo Shanmei's direction. "Miss, why don't you go and eat some steamed buns?" Gu Dazhong hurriedly said. "Let's go over quickly and eat something first. Miss and young master will have to suffer for this period of time. When we reach the Jubilee City and contact the shopkeeper of the branch, you and young master will not have to suffer anymore." Although he said that, Gu Dazhong himself knew that this matter was still a little uncertain. Their master had died on the way, and the entire Fang clan had lost their backbone. Just this young master and young miss who knew nothing about business and did not understand the ways of the world. Wanting to take over the branch into Jubilee City, this matter was still a little uncertain. Miss Fang wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and held her brother's hand, saying, "Uncle Gu, why is my life so hard?" Gu Dazhong could not help but sigh when he heard that. "Miss, let's not talk about this first. Look, there are not many steamed buns left on the table. Let's hurry over and get a few." When they walked over, they realized that the steamed buns on the table were already gone, and there were only 1 or 2 soybeans and 2 or 3 salted vegetables left on the side dishes. Gu Dazhong was stunned. When they looked over from afar, there was still some leftover food on the table. How could it be that in just a few steps there was nothing left? Miss Fang looked at the mess on the table and thought about her wealthy life back home. She sighed even more sadly. "Forget it, Uncle Gu. Let's go back to our room first." A Wangchuan duo clansman at the table smiled awkwardly at Gu Dazhong. He coughed and took out 2 steamed buns from his inner world. "Shopkeeper Gu, take this and eat it." Miss Fang glanced at the cultivators with a face full of resentment. She bit her lip and pulled her brother away. As cultivators, if they couldn't eat, they could store some food for themselves. It was all her fault for not being able to cultivate. She didn't even have 1 or 2 inner worlds. It was impossible for her to store food like others. Seeing Miss Fang leave with tears in her eyes, the practitioners felt even more embarrassed. They hurriedly stood up and said uneasily, Fang, I saw that no one wanted to eat. Only then did we put away the remaining food." Yes, so as not to waste it. I didn't expect that Miss Fang and her brother haven't eaten yet." The other party coughed awkwardly. Miss Fang's sorrowful and pitiful expression just now was too pitiful. Duo Shanmei was speechless. This Miss Fang shouldn't have left crying over a steamed bun, right? She reflexively glanced at the little stoic again. The stoic face was very perceptive and immediately shot a glance at him, meeting his gaze head-on. Duo Shanmei's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes narrowed slightly. These past few days, she didn't dare to appear in front of the little girl. After all, the Wangchuan duo clan and the little girl still had unresolved grievances and grudges. Chapter 48:36. There was no guarantee that the little stoic would remember something and want to settle accounts with her when the time came. Just like now, when she was being stared at by the girl's cold eyes, Duo Shanmei felt a trace of uneasiness from the bottom of her heart. Some thoughts flashed through his mind. For example, the Forgotten River Duo clan had joined forces with the Dragon clan to encircle the little girl before. Another example was her family's Duo Shanmei. Right now, he seemed to still be imprisoned on a deserted island by the little stoic, and his whereabouts were unknown. Xiaomu merely swept an apathetic glance at Duo Shanmei before retracting her gaze. While sleeping in the Datong bunk at night, Duo Shanmei kept recalling the little stoic's cold, electrifying gaze. She repeatedly wondered if this stoic would come to seek revenge on her in the middle of the night. It was unknown when it had started to rain outside. The raindrops gradually became heavier, and when they fell on the window lattice, it made a pitter-patter sound. This Duo Shanmei had always been suspicious and felt that there was a shadow floating by outside the window. She grabbed a random sword and hugged it close to her chest. Just like that, she spent most of the night in a daze. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt the hull of the boat shake. Duo Shanmei grabbed her sword warily and jumped up, yelling, "Who is it?" Eldest sister-in-law Yang was sleeping beside her. After being yelled at by Duo Shanmei, she jolted awake and sat up straight. She called out sleepily, "What's going on?" "Dong, dong, dong." When a maid knocked on the door, Arbor had already dressed up and got out of bed. In fact, she was sleeping with her clothes on, so she didn't need to dress up. Two maids hurriedly came in and said, "Miss Chow, please get ready. We might have to change ships. It's raining cats and dogs outside. I'm afraid the ship won't be able to hold on for much longer." This boat was a 3-story pleasure boat. Usually, it would be fine to sit on it and play with the wind and rain, but now that it was raining in the middle of the night, it couldn't withstand the beating of the rain. Arbor replied with an "oh" and didn't say anything else. She activated her eggshell shield to block the wind and rain and followed the two maids to the deck. From afar, she could see that Duo Shanmei, sister-in-law Yang, and the others were also called to the deck by the steward. There was no shelter on the deck, and most of the people were exposed to the wind and rain. When Miss Fong glanced at the little stoic, a faint emotion flashed through her eyes. She sighed sadly. Is this the difference between ordinary people and practitioners? Duo Shanmei couldn't take it anymore and rolled her eyes. Actually, as long as you have the money, you can also buy this defensive spiritual weapon. But without spiritual energy, how can I open the defensive barrier? Miss Fong sighed again. She picked up her handkerchief and wiped her face. It was unknown whether she was wiping rainwater or tears. Duo Shanmei rolled her eyes again. Can you stop being so sad? It wasn't that the black market didn't have defensive spiritual weapons that didn't require spiritual power. It's just that the price is a little higher. What's more, this is not the time. Hurry up and keep up. Let's save our lives first. He was still in a mood to wallow in melancholy. Who knew what would happen later? When Duo Shanmei saw the little girl, she secretly observed her expression. The little stoic looked refreshed and unperturbed. When Duo Shanmei saw that expression, she felt a bit of a headache, and her mind whirled rapidly. So it turned out that she had been tormenting herself for most of the night, paranoid that the stoic would come back to kill her. While she didn't dare to sleep all this time, this fellow probably slept to her heart's content, right? Crash! A high wave hit them head-on. The eldest young sir's figure appeared beside the little stoic like a ghost. He raised his hand to block and turned his head to say seriously, "Change boats." Chapter 48:37. The little crown princess uttered an "oh" again and glanced at him. She saw that this guy didn't activate his defensive spiritual weapon, but not a single drop of rain touched him. Upon closer inspection, she saw that any rainwater that touched his body was evaporated by a faint white mist. Upon seeing this, the little stoic harumphed. He was showing off his cultivation realm. If Sir Jojo advanced to the transcendent divine realm, he could walk in the rain every day without getting a drop of rain on him. Eldest young Sir Chin inexplicably sensed that the little girl's mood had turned sour again, and she glared fiercely at him with her beautiful eyes. How baffling! How had he offended this little emperor? "Hurry and follow me." The eldest young sir wanted to pull her, but discovered that there was nowhere to reach. The little stoic was completely encased in a round eggshell, so there was really no way to pull her. The eldest young sir secretly twitched his mouth before saying, "Xiao Bao, hurry and follow me. You go first." At this time, that old steward Luo of Ford Town also hastily ran over and rushed to eldest young Sir Chin in the rain. He said anxiously, "Young sir, why are you still here? Hurry and leave. There are many corpse fish gathered under the ship, and water has already entered the lower cabin." When everyone heard that the school of corpse fish had arrived, their eyes burned with anxiety, and the children even started crying out of fear. Sister-in-law Yang hastily embraced her son and covered his mouth, saying, "Don't be scared, don't be scared. Child, we will be able to leave this place very soon." Arbor turned to glance at the mother and son before saying to eldest young Sir Chin with knitted brows, "Hurry and leave. Where are the other ships? Let them leave together." Okay. Eldest young Sir Chin nodded helplessly and sent a look to the boy servants beside him. Someone then scrambled forward to help the women pick up the children and beckon for them to quickly follow. At this time, the ship was already swaying left and right in the wind and rain, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Several hundred feet away, a large black ship completely covered in iron armor had silently stopped in the sea at some point in time. Seawater surged up and down in all directions, and a gust of wind blew Qiao Mu's tied-up long hair into disarray. His moon-white clothes fluttered in the wind in the dark night. Omega Kitoku jumped off the opposite ship and jumped onto the deck. He frowned and stared at Arbor. "Let's go. What are you waiting for?" He wanted to go forward and grab her, but just like eldest young master, he realized that there was no place for him to grab her. He looked at her speechlessly. "Can you go there by yourself?" Arbor threw him a cold look. "Bah, just this bit of distance. Can this lore be stumped?" Did he think she was a good-for-nothing? Ignoring them, Arbor rose into the air on its own. Then everyone saw this guy wrapped in a transparent cover, rolling in the air and rolling over. Eldest young Sir Chin twitched his mouth and silently shut his mouth. Why did he feel that the little stoic was a little comical? Arbor landed gracefully on the opposite boat. The fifth young master hurriedly ran over with a large towel in his hand. In the end, he realized that the little girl didn't need to wipe it at all. Her eggshell defensive barrier that could block the wind and rain was really unique. Puffed. Duguling couldn't resist laughing. When he saw the little stoic's gaze sweep over, he hastily shut his mouth and coughed lightly. "Ah, is everyone all right?" "Your ship is too lousy," the little stoic said indignantly. Wasn't it funny to have to move the ship in the middle of the night? Chapter 48:38. "Quickly come over and take a look." Duguling beckoned her over. Arbor quickly strolled over and leaned close to the side of the ship to take a look. A gigantic carcass shark abruptly scuttled out of the water. After scuttling several meters high, it smashed into the ship with a dull thud. The little stoic turned around to take a look. Without another word, she snatched a bow from an attendant's hand and shot it twice reflexively. With a whoosh, this gigantic carcass shark smashed into the water with a bang, creating a splash. "Did you hit it? Did you hit it?" Several attendants excitedly asked as they surrounded him. Arbor knitted his brows, inwardly thinking, how could it be that simple? That gigantic carcass shark looked to be as big as two liger beasts, and its swimming speed was astonishingly fast. Thump! A tremor came from the lower cabin. At this time, eldest young Sir Chin had already swiftly boarded the ship. He glanced at the little stoic. "You guys stay here and don't move. I'll go down to take a look." Arbor cast him a sidelong glance and silently took a small step back. "Don't worry and go." Eldest young Sir Chin, it wasn't like he was going to die. What do you mean, don't worry and go? Why did he feel that the words coming out of this fellow's mouth were so unpleasant? Duguling and the fatty with the purple gold hammer also flashed over and said in unison, "Eldest young sir, this subordinate will go with you." Eldest young Sir Chin didn't refuse them. The three of them jumped into the sea one after another, and their figures were instantly drowned by the waves. On the other side, several Qin estate servants were carrying sister-in-law Yang, Ke-er, and the Fong family siblings towards the four-story ship. Miss Fong's pretty face was extremely pale from the cold. That young Sir Fong was struggling and screaming in the servant's hands, as if he didn't like being touched by the servants at all. The Qin estate's attendant also had a very unsightly expression. At first, he planned to carry young Sir Fong, but that child writhed in his arms as if he had seen a scourge and didn't like him approaching. This attendant had no choice but to grab young Sir Fong's collar with one hand instead. Who would have thought that when he flew out of the original ship, The child who was courting death began to wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf in midair. As he shouted, he wantonly shook his body. The attendant was pushed down by his twisting body, and at this moment, the carcass shark emerged from the bottom of the water, opened its huge mouth, and bit at the back of his foot. The Zither estate servants, who were on the 4-story ship, all cried out in alarm when they saw this thrilling scene. Akai picked up a long bamboo pole and shouted at the servant who was holding young Master Fong, who was swaying left and right on the surface of the sea. Ernyo, quick, 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 quickly, come here quickly. Ernyozi felt a gust of fishy wind coming from below. In the nick of time, he took a deep breath and jumped up with young Master Fong. He stepped on the bamboo pole handed over by Akai and borrowed the strength to jump onto the deck of the ship. At the same time, the carcass shark spat out a ball of dark red mucus, which landed on the railing of the ship and corroded half of the railing. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, big sister, big sister. The young master of the Fong family cried as he threw himself at his big sister. Miss Fong hurriedly hugged him. Thinking of the dangerous scene just now, she couldn't stop wiping her tears. The siblings were crying so hard that the servant, named Ernyo, was almost angered to death. He opened his mouth and scolded the siblings. In the future, if you want to court death, don't implicate others. You think I want to bring him here? Chapter 48:39. If it weren't for the young master's orders, who would want to bring along such a jinx? You can't come over yourself, and you're still so unpresentable even if someone else brings you along. If you want to die, then die further away. Don't fucking implicate others. All right. Ernyozi, why are you getting so angry with the child? This child is probably scared silly, and he's quite frightened right now. Forget it. Several servants on the side hastily stepped forward to mediate. Afu also followed up with a few words of comfort. He turned to look at the siblings hugging each other and sighed. He said to the embarrassed manager Gu, "Watch them." Little young Master Fong kept trembling in his sister's arms and whimpered, "Sister, it hurts." While they were bickering, Duo Shanmei walked up and yanked little young Master Fong out of Miss Fong's arms. The siblings screamed involuntarily. Little young Master Fong covered his head and scurried away like a rat, burrowing straight into his sister's arms. "Don't move," Duo Shanmei bellowed and forcefully tore apart little young Master Fong's pants. On the exposed calf, everyone could clearly see a few small red dots that seemed to have been burned distributed on that leg. "What are you doing?" Miss Fong shrieked and hastily covered her brother's leg with a blanket. However, Arbor's voice sounded from the side. "He's been poisoned by corpse poison and must be treated as soon as possible." "What?" Miss Fong looked at Arbor in astonishment, her eyes full of incomprehension. It's very obvious that he was sprayed on a few spots by the corpse-devouring shark's mucus. Arbor hinted at the Qin estate guard beside him. That guard only had a flash of inspiration, and he immediately drew his sword and took a few steps forward. Miss Fong was stunned. She hugged her brother tightly and cried out in alarm, "WH, what are you guys doing? What do you want to do? Do you want to leave him with half a leg or save his life?" Arbor asked sternly. "You should rejoice that this corpse poison has just seeped into his body through his skin and hasn't had time to spread throughout his body." It was rare for Duo Shanmei to feel that the little stoic's words were reasonable. She nodded and said, "Miss Fong, don't hesitate. As long as you chop off half of your younger brother's leg before the corpse poison spreads, you'll be able to preserve his life." As if someone had stepped on her tail, Miss Fong screamed in panic, No, absolutely not. My younger brother cannot be a cripple. He still has to inherit the Fong family in the future and bring glory to the Fong family." Arbor couldn't help but roll his eyes. He secretly complained in his heart, "You're about to die, and you still want to show off? You are all cultivators with remarkable abilities. You must have a way to save my brother without harming him." Qiao Mu turned around and left, not even leaving behind an extra word. She had always believed that if she could help, she would reach out and help others. It was not a problem for her to help with some small matters, as long as it was within her ability. However, this did not mean that she could tolerate others stepping on her nose and ordering her around for no reason. Just like practicing medicine, She would do her best to help those who sought medical treatment in front of her. However, if you didn't trust her ability and still nag her while ordering her around, then sorry, scram and scram. That was all she had to say. She still had to choose her own path in the future. Since that Miss Fong had chosen to save her younger brother's leg, then she could do whatever she wanted. A trace of grievance flashed through Miss Fong's eyes. Chapter 4840. She and her brother were both ordinary people. If they asked for help from a cultivator, what could they do if it was just a small matter? That stoic-faced girl looked too cold-hearted. She actually said that she wanted to chop off her younger brother's leg. Was there no other way to compromise? She didn't feel bad about chopping off her younger brother's leg, right? Duo Shanmei couldn't help but be speechless. This stoic girl was still so infuriating. She didn't want to chat after rebuking someone and immediately turned to leave, not even sparing the other party a glance. Duo Shanmei sighed. Say it. Do you want a younger brother's life or his leg? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have acted in the first place. When Aaron Yosi carried this young sir from that ship to this ship, if he didn't act up and smoothly reach this ship, wouldn't everything be fine? Young Sir Fong's leg was still chopped off in the end. When young Sir Fong fainted from the pain, Miss Fong also fainted on the ground from the shock of seeing blood in her eyes an hour later. The eldest young Sir and Fatty Dugaling leaped out of the water and back onto the deck. The little stoic sized them up and asked without batting an eyelid, "Killed?" Eldest young Sir Chin shook his head sullenly. This corpse-devouring shark is extremely intelligent. It immediately dived into the depths of the sea when it saw that the situation wasn't right. We didn't chase after it to avoid delaying our journey. Arbor nodded and didn't say anything else. Her room was arranged to be on the 4th floor, and the bedding, and utensils were all prepared in the room. The little stoic wasn't a picky person and was never particular when she was outside. After she closed the door and bolted it, she turned around and slowly walked to the table, pouring herself a cup of hot water. Her small hands slowly crawled across the table, her fingertips fiddling with thunder fireballs one by one. One by one, a faint haze covered the little stoic's face. Due to this storm, their ship deviated far from the course and had to make a detour for an extra day. Fortunately, everything went smoothly afterward, and they didn't encounter any other unforeseen events. They also didn't run into that corpse-devouring shark with a bronze skull and iron bones. On this day, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright, and the sea was calm. Looking from afar, a golden luster danced in the depths of his eyes. 5th young Master Chin pointed ahead. Do you see the golden beach ahead? The entrance to the pond, Lotus Sacred Land, is at the peak of that mountain. Arbor narrowed his eyes and looked over. From afar, the small island looked like a lying, motionless tortoise. The tortoise's back was high, and it was a mountain covered in fine golden sand. It was no wonder that when he looked at it from here, his eyes were filled with a golden color and were swaying like quicksand. The pool Lotus Sage Land is on this sea turtle island? 5th young master couldn't help but cough lightly and correct him. The outside world calls this island Lotus Pond Island. The little stoic was instantly displeased. It's clearly a turtle island. Where are the lotuses? There are no lotuses anywhere. There was only an old turtle lying there, unable to crawl. Under the golden sand, it was completely bare. Other than some uniquely shaped reefs, there was only sand. Jojo, we still have to wait here for 2 to 3 days. Other than Forget Chuan and Murong, we've already obtained the keys to the other 4 families. The Murong clan has agreed to give us the keys, but they want to send 3 of their disciples to go with us. Eldest young Master Chin said, I've already agreed. Arbor uttered an oh. Eldest young Master Chin looked at her with a laugh. Could it be that Jojo has never heard of Forget Chuan and Murong? Chapter 4841. Murong. Arbor's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't say anything and merely glanced at eldest young Sir Chin. Eldest young Sir Chin couldn't help but nod with a chuckle. That's what you're thinking. Your master, Murong's son, is from the Murong family of Wanchuan. Arbor blinked. Speaking of which, you should be somewhat related to the Murong clan of Wanchuan. How is it? They should arrive the day after tomorrow. Aren't you a bit excited? Arbor glanced at him without a ripple of emotion. Although he didn't say anything, his disdainful gaze expressed it very clearly. Who the hell knew what was going on with the Murong clan of Wangchuan? Sir Jojo wasn't someone who liked to go around acknowledging relatives. So, aren't you a bit excited? Arbor rolled his eyes before leaping up and flying toward the beach. Eldest young, Sir Chin rubbed his chin and pursed his lips. Always so tsundere. You clearly have some expectations, yet you like to act like you don't care. You really need to discipline that wife of yours when you're free. The little radish around 5 or 6 years old said to Emolian gravely as he sprawled on Shunwu's back. Of all the things she could do, she just had to make these messy transformation talismans. Look at what she's turned me into, huh? It had already been several days, but his little lousy body still hadn't recovered. He was currently paranoid and couldn't help but seriously suspect that Emolian was purposely tricking him and purposely turning him into this short figure. Shinwu propped him up on his back and couldn't resist saying, "We've already been together for so long, so we should trust each other a bit more." As if I'd trust you. The little serpent glared at the two men beside him with a huff. Look at what you've been doing these past few days, wandering around aimlessly after entering the city. Don't blame me for not warning you. With my powerful divine conscience, I can sense that at least 4 or 5 groups of people have already noticed you. Shun Wu patted the child's back. Ron, it's us. The little snake was so angry that he punched Shun Wu's head. Walk properly and don't talk so much nonsense. Ma Shun looked back from time to time. How are we going to deal with the people behind us? These people have been eyeing us for a few days now. It's probably because you guys are too ostentatious in the city and have attracted their attention. Do you know what these 2 fellows have done that would incur the wrath of man and God? Ever since they entered the city, they had done this kind of thing every day. For example, squatting in front of a roasted rat stall and eating hot sweet potatoes. She really didn't know what that dignified and elegant Prince Mo always kept in his storage talisman. There were roasted sweet potatoes, spicy dried tofu, oranges, and everything else. In the city of Sin, roasted crispy mouse was considered a luxury food. It was hard to imagine that these 2 cheaters would actually eat roasted sweet potatoes in front of other people's stalls. What was even more infuriating was that yesterday, they actually sat in a stone pavilion by the street, toasting each other and drinking wine, accompanied by 2 or 3 exquisite side dishes. After that, everyone was given a bowl of egg and pork noodles. Was this something that a human could do? Before entering the city, Shunwu had already reminded these 2 cheaters that the resources in the city were extremely scarce, and none of their belongings could be seen. Chapter 48-42. All right, whatever Shunwu reminded them of, they would do the exact opposite. Shunwu reminded them for nothing. The number of crazy things these 2 had done could not be counted with 10 fingers. It was normal for them to attract 5 or 6 groups of people to follow them. At this moment, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal took out a wine flask from his inner world and followed behind Emolian. He took a sip of wine to calm his nerves as they walked forward. Emolian, there are more and more people following us. Then why did you freaking show off your apricot wine? Is this person crazy? It's fine. Just like we said yesterday, enter the alley in front. Emolian nodded and quickly walked to the stone alley on the side. Ma Shurchun immediately followed after him, intentionally or unintentionally turning around to glance behind him. Shunwu hurriedly followed them in. Now that he knew Prince Mo's identity, he had a blind trust in His Highness. He always felt that Prince Mo would cheat anyone, but probably not his teammates. Has this kid always cheated others like this? The little snake pursed his lips and could not help but say, "It depends on the situation." Yuan Shurchun answered casually, then looked at him with a smile. What? Are you scared? Why would I be scared of him? The little snake puffed up his cheeks and snorted. If I recover, I could be a great help to you. Yuan Shurchun smiled and looked at him without saying anything. Zhualanshan saw this guy's eyes, and his heart instantly became uneasy. It can't be right. Looking at Yuan Shurchun's eyes, this black-bellied gaze, could it be that he wanted him to stay like this until they got out of the undersea abyss? Are you still brooding over what happened before? The little snake keenly sensed that the attack at the undersea abyss entrance might not be over yet. This Prince Imo was really not a good person. Why was he always holding a grudge? Yuan Shurchen smiled and patted his head. Don't worry. One day, I'll take care of you. Yuan Shurchen smiled meaningfully at him. When we fight later, follow Shun Wu and don't run too far. After all, with his current physique, if you're to fight, he will be pressed to the ground and beaten up. The little snake looked at them speechlessly. Judging from the attitude of these two black-hearted people, they really wanted to lure all the people from the city of Sin here and get rid of them in one fell swoop. He sincerely sympathized with the unlucky ones. This was clearly an act of pulling a line to fish. How could he have fallen for it? The people of the city of Sin had too much faith in themselves. As Mo Lien and He Chun turned into the stone alley, several groups of people looked at each other, then immediately chased after them without any explanation. In the city of Sin, food was the most precious luxury. They would often fight to the death for a bit of vegetables or a mouthful of meat. All the inner world items taken from the sinkhole had to be handed over to GC. After extorting them layer by layer, the amount of food they could obtain was very little. These people lived in the fear of starvation day and night. Many of them were ordinary people. When they were unbearably hungry, they could eat anything. The group of people swarmed into the stone alley. Although they felt a little uneasy, they did not feel fear or dread. In the city of Sin, outsiders with higher cultivation would be more unlucky and miserable. Chapter 48-43. So what was there to be afraid of? They were all ordinary people. Could it be that they couldn't win in numbers? The first group of people rushed into the alley and saw Mo Lien and He Chun at a glance. They were standing in the same spot and looking at them calmly. Being stared at by those two pairs of dark eyes, the people who chased after them felt guilty and panicked for no reason. However, they forcibly steadied the billowing waves in their hearts, and they even sent out a representative who looked rather pretentious to come forward and converse with Mo Lien and He Chun. Did the two of you come from above? The man pointed up and asked with a smile. Are you new here? After all, they had not seen these new faces 3 days ago. Ji-Chen smiled and glanced at them without saying a word. What a coincidence. The person who spoke in front of them was someone they had met once when they were in the deprivation sinkhole. His name seemed to be Omuri. At that time, he was following behind the leader of the worshippers at the sinkhole. He seemed to be a small leader in the city of Sin. With Mo Lien's photographic memory, she had already recognized Omuri's identity with a glance. But they had changed their faces, so the other party would definitely not recognize them. Mo Lien and He Chun acted as if they had never seen Omuri. She glanced at them coldly and said, "Get out of the way. My friends, why aren't you answering?" Behind Omuri, a skinny man walked out. His deep-set eyes were filled with hostility as he stared at them. His eyes were filled with greed as he glanced back and forth between the two of them. There was definitely something strange about the inner worlds of these two people. In such a place, they could actually take out 2 bowls of hot noodle soup. They had never cooked anything before, so there was definitely something strange about it. The inner worlds of these two people should be quite big and filled with many resources. Even if they couldn't take all of it for themselves, as long as they could get a small part of it, it would definitely make their lives easier in the short term. This kind of hope was really tempting. So much so that for such a goal, they did not hesitate to take the risk. Omuri and the others didn't make the first move. Instead, the other 2 groups of people who followed them rushed over and attacked Mo Lien and the others. The rich and varied resources in their inner worlds were simply too attractive to these people. Yuan Shurchen and Mo Lien naturally wouldn't be courteous to them. He didn't reject anyone who came and gave them a violent beating. After venting his anger, he asked Shen Wu to count the number of people lying on the ground and wailing. He found a few ropes and tied them all up. Yuan Shurchen stepped forward and kicked Omori. He then asked with a smile, "Hand over your waist token that allows you to enter the Grand Lord's mansion." Omuri's face turned pale as he shook his head. Just as he was about to argue, he saw Yuan Shurchen kick the person beside him. "If he doesn't want it, you do it. Hand it over, and I'll let you live." The man's face turned pale, and he trembled as he took out a token from his waist. Seeing this, Omiri couldn't help but scold. Do you really think you can survive after you hand it over? If you dare to betray Grand Lord GC, you will die. Yuan Shichun ignored him and directly punched his abdomen. This punch made Omiri feel that his dantian was shaking along with his blood and chi. It was especially terrifying. Omiri took off the token from his waist and trembled as he handed it to Yuan Shichun. Chapter 48-44. Don't kill me. Omiri stammered, his entire body trembling. Is there a password for entering and exiting the City Lord's mansion? Omiri's eyes flickered slightly. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal looked at him with a smile. Don't lie. I hate it when people lie. People who lie usually don't have a good ending. I'll tell you everything. Yes, there's 7 passwords. Different passwords are given to different people. Omiri quickly explained all the passwords, including the details. Then, he looked at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal with fear and trepidation. My lord now, can we leave? Yuan Shichun turned to look at Mo Lien with a smile. How should we deal with them? Omiri and the others' hearts sank slightly. They wanted to gather their chi, but they were suppressed by a strong pressure. It was impossible for them to escape this place. So these people were really fishing. After hooking a group of fools, they were going to deal with them? Since they have no value, let's kill them. When Omiri heard the ordinary-looking middle-aged man say this, he could feel the cold, murderous intent in his voice from a distance. I think it would be better to sell them to people who make rat meat. Yuan Shichun joked, looking at Omiri and the others with a deep gaze. That would attract too much attention. Mo Lien said faintly. The little snake asked incredulously, What do you mean? Were all humans speaking in such a tone? They were clearly talking about entering and exiting the Grand Suzerain GC's mansion. Why do they suddenly talk about rat meat? Shenwu pondered for a moment, then sighed. They're talking about those slaves. The little snake boy could not keep up with their divergent thoughts. He could not understand what they were talking about. Humans were really a strange species. They spoke in such a bold and imaginative way. Shenwu looked at him speechlessly. Can't you use your brain? Are you going to believe whatever others say? Don't you think it's strange that there are people selling roasted rat meat in the streets and alleys of this city? What's strange? Shenwu suddenly had a feeling of not wanting to talk to this idiot. It was a little tiring to explain. Although this human snake had lived for hundreds of years, it didn't have intelligence. Its intelligence was probably that of a 5 or 6-year-old child, right? What do you mean? The snake man shouted angrily. Chun, Mo Lien, and Shenwu all looked at him with indescribable gazes. It made one's heart feel stifled. How can there be so much rat meat? Shenwu couldn't help but roll his eyes and cry out. It's just a sheep's head under the guise of dog meat. The so-called roasted rat meat was just some slaves killed in the Karst Cave mining area. Chun Wu took a deep breath. In the end, he was still somewhat unable to continue speaking. This kind of thing was really cruel. But in a place like this, any kind of cruelty seemed to be normal. Most of the time, in order to survive, some people would probably do even more earth-shattering and cruel things. The snake man was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but exclaim, You humans are really too scary. You can really eat anything. Chunwu rolled his eyes at him, too lazy to continue talking to him. If he wanted to find a way out of this underwater abyss, he first had to deal with this group of troublesome people in the City of Sin. After that, he was able to settle down and search around the area. No matter what, he should be able to find a way out. Chapter 48-45. The Murong clan only sent 3 young men and women on this trip. Other than that, no one else came along. After the 3 of them boarded the boat, eldest young Sir Chin led them towards the little Stoic, and 5th young Sir Chin sighed with a smile. Stoic, come and meet Forget Chuan and Murong's guests. Murong Yin and Murong Zhao were both 27 or 28 years old and were the cream of the crop among the clan's younger generation. Murong Fei was about the same age as the little Stoic, around 17 or 18 years old. She was lively and active by nature. This was the first time the little girl saw so many people, so she wasn't the least bit afraid of strangers. When her round eyes looked at the little Stoic, They involuntarily brightened. The girl in front of her had a face as pure as snow and jade, which was rarely seen in this world, so she couldn't resist taking a few more glances. At the same time, the little stoic was also expressionlessly looking at Miss Murong Fei. Her gaze landed on her, as if she was looking at something through her small face. Murong Fei and Murong Sun were truly aunt and niece. Their appearances were 40% to 50% similar. When Arbor saw this girl for the first time, he felt a sense of familiarity spontaneously arising. It was as if his master had pushed open that cold ice coffin and quietly walked to her side. "I think I've seen you somewhere before," Murong Fei finally couldn't resist saying after hesitating for a moment. "Apologies, my younger sister, Fei didn't disturb this miss, right?" Murong Yin hastily apologized when he saw the little stoic's taut face. His younger sister always liked to find something to talk about and could strike up a conversation with anyone. Unfortunately, not everyone liked to chat idly with others. For example, this bright-eyed little girl in front of him seemed to dislike the three of them. From a moment they met until now, he hadn't seen the little girl reveal half a smile. Thump, thump, thump. A wave of hurried footsteps approached from afar. Gu Dazhong saw Murong Yin and his siblings with a glance and immediately welcomed them with a beaming smile. "It really is you, young Sir Murong." Arbor originally wanted to find this Miss Murong Fei to speak a few words and ask her if she knew Murong Sun. Gu Dazhong's sudden interruption made the little stoic a bit more displeased in her heart. However, looking at Steward Gu's happy expression of meeting an old friend in a foreign land, Arbor did not say much and silently took a step back. Murong Yin turned around and looked at Steward Gu, his expression slightly startled. "You are? The one beside Uncle Fong, Steward Gu?" Yes. Young master has a good memory. We've only met once back then, so you still remember me," Manager Gu said with a face full of joy. "I really didn't expect to meet young master here." "Oh, that's right. My young miss and young master are also on this ship. Young master, let's go over and have a chat." Murong Yan's face revealed a trace of embarrassment. He hadn't come here to reminisce about the past. He still had some matters to discuss with Grand Duke Qin and the second young master Ziqin. Gu Dazhong hurriedly poured out his grievances. "Young master, our old master brought young miss along the way for two reasons. Firstly, it was to inspect the properties in Great Jubilee City. Secondly, it was also for young miss and young master's marriage." Murong Fei opened her mouth wide. How could there be such a coincidence? The three siblings had received a mission from their clan to follow the Qin family to the Pond Lotus Sage realm. They could still meet eldest brother's fiancée along the way like this? What kind of ill-fated relationship was this? Murong Fei tugged on her second brother's sleeve and pulled him to the side. Didn't father say that eldest brother's engagement was annulled the year before last? Chapter 48-46. That's right. Murong Zhao had an incomprehensible expression. When eldest brother was in closed-door cultivation 2 years ago, the Fong family sent people to annul the engagement. They said that the girl couldn't afford to wait and wondered if eldest brother would enter closed-door cultivation for several more decades. It wouldn't be good to keep delaying the marriage. Murong Fei nodded. She was also very clear about this matter. Back then, the Fong family brought people to denounce him, and her father apologized awkwardly. Eldest brother and that Miss Fong were originally not too compatible. With eldest brother's current mystique, venerable cultivation, he probably still had several hundred years to live, and the future Miss Fong had never cultivated and was only a normal person. She absolutely couldn't accompany him for his entire life. Therefore, she remembered that when the Fong family proposed annulling the engagement, her father readily agreed. Why was this manager Gu talking about this marriage as if they were close friends now? Could it be that Miss Fong was unable to get married, and the Fong family's master regretted it afterward? And when he saw eldest brother coming out of closed-door cultivation, he wanted to pick up this marriage and establish a relationship with their Murong clan again. This was too comical and laughable. Murong Fei couldn't resist shaking her head. Suddenly recalling something, she quickly walked to the little stoic's side and said with a smile, "Little miss, I remember where I've seen you before. Murong Fei said with bright eyes. I've once browsed through all the information about the holy water sect that aunt is in. You're my youngest aunt's personal disciple, right? With Murong Fei's mention, Murong Zhao's memories also came back. He hastily nodded and said, Right, no wonder I found you strangely familiar. So you're a disciple of the holy water sect. Arbor glanced at them and pretended to ask casually, You all know about Master's Matter? Murong Fei withdrew her playful expression and nodded solemnly. Back then, the holy water sect destruction dealt a huge blow to Father and my uncles. Our clan sent people to Seacone Planet to investigate the truth. But at that time, the entire holy water peak was enveloped by withered vines and ancient trees. The main peak was razed to the ground, leaving not many traces behind. However, we could still analyze some clues. Murong Fei said seriously, The clan has always sent people to investigate this matter. After a period of close observation, we followed the clues and found the direction of Shuntian Prefecture. However, when we arrived, the entire 6 prefectures were in turmoil. There was a hidden force sweeping through the 6 prefectures like a hot knife through butter. Right now, the authority is completely under Shuntian Prefecture, in the hands of that Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord. Murong Zhao nodded. In order to find out the cause of Little Ant's death, we could only send people to secretly capture the Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord. What? Arbor had been listening and didn't say anything. Only a faint sense of melancholy lingered in his heart. Isn't this the right way to treat your family? Regardless of the reason, Murong Sun left the Murong family of forgetfulness and headed to the lower star domain to develop herself. However, the clan still kept Murong Sun's whereabouts in mind. Once they received news of her death, they would definitely send someone to investigate. Not every family was as cold as Wang Chuanlongshi to his mother, right? When Arbor abruptly heard Murong Zhao say that they captured the Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord, he couldn't help but raise his voice. Shit, it can't be, right? She had been busy all day recently and hadn't contacted Duanzhong for a long time. Could it be that this old fellow Duanzhong was captured by someone? Chapter 48-47. Seeing her agitated reaction, Murong Zhao and his sister hastily asked, Is there a problem? According to our investigation, there is conclusive evidence that Shuntian Prefecture accounted for more than half of the people who attacked the holy water sect back then. Arbor glanced at the siblings and asked exasperatedly, Done I mean, you guys captured that Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord, Gung Pengcheng, and brought him back to the River of Forgetfulness. That's right, Murong Fei said solemnly. We sealed his divine sense at the first moment and imprisoned him in the dungeon for interrogation. That old punk was also stubborn and refused to confess at all. The strangest thing was that the soul searching was ineffective against him. Arbor, you guys really searched for the wrong person. She could even imagine that old punk Dunju's bitter melon face, his small hands clutching the 2 bars as he wailed, Master, little master, save Dunju. Peach blossoms, save your Dunju. Arbor couldn't resist massaging his throbbing head and vaguely seemed to hear Dunju's miserable cries. What a pitiful old punk. Why was he so unlucky in this lifetime? When did you guys capture Dunju, that Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord? When? Murong Zhao and Murong Fei pondered for a moment before replying. Probably around 3 months ago. Arbor widened his eyes in astonishment. Then you guys have been detaining him and torturing him? Murong Fei smiled embarrassedly. That's right. Cough. Actually, we didn't want to detain him. It's mainly because this guy doesn't speak the truth. His words don't match and sound like he's making up lies. Arbor was speechless and said after a moment of silence, Can you guys release him first after returning? You know him? Murong Fei was startled and sized up Arbor. That old man doesn't look like a good person. Arbor didn't know how to explain it to them and considered for a moment before saying, Actually, you guys captured the wrong person. Right now, the wisp of soul in Gung Pengcheng's body is temporarily residing in a friend of mine. Murong Zhao and his sister were at a loss for words as they looked at Xiao Mu speechlessly. It's a long story. Let's talk about it later. Arbor signaled them to turn around with his eyes. Murong Zhao and his sister turned around and saw their eldest brother, Murong Yin, walking towards them. Murong Fei smiled and said, "Is it settled?" Murong Yin's expression was somewhat stiff. He shook his head and raised his hand to massage his throbbing temples. In a low voice, he said, "This steward Gu is adamant that there is no annulment of the engagement document, saying that this matter is not set in stone. Therefore, the engagement still exists." Everyone looked at each other. His big brother was being blamed by someone. Murong Fei's little face puffed up in anger. Back then, they were the ones who wanted to break off the engagement. Now, they're also the ones who refused to break off the engagement. I really don't know what they are trying to do. Why is it that the reason of the world is always on the side of the Fong clan? Murong Yin smiled good-naturedly. "Forget it. Let's talk about this later. Little sister, you stay here and don't run around. Your second brother and I are going to discuss with the two young masters of the Qin estate about entering the secret realm." They had a purpose for this trip, which was to maximize their clan's benefits. Murong Yin glanced sideways at Arbor and nodded very politely. Before he could speak, he heard Murong Zhao say, "He's one of us." Chapter 48:48. Eldest brother. This is little Ant's direct disciple. Murong Yin belatedly glanced at the little girl with an expression of sudden realization. "Ah, it's that one from planet Seekong's holy water sect?" No wonder younger sister said the little girl looked familiar at first glance. It turned out she really was one of them. Little Ant's direct disciple was no different from the Murong family's direct disciple. Murong Yin hastily said with a smile, "Please forgive me for not recognizing Miss earlier." The little stoic's face was still stoic, but her eyes were brimming with vigor. She glanced at Murong Yin and pretended not to care. No need to take it to heart. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Murong Yin take out a small box from his inner world and hand it to Arbor. "Little junior sister, you don't mind me calling you this, right? Take this small item and treat it as senior brother's greeting gift to you. It's just a trifling item. It's a few formations that senior brother made himself and can be used at any time." The belated siblings, Murong Zhao and Murong Fei, also hastily took out gifts and piled them in the little stoic's hands. "Little junior sister, we'll be a family from now on. Don't be afraid. Even if little Ant is no longer here, our Murong family of Forget River will still be your strong backing." Murong Fei paused and asked in confusion, "Speaking of which, where have you been all these years?" After the Holy Water Sect was destroyed back then, the Murong family of Forget River actually sent a group of people to stand guard outside Planet Seekong's Holy Water Sect for several months. In the end, they didn't find a single Holy Water Sect disciple, which was truly a huge setback. They only withdrew everyone half a year later. At that time, those clansmen reported that there was no one alive in the Holy Water Sect. All the uncles, elders, and uncles in the clan were extremely furious and had been investigating this matter for many years. However, due to heavenly law's obstruction at that time, they didn't dare to extend their hands too far. They had been investigating in secret, and their progress was very slow. Arbor's eyes brightened, and she silently took back the gifts the little brothers and sisters handed her. She said, "It's a long story. The three people. Strange. Why did they suddenly feel awkward? It's a long story." The little stoic said with a conflicted expression, "I'll tell you when I have time in the future." Of course, it was impossible for her to tell them about it. It would be better to bring them to the current Holy Water Sect and send a talkative senior sister to tell them about it. Murong Fei smiled happily. "That's good too." The little stoic's mouth twitched. She originally wanted to tell them that Murong Sun might still be saved. But on second thought, in order to avoid having too much hope and too much disappointment, it was better not to talk about it for now. Perhaps in the future, he would be able to save his master. At that time, he would let his family meet. Wouldn't it be better to be surprised and happy? "Everyone, are you done catching up?" Eldest young, Sir Qin strolled over with a grin and glanced at the little girl's calm face. Bah, this little girl still wanted to lie to him? She was clearly very happy and excited on the inside. If it weren't for them being present, perhaps the little stoic would have already pulled that Miss Murong intimately to the side to chat. "Jojo, is it okay if you share a tent with Miss Murong tonight?" Arbor nodded without any objections, but Murong Fei appeared very happy. "You stayed on this sea turtle island for 2 days already, right?" Before Arbor could complain, eldest young Sir Chin nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, everything is ready. We're just waiting for your key." Murong Fei's hand reached into her bosom. Chapter 48-49. He took out a very ordinary cloth pouch and poured out a gilded copper key from it before handing it to eldest young Sir Chin. Eldest young Sir accepted it very politely with a smile. At the same time, he took out 4 other gilded copper keys that looked exactly the same in terms of specifications and quality. When the 5 keys were placed together, they emitted a bright glow under the sunlight. Arbor's large eyes glanced at those 5 keys before retracting her gaze. Eldest young Sir Chin walked to her side with a smile. "Jojo, I'll leave these keys to you for safekeeping." Arbor looked at him strangely. Eldest young Sir chuckled and placed all 5 keys in her hands. "All right, you can go rest. Today, 5th brother told me that you didn't take an afternoon nap. You must be exhausted, right?" Arbor rolled her eyes. She really wanted to refute that her sister didn't need to take an afternoon nap every day. Recently, she had been working too hard in order to recover her divine sense as soon as possible. Who took an afternoon nap? The little fellow put away the 5 keys and silently glanced at eldest young Sir before walking towards her tent. Murong Fei hastily followed and excitedly asked, little junior sister Jojo, with my condition, we still have to stay here for 4 to 5 days?" Arbor nodded and led her towards her tent. The entrance to the pond Lotus Sacred Realm had to be opened, or else they wouldn't even be able to enter the secret realm's main entrance. Along the way, the island was barren without any resources other than rocks and sand. A row of tents of various sizes were crowded together on the sand and rocks, forming a circle of varying heights. "I see that this tent area is quite crowded. The Qin estate of the Divine Province must have emptied most of their assets and moved all of them to the pond Lotus Sacred Realm, right? We saved more than 20 people along the way," Arbor explained reluctantly. Murong Fei absent-mindedly glanced behind her, and her gaze suddenly turned sluggish. Sensing the change in her aura, the little stoic also glanced behind her without batting an eyelid. She saw that warm-hearted eldest sister-in-law Yang helping the sickly Miss Fong out of a small tent and slowly walking forward along the sandy ground. A few able-bodied laborers were helping the duo clan members to repair a few collapsed tents. Last night, the wind was so strong that several tents were blown over. If these were not repaired today, the existing tents would be even more crowded. At this moment, Miss Fong also saw the nearby arbor from the distance of a few strong men who were fixing tents. A hint of fear and dread flashed in his eyes. Previously, it was this woman who had said decisively that she would chop off one of her brother's legs. In the end, his poor brother really did lose a leg. Her younger brother was still so young. How was she going to support him in the future? These hateful practitioners were all high and mighty, dominating the lives and futures of the weak. They were extremely hateful. Arbor glanced at Miss Fong and then retracted his gaze. His brows unconsciously furrowed. In that instant, she could feel Miss Fong's intense resentment. This girl actually resented him? Arbor shook his head. "What's wrong?" Murong Fei keenly sensed that there seemed to be some animosity between Arbor and Miss Fong. Speaking of which, it was strange. How could a quiet person like the little stoic have a conflict with Miss Fong? Arbor led Murong Fei back to his tent. Senior sister. Chapter 48-50. The little stoic said with a stoic face, "Go rest first and come out to eat in a bit. Fuck. What is that thing? Quick, quick. Get out of the way. Hurry and disperse. It's crashing down." A series of exclamations rang out. Arbor looked up and saw a bird-shaped flying device crookedly crashing into the tent area ahead. That collision looked like it was going to destroy heaven and earth. Everyone screamed as they fled from their tents one after another and swarmed toward the area where Arbor and Murong Fei were standing. From afar, they saw that bird-shaped flying spirit tool somersaulting a few times in the air before swooping down toward the ground. Boom! After a loud noise, the front cabin of the flying spirit tool plunged into the sandy ground, raising a row of tents nearby to the ground. A duo clansman was strenuously propping up a tent. When he saw this scene, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth in time and ate a mouthful of dirt on the spot. The tent that had just been set up in front of him was torn to pieces with a crash. Everything fell apart. Young Master Omega Kitoku rushed over when he heard the commotion and hastily ran to the little stoic's side to ask, "Are you all right?" Arbor was baffled. What could happen to her? She was already quite a distance away from where the flying spirit tool had crashed. What problem could there be? Young Master Omega Kitoku sized her up. Seeing that she was indeed fine, he nodded and instructed, "Stay here and don't move." The little stoic. It was really annoying. Everyone always liked to say this to her. After glaring at Omega Kitoku's back, the little stoic tugged at Murong Fei beside her. "Let's go over and take a look." Murong Fei's lips curved. How could she not watch a good show? She naturally agreed gladly. The two of them quietly ran over. When they got closer, they saw a large circle of people gathered there. There was a large pit in the middle. Half of a bird-shaped flying spirit tool was buried in the pit. It took a long time for the door of the air transportation spiritual tool to finally open from the inside. A brownish-yellow spirit dog that was barking madly jumped out from inside. When it saw the group of people staring at each other, it didn't care about anything else and barked at them, until a lazy voice called out, "Shut up." Only then did the big fellow stop its incessant barking. It hopped over to the side of the spirit tool cabin and used its claws to crawl down the cabin door. He saw a young man in white who looked to be about 20 years old climb out of the spirit tool cabin. She raised her hand and patted the dog's head. Then she turned her beautiful eyes and met the Omega Kitoku's lukewarm gaze. "So it's young Master Yun from Shangyuansheng." It seemed that Omega Kitoku recognized the person in front of him. Arbor thought for a moment. Then he took a few steps forward and stood a little closer to Murong Fei, watching the show. It's really a small world. That young Sir Yun pretended to be surprised and then lazily walked forward. "China State's second young sir, you also came to Lotus Pond Island for a vacation?" "Vacation my ass." Everyone rolled their eyes at him. "You came to this lousy island for a vacation and almost destroyed the entire tent area as soon as you arrived, as if the holy domain collided with the divine continent. Yet, you could still show such a harmless expression. You were simply asking for a beating. Is that not the case?" Young Sir Yun was surprised. "This humble one came here for a wonderful vacation. I heard that the people of Wang River are beautiful, and the mountains, rivers, and scenery are all beautiful." Chapter 48:51. He paused, and his gaze landed on Arbor. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "Wow, there's an exquisite and wonderful person here." Young Master Omega Kitoku scooted a few steps in front of him and blocked his wanton, sizing-up gaze. "You Yin family also want a share of the loot?" "What do you mean?" Young Master Yun asked innocently. "Share what loot?" "This young master said that I came here for a vacation." Enough, enough. He knew that he wouldn't get any information from this person, even if he rambled on. Young Master Omega Kitoku gruffly interrupted him. "Yin Yunji, so what if you're here? Can you be more reliable and do things properly?" Young Master Yun hastily apologized. Sorry. The Forgetfulness River is too vast. Before setting off, Elder Brother already reminded me that I can't use the air transportation spirit weapon because it's easy to get lost. I have to take a boat." Unfortunately, I didn't listen to Elder Brother, and as a result, Sai, we've been wandering around the Forgetfulness River for almost 10 days, and there's really nothing we can do about it after running out of spirit stones. This young master also didn't want to fall down. Unfortunately, it really can't hold on any longer. As they spoke, a dozen or so people continuously crawled out of the spirit weapon cabin. Each of them had a dumbfounded expression as they looked around. A burly man, nearly 2 meters tall like an iron tower, quickly walked up and asked with a bow, "Young master, you're not injured, right?" Young Master Yin glanced askance at him. Do you think this young master looks injured when he's talking cheerfully and wittily? All right, move to the side. He circled around the Omega Katoku young master, blocking his way, and walked towards the little stoic. However, a white figure flashed in front of him. An eldest young master Chin also floated over from the side and blocked his path with a grin. Little third Yun, did you come to the mystic realm to look for treasures? Ah, eldest young master, hello. Yun Yunji walked up very politely and cupped his fists in greeting at eldest young master Chin. This young master came here to sightsee. Eldest young master Chin and young master Omega Katoku rolled their eyes at the same time. What? Based on what you're saying, there's a secret realm that's about to open? Young master Yin blinked his doggy eyes and asked curiously, Can I bring my men in with me? After all, I can also gain some knowledge. First young master and second young master complained in their hearts at the same time. If I said I wouldn't bring you along, would you obediently stay here and not follow me? What was she pretending for? She was even better at pretending to be a little black lotus than Mo Lien. He really wanted to stomp on him a dozen times. Yin Yunji finally circled around the two young masters who were like wooden stumps and swiftly flew to the little stoic's side. He said with a grin, Ah, nice to meet you, little miss. I'm Yin Yunji from the Yin family. How about we get to know each other? You're a member of Shan Yuan City's Yin family? Murong Fei was vigilant as she raised her hand to shield the little stoic and pulled her back. That's right. Murong Fei did not say anything as she threw a punch towards his face. Yin Yunji couldn't react in time. His handsome face took a solid hit, and he felt as if the sky was about to collapse. The little stoic stood next to the two people, and her small mouth involuntarily curled up when she saw this scene. She purposely moved to the side and opened up a path for Murong Fei to show off. She punched left and right, sparing no effort. Young Master Yin, who was grinning cheekily, was still pretending to cry out in pain at the beginning, but in the end, it was really fucking painful. Chapter 48:52. There was truly no justice in this world. Of the two ladies in front of him, although the little stoic looked icy and expressionless, her appearance was truly fair and adorable and very eye-catching. As for the slightly taller lady next to the stoic man, although she was inferior to the stoic man, she was also very good-looking. Yin Yunji felt that he had never been so unlucky in his life. Not only was he beaten up by a beautiful lady, but he was also being watched expressionlessly by another one. Stop. Please stop. Yin Yunji could only hastily shout, Miss, what exactly is going on? Why are you beating me? I-oh. At the start, he could still shout, but in the end, he had no choice but to retaliate in self-defense. In the end, the most ridiculous thing happened. As soon as he retaliated, the little stoic, who was originally watching from the side, suddenly pulled out a wooden club and hastily shouted, Senior sister, you're not fighting alone. She swung that shiny golden club and rushed forward, ganging up on Yin Yunji with Murong Fei. Everyone, eldest young Sir Chin couldn't help but twitch his mouth, feeling that he couldn't bear to watch. After being hit twice by the club, Yin Yunji felt that if he retaliated against the little stoic again, he might be even more unlucky. Thus, he didn't retaliate again and just kept fleeing outside, almost colliding head-on with fifth young Sir Chin, who was walking over with a plate of pastries. What happened? Fifth young Sir glanced at them in astonishment. Just now, he was preparing food in the distance when he heard the huge commotion, so he hurried over to take a look. The little stoic silently put away that golden club and bounced to fifth young Sir's side, adeptly helping him take the plate in his hand. Don't eat too much, it'll be dinner soon, fifth young Sir instructed. Eldest young Sir Chin couldn't help but facepalm. He kept feeling that this fifth brother of his was becoming more and more like a little stoic bodyguard. He had to exhort him for everything. What's wrong? Fifth young Sir looked up at his eldest brother and second brother. When Yin Yunji saw the little stoic walking past him with a plate, his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he shouted, Why did you hit me? The little stoic thought for a moment before swallowing half a pastry and answering, I can't let senior sister fight alone. Murong Fei couldn't resist beaming with joy. This little junior sister that he had just reunited with was truly too interesting. Little Aunt really had good taste. How did she find such an interesting little stoic disciple for her? The corner of Yun Yunji's mouth twitched. Then do you know that this senior sister of yours is very problematic? She hit me all of a sudden. She didn't even have a reason for hitting me. Don't you think this is wrong? The little stoic nodded. It's a bit off. Yun Yunji, why did you step forward to help the tiger do evil? You have no integrity, you little rascal. There's nothing I can do about it. She's my senior sister. Yun Yunji became even more melancholic and speechless. But I'm still your senior brother. Do you know? Our Shangyuan City's Yun clan is the clan of your mentor, the principal of the Royal Academy, Yun Piaomiao. So when you beat up Yun Piaomiao's nephew, your proper senior brother, do you think you did the right thing? The little stoic's eyes instantly brightened. Yun Yunji felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Fuck, what's going on? This stoic face doesn't look like a happy reunion. You're the nephew of Dean Yun? That's right. I'm your senior brother, Yun Yunji. Senior sister hit. The little stoic hollered and rushed forward again. Chapter 48:53. This idiot in front of him was actually Yun Piaomiao's eldest nephew. This was really great. In the past, due to his respect for his teachers, he couldn't find any reason to beat up the headmaster who tricked him. Now, his fat nephew had personally delivered himself to his doorstep to be beaten up. It simply couldn't be any better. This fellow was in a great mood and directly stuffed the plate into the fifth young master's hands. Without another word, he took out that golden club and smashed it at Yun Yunji. Murong Fei secretly exclaimed in her heart, "This is really my biological junior sister." She drew her sword and fought together. She hastily withdrew her hand and followed up. The two of them flew forward one after the other. The club whooshed through the wind, and their fists rained down. Without another word, they gave Yun Yunji another round of fat beatings. A few Yun family members were so anxious that they wanted to go forward and help, but they were stopped by another handsome young master who had a smile on his face. "It's fine. Old Third likes to be pretentious. It's not a bad idea to let him get beaten up and learn from his mistakes. Besides, he's very resistant to beatings." Everyone, they wondered if the young master would feel guilty when he said this. Their family's third young master was actually chased and beaten by two girls until he fled in panic with an ashen face. Truly pitiful. Eldest Omega Katoku was speechless. Seeing Yun Yunji get beaten up from the east to the west and then chased back to the east, he instantly sympathized with this person. When he looked at this fellow just now, he felt that his words were rather infuriating and really wanted to beat him up. He didn't expect Jojo to help him without another word. He was really a rather awesome little stoic. At this moment, young Master Omega Katoku's anger also subsided a lot, and his heart also felt much more at ease. This fellow watched coldly from the sidelines as that unlucky Yun Yunji dodged his attacks here and there without the slightest ripple in his eyes. You deserve it. You should have met someone like Qiao Qiao, who would beat you up until you couldn't speak. Hey, stoic. Senior brother was wrong. All right. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Senior brother said, "To tell the truth, I said it." Yes. Senior brother has long recognized you. More than 80% of the Yun family had probably flipped through this stoic face's information. Not only did this girl study under Murong's son, but she also entered Yun Fur and Yun Piaomiao's academy and studied there for a period of time, so she had a close relationship with them. Furthermore, this little girl was an out-and-out genius. In the entire Yun family of Shangyuan City, there was not a single person who could compare with this little girl in terms of talent. In just a few short years, this child had grown to such a level. Although she might have had many fortuitous encounters along the way, the degree of her bone structure and aptitude was definitely not to be doubted. The Mu family of the Divine Prefecture and the Dragon family of Wangchuan were actually making such a fuss over such a dazzling little genius. From the looks of it, the Mu family of the Divine Prefecture seemed to have repented, but the Dragon Clan of Forgetfulness, it seemed that there would be no Dragon Clan of Forgetfulness in the future. Yun Yunji wiped his face and took a step back. He grinned and said, "Little junior sister, why don't we make peace? Don't hit senior brother. In actuality, the little stoic hadn't done anything for a long time. She exercised a bit. On one hand, it would be helpful for her afternoon nap later, and, on the other hand, she could treat it as training if they went overboard. She would have to worry about whether or not it would affect her child. Little junior sister. Who's your little junior sister? Murong Fei irritably shouted at him. The 100-year grievances between the Murong clan and the Yun family truly could not be resolved in a short period of time. Back then, because of the Yun family's ancestor, the Murong clan fled the Divine Prefecture and moved to Wanchuan. Chapter 48-54. The two families had been in conflict for the past 100 years. Although circumstances had changed with the passage of time, the conflict between the two families still existed. Especially in the previous generation, the matter between youngest aunt and that person caused a commotion between the two families, but it wasn't resolved properly in the end. When Murong Fei thought of this, she couldn't help but sigh deeply. When facing Yun Yunji, she put on a completely ladylike face. Speak. What is your purpose for coming here? To take a perfect fake vacation. Yun Yunji stuttered after being yelled at by her. Arbor glanced at him and raised his small hand, intending to pat his shoulder sympathetically. However, the latter was probably scared by her wooden club, so when he saw her raise her small hand, his instinctive reaction was to shrink back. The noodle vendor glanced at his hand and silently put it back down. She stroked her small belly comfortingly in passing. Child, Mom isn't this irritable every day. The main thing was that when they met, their eyes were exceptionally red. In the past, she was tricked by Headmaster Yun to the point of vomiting. Now that she could finally trick his fat nephew, she was especially excited now that she had her own child. She would inexplicably think of Long Chuyun when she thought of all sorts of things. Speaking of which, when she was in Long Chuyun's belly back then, she was definitely very obedient and quiet like her own child. Her child would probably be like her. She didn't know what the little fellow thought of, but a faint smile actually appeared on her face. It was truly a rare sight. Eldest young Sir Qin couldn't resist taking a few more glances at her before his gaze landed on Yun Yunji. Little third Yun, look at the good deeds you've done. Have your men clean up these lousy tents for me. Eldest young Sir Qin glanced at him disdainfully. Take out more tents and supplies. Treat it as your compensation. When the little stoic heard the word compensation, her eyes abruptly lit up. The eldest young sir was about to end the conversation, but when he saw the little stoic's shining eyes, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Recalling the little fellow's past tricks, he hastily added, 20 million spirit coins as compensation. I won't let you off if it's a single cent less. Yun Yunji's handsome face immediately turned a bit green. Why don't you go rob someone? Did the Qin estate's eldest young sir change his profession to become a bandit? How can robbing be as quick as cheating you? Eldest young Sir Qin thought to himself, are you going to give it to me or not? If you don't want to give it to me, then scram. This Lotus Pond island belongs to your family? Yun Yunji was speechless. How could there be such a rude person in this world? The little stoic's eyes brightened again when she heard this. Eldest young Sir Qin suppressed his belly full of laughter and nodded with great difficulty. That's right, we have an island master here. Yun Yunji was dumbfounded. Why hadn't he heard that this Lotus Pond Island had an owner? May I ask who the island master is? The little stoic took 2 steps forward. Yun Yunji didn't react for a moment and said to her with a smile, Little junior sister, we're a family. You definitely won't cheat your senior brother. Do you know who the owner of this island is? The little stoic took another 3 steps towards him. Yun Yunji was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed, It's you? It was obvious. The small island owner nodded and looked at him with sincerity. Then all right. Yun Yunji thought for less than 3 seconds before he hastily nodded. He fished out a spirit coin card from his sleeve and handed it to the little stoic, saying, Keep the goodies within the family. You're my little junior sister, so this money is well spent for you. Eldest young Sir Qin twitched his mouth and didn't want to pay attention to this Yun Yunji. Chapter 48-55. The Yin family members were even more exasperated. Their young master was like an idiot and believed everything the other person said. No wonder young Master Biao always mocked him for his low IQ. Everyone was finally able to settle down on the island. The Yin family members also took out a lot of supplies and added them to the tent area. Yun Yunji wanted to live closer to the little stoic, but the little stoic had already set up several tents around her. This guy had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and settle down next to eldest Chin's tent. That night, everyone ate a fairly sumptuous dinner. The little stoic swallowed a soul-soothing pill and cultivated as usual before sleeping in her clothes. Murong Fei had already been asleep for a long time wrapped in a blanket and only let out light, snoring sounds. After the crash of the air transportation spiritual tool during the day, the camp that had been bustling with noise for most of the day finally sank into silence. The entire camp was quiet. Everyone had quieted down. Only a black shadow was crawling in the darkness, rustling. It crawled all the way to Arbor's tent entrance and lightly arched against the curtain. Pulling back the thick cotton curtain, the dark shadow was just about to enter the tent. A crow-gold arrow flew through the air and was about to pierce the black shadow's body when that thing deftly shifted outwards. It caused the crow-gold arrow to fall to the ground with a dull thud. In the silent night, Arbor's jet-black eyes glowed as she stared at the tent entrance without the slightest hint of sleepiness. Murong Fei's vigilance was also very good. As soon as Arbor made a move, she did her best to pull herself out of her deep sleep. She abruptly sat up and threw off the blanket on her body. Her other hand was propped up on the ground, and her drowsy eyes instantly widened into circles as she assumed a posture that indicated she was ready to fight at any moment. What happened? Something came in. Arbor raised her palm and sucked slightly. The crow-gold arrow nailed to the ground, turned around, and flew into her open palm with a whoosh. When Xiao Mu and Murong Fei walked out of the tent one after the other, they saw that the candles in the nearby tents had all lit up at the same time. As time was of the essence, Murong Fei did not have time to put on her jacket. She hurriedly put on her outer coat and walked out of the tent. As a gust of cold wind blew over, Murong Fei's body shivered slightly as she quickly mobilized her spiritual energy to resist the cold. Sure enough, there was something lying on the ground not far away. When it saw them walking out of the tent, it quickly slid its body and flew towards their feet. Arbor fired 2 arrows at it without giving it a chance to say anything. After 2 whooshing sounds were heard, eldest Qin, Omega Katoku, Yin Yunji, cousin Yin, and the people from the Murong clan all ran out of the tent at the same time. Chow, eldest young Sir Qin, was just about to call out when his gaze landed on the black shadow on the ground. What is this? His eyes stared thoughtfully at the black shadow, and his handsome face sank slightly. At this time, everyone in the camp was awakened by a beast-like roar. One after another, people lit their lamps, got up, and walked out of their tents in fear. He must have mutated. Drag him to the beach outside and clean him up. Eldest young Sir's tone was steady and strict as he spoke. No, we can't clean him up, we can't. A sharp female voice came from outside the crowd. Everyone turned to look and saw Miss Fong stumbling in from outside. This girl also hurriedly put on a coat and came out, her hair disheveled and her face weary. When she heard eldest young Sir's words, her face turned green from fright. Chapter 48:56. On the other side, after the eldest young master gave the order, 4 or 5 sturdy attendants quickly walked over. Each of them took out a set of armor made of iron sheet from their inner worlds and put it on, then shook the ropes on their hands. Several ropes were wrapped around the black thing on the ground, firmly holding it in place. They stood in a triangular formation and tightened the ropes in their hands. The thing that was bound by them once again let out an angry roar that sounded like a human. Roar! The black shadow suddenly moved, revealing 2 small, sharp fangs. It bared its fangs and roared at the people around it. Only then did the people who rushed over see clearly what the black shadow was. It turned out to be Miss Fong's little brother, who was 8 or 9 years old. At this moment, he was standing there on one leg. His originally delicate and cute little face was now covered in alternating black and red lines of blood. His eyes were terrifyingly filled with a bloody light. When he looked at people, his eyelids would lift and his eyeballs would roll up from the bottom, revealing eerie black pupils. Everyone glanced at him and felt a chill run down their spines. Who would have thought that such an adorable child would inexplicably mutate? Wasn't he fine yesterday? The bodyguards didn't get close to the little zombie and instead used ropes to bind it. Then they pulled and tugged a few times, dragging the zombie that was hopping on one leg and taking a few steps forward. No, you can't deal with him. Miss Fong came to her senses and couldn't help but shriek angrily. She opened her arms to block that person. A pair of rippling eyes glared angrily at Arbor, containing a bit of resentment. Arbor expressed that he was innocently implicated. Was there something wrong with this girl? Of all the people she could glare at, why did she have to glare at Sir Jojo? Did this Sir Jojo look easy to bully? It was simply baffling. Didn't you say that my brother would be fine? Lady Fong yelled hysterically. Look at him, look at him, look at him. Look at him now. You were the one who swore that his corpse poison hadn't spread into his bloodline. Now, you're also the one who's watching my poor brother being dealt with. Give me back my brother. Give me back. Miss Fong was anxious and angry. She was so angry that she almost couldn't catch her breath. Her body went limp, and she was about to fall backward. Eldest sister-in-law Yang and a few other women hurriedly supported her. Eldest sister-in-law Yang placed her hand on Miss Fong's chest and hurriedly soothed her. She hurriedly said, Miss Fong, if there's anything, let's talk nicely. Ah, don't be so agitated. Miss Fong, let's talk nicely. How can we talk nicely? Miss Fong angrily pushed Mrs. Yang and the others' hands away and shouted at Arbor. It's her, it's her. What a liar. He even lied to me that my brother would be fine. He said that he would be fine after we cut off his leg. What was the result? Not only did you cause my younger brother extreme pain, but you're also mutating now. Ah, why are you treating us like this? Why are you doing this? Arbor looked at Miss Fong with a strange expression. Jojo, Sama was called a liar? She blinked and lowered her head to look at young Master Fong. Then, she looked up at Miss Fong and said with a stoic expression, I didn't lie to you. Miss Fong's brother could indeed be saved that day. But now, the truth was right before their eyes. Young Master Fong had mutated. What did this mean? It could only mean one thing. Arbor raised his head and looked deeply at Miss Fong. Chapter 48:57. That day, a drop of mucus was sprayed on young Master Fong's leg, but it hadn't spread yet. She wasn't wrong at the time. Cutting off his leg decisively could effectively prevent the corpse poison from spreading to other areas. Logically speaking, this young Master Fong shouldn't have shown such a strange change, unless he had taken some unknown medicine in the past 2 days. Arbor gazed calmly at Miss Fong. His scorching gaze was like a flame burning fiercely in the depths of Miss Fong's heart. Anger burned this Miss Fong to the brink of delirium. She suddenly let out an ear-piercing shriek. Don't quibble anymore. Don't deny it. You actually made an error in judgment. Miss Fong shouted harshly. Because of you, my younger brother lost a leg and still couldn't save his life. Since that's the case, then why did you cut off his leg back then? What's the use of cutting it off? Isn't it just to make him suffer another round of pain and suffering at such a young age? You vicious woman, what are you after? Why do you want to harm us too? Miss Fong was halfway through her yelling when a guard suddenly walked up and locked her arms. Miss Fong struggled and roared angrily. What are you doing? This woman dares to do such a vicious thing. Don't tell me she won't tell others? Vicious woman, you vicious woman, ah? Young Master Omega Katoku flicked his sleeve and slapped Miss Fong heavily. Miss Fong only felt a fishy sweetness fill her mouth when the tremendous force hit her, and her face also tilted to one side due to the impact. Second young Master's expression was very unsightly, and his eyes were filled with impatience as he said, What are you waiting for? Drag them both out to see if they don't want to stay here. Eldest young Master Chin said indifferently, Deal with the little zombie as soon as possible. Everyone else, return to your tents. There's nothing else to do. Rest well. The Chin Estate's guards immediately pulled on the ropes and dragged the little zombie that had flared up. They also tied Miss Fong, who was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, behind her back and were about to send them off. Wait. Arbor called out to the Cheen Estates guards indifferently. A pair of beautiful almond-shaped eyes looked deeply at Miss Fong. Let me ask you, did you give your brother any medicine in the past 2 days? At this time, Miss Fong's eyes were bloodshot, and she looked like she had gone mad. Hearing this, she said without thinking, "Among our companions, there is a person who knows a little about medicine." She had given her younger brother some nutritious soup and used some medicine to stop bleeding and remove scars. Don't tell me you want to accuse someone else. I don't want to wrongly accuse anyone, Arbor said calmly, but I won't be framed for no reason. If she didn't clear things up today, would she have to carry the blame forever? Although Miss Fong's way of thinking was quite strange. She had only kindly advised little brother Fong to cut off his legs to save his life. But now that little brother Fong had turned into a corpse, it became her fault. Go and get the dregs for me to take a look. I'll get it. For the past 2 days, eldest sister-in-law Yang had warmly helped brew the medicine and took care of the Fong siblings. Before long, this eldest sister-in-law brought over the dregs and presented them to Arbor. Arbor carefully inspected it and looked up at Miss Fong. There's nothing wrong with this medicine. Eldest sister-in-law Yang and a worker simultaneously heaved sighs of relief. If there was a problem with this medicine, wouldn't both of them be out of luck? Chapter 48:58. After all, one of them prescribed the medicine, and the other was responsible for taking care of young Sir Fong. If there was a problem with the medicine, then they could hardly absolve themselves from the blame. Miss Fong glared at Arbor with a mocking expression. What exactly are you trying to prove by doing so many senseless things? Arbor swept a cold glance at Miss Fong, causing the latter to swallow back the words she wanted to shout. This little stoic's eyes were bright and sharp, causing people to feel a bit fearful, Miss Fong thought. You yourself are well aware of what you fed your younger brother. Miss Fong's heart thumped heavily, and then she glared at Arbor with widened eyes. What nonsense are you babbling about? You didn't wrongly accuse anyone else just now, so now you're making a false countercharge and want to wrongly accuse me? Your younger brother was normal before today, right? Sister-in-law Yang subconsciously nodded. That's right. When I delivered the medicine to young Sir Fong this afternoon, there weren't any changes. Looking at the extent of his mutation, he should have taken the basic mutation medicinal fluid this afternoon. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Miss Fong with odd gazes. After noticing everyone's complicated gazes, Miss Fong appeared flustered. She hastily waved her hands and shouted, No, it's not what you think. I didn't. Arbor glanced at her indifferently and flicked a dictum talisman into Miss Fong's glabella like a streak of light. Still not telling the truth? Her voice was chilly, and her gaze was emotionless and apathetic. Miss Fong glanced at her and couldn't help but tremble all over. Her mouth kept opening and closing, but she couldn't control it at all. I also didn't want to. Do you think I wanted to? My younger brother lost his legs, so he wouldn't stop crying in the middle of the night. That person told me that as long as I took his special medicine, 3 days, my younger brother would recover. How would I know what kind of mutation medicinal fluid it was? Why would I harm my own younger brother? Miss Fong screamed in a heart-wrenching rage. That person told me that as long as I took the medicine, my broken bones could regenerate. Perhaps my younger brother would be able to recover in the future. Everyone looked at Miss Fong with disbelief and speechlessness. This Miss Fong was truly innocent to the extreme. How could she believe such nonsense? Did he really take that precious medicine and give it to his younger brother to drink? She had wrongly trusted others and caused her younger brother to become like this. Yet she had previously blamed the little stoic girl, saying that she had made a mistake in her judgment. This was really a case of a thief crying out to catch a thief and making a false accusation. Miss, Gu Dazhong hurriedly ran over, wanting to stop her from continuing. The way everyone looked at him, as if he was an idiot, was too obvious. Now that Miss had made such a ruckus, all her reputation had been ruined by her. The worst part was that the members of the Morong family were also present. The young lady's crazed look was all seen by Master Morong. Originally, Others were indifferent to her. Now that this matter had blown up, it was all over. She can't cultivate, and she's stupid. How could the Murong family accept such a daughter-in-law? Arbor looked at Miss Fong coldly. Originally, he didn't want to pay any attention to this young lady, but this person opened her mouth and pinned a crime on her head. In that case, he had to clear things up with her. Right and wrong. Everyone had to lay out everything clearly. Of course, Miss Fong might not have foreseen this outcome beforehand, so she couldn't bear it. Chapter 48:59. Miss Fong abruptly snapped back to her senses and forcefully broke free from a Qin estate guard. She raised her hand to her throat and glared at Arbor in shock. What did she just say? Why did she feel like she had said a lot just now? After receiving everyone's unconcealed, disdainful gazes, Miss Fong's mind sobered up, and she hastily reached out to grab the dumbstruck eldest sister-in-law Yang. Eldest sister-in-law Yang. Eldest sister-in-law Yang hastily flung her hand away and staggered back 2 steps. She said with an incredulous expression, "Miss Fong, you are too stupid." Eldest sister-in-law Yang really didn't want to attack this unlucky girl with a deathly pale complexion, but the word stupid still jumped out from between her teeth. It had to be said that this Miss Fong was too ridiculously stupid. Even an inexperienced woman like her wouldn't so easily believe a complete stranger, right? She took the medicine and fed it to her younger brother, just because someone said it would be useful. Didn't she consider that this medicinal liquid might harm her younger brother's life? I didn't. Miss Fong's tears fell like rain as she shook her head repeatedly and looked pleadingly at Manager Gu. Gu Dazhong was about to cry from this ignorant eldest Miss Stupidity. His lips twitched for a long time before he finally sputtered. "Miss, why didn't you discuss it with me before doing something?" Miss Fong wailed loudly. "It has nothing to do with me. That person lied to me. He lied to me." "All right, don't listen to her nonsense. She was the one who harmed her younger brother's life." Eldest Young, Sir Qin, interrupted apathetically. She couldn't bear the responsibility for the victim's life, yet she turned around and accused someone else of harming him. "We don't welcome such a vile and crude person here." "Right, we don't welcome her. We don't welcome her." Everyone kicked up a fuss and kept shouting, "Get out of our camp. Throw her into the sea. Let her have a taste of what it's like to fend for herself." "No, don't, Uncle Gu. Miss Fong reached out to grab Manager Gu's sleeve and desperately grabbed his hand. Manager Gu hastily pacified the surrounding crowd and smoothed things over with a smile. Everyone, don't be so agitated. Who gave you the basic mutated medicinal liquid?" Xiao Mu's cold voice cut through the commotion, instantly dispersing the clamorous atmosphere by quite a bit. Everyone thought that it was more important to figure out who gave her the medicinal liquid. Although Fong Gongzi was the only victim in this incident, the mysterious person hiding in the dark was the key to the whole incident. Why did he appear in the camp? Why did he have such a basic medicinal liquid? So, among these people there were spies from the Heavenly Fate Palace. "Young miss, quickly explain yourself." Steward Gu was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. If the young miss was thrown out of the camp at this moment, how would she, the young miss of a rich family, live? Steward Gu's heart was anxious. When he turned around and saw Murong Yin and Murong Zhao, he rushed over and pulled on the two of them, saying, "Young Master Murong, quickly save my family's young Mississippi. She was insensible and made a mistake, but please, for my family's master's sake, please help her." "I don't know. I really don't know anything," Miss Fong cried. "That person appeared in front of me with his face covered. I was worried about my younger brother, so I believed him." Chapter 48:60. Eldest Young Sir Qin coldly swept Miss Fong a glance and said apathetically, "Take her away. Let go of me. You dare to treat me like this? You guys, let go." "Let go," Miss Fong shouted angrily, but she was rudely dragged out of the crowd by the royal guards. Mississippi, Manager Gu hastily chased after her, hopping with anxiety. This time, the Qin Estate's royal guards didn't waste words with Miss Fong and directly grabbed her arm, dragging the wailing Miss Fong out. Murong Yin and Murong Zhao silently met each other's eyes before silently shaking their heads and retracting their gazes. Fortunately, they had called off the engagement with this Miss Fong long ago. If they really married this person, with her IQ, wouldn't their family have no peaceful days in the future? After retracting her gaze, Xiao Mu's gaze seemed to roam around the crowd. After returning to her tent, the little stoic sat at the table and subconsciously turned a cup in her hand. She remained silent for a long time. Murong Fei yawned. Just as she was about to pull open the blankets to continue sleeping, she saw the little stoic pondering when she turned around. "What's wrong?" Murong Fei opened her mouth and paused with one hand tugging at a corner of the blankets. Xiao Mu returned to her senses and turned to look at her. "It's fine, go rest." Murong Fei lifted the blankets and crawled to the short table next to her. She picked up a clean teacup and poured a cup of water, saying with a smile, "Don't worry, only Miss Fong, that dumb person, would fall for such a shallow trick. Anyone with a bit of vigilance probably wouldn't." Arbor suddenly reached out and pressed down on the back of her hand. Murong Fei's hand abruptly paused, and her hand was pressed down. The teacup made a fine clatter and landed on the short table. Arbor reached out to take the teacup and sniffed it with knitted brows before saying gravely, "This tea can't be drunk." Murong Fei jolted in fright, and a nervous expression instantly appeared on her face. "But you also drank it just now. It's not the tea's problem." Arbor took out a small knife and scraped a layer of powder off the cup's rim. Murong Fei immediately clenched her 5 fingers. Her entire body stiffened as she sat up straight. "It's the mouth of the cup that was smeared with powder. Hurry up and inform your 2 brothers." The moment Arbor's words fell, Murong Fei could not care less about her disheveled appearance as she hurriedly put on an outer robe and dashed out. Arbor also chased after him, only to see the tent beside him move slightly, and a black shadow flashed past. The little stoic sneered and stopped. "Formation map." She flicked out a piece of paper from under her sleeve. The formation map turned into a shadow and instantly enveloped the camp. With the place where she stood as the starting point, a trapping array was set up in a matter of minutes. Dozens of flying needles shot out from her body and flew in all directions of the formation. Did he really think that everyone was as stupid as Miss Fong? If he lured her out, she would chase after him alone? She was not going to chase after him. At this time, the black-clothed man hidden in the shadows couldn't help but curse inwardly. This really is a little pervert, completely not following the rules. Currently, the camp was surrounded by a trapping array. If he wanted to forcefully break out, he would definitely be seen through. This damn girl. He didn't expect that he would be forcefully made a fool out of by this girl. He originally thought that after the incident just now, the damn girl would definitely be physically and mentally exhausted. He didn't expect her to still be so vigilant and detect the abnormality at the rim of the cup in less than a second. The camp that had quieted down for less than an hour started clamoring again. Chapter 4861. Arbor used a formation diagram to construct a trapping formation, making it impossible for the black-clothed person to escape. After locking onto this person's aura, she touched the little white snake coiled around her wrist. The little white snake immediately turned into an extremely thin white shadow and abruptly scuttled into the dark night. Arbor narrowed her eyes. After taking a few steps, she saw everyone pouring out of their tents. The commoners all looked a bit alarmed, and they anxiously asked after looking back and forth, "What happened? What now? It can't be that a monster is attacking the camp, right?" Young Master Omega Kitoku lifted the tent flap and involuntarily knitted his brows when he saw the clamorous scene before him. Too many things had happened today. He didn't expect another wave to rise before one wave had even subsided. They hadn't even entered the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm yet. Who the hell knew how many more deceptive things would happen after they entered? Arbor drew a tracking talisman in the air and sent it flying with a flick of her finger. Then, she leisurely walked toward her target. A moment later, the great void serpent's 3-meter-long figure flashed past and suddenly coiled around Arbor, pulling her several dozen meters back. At the same time, flames soared into the sky and exploded inside the camp with a loud explosion. Arbor's eyes instantly turned several degrees colder and harsher, and an indecipherable glimmer flickered in her eyes. Her gaze landed on the raging flames, and it was so cold that people couldn't discern the emotions in her eyes. A dozen or so Qin estate guards hastily rushed over, and the water spiritualist quickly brought the fiery scene under control. "How's the situation?" Eldest Qin walked over with quick steps, a bit of worry hanging on his face. Reporting to eldest young master, "It's fine. It's all under control now." Eldest Qin glanced at Arbor and saw the little stoic's frosty face being coiled around by the great void serpent that was several dozen meters long. The serpent shrunk bit by bit and turned into a slender little white snake. It wore a small crown on its head, and its small head was tilted. It no longer had its giant tail, and its pair of watery eyes looked adorably at the frightened commoners around them. When they saw this several dozen meters long serpent just now, everyone was stupefied. Some were so scared that their legs went soft and they couldn't walk. There were also people who were shrouded in fear, crying and screaming. It was truly a lively scene. "Is everyone all right?" Old Steward Luo ran over from behind with his fat belly. Arbor's cold gaze slid past the old manager and swept past the faces of everyone present. In the end, his gaze landed on the few young masters of the Qin estate. "Someone wants my life, do you know that?" The eldest young master's face darkened slightly, and he hurriedly nodded and said, "Jojo, don't worry. We will do our best to investigate this matter." Arbor looked at him with a deep gaze. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a trace of a smile that was not a smile. "Oh, who do you think this person can break into the camp at night and accurately find me in so many large tents?" Old Steward Luo frowned slightly and tried to smooth things over with an apologetic smile. "Little miss, this is just an accident. Someone trespassed into the camp, and the young masters didn't know about it. But to put it bluntly, the Qin Estate's guards had no obligation to protect everyone's safety for free. Regardless of whether it was in the past or now, you can only rely on yourself." Arbor nodded apathetically and didn't say anything before turning around and walking back to his tent. "Jojo," eldest young Master Qin hastily called out and turned around to harshly reprimand Old Steward Luo. "How can you speak like that? Shut up if you don't know how to speak." Old Steward Luo was a very senior manager in the Qin estate, and the Qin estate's young masters had always held due respect for him. Chapter 4862. Eldest Qin reprimanded him in front of so many people today, which could be considered extremely severe. Old Steward Luo hurriedly cupped his hands in apology. "Yes, this old servant has overstepped his boundaries. This old servant will go and apologize to Miss Xiao right now." Eldest young Sir Qin coldly glared at him. "No need." Murong Fei quickly followed Arbor into the tent and flicked her sleeve to create a soundproof barrier. "Little junior sister, are you suspecting something? Someone in the troop is experimenting on living people." Arbor resolutely said, "The Fong siblings are the first victims. That Miss Fong should be mutating soon." "What?" Murong Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. "Little junior sister, could it be that Miss Fong, she also drank the mutated medicinal liquid?" Arbor nodded and turned to look at her. "Did you tell your elder brother to pay more attention to his diet recently?" Murong Fei nodded. "I did." Arbor expressionlessly sat down in front of the short table. Holding a white porcelain teacup in one hand, he coldly said, "I can roughly guess." Early the next morning, everyone got out of bed and gathered with panda eyes. The breakfast distributed by the Qin estate was half a steamed bun with some salted vegetables for each person 2 days ago. Today's portion was even less than 2 days ago. They only received about 1/3 of the steamed bun, and there wasn't even any salted vegetables. Everyone looked at each other and silently chewed on the dried steamed bun with plain water. Duo Shanmei and the rest silently put away the steamed bun without eating. In any case, with their cultivation, it wouldn't matter if they didn't eat for a few days. That white steamed bun really didn't look appetizing. Yin Yunji yawned and jogged to Arbor's side. Ignoring Murong Fei's disdainful gaze, he hurriedly whispered, little junior sister, I have some apple soup that I made myself. Do you want a bowl? Arbor glanced at him and reluctantly nodded. Yin Yunji was overjoyed and hurriedly took out an ear cup from his inner world. Taking out 2 small bowls, he very sensibly poured a bowl each for Arbor and Murong Fei. Murong Fei originally didn't want to drink it, but when she saw Arbor drinking it in small sips, she put on a cold face and drank a few mouthfuls. It was still warm, and it tasted sweet and sour. It tasted pretty good. Little junior sister, I have eggs and meat buns here. You should eat some too. Yin Yunji took out a small plate, a few freshly peeled boiled eggs, and 5 palm-sized meat buns. Eat well for breakfast. When the secret realm opens, you'll have the strength to compete with others for treasures, Yin Yunji said with a smile. Arbor thought it made sense. He took a meat bun and took 2 bites. Miss Murong, go ahead and eat. Yin Yunji was a very perceptive person. Seeing that his junior sister had a good relationship with this lady from the Murong family, he quickly wanted to build a good relationship with the other party. Shouldn't the trivial matter between the Murong family and the Yun family from 100 years ago have long faded away in their generation? It was so annoying to always remember those grudges and hatred. If there was a grudge, it should be between the ancestors of the Yun family and the Murong family. It really didn't have much to do with them, the younger generation. Humph! Murong Fei threw him a cold glance and raised her hand to take out a boiled egg. The 3 of them sat in front of the tent and ate, attracting many gazes from time to time. A middle-aged woman nibbled on the steamed bun in her hand without tasting anything, but her eyes were fixed on the plate of eggs and meat buns, not moving away. Steward Gu is back. Chapter 4863. Are you all right, Manager Gu? Several fellow workers glanced behind him and inquired quietly, Where's Miss? Did they really throw Miss into the sea? In their opinion, this was too cruel. Wasn't throwing a young lady without any cultivation directly into the sea the same as helplessly watching her die? They didn't expect this trip to be so dangerous. All 3 members of the Fong family sighed. What was the use of earning so much money when Master Fong previously opened such a large trading company? It couldn't buy back the lives of their family of 3. Manager Gu's eyes glistened with tears as he shook his head and said in a choked voice, Miss also fell ill. What? Miss almost pounced at me and bit me. If it weren't for the royal guards firmly holding me down, I probably would have been bitten. Eldest sister-in-law Yang and the others' expressions all changed. In the eyes of ordinary people, the greatest characteristic of a zombie mutation was that it would bite people indiscriminately while in a delirious state. As long as one was bitten by a zombie, the zombie poison would mix into another person's body, and that person would also be out of luck. Therefore, zombies weren't actually scary. The scariest thing was that they were contagious. Are you all right, Manager Gu? Several people inquired in whispers with terrified gazes. When 5th young Sir Chin came over with pastries, he saw these people gathered in 2s and 3s and whispering about something. He didn't pay much attention to them and walked to Arbor without consulting anyone. With a glance, he saw that the little lady had already eaten her breakfast. Xiao Xiao, why are you so early today? Didn't the little stoic habitually sleep until the end of the morning or 9 in the morning before waking up? I'm full, the little fellow said expressionlessly. Inexplicably, the zither cultivator read traces of distant alienation in the stoic's eyes. What was going on? She was still fine yesterday, but the little stoic didn't like him early this morning. Young sir, 3 or 4 large ships have arrived at the beach. Many people have disembarked. It seems the news of the opening of the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm has spread throughout the 3 provinces. Eldest young Sir Chin absent-mindedly set down the cup in his hand and stood up to walk outside. Did something special happen today? Yes. 5th young Sir delivered breakfast to Miss Xiao today, but he was rejected. The royal guard followed behind the eldest young Sir and recounted the details. Eldest young Sir Chin paused in his steps and sighed with a heavy gaze. He reached out and lifted the curtain. The cold wind blew against his face, and his soft hair swayed slightly in the wind. Qin Xian covered his forehead with one hand and narrowed his eyes as he looked into the distance. The dust and sand were blown away by the wind and went straight into people's eyes. The wind seems to be blowing. The guard behind him muttered softly. Qin Xian nodded slowly. It's windy. Patriarch. Patriarch. Mu Lixiang and Mu Yuan were following behind the Mu family's team. When they saw Arbor's figure from afar, they quickly ran toward the camp. When the other members of the Mu family saw this, they quickly followed and formed a circle. They stood beside Arbor and greeted them one by one. Arbor nodded at the crowd in response. Mu Wuzi, that brat, revealed a trace of arrogance on his small, round face. He raised his head and shouted, "Although you have already taken over the position of our Mu family's patriarch, but if you want me to acknowledge you, humph, you still need to make some achievements." Mu Jiating said longingly, "What achievements do we still need?" Patriarch is someone who continuously charged to the highest floor of Morning Sun Restaurant and can even draw a sacred-grade golden talisman in the air. Chapter 4864. Mu Lixiang nodded with a smile. "That's right. Young Master Wuzi, aren't your requirements a bit too high? Could it be that young Master Watts has already forgotten the miserable training at home a few days ago? Don't you know who said it? It's this new patriarch." Mu Wuzi grimaced as he grumbled in his heart. Mu Yuan laughed in spite of herself. "Aren't you afraid that the patriarch will punish you by doubling your training program?" Mu Wuzi's small round face instantly turned bitter. He hurriedly took 3 steps back and said, Forget it. It's not like I can't admit you." Arbor glanced at them expressionlessly. "Why are you all here?" Mu Lixiang's ability to express herself was very strong. She explained the matter clearly in a few words. It turned out that the Divine Continent had received news that the Lotus Sage realm in the Pool of Forgetfulness had opened. Many aristocratic families of various sizes had organized many people to come and investigate. Arbor's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, as if he smelled a conspiracy. She inexplicably thought of the Phoenix egg on Seacombe Planet and the experience in the Phoenix Forest during the Heaven Rankings preliminary round. Tianyun's usual method was to gather the cultivators of various aristocratic families and sects, and then make a move against them. "Don't let your guard down. Be ready to fight at any time," Arbor said to them. He turned to see Duan Tianyao of the Duan clan, Do Fengyin, Do Fengqi, and the others of the Do clan. He had met the elite disciples of the aristocratic families before, so he was more or less familiar with them. Arbor glanced at them and then looked away. He said to Mu Lixiang and the others, "Go set up camp first. Be careful at night. This camp isn't peaceful either." Mu Lixiang and the others nodded repeatedly. Arbor saw that they were about to turn and leave, but he still said, "Someone turned into a corpse in the camp yesterday." Everyone's expression changed slightly. "Come to me after setting up camp. I estimate that the entrance to the Lotus Sage realm will open in the next 2 days. There were soundproof barriers and defensive barriers set up outside. If someone tried to eavesdrop through the barriers, Arbor and the others would immediately notice." At this time, Sir Jojo's tent was filled with more than 20 disciples of the Mu family. Yin Yunji and the 3 Murong siblings were also gathered there. "I wonder what kind of situation this pond Lotus Sage realm is," Arbor said indifferently, his fingertips lightly touching the table. "After we enter the secret realm, we will immediately separate from them." Arbor took out a set of teleportation array glyphs. "However, I don't know how the teleportation in the secret realm will be like. When the time comes, you must follow me closely. I will activate the teleportation as soon as possible. Everyone, activate your defensive barriers and put on your spiritual or divine armors. You must be careful, because he didn't know what was going on. He didn't know where he would be teleported to. If he ended up in the cave of some ferocious beast, it would be a bloody battle. Of course, based on her past experience, the little crown princess believed that she wouldn't be so unlucky. All right, Mu Lixiang and the others quickly nodded. They already knew what kind of person this young patriarch was from their previous series of contacts. He was a man of his word, but at least the young patriarch was absolutely reliable. Mu Rongfei's heart suddenly jumped. Jojo, what are you suspecting? Can you tell us? There is definitely something wrong with the Qin family, Arbor said coldly. Chapter 4865. Inside the Dou family tent. Younger sister, don't you feel that the atmosphere in this camp is a bit strange? It gives people the feeling that everyone is doing their own thing. The person who spoke had dark skin and a tall and sturdy body. Even though he lowered his voice to speak, his volume was still not soft. Sitting opposite him was a woman who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. She had delicate features and a pair of fox-like eyes that shone with a shrewd light. Eldest brother, we weren't originally from the same team. We just happened to be on this island waiting for the mystic realm to open. Younger sister, you're right. Eldest brother, you have to work harder this time. Look at these days, the limelight of our main family disciples has all been snatched away by those branch family disciples. Dou Xinwu pursed her lips and said indignantly, this time, we must find this 9-colored sacred lotus when we enter the pond lotus sacred realm. After taking this sacred medicine, no matter how bad it is, it can still raise one's cultivation by a large realm. If it can achieve the expected effect of cultivating 100 times faster within a year, that would be even better. That's just a legend. Dou Tengqi said woodenly and couldn't help but raise his hand to scratch his head. He didn't have much luck in his life. If he really could find the 9-colored sacred lotus, he would have to worry if it was the final radiance of the setting sun. Eldest brother. Dou Xinwu jumped up from the stool and patted her brother's shoulder. How can you be so unambitious? You have to have confidence in yourself. Could it be that we, brother and sister, can't compare to those minor branch family disciples who came up from Seacone Planet? Dou Xinwu pursed her lips. Those disciples in the family are all snobs. Seeing Dou Fengyan and Dou Fenghua's medical skills, they all come up to look at them and call them second young master or eldest young master. I don't want to hear it. Dou Tengqi laughed foolishly. But father also said that their aptitudes are indeed the best in the family. So what if they are the best? Didn't they come from a small and shabby starfield like Seacone Planet? If it wasn't for our Dou family's nurturing, would they be where they are today? They don't know how to be grateful at all and still want to fight with eldest brother for the family head position. Dou Tengqi hurriedly waved his hand. Little sister, father also said that I am not suitable to be the patriarch. Big brother, you're really useless. Dou Xinwu angrily slapped the table. If I say you can, then you can. In short, this time in the pond lotus sacred realm, us siblings will definitely make the entire clan look at us in a new light. Kui'er, mother still has half a steam bun here. Eat it first. Mother, Kui'er isn't hungry. The little boy's eyes stared straight at the half-eaten steam bun in his mother's hand. He swallowed his saliva, but still shook his head firmly. Silly child, you're still growing. Come eat it. Eldest sister-in-law Yang used her sleeve to wipe the corners of her eyes when her son wasn't paying attention. Her child had followed him all the way to escape. She didn't know how much hardship he had suffered. Every time, he was starving and cold. As a mother, she was useless. Originally, she had heard from the people in the village that the Wangchuan Sea was much more peaceful than the land. There were not as many zombies roaming around. She had thought that once she had gathered enough money, she would take her son to the sea and find a peaceful place to settle down. Who knew man proposes, God disposes. Arbor sat in his own tent and used his demonic pupils to observe more than 10 tents in succession. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Chapter 4866. She silently waved her hand to smooth out the halo from her demonic pupils and pondered silently for a long time. In the evening, it started drizzling on the island, and it continued to drizzle. The people who were preparing to start a fire outside to cook soup were also drenched by the rain and returned to their tents. The food that the Qin estate could distribute was dwindling. It was probably because their resources were limited, so they had to ensure that their own people were full first. After Arbor learned of this situation, he straightforwardly took out some rations from his storage talisman and had people distribute them to eldest sister-in-law Yang and her children, hoping that they wouldn't have to eat weeds. However, before long, The two Qin estate guards who delivered the rations came running back furiously with red palm prints on their faces. Arbor couldn't help but be taken aback. After interacting with them these past few days, he knew that eldest sister-in-law Yang and the other women were all gentle and tactful people. How could they possibly attack the Qin estate's guards? Miss, please go out and take a look. The people who are snatching the rations are red-eyed. The little stoic was just about to go out when she saw the door curtain lift and eldest young Sir Qin strode inside. He couldn't resist sighing when he saw her. Jojo, did you give him the rations? Arbor nodded in confusion. What is it? You don't know? When the Dou clan, Duan clan, and several other patrician families passed by the seaside village, they saved several hundred fishermen. They brought them along with them. Due to the lack of resources, many fishermen have been hungry for a day or two. Eldest young Sir Qin said helplessly, You suddenly gave eldest sister-in-law Yang and the others so much rations, so of course they would be envious. There are people who dare to snatch the things I give. The little crown princess's tone was extremely icy. Since ancient times, no one has been able to snatch from me, Arbor. Eldest young Sir Qin was most aware of her protective nature. After interacting with them these past few days, the little stoic had clearly classified eldest sister-in-law Yang and the other women and children into her protective category. Moreover, with the little stoic's stubborn and soft-hearted personality, if she knew that so many refugees had come to the island, she would definitely generously donate without hesitation. But now, the bad thing was that this bunch of stupid fishermen actually tried to snatch the rations from eldest sister-in-law Yang and the other women. Not only did he beat up the guards, he also injured eldest sister-in-law Yang and the other commoners. Arbor held up an oil paper umbrella and walked out of the tent. He saw the messy group of people not far away. Her eyes were emotionless as she stared at him coldly for a long time. Others didn't know what she was thinking, but she was the only one who knew. Arbor seemed to have seen his past life. When she and Captain Gao's training team went out on missions, they not only had to be wary of the mutant creatures that appeared from time to time, but they also had to be wary of people, the unpredictable human heart. Jojo, eldest young Sir Qin, couldn't resist calling out to her softly when he saw her standing there in a daze for a long time. Arbor came back to his senses and said expressionlessly, Separate these people. When the Qin estate's guards received the eldest young master's instructions, they stepped forward and rudely pulled away the fishermen who were rolling in the mud. Some of the more vicious ones threw a few punches at them and knocked them to the ground. It wasn't like they couldn't beat these aggressive fishermen. It was just that they couldn't make a move without the young master's orders. The Qin estate's guards brought the chaotic scene under control within a few minutes. They shoved the fishermen who were the most aggressive in snatching the rations forward and shouted, Behave yourselves. One of the fishermen with an extremely sturdy body bellowed, What are you doing? Chapter 48:67. Bam bam. The Qin estate's guards bluntly knocked that person to the ground with 2 punches. The Qin estate's guards are so impressive. Dou Xinwu couldn't resist mocking them when she heard the commotion and just happened to see this scene. What kind of ability was beating up a few fishermen without any cultivation? Eldest young Sir Qin indifferently swept this Miss Dou a glance. Miss Dou, saving people is indeed a meritorious deed, but since you save them, it's best to manage them well. Don't let them casually come out and bite people like rabid dogs. Who are you calling rabid dogs? Dou Xinwu couldn't help but glare angrily at the eldest young sir when she heard the contempt and mockery in his words. Whoever steals the grain is a rabid dog. Ling Gu harumphed and flung her torn sleeve to the ground. When the group of people surged over just now, it gave him a fright. Ling Gu did her best to protect the 5 young masters as they retreated, but who knew that the crowd would surge over and squeeze them in the center, making it impossible for them to leave. Dou Xinwu gritted her teeth and glared at Ling Gu before turning to look at the leading fisherman. You stole the grain? The fishermen pursed their lips, and one of them braced himself to quibble. Eldest, we're all from the same camp. Do those women need so much grain? It's human nature to share some with us, right? Bah! A shrewish woman scuttled out from eldest sister-in-law Yang's side and scolded with reddened eyes. You only want a little? You've taken all the food away. Even when eldest sister-in-law Yang said to leave some for this child, you weren't willing. A bunch of immoral bandits still have the face to quibble here? Arbor glanced coldly at Do Xinwu and company. After you're done being the Virgin Mary and erecting a memorial arch, you leave people there without a care. These people are now coming out to steal the grain like rabid dogs, but you actually turn a blind eye to it. Don't wear such a big hat if you don't have such a big head. Holy light isn't so easy to illuminate. The little stoic's rebuke made Do Xinwu and company flush red in the face. Without enough wealth, power, how could you illuminate the world with bullshit? How can you speak like that, miss? Do Xinwu couldn't help but be anxious. What you mean is that we should just leave those fishermen in distress on the beach alone. Did he not care about their lives? You're too cruel. The fisherman immediately looked at Arbor with condemning gazes, as if the little stoic had done something heinous. Arbor looked at her expressionlessly, a hint of sarcasm in the corner of his mouth. You overestimate yourself. Do Xinwu's eyes widened in anger. Just as she was about to refute, she suddenly heard a frightened cry from behind the crowd. Everyone retreated in all directions, leaving only the two siblings, Do Xinwu and Do Tengqi, who turned around in a daze and met a pair of dark eyes. That person was originally squatting on top of a person, biting that person's arm with all his might. At this moment, he looked towards them with a trace of dark red blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Do Xinwu immediately let out an earth-shattering scream as she quickly hid behind her brother. That zombie's movements were extremely swift and ferocious, and it pounced in front of Do Tengqi. Do Tengqi almost collapsed on his butt. He was so frightened that he hastily kicked his legs and retreated several steps. That zombie's movements were extremely fast. With a strange wah, it suddenly jumped like a frog and opened its ghastly fangs to bite Do Tengqi's arm. Do Tengqi threw a punch in his panic. Chapter 48:68. The fist wind landed on the zombie's head with a bang, but it only caused the zombie to slowly shake its head. There was nothing unusual about it. At this moment, someone in the crowd cried out involuntarily. Isn't this Manager Gu? Manager Gu has also mutated. Gu Dazhong was squatting on the ground, his eyes bloodshot as he stared coldly at Do Tengqi. Do Tengqi was about to pee his pants from his stare. He cursed in his heart. You old fart, can't you find someone else to stare at? Gu Dazhong roared and abruptly jumped up. Everyone instantly discovered that Manager Gu's jumping ability was too good. With just a light jump, he was already more than a dozen meters in the air. When he swooped down to pounce on Do Tengqi, his head was suddenly pierced by a black gold arrow, and he fell heavily to the ground. This Manager Gu's head was pierced by a jet black arrowhead, and his limbs were still swinging nonstop on the ground. However, his entire body was like a frog that had lost its balance, unable to turn over even when facing the sky. Why can this zombie still move its limbs after being shot in the head? An aristocratic family disciple couldn't help but ask in shock. That was because a crystal core was forming in this zombie's head. If it wasn't destroyed, it would never stop moving. As he spoke, Arbor released a blue spiritual fire from his fingertip, which landed on Manager Gu's head. The fire quickly spread to Steward Gu's body, completely burning him into ashes. Look, why is there a strong beam of light shining over there? Just as one person finished speaking, another aristocratic family disciple couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the mystic realm. The mystic realm is open." What? The Lotus Pond's sacred realm is open. That beam of light. Arbor's expression changed, and he turned to eldest young Master Qin and said, "Quickly send these ordinary people out." Eldest young Master Qin nodded hastily, but it was already too late when the light of transportation appeared. When the entire Lotus Pond Island was enveloped by this beam of light, everyone felt a burst of comfort throughout their bodies. It was as if they were floating in the air. In a flash, everyone in the campsite ran out of their tents and was instantly transported out after being enveloped by the light of transportation. The cultivators were thinking, "Oh no, So many people are going to the secret realm this time. I don't know if I can successfully get the treasure I want." Sister-in-law Yang and the fishermen were praying in the depths of their hearts, praying that the heavens would hear their voices and send them out of this place. As the light and shadow flickered, Arbor's vision was suddenly replaced by a scene of fragrant grass and butterflies filling the sky. There was no more sand in front of him. Instead, it was replaced by a small and quiet bamboo forest. The three siblings, Murong Fei and Murong Yin, as well as more than 20 people from the Mu family, were all teleported here. Soon after, the young masters of the Qin estate, the Duan clan, the Dou clan, and the other aristocratic clans were also teleported to this bamboo forest. Everyone looked at each other. Arbor's reaction speed was absolutely swift as he directly took out a set of teleportation talismans. As eldest young Master Qin called out, "Jojo," in astonishment, bringing Murong Yinyun, Yin Yunji, and the group of people from the Mu family, they teleported away with a so sound. The five young masters widened their eyes in sadness. "Is Jojo looking down on us?" South, light flashed, and Sir Jojo appeared beside them again with a group of people. Everyone, without another word, Arbor activated the teleportation talisman formation again. Chapter 48-69. Whoosh! The group was instantly teleported away, and they teleported away again without hesitation. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. At the beginning, they might have thought that the little stoic's hand shook and opened the wrong teleportation talisman. But now, they were completely certain that this little fellow did it on purpose. She purposely teleported away to get away from them. Eldest young, Sir Qin's eyes flickered, and his lips curled into a faintly discernible smile. He couldn't help but sigh softly in his mind. This imp was always so sharp. He really didn't know what to say. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, the little girl had always been wary of him. Swish! The little stoic and her group appeared expressionlessly beside the Qin estate's young masters again. Second Qin's eyes were sharp and his hands deft, and he was just about to grab this stoic face. However, this imp teleported away again with the group after 7 or 8 times in a row. Although the little stoic's expression didn't change, she was evidently having a mental breakdown on the inside. Moreover, Yin Yunji and the others behind her had strange expressions. If they didn't want to leave this place, as if they were fleeing for their lives, Yin Yunji and the others really couldn't resist bursting into laughter because they teleported several times in a row. Arbor and his group had messy hairstyles that couldn't be blown away by the wind. It was a bit indescribable. Everyone, cough, Jojo, swish. Swish, 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 swish. After 18 teleportations, Arbor brought everyone back to their original location and said expressionlessly, "This place is surrounded by a bamboo forest. There's a lake ahead. Apart from this, the terrain is more or less the same as here. It's easy to get lost, so we have to be careful when we walk. Everyone, don't think that we won't know that you wanted to sneak away back then just because you kept a straight face and explained the situation here. Look at the hairstyles of those people behind you. Each and every one of them had that crooked expression. Don't you think you're hilarious?" Eldest young Sir Qin restrained himself and pursed his lips into a smile. "All right, then let's set off. Pay attention to the surroundings and don't get lost." "MHM," Arbor nodded solemnly. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. They couldn't teleport in this godforsaken mystic realm. This mystic realm probably had a fixed teleportation entrance. No matter how many times he was teleported within the Pool Lotus Sacred Realm, he would always be teleported back to the entrance. How could there be such a ridiculous mystic realm in this world? This is simply infuriating. The little stoic's face was taut as she strode forward. Didn't the 5 great clans send people to guard this place? Where are they? Gathering all 5 keys didn't seem to be of any use. If this wasn't cheating, then what was? Who knew how many people had been cheated by this mystic realm since ancient times? Everyone knew that this little girl was very depressed, so they didn't say anything and hurriedly followed her footsteps. Yin Yunji and the others inexplicably had an intense desire to survive. If they dared to laugh out loud at this time, The little stoic would definitely kick them out of the team in a fit of anger, absolutely not showing any mercy. Murong Fei said weakly, "This place is still the outer area of the mystic realm. Logically speaking, we have to walk further in before we can see them." Xiao Mu was involuntarily taken aback when she heard this. From Murong Fei's words, the guard of the 5 great clans were stationed at the outer area of the secret territory all year round? Wouldn't that be equivalent to being sealed in the secret realm for who knows how many years? Wasn't life simply too boring? What fun could there be in guarding the mystic realm all day long? Chapter 4870. Murong Fei saw her strange expression and knew that she had misunderstood. She hurriedly said, "Little junior sister, this mystic realm opens about once every 3 years. Every time it opens, the passageway will open. We basically rotate the guardians every 2 years. That was about 5 to 6 years. At that time, the guardians would change." Arbor made an O sound, showing a, "I'm not interested in the arrangements of the 5 great aristocratic families look." Murong Fei coughed lightly and said, "There won't be any problems in the outer area. Speaking of which, only by entering the sacred door opened by the gilded copper key can we be considered to have truly entered the interior of the mystic realm." Arbor! Exclamation point. Then why didn't you say so earlier, causing her to anxiously reveal her plan and let eldest Qin and the rest know that she wanted to escape? "Damn," eldest young master said with a smile. "Usually in those ancient natural mystic realms, there are transportation restrictions and many other restrictions as well. It's not as loose as in Senior's inheritance mystic realm." Arbor's little face was cold as he glanced sideways at eldest young master. Without a word, he turned and left. Humph. Didn't he mean that even if everyone entered the sacred door opened by the gilded copper key, he might not be able to escape? Who would believe that? When they reached the inside, Sir Jojo would still escape. Everyone walked around this bamboo forest for an unknown period of time. A disciple from a small aristocratic family couldn't help but ask softly, "Where will the rest of the people go?" When they were at the campsite, the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm suddenly opened and the light of transportation enveloped everyone. In theory, including the old, weak, women and children, there were about 1,000 people in their group who were transported into the mystic realm. However, the strange thing was that after walking around in this bamboo forest for about an hour, they still didn't see anyone else. Arbor muttered in his heart. Most of the people were ordinary commoners without cultivation. If possible, it was best to be transported out as soon as possible. "I know this place. It's not far ahead." Murong Zhao hurriedly quickened his steps, turning back from time to time to urge his brother and sister. "If we continue forward, we will see the guards of the 5 great aristocratic families." Murong Zhao suddenly stopped. He was walking at the very front, so when he stopped, everyone else naturally stopped as well. Everyone glanced over and couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. Dozens of corpses were strewn all over the ground, covering the path leading to the Saint Gate. The faces of these corpses had long been blurred, and their bodies had been dried by the wind. They looked like they had been dead for many years. "What's going on?" Murong Fei's heart tightened as she quickly followed her 2 brothers to check on the disciples of the Murong family. However, there was no way to find out anything. These corpses were basically skeletons, and the clothes on their bodies were tattered beyond recognition. Murong Fei and the others were barely able to recognize the 10 or so disciples from the badges on their waists. The 3 siblings' faces turned grave for a moment. All the disciples sent to guard the Pond Lotus sacred grounds had mysteriously died at the Holy Gate's entrance. What did this mean? A long time ago, someone had injured the guards and opened the door without permission. What's going on? Murong Yin frowned and muttered to himself. Could it be that another elder of the Wangchuan Duo clan has barged into this holy gate? Duo Shanmei had been hiding at the back like a quiet little quail. Now that they heard Murong Shi slandering their family, they were unable to hold themselves back. Chapter 4871. Duo Shanmei jumped up and shouted, "Young Master Murong, don't accuse people unjustly, okay?" Seeing Murong, Yin looking over, Duo Shanmei couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. Yes, yes. A year ago, there was an elder of my clan who was hot-headed and foolish enough to barge into the depths of the pond Lotus Sacred Land. But didn't he already realize his mistake? Moreover, he was punished by the sacred realm and never came out again, right? Murong Fei couldn't resist snickering. You think he didn't want to come out? He just didn't have the ability to continue coming out to cause trouble. Murong Yin also nodded and said, it was precisely because of him that the path behind the pool Lotus Sacred Realm's sacred gate was sealed at that time. Even at this time, it might not have been unsealed. It was unsealed. Young Master Omega Kitoku coldly interjected and lightly pushed out his left palm. As the energy ripples soundlessly spread out in the air, two thick scarlet gilded copper doors opened in response. Endless white fog emerged from inside and swept towards everyone outside the door. Jojo, it looks like the 5 gilded copper keys I gave you before are useless now. Eldest young Master Qin whispered with a chuckle. This sacred gate could be opened with a push, so what kind of keys were needed? It was a waste of all the effort he put in earlier. Arbor took out 5 gilded copper keys from his pocket and looked at them pensively before suddenly throwing them out. The 5 gold-plated copper keys formed a circle before abruptly coming together to form a copper key in midair, which then landed in Xiao Mu's hand. The little stoic put the copper key into her pocket with a cold expression and didn't say anything. When everyone saw that she didn't say anything, they felt like their hearts were scratching their lungs and wanted to ask. Arbor led the group of Mu family members through the pile of corpses first, revealing a grave expression. After getting closer and observing, Arbor discovered that the bones and tendons of these people on the ground had been broken inch by an unknown person, and they died very cleanly. In other words, when they fought back then, it was practically a single exchange, and these people on the ground were killed by that opponent with a single strike. Everyone followed the flowing fog and stepped into the holy gate. In an instant, their eyes were immersed in a vast expanse of fog, and they couldn't see the people and objects around them clearly. Several screams came from beside him. The disciples of the aristocratic families immediately held their swords in front of their chests in panic and cried out in fear. There's an ambush here. Something dragged them away, huala huala, after several sounds of water. Murong Fei hurriedly opened her spiritual consciousness and looked around. It would have been better if he didn't take a look, but when he did, he was shocked. It turned out that they were walking on a path paved with stones, which was only about a meter wide. On both sides of the path, there were dark and bottomless pools. From time to time, a giant tail would emerge from the deep pool and sweep up a man, dragging him into the depths of the pool. This giant tail appeared in the left side of the pool for a while, and then came out from the right side of the pool in the next. Everyone hastily ran forward together. Unexpectedly, the running crowd seemed to have angered this ferocious beast, and icy cold pool water splashed down on everyone's heads. A head the size of a millstone emerged from the pool, and its small eyes stared eerily at everyone. A long, giant tail with countless barbs rolled out and swatted at the people on the shore. Someone screamed, "Sacred beast Ichthyosaur." Chapter 4872. Someone immediately cried out in alarm. The sacred beast dragonfish. It's the sacred beast, the sacred beast. As if responding to everyone's panic, the giant long tail that rose from the deep pool smashed towards the stone path in the middle with a series of splashes. Boom! The huge tremors seemed to have smashed into everyone's hearts, causing them to jump heavily. Most of the cultivators looked back and forth in panic, and a trace of fear surfaced in their eyes. Not good. The sacred beast wants to smash this path. If everyone fell into the deep pool, then they would absolutely become a delicious meal for the sacred beast. While everyone was shouting like headless flies, the little stoic had already dashed forward, leading Yun Yunji, Murong Yin, and the Mu family members in a mad dash forward. Shout, shout, shout. If shouting blindly was useful, then the sacred beast wouldn't chase after them. The stone path they were on now was the only path that led forward. What the hell were they shouting for instead of running there? When the others saw the little stoic's group, dashing forward quickly, they immediately understood. If they didn't run now, when would they? If one were to look down from the sky, they would be able to see that between the two dark pools, there was a narrow stone path that led straight to the front. Over 100 cultivators hurriedly dashed forward, as if they were running for their lives. Someone ran in a hurry, and his figure flitted across the sky. However, in less than a second, his feet were pulled down to the ground, and he still stepped heavily onto the stone path. Flight was prohibited. This thought flashed through everyone's minds, and their hearts abruptly sank. One person tried again with a fluke mentality, but when his feet were only half a foot off the ground, he was slapped to the ground by a heavy force. He abruptly fell forward and rolled several times before crashing into a female cultivator. The two of them screamed and rolled into a ball. Just as they were about to fall into the deep pool together, a leg suddenly stretched out from the side and kicked them hard. This helped them stabilize their bodies. This dear friend broke out in a cold sweat. When he looked up, he saw Duo Shanmei looking at him with her arms crossed. Don't be so reckless. Not only did this dear friend almost kill her just now, he also dragged down the female cultivator next to her in passing. Sorry. That person repeatedly apologized and hurriedly helped up the female cultivator who was rolling on the ground. As he spoke, a muffled sound came from the cobblestone road under their feet. It was unknown when the dragonfish's tail had curled up on the road. A small Xiozhi running at the very back was blocked by the ichthyosaur's enormous tail. He immediately found it difficult to move forward, and his face instantly turned pale. Save me. That guy's face was pale, his legs were trembling, and he couldn't help but tremble. The clansmen of the Duo clan looked back with sympathy in their eyes. Life is so fragile. In the blink of an eye, the ichthyosaur's tail, which was hundreds of feet long, suddenly swept towards the cultivator. Everyone hurriedly looked back and saw the barbs on the dragonfish's tail had pierced into the Xiozhi's body. In merely a few seconds, the cultivator was shredded into pieces. Not even a scrap of bone was left. All of them took a deep breath, and they didn't dare turn around and get distracted as they dashed forward madly along with the crowd. Then, he heard a series of cracking sounds coming from behind him. A wave of panic spread through everyone's hearts, and they hurriedly increased their speed. In a race of speed like this, no one would joke around with their own life. Chapter 4873. That was definitely a speed talisman. Using the speed talisman and acceleration medicinal liquid. Taking the acceleration medicinal liquid would allow him to run as fast as he could. He would run as straight as the wind, hating his parents for not giving him 2 more legs. Just as their hearts were about to jump out of their chests, the little stoics suddenly turned around and leaped up. Everyone, where were they? What was happening now? Why did they see the little stoic fly up and even run back? Illusion, this must be an illusion. Little stoic, come back. Jojo, what are you doing? Before Murong Fei could finish muttering, she saw the little stoic swiftly fling out a storage talisman and pulling out an oversized gold club from it. Her small face was stern as she glared angrily at the pursuing sacred ichthyosaur's huge tail. Without a second word, she smashed it down with a boom. After a deafening crash, everyone's pupils contracted. They clearly saw several barbs on the ichthyosaur's tail break from the little stoic's smash. However, it only broke a few barbs and didn't cause any substantial damage to its tail. Even so, the little stoic's provocative action still infuriated the ichthyosaur. After a furious roar, this ichthyosaur bore out from the depths of the pond with its catfish head. It spat out a string of bubbles from its wide mouth, and its 2 long whiskers flew up, looking like it was blowing its whiskers and glaring. Arrogant human. Mommy, it spoke. A cultivator's mind went blank, and she suddenly screamed. Everyone turned to look at her, and they all looked like they had been struck by lightning. Please, it was a sacred beast, okay? Let alone speaking, it wasn't impossible for it to even transform into a human form. This was probably the first time this female cultivator saw a sacred beast, so she blurted out this sentence in a moment of nervousness. She blushed a bit when she thought about it, and hastily smiled sheepishly. Cough, I forgot. Being able to remain calm with such a large fish-head sacred beast looming in front of everyone was enough to prove that she was used to grand spectacles. After Arbor smashed down several times with his club, he looked back at the stupefied crowd and couldn't resist roaring. Are you stupid? Why didn't you continue running? You all want to keep them as desserts? That female cultivator was an extremely emotional person, and her eyes turned red on the spot. Miss Chiao is really a good person. We must not let her sacrifice down. Let's go. Jojo, Sama, who had somehow been given the good guy card, looked back with a puzzled expression. A group of people who are in the way. Hurry up and go away. If he stayed behind her, she wouldn't be able to fight freely. The little stoic rubbed her stomach and muttered in her heart, Child, watch mother take care of this big-headed catfish that scared you. I'll pluck out its whiskers and have your father make the god-binding silk. The god-binding silk made from the sacred beast's beard was definitely better than the spirit-binding rope. It shouldn't be bad to use it as a toy for a doll. A ruthless glint flashed across Chiao Mu's eyes. Consider yourself unlucky to have met this Lord Chiao. You've been lurking in this place for who knows how many people you've eaten. Now that you've been killed by me, it's an eye for an eye. Humans kill beasts, and beasts eat humans. The law of the jungle has never changed since time immemorial. Arbor waved his hand, and over 100 blue talismans flew out, forming a binding talisman matrix that trapped the fish dragon inside. The second young master and the others flew forward, their expressions a bit dazed. Jojo, what are you doing? Shouldn't he stay away from this sacred beast under normal circumstances? Chapter 4874. Arbor glanced at them. Of course, we're going to beat it to death and then divide its flesh and crystal core. All these years, it has eaten many cultivators and replenished a lot of spiritual energy. It's time to pay the price. Arbor said aloofly. Also, we can't pass if we don't beat it to death. Everyone from the Qin estate looked at her in bewilderment. You said you're going to beat this intelligent, sacred beast to death on the spot? Did you consider the sacred beast's psychological trauma before saying that? Arbor clearly did not consider that. Right now, there was only one thought throbbing in her mind. Kill this sacred beast and extract its crystal core to nourish the cute little puppy. Whether the cute little puppy could recover and Murong Sun's hope of waking up all depended on it. So, how could she let this sacred beast go? Why did we come to the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm? Arbor asked coldly, his expression still unchanging. Didn't we come for the treasures here? The supreme treasure is right in front of you. Why aren't you going to take it? This sacred beast is good stuff from head to toe. I only want the crystal core. I can give you the rest. The Omega Katoku young Sir only felt that the little hoodwinker in front of him was a bit dazzling. When she expressionlessly tricked people, it really felt like she was hitting their hearts. Some people from the Qin estate were already convinced by Arbor and frequently looked at the second young Sir. The second young Sir smiled faintly. Jojo, if you want the crystal core, then I'll give it to you. You're smart. Arbor snorted and moved his fingers, swiftly activating a binding talisman matrix. Reckless humans. The big-headed catfish snorted coldly. Do you think you weak and puny humans with low cultivation can do anything to me? Today I'll let you experience a sacred beast clang. Arbor leaped up while it was spouting nonsense and swooped down, smashing his club on its head. Although the big-headed catfish didn't feel any pain, it was still on fire. He opened his wide mouth and sprayed out a stream of water in the shape of an arrow, shooting straight at the little stoic's face. Bludgeoning the fish head, the little stoic shouted angrily and flew down, smashing the fish's head several times in a row with bind, 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 thud, thud, thud. The corners of eldest young Sir Qin's eyes couldn't help twitching. He had just led a group of people to evacuate, and when he turned back, he happened to see such a strange scene. The little stoic covered herself in an eggshell and raised the club in her hand high up, fiercely knocking on the catfish's head. Her speed was so fast that it dazzled the eyes. Hit the fish head with a stick, 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 chop the fish head with hot peppers. After a round of smashing, Arbor retracted his chi and returned to his fist. He placed his small hands beside his body and let out a long sigh. Huh? What did he say just now? Looking at the giant catfish head in front of him, the originally flat fish head had become even flatter after being beaten up by Sir Jojo. Most importantly, the two long whiskers on his lower jaw were actually pulled out by this little bastard. Fuck! Everyone silently ridiculed in their hearts. The little stoic's ruthlessness and viciousness were simply unparalleled. Weren't you hitting the fish head with a stick the whole time? Why did you end up plucking its whiskers? Aren't you leaving a bit of face for the sacred beast? Let alone a sacred beast. Even a tiny spiritual beast absolutely couldn't take it lying down after being crushed and humiliated like this. Chapter 4875. If they wanted to fight, they had to fight. How could a holy beast's dignity tolerate such provocation? The dizzy and disoriented holy beast, the ichthyosaur, huffed and puffed, and its small eyes emitted a harsh light of fury. This damn little human actually dared to humiliate this holy beast like this. Now, I'll let you have a taste of a holy beast true might. This big-headed catfish lifted its gigantic tail out of the deep pool, and the barbs on its tail suddenly flew out one by one. Each barb was like a sharp arrow, carrying an unparalleled holy power pressure as it uniformly shot toward the little stoic's body. This attack was too powerful, and the little stoic knew she couldn't withstand it at all. No matter how sturdy her eggshell defensive barrier was, it could only block this holy beast's attacks at most 3 times. Moreover, every time she blocked to the limit, it would wear down this eggshell on her body. She quite liked this eggshell now and didn't want it to be scrapped at this critical juncture. Young Master Omega Kitoku coldly shouted, "Purple firmament," and an intense aura immediately descended from the sky. The gigantic dragon smashed into the cobblestone road with a bang, smashing open another huge hole in the road that was already torn apart by the ichthyosaur. Stone powder rustled and rolled down, sprinkling into the deep pool below. Arbor instantly flew into the air and expressionlessly looked down at everyone below. Everyone. It wasn't a misconception. It really wasn't a misconception. Just now, they were still wondering how the little stoic could fly around in the air for so long. She had paused in midair more than once when the club struck the fish head. As it turned out, this fellow really could fly in a domain that forbade flying? What was going on? Why could this oddball, the little stoic, fly? Even holy beasts were restricted in this place. Didn't the second young master summon purple firmament and smash it to the ground? What did this mean? Even holy beasts were restricted by the spatial laws here. Okay, the little lady actually flew around without any restrictions. Everyone was silently gloomy. If it weren't for the fact that the current situation didn't permit it, they really wanted to go up and ask her how she did it. Arbor used a triple binding talisman matrix to trap that big-headed catfish and abruptly shot Purple Firmament Thunder Dragon a look. There was only one word in his mind: hurry. The Purple Firmament Thunder Dragon was speechless. What was the meaning of the facial paralysis winking at her? Did she think that with just a glance, others would immediately understand what she meant? Would it kill him to say something? Xiao, Prince Omega Kitoku whispered, "Get rid of it." Old Steward Luo smiled like a Mithra. "Young master, be careful. This is a sacred beast, the ichthyosaur. If we infuriate it and make it go berserk, all of us here will have to bear the consequences. No matter how much you look like a dragon, you're still just a fish," Prince Omega Kitoku said lightly. "But this ichthyosaur has a powerful aura. Young master shouldn't have asked Xiao to help at such a time. He didn't know what would happen after that. With the young master's cautious personality, he wouldn't have been so impulsive if it weren't for the facial paralysis." The second young master glanced at him coldly and said in a cold voice, "Are you teaching me how to do things? I wouldn't dare." Elder Luo hurriedly bowed and retreated silently. At the same time, Xiao and that ichthyosaur had already started fighting. There were binding talisman matrices around the big-headed catfish, so the one facing Xiao would be the one being brutally abused. Before Xiao appeared, its tail full of barbs still appeared very large and had extremely strong attack power. Chapter 4876. But now, compared to a true dragon-sacred beast like Zishao, the ichthyosaur seemed a bit lacking. The two sacred beasts fought above the deep pool. The ichthyosaur spat out a mist of water and was struck by Zizhao's lightning, creating a streak of lightning in the air. Everyone only saw a streak of lightning flash before their eyes, and they abruptly fell into the deep pool, unable to create a splash. Everyone subconsciously took a step back. The ichthyosaur crashed heavily onto the stone path, its tail leaving a bloody mark. This sacred beast that suddenly appeared in front of it was actually stronger than it. This made it angry, but at the same time, it also felt a little scared. It had occupied this mountain as its king for who knew how many years. The cultivators it had eaten were almost innumerable. When had it ever suffered such a loss at the hands of others? Besides, the ichthyosaur's wide mouth opened and closed as it said angrily, "You and I are the same kind, so why are you helping a mere human deal with me? If you and I joined hands, don't listen to it." Arbor coldly interrupted the ichthyosaur. "This cowardly coward can't beat you. It only wants to stabilize you first, and then attack you ruthlessly when the opportunity arises. If you don't have a brain, you'll fall for its trick." Zishao. These words sounded like a reminder, but why did it sound so unpleasant? What did he mean by he would fall for its trick if he didn't have a brain? The implication was that if he continued to listen to the ichthyosaur, he would be a brainless guy. Zishao, young Master Omega Katoka said coldly. The purple firmament lightning dragon instantly flew into the air. In the next second, it crashed onto the ground with a boom, completely collapsing the stone path on one side. "Idiot!" Arbor cursed inwardly and threw a flight talisman at it. The purple firmament lightning dragon instantly felt its body lighten, and it abruptly soared into the air. Everyone from the Qin estate finally understood. It turned out that the little lady used a flight talisman. No wonder she could ignore the restrictions here. The Stoic's flight talisman could actually ignore restrictions? Everyone couldn't help but be taken aback. It probably wasn't an exaggeration to say that this little Stoic was the #1 talisman practitioner in the 3 provinces. Zishao rose into the air and rapidly pulled away from the dragonfish. Long Tongue leaped and spat out several palm-sized lightning bolts. Following a series of rumbling sounds, the ichthyosaur suddenly scuttled down the cobblestone road. Just as he was about to dive into the deep pool to hide, he bumped into a wall. Arbor had already used a defensive talisman to set up a barrier on the surface of the water. How could they allow the ichthyosaur to hide in the water? Thus, the pitiful ichthyosaur met with a tragedy. The moment it turned around and retreated, it was hit in the head by a fist-sized thunderbolt. It immediately fell down and smashed into the wall, making a dull sound. The little Stoic seized the opportunity to dash forward and hit the ichthyosaur's abdomen with the club in her hand. The fish immediately flipped its belly to the sky and rolled on the water barrier with a thud. Omega Katoku leaped forward and slashed the ichthyosaur's abdomen with his sword. The ichthyosaur let out an anthropomorphic scream. You had stared in horror. A round crystal abruptly leaped out from its slashed abdomen. Arbor reached out and sucked this sacred beast crystal into his storage talisman. Then he turned around and fled while shouting, "Run!" Everyone was baffled at first. Didn't you take the sacred beast crystal, and we'll take the remaining sacred beast bones and blood? We're about to win the battle. Why are we running? Yet when they turned around, the ichthyosaur's open abdomen started to swell. Fuck, it was going to self-detonate. Chapter 4877. Holy shit, this really was going to self-destruct. Everyone almost pissed their pants in fright. This self-destruction was no joke. Today, it was the self-destruction of a real saint beast. No one could estimate how powerful it would be and what the result would be. Elder Luo's smiling face instantly froze. Young master, I'm afraid we can't withstand the self-destruction of this sacred beast. The Omega Katoku young master spat out a word, go. The group, along with Elder Luo, sprinted forward. Elder Luo's fat body nimbly moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Little girl, we've really been screwed by you this time. Dugaling floated behind the little girl like a spirit and said faintly. The fatty carried her large purple gold melon hammer and followed behind Duguling with her short and chubby legs. She cursed the entire way. I just knew that nothing good would come out of meeting this damned girl. Everyone. Now you're giving advice after the fact. You didn't say it just now? If you had said earlier, maybe we would have been as far away from this damn girl as possible. On the other side, Arbor used a flying glyph. Her speed was very fast as she rushed at the very front. Everyone looked at her back and felt their balls hurt. This damn girl didn't waste any energy. Other than using a flying glyph, she also used a speed glyph. In this way, her speed was even faster than the two young masters of the Qin estate. She really was damned. The few Shouja who were running at the very back looked back in terror. They only saw a ferocious wave of air surging over and chasing after them. Their hearts almost jumped out of their chests in fear. The self-destruction of a sacred beast was extremely powerful. That wave of air viciously chased after them from behind. It was like a ferocious beast that had taken human form and was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Arbor couldn't help but look back. She saw that under the amiable gray fog, the wave of air had devoured the cobblestone path behind them. Wherever the gray fog swept, the cobblestone path collapsed. Countless stone fragments rustled as they rolled into the deep pool. Several practitioners who were running and turning their heads back stumbled the moment they turned their heads and stumbled forward a few steps. Seeing that the gray chi wave was about to catch up with them, their faces turned ashen. They all cried out in their hearts, "This is bad." In the blink of an eye, Arbor flicked his finger and a few streaks of light flashed into their bodies. As soon as the talisman power entered their bodies, the practitioners immediately felt their bodies become lighter. With a slight push, they flew a few meters away. At this time, the wave of air had already caught up to their original position and swallowed up a section of the cobblestone road below. Arbor turned around and continued forward. Not long after, he saw a group of people in front of him. They were like ants on a hot pan, gathered in twos and threes, arguing about something. Heavens, why are you guys still here? A Qin Estate's cultivator couldn't help but shout out. Quickly leave. The shockwaves from the Saint Beast's self-destruction were about to reach them. Why were these people standing in the middle of the path? Did they want to die? These people were too funny and laughable. What the hell were they arguing about in this kind of place? When that emotional female cultivator saw Arbor flying over, her eyes couldn't help but brighten. She said with a face full of pleasant surprise, "Your Excellency, you've returned safely." Arbor glanced at her. He felt somewhat baffled. This female cultivator was suddenly so amiable and cordial to him. Why was that? Another male cultivator stepped aside, and Xiao Mu caught sight of a large, gilded copper door behind them. Chapter 4878. Why is there a door here? Everyone looked up at the large bronze door in bewilderment. They saw that this large bronze door went straight up, connecting to the depths of the dome, as though it was one with the cave walls. Therefore, it was impossible to take a shortcut to cross it unless they opened this folding bronze door. Jojo, Murong Fei squeezed through the crowd to stand in front of her. We tried many methods, but we couldn't open this folding bronze door. Everyone, use Fire Spirit Burn and concentrate your divine power to blast it. But it's useless. Therefore, it was useless for them to squeeze here. They still couldn't pass through. Lady Jojo was expressionless. Then you, all right, how are things on your side? That sacred beast didn't make things difficult for everyone. Murong Fei continued to speak, but she stopped abruptly in the middle of her sentence, because she had already seen that the male cultivators flying at the back were being chased by a gray wave of air that stuck to them like a shadow. That wave of air transformed into all kinds of forms, including tigers, wolves, lions, leopards, and so on. When it reached here, the wave of air transformed into a huge bird with enormous wings. It flapped its 100-feet-long wings and roared as it surged toward them. Hurry up and think of a way to open this red bronze door. Eldest young Master Qin roared at the people behind him. Then, he raised his hands and pushed out a surge of sacred power. At the same time, Duguling, Fatty, Fei Zhuang, and the others hurriedly followed, helping eldest young Master Cheen set up a large-scale defense to block the huge gray bird that was charging toward them. Boom! Under the impact, the road outside the barrier shattered bit by bit. Now, they had no way out. After the destruction along the way, that stone path had long been destroyed. They had no other choice but to continue forward. Hurry up! Eldest young Master Cheen's handsome face darkened, revealing traces of anxiety on his face. Lady Jojo's pretty little face was tense. Actually, you guys hurry, attack it together. Eldest young Master Omega Kitoku led a group of people forward and gathered their strength to blast at the red bronze door. Jojo looked at them speechlessly. I think that actually everyone put in more effort. Focus fire, focus fire. A bald middle-aged man raised his arm and roared. Once, twice, countless times. Everyone was so busy that their heads were drenched in cold sweat, and their hands were slightly trembling. Seeing that first young master and the others could not hold on for much longer, the situation was extremely dangerous. The bald uncle squatted on the ground, exhausted. He pounded the ground twice and covered his bald head with a sad face. He wailed, "Are we all going to die here this time?" Actually, Jojo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Heavens, I'm still young and beautiful. I really don't want to die in such a dark cellar. Arbor watched them cry out in sorrow for a long time. One by one, they rushed forward and bombarded the pitiful red bronze door with all their might. There were a few young cultivators whose eyes were red and bulging. It was obvious that they had used too much strength and their hands were trembling. The little stoic couldn't bear these people's idiocy any longer. The little girl roared angrily, "Are you all crazy? This group of people, they're all idiots. Can't they let Lady Xiao finish her words?" Everyone turned to look at her, stupefied. Chapter 4879. This fellow had been watching from the side for half a day, as if she was holding back water and hadn't stepped forward to help. Everyone didn't chide her because she was young, but it was fine if this fellow didn't help. But why was she making sarcastic remarks from the side? "Can you all move aside a bit?" Arbor hollered, her stoic face taut like a jade carving. The group of brothers and sisters blocking her way subconsciously took a few steps to the side, opening up a narrow path that only allowed one person to pass. Arbor wore a stinky expression as she pattered past the cultivators on both sides of the path. When she reached the red copper door, she took out a gilded copper key from her sleeve and circled the door. Then, she inserted the key into a relatively hidden keyhole that was so small. Everyone, what happened? Where are we? What we are witnessing with our own eyes shouldn't be the truth, right? When the red copper door creaked open, everyone looked at the little stoic in bewilderment. Fuck, what were you doing earlier? Just when they were about to lose their lives from the bombardment, you freaking leisurely took out a key and opened the door in a matter of minutes? The little stoic's exquisite face was cold as she slowly put the key back into her sleeve. Let's go. Everyone's mind. Everyone's mind. Again, what should I do if I freaking really want to hit her right now? I can't control my own emotions. I want to press her big head into a pool and make her sober up. Ah, young Master Omega Kitoku. Old Manager Luo put on a fake smile. Miss Jojo, isn't your reminder a bit late? Our divine power and spiritual energy are about to be freaking depleted. Okay? Couldn't you have warned us earlier? You definitely exhausted us on purpose, right? Arbor glanced coldly at everyone, disinclined to explain too much. On the other hand, Murong Fei hastily said, all right, don't say any more nonsense. Let's go quickly. Don't blame Jojo. We also have our own problems, okay? Jojo opened her mouth several times to warn us, but we kept interrupting her every time she opened her mouth. That's right. The emotional female cultivator hurriedly nodded. I saw that Sir Joe wanted to speak several times, but after he interrupted him, he could only helplessly roll his eyes. Everyone was speechless. Arbor, I don't want to talk to anyone right now. Xiao Mu's small face was taut as she strode through the red copper door and shouted, "Hurry!" Everyone was like a clockwork, hurriedly taking 3 steps in 2, and rushed into the door together. Young Master, coming quickly. Old Steward Luo stood at the entrance of the red bronze door. He looked back vigilantly and hurriedly called out to them. Ling, let's go. Eldest young master and Ling looked at each other and nodded. The moment they put down their hands, the two of them quickly retreated to the red bronze door. Without the protection of a few transcendent realm experts, the combined barrier quickly shattered with a crisp sound. Bang! Eldest young Master Qin and the others hurriedly pushed the door shut. At this critical moment, they couldn't care less about their image. They just wanted to close the door quickly. However, after the gray wave shattered the barrier, it roared even more ferociously. It transformed into a giant gray bird and quickly moved to the front of the red bronze door, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Chapter 4880. When the red copper door closed until there was only a crack left, the remnant consciousness of the fish dragon rushed to the door with great resentment. The grayish air waves desperately tried to squeeze through the crack in the door. Everyone hurriedly sent out beams of Ling power and Shun power to seal the crack and chase away the remnant consciousness of the fish dragon that had burrowed through the red copper door. Following the sound of the door closing, everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, the wisps of mist that had burrowed through the door were eliminated by the Xiuzha. The sounds of the outside collapsing and the roars all returned to silence. Everyone looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. The members of the Duo clan fell to the ground and wiped their sweat as they panted. Rest, rest, rest for a while, rest. They had used up a lot of energy to attack the red copper door, and then to deal with the remnant of the fish dragon. They had used up almost all of their Ling power and Shun power. Right now, they were so weak that any one of them could push them to the ground with just the power of a finger. Arbor silently scanned the crowd and tilted her head to think. If I sell spirit herbs for a fee now, wouldn't it seem a bit unkind? If she dared to say that she was selling spirit herbs at a black price now, would she be beaten up immediately? Little Shimmy, how are you? Murong Fei gripped the sword in her hand, her right hand trembling slightly. I'm fine. Arbor glanced at her and took out a bottle of mind recovery medicine from her pocket. Drink 2 mouthfuls, then meditate and adjust your breathing. Murong Fei reached out to take it. Is this recovery medicine? Little Shimmy, then drink first, Arbor said expressionlessly. I didn't use up any energy just now. I don't need to drink medicine. Everyone, was it painful? It was really painful. Why did everyone want to hit her so much when she said this? Then all right, Murong Fei answered dryly. Sitting down, she drank 2 mouthfuls of the medicine and hurriedly closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. The others also took out all kinds of spirit recovery pills, recovery elixirs, and so on from their inner worlds. They swallowed the pills and drank the elixirs as they entered a state of cultivation. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Murong Fei jumped up and said to Arbor in surprise, Junior sister, oh my God, your spirit recovery elixir is really amazing. I drank it for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and I feel that my God power has recovered by 50%. That's amazing. Murong Fei smiled so widely that her teeth could not be seen. She jumped up and said, I'll send some to my brother to drink. Drink 2 mouthfuls at a time. You don't need more than an hour to adjust your breath, Arbor instructed. All right. At this time, many of the people present also withdrew from their cultivation state. However, the fastest among them had only recovered 20% of their strength. Compared to Murong Fei's speed, it was like heaven and earth. Arbor noticed that there were many pairs of eyes around, and they were all looking in her direction. After considering for a few seconds, seeing that they had worked together to resist the sacred beast, she reluctantly took out a few bottles of spirit recovery elixir from her pocket. She hesitated and said, The market price of this elixir is 100,000 per bottle. You only need to take 2 mouthfuls at a time. You can only take it once in 24 hours. Everyone smiled happily and thanked her profusely. After an hour, everyone had recovered about 60 to 70%. They finally had some confidence in their hearts. Xiaomu took advantage of this time to survey her surroundings. She saw strange peaks and steep cliffs. Chapter 4881. The scenery in front of them actually transformed into stone cliffs and precipitous cliffs. A male cultivator from the Duo clan took a step forward and suddenly felt his body tilt. He cried out in alarm and was about to fall. Duo Shame reacted swiftly and flung out a belt to pull him back. The male cultivator's face was ghastly pale as he stammered, Miss Duo, I said don't act rashly." Duo Shame also broke out in a cold sweat. Observe the situation before acting. Everyone looked in the direction that the man was falling. They saw that there was clearly a rugged path where he stepped. The male cultivator hastily said, I feel like I'm stepping on air. This path isn't substantial. It must be an illusion." Everyone nodded with a solemn expression. They were currently standing on an oval platform. Looking down, they saw tree roots and stone pillars supporting the platform they were standing on. Looking ahead, it was hazy and hazy. There were several small paths that led to the strange cliffs ahead. Every winding and rugged path ultimately sank into layers of dense fog, making it impossible to see the path ahead. Which path should we choose? After walking for a while, the little stoic was a bit hungry. She was taking out half a mantu and nibbling on it when she happened to see everyone's gazes simultaneously on her. She instantly felt baffled. She hastily stuffed the half mantu into her small mouth, as if she was protecting her food. She looked at everyone vigilantly. Everyone instantly felt like they were struck by lightning. "Please, we don't want to snatch your mantu." Eldest young Sir Chin couldn't resist twitching his eyes. Cultivators wouldn't starve to death even if they didn't eat for several days, so there really wasn't a need to snatch half a mantu. Morong Fei couldn't resist coughing. Little junior sister, how about you point out a path?" Everyone nodded in unison. There were 17 to 18 winding paths in front of them. When they couldn't determine which path to take, everyone inexplicably thought that it would be better to have the stoic woman point out the path. Indeed, the stoic woman was absolutely extraordinarily gifted and top-notch when it came to luck. Seeing everyone's trusting gazes gathered on her, Lady Jojo gave them a strange look. She really didn't understand why these people had so much confidence in her. Even she herself wasn't confident. Arbor glanced at the 17 or 18 roads and pointed to a small road on the left that was overgrown with withered grass. Ashioja looked in puzzlement. The path covered in cobblestones beside this withered grass path seemed to be easier to walk on. "Can you tell me why you chose this path?" Old Manager Luo asked with a smile. Arbor had already started walking towards the path, his mouth indifferently dropping 2 words, intuition. She felt that there was something waiting for her in front. This feeling grew stronger the further she walked. It was as if something was calling out to her strongly. Xiao Mu stepped onto that small path of withered branches and withered leaves, walking forward without any hesitation. The rest of the people hurriedly followed. Elder Steward Luo's eyes flashed, and when he turned to look at eldest young Master Qin, he could only helplessly follow after eldest young Master Qin. Walking on this small path, the dozen or so rugged paths in the surroundings instantly disappeared. This path led straight to the heavily foggy area ahead. It seemed to extend into the depths of the mountain forest. It looked rugged, but when they walked up, they found it was extremely flat. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed with light footsteps. Chapter 4882. We can be considered to have entered the depths of the pond Lotus Sacred Realm, right? A cultivator asked uncertainly. Definitely. The emotional female cultivator nodded and sighed ruefully. Other than that sacred ichthyosaur beast exceeding our expectations, everything else went smoothly. Everyone nodded in agreement and secretly peeked at the expressionless arbor below. Even if others praised her in front of her, this fellow's emotions didn't fluctuate at all. Looking at her was truly stifling. I wonder if there are still unknown dangers hidden in the depths of the pond Lotus Sacred Realm. In short, everyone needs to be careful. If anyone remembers any relevant information, remember to share it with us. Doshimu pursed her lips and said, "This isn't only for our teammates, but also for our own lives. Don't be like some people, always giving advice after the fact, and only taking out crucial items after watching others work hard for half a day. The little stoic suddenly paused and turned around to glance at her. "You're talking about me?" And then no, "You're talking about me." Do Tengqi hastily waved his hand and pushed his indignant sister behind him. The crown princess, my younger sister is a straightforward person. She doesn't have any bad intentions. Watch your mouth. The little stoic coldly glanced at Do Xinwu. "If you can't control it, I can help you." Do Xinwu jumped in fright from her pitch-black and sinister pupils. She pulled on her older brother, Do Tengqi's sleeve, and shrunk back. How could this little stoic be so unreasonable? She merely muttered in her heart indignantly. But as a result, she was warned by this stoic with a murderous glare. That gaze was quite hateful. Do Xinwu muttered a few words, but her older brother Do Tengqi tugged at her, so she didn't continue speaking. Everyone followed the rugged path, overgrown with withered grass forward, their pace getting faster and faster. "Do you guys hear anything? Seems like there is, but also seems like there isn't. Is there wind? I can see the path ahead." "That's right, I can see it too. My line of sight seems to have brightened up quite a bit all of a sudden," someone excitedly called out. "Speed up," Morong Fei shouted. She hurriedly took a deep breath and sprinted forward. "A bunch of idiots. Just by looking at the bright light, can't you feel that the little junior sister leading the way is getting faster and faster?" "Mother!" A cry of surprise came from the side. Duo Shanmei turned her head to look and saw a Xiuzha from a small family tremble and fall down. She couldn't help but follow his gaze. At the bottom of this rugged path, overgrown with vegetation, where the light and shadow flickered, a cliff of 10,000 feet appeared. Tongues of fire kept darting up from the bottom of the cliff, burning the withered grass hanging at the bottom of the path. No wonder they felt that their surroundings were much brighter. It turned out that there was a sea of fire below them. Duo Shanmei watched as the cultivator fell and was swallowed by the sea of fire like a small soybean. Her mind couldn't help but become a little dazed. Her legs trembled slightly, and her body became a little unstable. "Miss Duo, don't look down." The Xiuzha behind her hurriedly reached out to support her. Seeing her pale face, he hurriedly said, "Don't look down. You'll feel dizzy if you look." "Hurry and run," someone in the group shouted. Everyone's speed immediately rose to a new level. The raging flames at the bottom of the cliff swelled with the wind and shot up high with a whoosh. Chapter 4883. Everyone who was running on the rugged path immediately felt the burning sensation under their feet as they jumped and ran forward. "That's not right," Morong Fei cursed in her heart. "Why do I feel that ever since we entered this damned mystic realm, we have been running for our lives? Previously, we ran for our lives when we met the ichthyosaur and escaped when the ichthyosaur self-destructed. Now, the flames came again after running for their lives for so long. It seemed like there was no end to it. Could it be that the owner of the mystic realm was deliberately exhausting their energy?" Do Xinwu felt the burning sensation under her feet as she stomped and jumped. Her face twisted as she scolded. "What intuition? What a joke. Intuition is to let everyone on this iron plate and become roasted food?" Arbor led the way with flying talismans and steadily led the way. Do Xinwu's complaining voice was not soft, and naturally, Arbor heard all. Arbor did not want to lower himself to her level and did not intend to pay attention to her at first. Who would have thought that the more she scolded, the more energetic she became, and strongly complained to his big brother Do Tengqi. Xiaomu was truly a bit annoyed from listening, so she suddenly stopped in her tracks. She abruptly turned around and flew to Do Xinwu's front with a whoosh. Do Xinwu's prattling words froze in her throat on the spot, and she dazedly gazed at Xiaomu with a dumbfounded expression. "Grand Crown Princess!" Do Tengqi was frightened by the sudden appearance of the little crown princess in front of him and his sister, and almost fell down from the road. So much nonsense. Arbor's finger tapped lightly in the air. Do Xinwu suddenly opened her mouth and found that she could not spit out a single syllable. There was only a ha-ha sound coming from her throat, like the sound of air passing through. Ha-ha! Do Xinwu reached out and beat her chest as she stared at Arbor in horror. She raised her hand to touch her throat, and once again made two ha-ha sounds. Do Tungchi also panicked and cried out helplessly, "Grand Crown Princess, what did you do to my sister? Please be magnanimous and let her go. So noisy." Arbor impatiently glanced at the siblings, turned around, returned to his original position, and continued to rush forward with the flight talisman. "Run if you don't want to die." Morong Zhao took a deep breath and sped up to catch up. The group of people behind her didn't have the mood to care about Do Xin Wu's gestures. They quickly ran past her, leaving the Do siblings far behind. Do Fengwu looked back at them and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and keep up." This pair of siblings were truly oddballs. Why were they still arguing with the little stoic at a time like this, and refusing to leave? Could it be that they were tired of living? "Sister, let's run for our lives first." Of course, Do Xinwu wanted to escape as well. At this time, her feet felt like they were being burned by a raging fire. If she didn't run now, it would be too late. "Run. It's over, it's over. The stone path beneath my feet doesn't seem to be able to withstand the fire." Someone with sharp nerves seemed to have heard a very slight sound coming from the stone path under their feet. "Pai Pa, it's over, it's over, it's over. The road is about to be melted by the fire. The road is going to collapse. Hurry and run." Everyone had a long face as they secretly ridiculed in their hearts. The little crown princess's bullshit intuition was seriously too deceptive. Her intuition was to bring them back home. Arbor looked back at the sour-faced crowd and said expressionlessly, "Teammate price, a flight talisman for 50,000 spirit coins." Chapter 4884. I'll buy 2. Give me 2 flying talismans. I'll give you 3. Can you give me another speed talisman, Crown Princess? Crown Princess, I don't have that much cash. Can you give me an IOU first? The little Crown Princess looked at the man who was about to give her an IOU with an indifferent expression. Her eyes were full of contempt. "How can you have the face to ask me for an IOU? Do you think your face is worth 1,000 gold just because you're good-looking?" That man rubbed his nose embarrassedly. Then I really don't have that much cash on me." Arbor felt that he had nothing to say to someone who couldn't even take out 50,000 spirit coins in cash. I can use my family's identity tablet to pay you. When the time comes, you just have to send a servant to my house and use the tablet to exchange for 10,000 spirit coins. Even if you want to spend so much effort, I'm too lazy to cooperate with you." Arbor glanced at him. "I'm selling it at a teammate's price. The market price isn't 50,000 spirit coins. You have to be clear about this." How much?" 500,000. Arbor raised his hand and received the identity tablet into his storage talisman. "Anyone who wants to buy on credit will be sold at the market price." Tears streamed down the man's cheeks in his heart. The expressionless crown princess was probably the world's #1 scammer. The market price was actually 10 times higher than it was now. The man felt that his heart was dripping blood. But to tell the truth, since he had given the identity tablet to the crown princess, he didn't dare to do anything to scam the crown princess. Otherwise, the consequences would be hard to predict. After everyone received the flying talismans and speed talismans, they immediately imitated the little crown princess and slapped the 2 talismans on their bodies. They immediately felt the feeling of flying forward. Sure enough, their speed suddenly increased. Their feet could even leave the scalding ground, saving the soles of their feet that were about to be cooked. The crowd of practitioners suddenly felt a bit happier. They thought that the 50,000 spirit coins were well spent. The flying talisman's function was really different from ordinary talismans. Everyone lined up in 2 rows and flew forward for a long distance. Suddenly, they saw a white shadow drifting back and forth in the mountain fog. Ghost! The emotional female cultivator was so scared that she almost fell to the ground. Morong Fei was speechless. Could this young lady not be so funny? You're a high-ranked spirit realm cultivator, yet you're afraid of a mere Chi Mei? The group didn't stop and immediately flew over. As they got closer, they could see a white figure wearing a white dress. She was wandering back and forth, back and forth. This can't really be a mountain spirit, right? Morong Fei stuttered. To be honest, when she saw this kind of thing, She felt her hair stand on end. The white figure suddenly turned his head. His long hair was scattered in front of his eyes, covering his face. He looked like a gloomy wind, and it was quite scary. Especially this white robe and black hairstyle. It was quite scary. Several female cultivators screamed in fright and subconsciously hugged each other for warmth. Arbor also floated over. He suddenly stretched out a small claw and grabbed a section of the other's long hair, pulling it with all his strength. It seems to be a wisp of soul. Young Master Omega Katoka glanced and said, "No, it can't be." A female cultivator from the Duan clan whispered. Didn't the crown princess catch her? Chapter 4885. Wasn't the crown princess a little too weird? She could grab a soul with just a stretch of her hand. Who would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? Xiao Mu grabbed that soul's long hair and yanked it twice, dragging her to her side. She raised her small hand and brushed aside the messy hair, covering her face, only to meet a pair of curved eyes that contained a faint smile. "You?" Arbor opened her mouth in surprise. "Aren't you that?" Arbor had a deep impression of this girl. It wasn't because of anything else, but because this girl had drifted in the void just like her. She even drifted for a longer period of time than her. However, it was hard to say. Master Jojo didn't want to recall these things. But 3,000 years in the void. Thinking of this number, Jojo felt a little shocked. It was hard to imagine how she spent 3,000 years drifting alone. At least Master Jojo had the damn tree to accompany him. "M.O." Arbor stretched out a small finger and remembered her name. "Who are you?" "You know me." This girl's voice was long, and her speech was much slower than normal people. It was as if someone had slowed her speech by 2 times. Xiao Mu raised her hand and rapped her head. "Why are you in a daze?" "Everyone." "That's right." This girl looked like half a soul now. What they met in the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm last time could be her main soul. This half-soul could only form a small part of her consciousness. It didn't have the main soul's memories at all. Therefore, it was understandable that she didn't recognize him with her silly look. Arbor raised her hand and pulled her long hair. "I'm your good friend, Arbor. You look very similar." Mo imitated him and raised a finger, waving it in front of Arbor. "What do you mean look similar?" Arbor pulled down her finger and continued to lie with an honest expression. "Of course we look alike. We've met before. I knew you didn't disappear." The little monk was talking nonsense. He even said that your soul had scattered. "Look, isn't there still half of your soul here?" He must have been drifting in the void, and half of his soul had been sucked into this secret realm without him knowing. "Ah, that's right. Did the sun and moon twin wheels run off to look for you?" "What about the sun-moon wheels? Have you kept the sun and moon wheels?" "The sacred artifact has a spirit. It should be able to help you recover your essence soul." Arbor pulled her sleeve and looked back and forth. He frowned. "Where are the sun and moon wheels? Why isn't it on you? Could it be?" She suddenly thought of a possibility, and her eyes lit up. There was no doubt that the sun-moon twin wheels had gone to follow Mo. However, since the aura of the sun-moon twin wheels was not present on this half of the soul, there was only one possibility. Don't be in a daze. Come out with me later. Xiao Mu grumpily smacked her head. "You'll definitely be saved." "What's your name?" Mo asked. "Didn't I tell you? My name is Arbor. Don't forget it in the future." Arbor said angrily. "You're so young. How can your memory be so bad?" "Right, what's the place in front of us? You've lived here for so long. You must know the way. Bring me there." "Ah." Mo raised a finger and said slowly, "There's you." "What do you mean there's me?" It was really hard to talk to an idiot. Chapter 4886. "Ah, there's you." Mo repeated what he said just now. Even the "ah" he uttered was the same as before. "Arbor." This scammer silently took out an image jade talisman from her pocket and pointed it at Mo. "What do you mean there's me?" "Ah, there you." "Everyone." Wasn't this scammer a scammer? Why did she have to preserve her current idiotic appearance? Was she plotting to show it to others in the future so that they could mock her? "All right, where do we go now?" "I know the way," Mo said word by word. "Lead the way." Mo's figure slowly turned backward. Her feet didn't touch the ground as she floated forward. Arbor used a flying talisman to follow her. Omega Katoku and the others also hurriedly followed. At the end of the small path, a vast mountain appeared. Everyone followed Mo up the mountain. After floating for a while, they realized that they seemed to have circled back to the starting point. Why are we following this idiot? Elder Luo frowned and couldn't help but ask, does this spirit know the way or not? I know the way, Mo said word by word. Mo, it's fine. Continue walking. Ciao, ciao. Mo raised her hand and pointed forward. Arbor turned back and looked at everyone. You all stay here first. I'll go with Mo to scout the way. Ha ha ha. The mute and talkative doe, Xinwu, couldn't help but blush. She pointed at her throat and glared angrily at Arbor. Do Tingqi glanced at his sister and stammered. This isn't very appropriate. Crown Princess, we're all in the same team. How? How can you run alone? Then you go with Mo to scout the way. Arbor very straightforwardly took a step back. Do Tingqi's face instantly turned pale from fright. He quickly took a step back. Morong Fei turned and glared at him. Do you think scouting is easy? That's a dangerous thing. If you're not careful, you might encounter some ultimate great saint beast. If you're so good, then go. Do Tingqi only felt that his mouth was a little dry. He hurriedly shook his head and said, Yes, I didn't think it through. Grand, Crown Princess, you go ahead. Jojo, I'll go with you. Eldest young Master Qin floated to her side with a grin. The moment he opened his mouth to speak, his second brother, Qin Xian, frowned. Arbor glanced at Big Qin expressionlessly. He didn't say whether it was possible or not and turn around. Just as he was about to leave, Mo suddenly wagged a finger at eldest young Sir Qin. You can't. Everyone was speechless. None of you can do it. Mo pointed at the disciples of the various aristocratic families who were watching from the side. A male Xiozha in the front row was so angry that smoke came out of his head. Who can't? Not even your whole family. How could this girl speak like that? He's young and a fool. He doesn't even know how to speak. Xiao Mu glared at the male cultivator that retorted. Shut up. Don't bully her because she can out-talk you. Be careful or I'll hit you. Everyone, don't be afraid of him. Arbor patted the back of Mo's hand. Say whatever you want. Let's go. Eldest young Master Qin said speechlessly, Jojo. Arbor turned and raised his hand forcefully. He said decisively, then it's decided. Rest here for an hour. I'll be back quickly. Finishing, he quickly pulled Mo into a nearby thicket. The two instantly floated far away. Young Master, how can you let her leave by herself? Old Steward Luo's gaze flashed as he hurriedly said. Chapter 4887. When the old steward said this, Do, Xinwu, and the others hastily nodded their heads. That's right. How could they let the little stoic leave by herself like this? They quickly followed old Steward Luo and pushed aside the tree branches, wanting to pass through the place Arbor and Mo left. However, an extremely heavy pressure suddenly bounced them back. After a bang sound, a terrifying buzzing sound came into their ears. Everyone felt their eardrums were about to become crooked from the vibrations, and they looked up to take a closer look. Instead, they saw an oval-shaped barrier that connected heaven and earth appeared in front of them. It was like a covered bowl, blocking all of them in here. MMPH! MMPH! Do Xinwu anxiously pointed at her throat and angrily stomped her feet. In reality, she had already cursed all 18 generations of Arbor's ancestors in her heart. This damned, perverted woman actually dared to poison her mute. Right now, she must be following that mystic realm's guardian spirit into the depths of the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm to search for magic treasures first. What else could the rest of them find in the mystic realm after she had taken the initiative to stir things up? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. However, there was nothing she could do, so Do Xinwu angrily stomped her feet again. Unfortunately, even if she stomped through the ground, she couldn't leave this place for the time being. The boundary seal here is quite sturdy, young Master Megakatu said as he tried to push out a palm. If everyone concentrates their strength to attack the same place, how long will it take to leave this place? Old Steward Luo hastily asked. It'll take at least 2 hours. Arbor followed Mo's faintly discernible figure as they flew for about 5 minutes. Seeing her stop in front of a patch of withered grass and withered leaves, Arbor looked around. "What's here? Come." Mo grabbed her hand and used her sleeves to brush away the grass in front of her. Layers of grass and leaves retreated to the left and right sides, and lotus flowers of all colors bloomed in front of her eyes one after another. Arbor stared blankly for a moment and couldn't help but quicken her steps forward. From her point of view, the surface of the lake was covered with lotuses of various colors. The petals were pressed against each other, and a faint fragrance of the lotuses spread in all directions along with the lake breeze. Layers upon layers of lotus flowers interweaved together, making one feel as if they had arrived at a fairyland. "Jojo, pick." Mo slowly spat out a few words. He raised his hand and pointed at the lotus flowers in front of him. He pointed at the most plump lotus flower in the center that was blooming with 9-colored light, then raised his hand and patted his chest. That expression of "we're friends, you can pluck it as much as you want" really caught her off guard. "Oh, okay." Arbor's eyes wandered back and forth. He tugged at Mo's hand and asked, "You've been living here all this time. Have you seen other souls?" Yes. Mo nodded his head repeatedly with an adorable look on his face. Jojo's eyes lit up. "Where is it? Take me there." Mo pulled her hand and floated towards the center of the lake for a while. Then he pulled her to a white lotus flower and stood there. Look. Mo pushed Arbor's small body and turned her around, indicating for her to look forward. Arbor couldn't help but be dumbfounded when she saw what was in front of her. She saw an expressionless girl sitting cross-legged on a scarlet lotus flower to the side. Wasn't that signature stoic face her main body? There was actually a fourth soul remembrance here. It really was surprising. Chapter 4888. "You." Mo pointed at her, then at the soul remembrance sitting cross-legged on the white lotus. Realization dawned on Arbor at this. No wonder this idiot kept tugging at her and saying, "There's yours." It turned out that she wanted to tell her that a wisp of her soul remembrance was stored here. Why wasn't she moved at all earlier and didn't detect it at all? Confusion arose in Arbor's heart. Logically speaking, she should have detected this wisp of soul remembrance when it was so close to her. Could it be that there was an even more powerful divine sense manifestation here that blocked out all the divine senses in this space? While she was pondering, the lake water splashed, and a drenched head abruptly popped out of the water. When Arbor's eyes met his, her small mouth involuntarily gaped. This person really resembled her lotus. His features were picturesque, and his thin lips were lightly pursed. They simply looked identical. However, his eyes were as clear and pure as a fawn's. Right now, he was staring at her without blinking, and it was as if there were stars twinkling in his eyes. She watched as he popped out of the water and pounced on the lotus, looking like he was about to reach out to hug her. Lord Xiqiao did not say anything else and gave him a slap, ruthlessly slapping him into the lake. She heard the sound of water splashing, and soon that fellow's head popped out from the bottom of the water, and he was looking at her with a confused expression. "Don't think that you're my lotus just because you look like my lotus. Who exactly are you? Why are you pretending to be my lotus?" That fellow soaked in the water with an aggrieved expression. Not long after he looked at her, he actually started to cry. Arbor silently took out a jade image talisman and recorded Mo Lian's crying appearance. The little stoic reflexively rubbed her stomach and thought, "Child, mother saved your father's silly appearance of shedding golden beans. I'll show it to you in the future." Many years later, our dear Mo Lian would be ridiculed by her child for many years. This was a story for later. "You hit me." At this time, the pitiful Mo Lian was looking at Arbor pitifully with an accusatory expression. "Speak. Who are you?" As soon as Xiao Mu shouted, Mo Lian's thin body trembled slightly, and he confessed everything in full detail like a bamboo tube spilling beans. I am the soul and soul of Shang, the ancient Mo Lian. I have half of it in that person's sea of consciousness." Although this guy was stammering, Xiaomu was very familiar with Mo Lian's matters, so she naturally understood his meaning in a second. The ancient inheritance Mo Lian in Mo Lian's body was actually not complete. Half of it was actually lingering in the corner of the river of forgetfulness. Even he himself didn't know. "Why are you here?" The little fellow roared at him again. Mo Lian stammered in fear. She bit her lip and said pitifully, "I've always been here. Yes, it's him. He's stupid. He doesn't know. He inherited this for so many years, but he still doesn't know." Arbor, from the looks of it, Mo Lian was indeed stupid enough. The ancient Mo Lian's inheritance in his body was not complete, yet he was still muddle-headed even now. Who are you calling stupid? Even if her husband was stupid, he could only be scolded by Jojo. No one else could scold him, not even ancient Mo Lian. "I am stupid." The ancient Black Lotus pitifully followed up with this sentence. "Of course you're stupid. What ancient Mo Lian? You can't even leave the mystic realm you set up yourself." Arbor grumpily reprimanded her. Chapter 4889. Hurry and tidy up. Bring my soul remembrance, and follow me out with Mo. Arbor shouted and beckoned to ancient Mo Lian, who was soaking in the water. She had to bring this fellow back. Mo Lian still didn't know that her lousy inheritance was only half complete. If she didn't bring him back, how could her lotus inheritance be completely passed on to ancient Mo Lian? Judging from this fellow's deceitful and muddle-headed appearance, he was probably also mentally retarded. Sir Jojo purposely forgot about his meditative soul remembrance. From beginning to end, that soul remembrance didn't open its eyes or speak. It didn't even show the slightest change in expression. In reality, this soul remembrance of his was more like a mentally retarded one. "Jojo, nah." Mo tugged on his sleeve and pointed at the lake full of lotus flowers. "I'll try and see if I can refine this place later." He had already discussed with Jojo's lotus that they had to refine this pond lotus sacred realm. They had even thought of a name for this planet a while ago. Planet Jojo's Lotus. Arbor delightedly thought about it and patted the back of Mo's hand. "Watch me." Mo nodded at him, half understanding. He probably didn't understand what refine meant. This trip to the pond lotus sacred realm was unusually smooth. Not only did they find ancient Mo Lian's soul, but they also found their own. They also found Mo. Most importantly, they had the ingredients to nourish the cute little puppy. Morong Sun's awakening was just around the corner. Thinking about it this way, this trip was simply too worth it. "Oh right," Xiaomu abruptly recalled something, and she grabbed the ancient Black Lotus's sleeve. She asked in excitement, "Can you contact the other half of your soul?" "In theory, it should be possible." "Why you fierce?" Ancient Mo Lian shrunk back, aggrieved. Xiaomu bluntly rapped his melon seed head and memorized all of his silly looks while she was at it. Jojo's lotus was ruined by this retard in front of him. "Haha, try it." Arbor tugged at his sleeve. "You must be able to sense where they are. Hurry up. Don't dawdle." Ancient Mo Lian looked pitifully at Arbor. But it needs time. "I'll protect you." Arbor pulled ancient Mo Lian onto a swaying lotus and patted his right shoulder. "I'm counting on you." Ancient Mo Lian hurriedly pulled down her sleeves and retracted them from Arbor's fingers. Then, you have to treat me better." Sir Jojo secretly gritted his teeth and resisted the urge to use his fist to wake her up. He revealed an intimidating smile and shouted at her. "Hurry up." Ancient Mo Lian hurriedly sat down cross-legged and clapped her hands in front of her. Her clear eyes slowly closed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. More than 2 hours later, everyone continuously attacked a point on the seal barrier and finally broke it. Everyone's expression brightened as they cheered and ran out. The pitch-black mountain path led to the top of the mountain. There were 4 to 5 paths in total. "Miss Morong, you're close to the Crown Princess. Did she tell you which path we should take?" Morong Fei furrowed her brows silently. It had been nearly 4 hours since Jojo disappeared. Now, she was a little worried about her junior sister. She didn't know where her junior was at this moment. Chapter 4890. Old Steward Luo looked at the numerous mountain paths that led to the top of the mountain and muttered, "It should be that mountain path." He pointed to the third path on the left. Miss Chiao's aura faintly seeped out from there. I guess it should be this path. Everyone was in a daze. Hearing the old steward's words, they hurriedly calmed down and spread out their spiritual senses to feel. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. A disciple of a small aristocratic family waved his arm forcefully. Without another word, he pulled his fellow disciples and strode towards the mountain path. Suddenly, 2 or 3 strange things pounced out of the grass, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they roared. Their movements were very shocking. They pounced on people when they saw them. When they opened their mouths, they revealed eerie fangs. That aristocratic family disciple was so frightened that his face turned green. He hurriedly pulled out his saber and slashed at the back of the head of the corpse puppet that was hugging him. The corpse puppet's body clearly stiffened. The aristocratic family disciple was shocked and scared, reaching out to push him away. Something unexpected happened. The corpse puppet lowered its head and opened its mouth to bite his head. Those sharp fangs pierced the top of his head and bit off half of his scalp. Ah! The emotional female, Xiao, stuttered. How can there be corpse puppets in a secret realm? It seems to be. It's people from our camp, another Xiozha hurriedly said. It's fishermen. We saved them. The fishermen of Seaside Village. What happened? How did they all turn into corpses? Impossible. This kind of natural secret realm can absorb Shen power, even with a breath. It's impossible for it to mutate. Get out of the way, Duo Shame roared. She pulled out her long sword and cut off the arm of a corpse puppet. Yet when the arm fell to the ground, it still jumped a few times. A Xiozha hurriedly threw a fireball over. Only then was the arm burned to ashes. Don't think about these useless things. Let's take care of them first. The underwater Abyss City Lord's mansion was transformed from a dozen large connected caves. Inside Great Lord GC's bedroom, there was a curtain made of shells and pearls. He swept open the curtains and entered the room. There was a stone table, stone stools, and an exquisitely carved stone bed. The wine vessels made of precious gems were overflowing with light. The light of the pearls illuminated the entire cave. The lithe, great suzerain GC was lying on the stone bed and playing with her 10 slender fingers. When he heard his subordinate report that he had lost the chase, the great lord suddenly became ruthless. He picked up the wine vessel beside him and smashed it on the person's head with a bang. The wine vessel was made of the toughest material in the deep sea, phosphor. If it hit a person's head, it would be enough to knock them out. The subordinate immediately fell to the ground, not even able to make a sound before he died. Seeing him like this, GC angrily scolded. Useless thing, you can't even catch a few thieves who broke into the city lord's mansion. What's the point of me keeping you people? Drag him away. Drag him away. Just looking at him made him feel extremely annoyed. Go and find the 28 men that I have recently taken into my residence. Yes, great suzerain Darren. The young servant girl kneeling beside the curtain had an ugly face with a red imprint on it. She hurriedly crawled away. Useless thing. Great suzerain GC snorted. She crossed her slender legs and swayed them slightly. Her eyes unconsciously looked up. Chapter 4891. Before she could even let out a scream of terror, she was completely silenced by a handful of poison powder that came head-on. She felt a burning pain in her throat, causing her to stare at the person with a twisted face. After opening her mouth twice, she couldn't make a sound. GC understood that her voice was muffled by the poison powder thrown down by that person. The most frightening thing was that the man had been quietly lying dormant on the ceiling of the cave since some time ago. He was stuck there like a thin paper man. When she raised her head and saw such a thing, she was greatly traumatized. If anyone was in their room and saw a stranger on the ceiling, they wouldn't be able to calm down. GC scrambled to her feet and hurriedly tried to flee. Unfortunately, he bumped into the restrictive barrier and was bounced back, smashing into his stone bed with a loud thud. Although the stone bed was covered with a very soft fish-skin mattress, the fall still made the great lord choke. Who are you? This great lord GC couldn't speak. She could only glare at the middle-aged man who floated down. Her eyes flickered with slight panic. She occupied the mountain and was the king. After so many years in the sacrificial sea abyss, this was the first time she suffered such a big loss. Someone actually snuck into her cave, and she didn't notice it until now. "You're one of those thieves?" Great Lord GC questioned the middle-aged man in front of her. However, the other party didn't even bother to look at her. He walked in front of her and slapped her body. Great Lord GC opened her mouth in pain. She watched as a black pill flew into her mouth and merged with her saliva. Great Lord GC's expression changed. She grabbed the clothes in front of her chest and retched. At this moment, it was completely noisy outside. Zhuolan Mountain was in front of the cave and attracted the firepower of the entire evil kingdom. In front of everyone, it transformed into a huge snake. As it lifted its tail, the stone bricks on the cave wall rolled down. Among the more than 50 natives of the evil kingdom, at least 20 to 30 of them gathered their firepower and attacked the snake with all their might. At this critical moment, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal appeared beside Zhuolan Mountain. He grabbed his right shoulder and kept transferring saint power to him. The combined firepower of dozens of natives and the combined firepower of the two of them caused an earth-shaking collision, as if two star domains had collided. All of the aborigines were sent flying, and their wails were heard all over the place. Zhuolan Mountain snorted. "You guys overestimate yourselves." One of the aboriginals who had been sent flying shouted with a face full of shock, Quickly report to the great feudal lord." Someone who's not afraid of death, came to the city lord's mansion to cause trouble. As soon as he finished his sentence, he was smashed into a pile of meat paste by the 100-meter-long tail of the humanoid snake. "You talk too much. Can't you be quieter? Are you looking for this great lord?" Prince Imo, who was disguised as a middle-aged man and had an ordinary appearance, pressed his sword against Great Lord GC's back and forced her to walk over step by step. Great Lord GC's lips trembled as if she was so angry that she couldn't speak. However, the truth was that the poison had already dissolved in her stomach and was overturning the sea. Chapter 4892. Now, she only felt that her body was alternating between hot and cold, as though she was sitting on a small boat, bobbing up and down on the turbulent sea. She wanted to concentrate her spiritual sense, but it was extremely difficult. Everything in front of her was blurry, and the sounds by her ears seemed to be getting further and further away. She panicked for no reason, and GC raised her head strenuously, wanting to see the face of the middle-aged man in front of her clearly. But it was a pity that this was a face without any distinguishing features, and he did not look like a cultivator who had embarked on the path of cultivation. There was not the slightest change in expression on his ordinary face. No, that's not right. This person's face looked a little strange, as though it was a fake face. That's right, his face did not match his temperament that was as cold as snow. This person had changed his appearance. GC widened her eyes in shock, and just as this thought floated through her mind, she felt a sharp pain in her back. She involuntarily took a few steps forward. "Great Lord!" A few of the natives of the city of Sin could not help but cry out mournfully when they saw their boss being held down. GC was held down by Mo Lien's sword, and she walked down the stone steps step by step. Her originally charming face was now pale and distorted. "If you don't want to die, tell them not to resist and obediently throw away the weapons in their hands." Mo Lien sneered unrestrainedly, and the sword in her hand pierced into the woman's back. What do you want?" GC suddenly realized that she could speak, and she hurriedly shouted, "Do you know how many people there are in the Sin Kingdom? You want to rebel with just a few of you? You must be tired of living." Slap! Hearing this woman speak, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal felt extremely bored and gave her a heavy slap across the air. Say something more practical. He did not know if he should say that she was stupid. Half of her life was in the hands of others, and she still dared to boast so shamelessly. What did she mean by tired of living? She was the one who was in a difficult situation now, wasn't she? GC had been a tyrant in the undersea abyss for so many years. She had lived a good life and had many husbands. She had never suffered like today. First, he was fed poison, and then he was hung up and beaten in front of everyone. How could this not ignite the flames of depression in her heart? Let go of our great Lord. A trembling old man stepped forward and pointed at Mo Lien as he bellowed. You're blaspheming our grand leader. You! How dare you? How dare you? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at him. In fact, they had already snuck into the large karst cave of the city lord's mansion 2 days ago. During this period, they had also encountered 1 or 2 guards. Relying on the password given by Omuri, they managed to survive several times. But for some reason, the password seemed to have changed today, therefore, they were exposed. Of course, it wouldn't be much of a problem if they were exposed. After all, as long as they were strong enough to crush the crowd, everything else wouldn't be a problem. After 2 days of secret contact, they discovered a very funny phenomenon. The citizens of the Sin Kingdom seemed to have been brainwashed, and they worshipped GC. Therefore, even if the distribution of resources was very unfair, and the food they found was severely exploited by the Great Lord, they still mindlessly showed a very respectful attitude to the Great Lord. They had seen this old man before them when they were worshipping in the sinkhole. He should be an old resident of the Sin Kingdom. Mo Lien raised her hand, and a sword light flashed. Chapter 4893. High Lord GC's left ear fell off, dripping with blood. The graceful Great Lord was stunned for about 3 seconds before she let out a scream so sharp that it pierced the eardrums of others. She had never thought that the man behind her, who did not show his face, would cut off one of her ears with a single move. From now on, she would be a beauty with 1 less ear. With such a fatal flaw in her body, how could she look at herself in the mirror in the future? High Lord GC, who had always prided herself on being perfect, couldn't accept this fact. The piercing scream lasted for a few seconds before it was extinguished by Yuan Shurchen's slap. So noisy. Yuan Shurchen casually glanced at the woman and turned to face the citizens of the Kingdom of Sin who had calmed down in an instant. You guys saw it. If you speak any more nonsense, your High Lord will have 1 less thing on her. It could be her ear, her nose, her eyes, or her mouth. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal circled around High Lord GC with a smile. The sharp dagger between his fingers slid gently across the trembling woman's face. High Lord, your left and right are not symmetrical now. High Lord GC couldn't help but tremble. In a state of inexplicable horror, she couldn't help but cry out in a trembling voice, You, stop. You guys want what? What do you want? TSK. Wouldn't it have been better if we cooperated earlier? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal kept the thin, sharp dagger in his sleeve and looked to High Lord GC with a smile. Tell me first, how did you block the realm suppression? No, how would we know? No. In the blink of an eye, GC's other ear was cut off by the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal as soon as she said that. Shenwu couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hand. Seeing this, the Snake Man couldn't help but sneer at him. Weren't you imprisoned by this female overlord for a while? Now that you see her miserable state, could it be that you sympathize with her? No such thing. Then why did you cover your eyes with your hands? Zhualan Shan snorted with disdain. If it was me, I would first go up and slap her twice, then cut off her tongue and mouth. You little human, being so soft-hearted, you will definitely suffer a great loss in the future. Shenwu knew that the human snake's words were crude, but not crude. What he said was not completely unreasonable. He had been a soft-hearted person since he was young. Even after embarking on the path of cultivation, he didn't seem to have changed much. Because of his soft-heartedness, he had suffered countless losses. However, he could not completely get rid of this bad habit. Senior's right. Shenwu nodded. He cupped his hands and bowed. Junior will definitely correct this bad habit of his. Snake Man glanced at him and crossed his arms. Then, he turned to look in the direction of the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. You think we're desperate to know? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal sneered. Even if you don't say it, our cultivation levels are not suppressed by the rules of this place. We're just curious. I'll say it. In the moment of hesitation, both of her ears were cut off. The viciousness and mercilessness of these men made G.C. fearful. She hurriedly revealed the truth with trembling lips. Chapter 4894. Behind my bedroom, there's a sinkhole that's connected to the ancient array. I swear that everything I said is true. There's a holy treasure in the center of the array. I don't know if it's what I think it is. I suspect that the natural realm suppression here is actually caused by this array. The so-called heavenly Tao law is probably formed by this holy treasure, including the exit of the abyss of the sacrificial sea. It's probably blocked by the array. But I've studied it for many years and still couldn't find a way to break this array. We can't get out at all. Previously, the entrance of the abyss of the sacrificial sea was sealed by the aristocratic families. After a year, the seal was finally lifted. Who would have thought that there would be a ferocious beast guarding the exit? We fiddled with it for a long time, burning it with fire and stabbing it with ice thorns. Who would have thought that the holy beast would fall into a deep sleep and didn't react at all? It thought that our attacks were all child's play. Mo Lien and He Chun were speechless. So how deep was Zhualanshan's sleep? Others were using all kinds of attacks to hit his tail, but this guy could still sleep. The snake man touched his nose awkwardly and coughed lightly. You can't blame me. It's just too boring to stay in this broken place. What else could he do besides hibernating? As long as he hibernated, he could slowly recover the essence, energy, and spirit that he lost. If he hibernated for a few decades, he could recover all the holy power and vitality that he lost in the previous battle. Why wouldn't he do it? He couldn't get out either. There was a large restriction above. It was a restriction barrier created by the aristocratic families of the River of Forgetfulness. In addition, there were many people guarding above. It was blocking the exit of the citizens of the Kingdom of Sin, but even if he made way for them, they wouldn't be able to break through the barrier and walk out of the undersea abyss, right? So it was his fault? A bunch of baffling people. Mo Lien ignored Zhualanshan, who interrupted and asked directly. Holy treasure? That's right. I suspect that it's a saint artifact that has already formed its own saint spirit. Mo Lien's eyes lit up. She thought to herself, a sacred tool that can form a holy spirit is basically one of the best in the world. Among the saint tools, only 1 in 10,000 could form a holy spirit on its own. From this, one could see how rare and precious it was. Lead the way. Mo Lien unceremoniously tied him up with a spirit-binding rope and tugged hard. Lead the way. GC was tripped by an elegant floor-length dress and almost fell down. Mo Lien had already tossed the spirit-binding rope to Chun Wu. Chun Wu subconsciously grabbed the rope and pulled on GC's body that was tilting to the side. When the great leader turned around, her beautiful eyes immediately widened. You were the one from before, little one? Kid? She had a very deep impression of this brat. It was a kind of hatred that came from not being able to get what she wanted. This brat didn't want to be with her no matter what. In the end, he would rather be taken to the deprivation sinkhole by her than give in to her. Since she was destined to not be able to get this man, then no one else would be able to get him in this life. That was exactly what GC was thinking when she ordered her lackey to send Shen Wu on his way. But now, Shen Wu was actually still alive. Chapter 4895. Yet, she was on the verge of death. Things in this world were truly complicated and ever-changing. In the past, GC would never have believed that she would one day be reduced to such a miserable state. Old Zhang, what should we do now? Several natives of the Sin Kingdom surrounded the old man who was worshipping in the sinkhole and secretly rubbed their palms anxiously. The old man trembled as he took a few more steps forward and knelt down. He clasped his hands together and bowed to the sky. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Heavens above, you can't treat GC like this. If it weren't for GC leading us to build a city and a home here, we would have died long ago. GC is our benefactor. What do you outsiders want to do to the High Lord?" Mo Lien glanced at him coldly. "Don't act like you have a deep grudge. You only have yourself to blame. Over the years, many people have died in your hands. You gutter rats, what right do you have to negotiate with me? Let's go." Mo Yin reprimanded coldly. Shun Wu immediately straightened his body and pulled GC. Lead the way. GC took a deep breath, pursed her lips, and said, I've said what I should say. As long as I take you to the center of the array, you will let me go, right? You don't have the right to negotiate with us. Yuan Shichin smiled and shook her finger at her. I advise you to lead the way and stop talking nonsense. Unless you want to lose something on your face? GC shuddered. The more she looked at these ordinary-looking young men and middle-aged men, the more they looked like monsters from hell. They were ugly, but their hearts were even uglier. How could there be such a monster in this world? Snake Man secretly glanced at GC and asked Yuan Shichin, Is that woman cursing us in her heart? The look in his eyes was strange, as if he was looking at something dirty. Yuan Shichin reached out and pulled him up. He followed up and said indifferently, She's cursing you. GC's so-called sleeping palace was actually just a large cave that had been pieced together by a few caves. Considering the harsh living conditions here, the extent of this woman's extravagance could be said to have reached a point that made one's hair stand on end. Small holes were chiseled into the walls on both sides of the cave. Round gemstones of various colors were embedded in the holes. The multicolored lights connected into a line, and these underwater gems emitted the purest and most transparent light. Mo Yin suddenly raised her hand, and a few dumb-looking mechanical puppets suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Collect. Be gentle. With a swipe of his hand, he took out a few gaudy cloth bags with ink-colored lotus flowers embroidered on them and tossed them to the golems. After the group of golems received the order, they immediately turned around and walked over together, starting to get busy. Dig out the various round gemstones on the cave walls. Hu Shichin was speechless. The Snake Man was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but glance at Lord Mo Yin. What is he doing? This was daylight robbery. Could this guy be any more shameless? He had painstakingly collected so many shells, pearls, and gemstones of the underwater abyss, but they all ended up in the hands of this shameless guy. Don't leave anything out. That box. Chapter 4896. The ruby on the box is not bad. Forget it. Don't bother if you can't take it off. Take it along with the box. Everyone was speechless. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but facepalm. My heavens, look at how Xiao this trash's daily actions had led Mo Yin, that trash astray. Wasn't he supposed to be a serious and cold crown prince? What did he become now? You. Great Overlord GC's eyes rolled back. She fainted from anger. Mo Yin glanced at her. Then, she pointed at a golem and said, Slap her. That golem walked forward in a daze. Without a word, it slapped Great Overlord GC's tender face twice. Puffed Great Overlord GC, who woke up, spat out a mouthful of blood. She was so angry that she fainted again. Oh my God, Mo Yin is really capable. She actually made Great Overlord GC faint twice in a row. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal supported himself against the wall, but he staggered and nearly lost his footing. He cursed inwardly. It's over. Sir Xiao has definitely led Mo Yin further and further down the path of evil. What does it mean to be marked by the company one keeps? This is probably it. Shenwu tugged on the spirit-binding rope and pulled Great Overlord GC up from the ground. The golem raised its black stone arm and slapped GC twice, waking her up from her stupor. Continue leading the way. Mo Yin's emotionless and cold voice entered Great Overlord GC's ears. Her entire body quivered, and her legs couldn't help but tremble. If she dared to faint again, Mo Yin would definitely let her have a taste of the 18 slaps. Great Overlord GC didn't need to look in the mirror to imagine how swollen her face was right now. Tears streamed down her face. She had never been so angry in her life. Why didn't she explode from anger? For so many years, she had been used to living in the undersea abyss. How could she accept such treatment? If she cries again, I'll gouge her eyes out, Mo Yin said coldly. GC's pitiful tears welled up in her eyes. She did her best to hold them back. At this moment, If GC could howl towards the sky, she would definitely cry out bitterly. It's so hard to live. Just how unlucky must you be to encounter such a fiendish star that didn't give you any reason at all? Chan face-bombed again. Bro, you're too cruel. Mo Yin was a typical example. He was full of love and patience when it came to his wife, but when it came to other people, he would be all kinds of irritated and long-winded. So shut up. What an emotional guy. Chen pursed his lips. GC bitterly shed a few tears, but in the end, he impatiently scolded her. He didn't even allow her to cry crazy. This extremely vile behavior was simply outrageous. Great Overlord GC's two noodle legs trembled as she led them through the winding karst cave for less than half an hour. Pushing aside the barrier blocking the entrance of the karst cave, GC led everyone out of her bedroom. She pointed at the deep square pit in front of them. It's right there. I can't get close. If I go over, I'll be thrown out. As soon as she finished speaking, she found that her head was moving forward. She was kicked out by someone. Dong! A loud sound rang out. Great Overlord GC crashed into a transparent barrier. Chapter 4897. This collision caused her to see stars. She fell limply to the ground and fainted again. At this moment, GC's appearance was very miserable. She no longer looked like a high-spirited local tyrant. Not only had her ears turned into a bloody mess, her forehead had also collided with the barrier. Now, there was a ridiculous bump on her forehead. This GC lay on the ground miserably. Her mouth was slightly open and her breathing was heavy. Her expression was conflicted and indignant. Her eyes were tightly shut and she was unwilling to open them. She did not want to see those disgusting and ugly people anymore. And in front of everyone, transparent barriers appeared. The square pit in the middle was rather far away from the barrier. To be honest, everyone could not see what was inside at the moment. Kick her awake, Mo Yin said coldly. Just as the golem was about to jump forward and kick her again, GC, who had lost her ears, sat up straight and said expressionlessly, I can't remove this barrier. She spoke quickly. The reason I guessed that this array formation was the source of the restriction was because behind this barrier there was an inconspicuous little fruit tree. Back then, the first batch of people who came here all ate the sour and astringent fruits on the tree and removed the restriction on our cultivation. Shun Wu said with a look of realization, Oh, so you're the only batch of people who were not suppressed by the natural laws. No, what the Grand Lord meant was that the law of nature suppression was largely dependent on the formation in front of him. Mo Yin walked a few steps around the transparent barrier. When he stopped, the venerable peach blossom immortal floated to his side and asked impatiently, How is it? Can you find a way out? Mo Yin frowned and did not speak. He stared at the transparent barrier in front of him and thought calmly. How is it? What array formation is this? Why is it in the abyss of the sacrificial sea? This should be an array formation left behind by the heavenly axiom. Mo Yin said indifferently. This should be the place where the heavenly axiom placed the tower of punishment. Hu Shurchun? Mo Yin raised his hand and pointed. The barrier in front of him immediately collapsed. GC stared blankly, cold sweat dripping down her forehead. Only now did she know exactly what kind of fiendish star she had provoked earlier. This barrier had been combined with the power of so many people for so many years, but it had never been opened on its own. Now, it was directly broken by the power of someone else's finger. What kind of disparity was this? It was like the difference between heaven and earth. The snake man's small body jumped up and slapped his thigh hard. So, all of this is still the work of that old bastard heavenly axiom? Mo Yin and Yuan Shurchun ignored him. They stepped over the broken barrier and came to the edge of the square pit in the middle. The natives of the Kingdom of Sin stared nervously at Mo Yin and He Chun, shouting, What are you doing? And are you trying to blaspheme the gods? They followed them over, and each of them stared fixedly at Mo Yin and He Chun with vigilant gazes. We were the ones who discovered this sacred artifact first. Yes, you can't touch the sacred artifact. The venerable peach blossom immortal glanced at them and casually looked into the pit. He instantly felt as if he was struck by lightning. There seemed to be nothing in the pit. Seeing how nervous these people were, they were all mumbling as if they were possessed by something. At this moment, the elders who were worshipping the giant pit also realized that there was nothing in the pit. Chapter 4898. These citizens of the Sin Kingdom all had a look of disbelief on their faces. They looked at each other suspiciously. One of them suddenly roared, "Old Joe, is it you? You sneaked in and took away the sacred artifact. You already had the heart to steal the sacred artifact? What? Don't slander me. Who took away the sacred artifact? I haven't even seen what the sacred artifact looks like. Have you seen the sacred artifact before? What does the sacred artifact look like? Tell me." That person snorted embarrassedly. The sacred artifact is usually shrouded in a ball of light. Who can see it clearly? Okay, stop arguing. Let's see if the sacred artifact is still in the pit. Where is the shadow of the sacred artifact in the pit? That's right. This pit is obvious at a glance. It's basically, just when everyone was arguing, a child's little paw suddenly grabbed one of the people's shoes. The man was shocked. When he looked down, he saw a pale little paw on his shoe. He almost peed his pants on the spot. Ghost child. His lingered in the air. Before he could finish his words, he was sent flying by a strong force and fell heavily into the pit. Everyone was shocked by this unforeseen event and quickly took a few steps back. At the same time, they saw a naked 3-year-old child jumping up from the edge of the pit. His little hands and feet moved nimbly. He jumped onto the foot of a practitioner and stepped on it. His little body jumped up 1 or 2 meters. She raised her leg and kicked the mouth of the unlucky cultivator. His messy roar in the wind was completely stopped in the deep pit. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the unlucky practitioner who was kicked by the child. This guy was like a kite with a broken string. He flew into the pit and fell head first. With a cracking sound, no one knew if his teeth were broken or his chin was broken. He was in so much pain that he covered his face with both hands and rolled back and forth in the pit. When the others saw this, they hurriedly retreated. Each of them stared at the lively little brat who was running back and forth around the crowd, as if they were looking at a monster. This little demon ran 1 round and kicked 2 people flying, then ran another round and kicked a few more people flying. After a few laps, the pit was filled with wailing, unlucky people. Outside the pit, only Mo Lien, He Jichen, and a few others had not been poisoned. The little rascal scampered around and stopped in front of Mo Lien. He tilted his little head and looked up at her. Puffing his cheeks, he scolded, "Who are you?" Yuan Shichan restrained himself and coughed lightly. "A sacred artifact's spirit transformation? How dare you?" The child put her hands on her hips and angrily rebuked. "Where did this mountain spirit come from? How dare you be so rude to me? Call me Lord Guangguang." Hu Shichan was speechless. The venerable peach blossom immortal smiled at him and waved his hand. Lord Guangguang ran to the venerable peach blossom immortal's side with his bare little body. Before he could speak, the smiling man turned hostile and mercilessly knocked him on the head. "Tell me, what kind of divine weapon are you?" The venerable peach blossom immortal reached out and picked up the little ghost. "If you don't tell me, I'll beat you back to your original form." "How dare you?" The little fellow let out an angry shriek. He struggled with his little arms and legs and said angrily, "How dare you be so rude to Lord Guangguang? I'm warning you. Hurry up and release Lord Guangguang. Otherwise, I'll make you." Chapter 4899. The Holy Spirit was momentarily at a loss for words. After thinking for a long time, he said angrily, Eat? You still have to take it after eating it? You can't even speak coherently, yet you're still learning to speak harshly." The venerable peach blossom immortal curled his lips and tapped his bald little head with a finger. "What kind of divine artifact is this? How dare you?" A certain Holy Spirit shook his limbs in exasperation. He opened his mouth and shouted, "You ugly freak! You're not allowed to hug me. Let me tell you, you're all too ugly. I swear I won't form a contract with you, even if I die. Give up on this idea, even if you cry and kneel and beg me. I won't want you, humph. Hu Shi-chun and Mo Lien. This fellow was actually a dog for looks? What exactly was this thing that gave birth to such a strange divine artifact spirit? Looking at it, it didn't look like some unknown little divine artifact. It had to be a natural divine artifact that had formed a spirit after thousands of years, right? Why did it look like it deserved a beating? No one wants to form a contract with you. And Mo Lien, this venomous tongue, started to display his specialty again. You look like you're useless with short arms and legs. Other than being able to eat, you probably can't do anything else. Whoever wants to form a contract with you is unlucky. Hu Shi-chun, will you die if you don't speak venomously? Look at how this child's eyes were red and he was about to cry. What do you have to do with the heavenly Tao? You look like a naturally formed divine artifact. Logically speaking, after forming intelligence, you shouldn't look like a child. Could it be that the heavenly Tao suppressed you to this state? Hu Shi-chun casually deduced, his tone revealing a hint of schadenfreude. As expected, the heavenly Tao, this old fellow, attacked whoever it saw, without exception. Seeing that the naturally formed divine artifact had formed intelligence and was about to form a spirit body, the heavenly Tao actually sinisterly set up a large array to suppress others. All right, this matter should be clear now. This deep pit at the bottom of the sea was not to trap others at all, but to trap this divine artifact. The heavenly Tao was tricking the divine artifact. In the end, it happened to meet the aristocratic families of the River of Forgetfulness and found such an excellent treasure ground to expel the traitors. Thus, these people were all tricked by the heavenly Tao and divine artifact. Ha ha ha, why does it feel so funny? Student He-chan smiled and touched the Holy Spirit's bald head. Guang Guang, Lord Guang Guang. Puff, all right, Lord Guang Guang, why don't you tell us what you are? Why does the heavenly Tao want to trick you like this? Speaking of this, the child's eyes turned red. He Shi-chun pulled a cloth from the side and wiped the child's red eyes. He coaxed softly, don't cry, Guang Guang. Uncle will take you out, okay? I'll introduce you to a friend with the same bald head to play with you, okay? The Holy Spirit sobbed, and its eyes suddenly lit up. It automatically blocked the words bald head and asked anxiously, can you get out? Of course. We just need to break the formation before us. Wow. Unexpectedly, when the child heard this, he immediately cried out, then you won't be able to get out. The heavenly Tao used my body to set up a formation core at the bottom of the pit. You can't destroy it. My body is very sturdy. It can't be smashed or damaged. No matter what, it can't be broken. We can't get out, sob, sob, sob. We can't get out, sob, 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 sob. And Mo Lien flipped her hand and slapped the deep pit. The shrimps in the kingdom of sin in the pit were so frightened that they fled in all directions.